He once confronted the apocalyptic might of Groudon and challenged the natural calamities of Xerneas with the edge of his sword. He caressed the electric tuft of Jolteon, inheriting the undying sacred flame of Ho-Oh, awakened by the song of hope from Jirachi. He was reborn beneath the deathly moonlight of Lunala. This is a soul traversing the multifaceted Pokémon world, inscribing an eternal legend with the essence of Pokémon. The armor of Zygarde, the fragrance of Shaymin, the cosmic mysteries of Deoxys within the endless cycles of existence. Each world harbors the Pokémon truths that defy comprehension. Chapter 1. Caterpie. The Viridian Forest lies deep within the Kanto region, steeped in history. Thanks to the comprehensive management of the current Pokémon League, a multitude of forest rangers patrol and protect the area, curbing the illicit activities of groups that maliciously capture Pokémon and indiscriminately fell trees. Thus, its vast ecological system has been preserved to this day, becoming a sanctuary for numerous Pokémon. Naturally, its rich resources attract thousands of trainers annually. Deep within the Viridian Forest, countless towering trees stand tall. In the shadow of one such giant tree, a dark, dry hollow conceals a white Pokémon egg adorned with pale green circular markings, gently swaying. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a fissure appeared at the top of the egg, radiant white light spilling forth from the crack, illuminating the hollow. However, since it was daytime outside, the commotion went largely unnoticed. Kara, the cracks multiplied, the egg rocked more violently, and the white light gradually enveloped it. At last, as the egg was completely shrouded in dazzling luminescence, it resembled a clay sculpture crafted from light, manipulated by an unseen hand, undergoing a transformation. The original oval shape vanished, replaced by a peculiar, elongated creature. Buzz, the soft humming emitted during the metamorphosis echoed within the hollow. The once dispersed white light began to coalesce and solidify, revealing the distinct outline of the elongated being. Ding! The concentrated white light suddenly burst outward, scattering as motes of luminescence throughout the hollow, gradually fading, while the small creature, previously hidden beneath the glow, emerged into view. Its elongated body was predominantly cloaked in green, with a pale yellow underbelly, adorned with a yellow spindle-shaped tail. Its sides were dotted with yellow circular spots, and atop its round head nestled two shiny, ebony eyes, crowned with a shaped red antenna that shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. Clearly, this was none other than the most ordinary of creatures found in Viridian Forest Caterpie. Lu Yun gazed into the dim hollow, feeling a bit dizzy, still reeling from the abruptness of his circumstances. What was happening? Lu Yun distinctly recalled lounging on his comfortable sofa at home, eagerly preparing to play the long-anticipated new Pokémon game. Yet, to his astonishment, just as he picked up his handheld console, darkness enveloped him, and the next moment, he found himself here. Lu Yun twisted his body, sensing something peculiar within. He lowered his gaze. My body. Have I ceased to be human? Confusion enveloped Lu Yun. Despite his uncertainty about what he had transformed into, surprisingly, perhaps due to the countless traversals through various novels in his previous life, he did not find himself as panicked as he had anticipated. As he pondered, Lu Yun noticed a faint, translucent blue icon in the lower right corner of his vision, resembling a Pokeball. When he focused on it, the Pokeball suddenly expanded, transforming into a data frame that occupied half of his field of view. Race, green caterpillar level, 100 skills, tackle, silk spit evaluation. An ordinary newly hatched green caterpillar at the bottom of the food chain in the evergreen forest. Surely, you do not perceive yourself as a legendary Pokémon, do you? Missed. The interface appeared hastily crafted, reminiscent of a game made with a meager budget. The blue translucent display was divided into two sections. The left column detailed his attributes, while the right resembled a message box, though Lu Yun could not locate any input button. Upon reading the evaluation, Lu Yun felt as if a gene character had materialized above his head. This dark humor. But this must be a cheat, right? It has to be. A sense of delight washed over Lu Yun as he fantasized about subduing various legendary beasts in the future, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he immersed himself in study. However, it wasn't long before he reluctantly closed the system. No matter how he clicked and tapped on the interface, he could not find anything interactive, and he let out a sigh. Alas, why is there nothing but a tribute display? At least provide me with quests or stat points. Though this skill seems somewhat intriguing, how might I utilize it? As Lu Yun contemplated, he suddenly chanted inwardly, tackle, A faint white light emanated from his antennae, and a force propelled him forward. Bang! Lu Yun collided forcefully with the tree trunk, which remained utterly unmoved, although the bark was slightly scuffed. It hurts, it hurts! Lu Yun wailed, rolling on the ground frantically, and silently resolved to set this skill aside for future practice. Such feeble power, let's see what Silk Spit can do. After resting for a while, Lu Yun decided to test another ability. He shifted his position, aiming for a spacious area within the tree hole, and silently chanted, "Silk Spit, sizzle." 3 or 4 strands of silk were expelled, falling limply to the ground. I might truly be a worthless caterpillar, Lu Yun thought, frustration etched on his face. He intended to rest a little longer, but after employing 2 powerful skills, the gnawing hunger in his belly became unbearable. Reluctantly, he began to inch his supple body toward the entrance of the hole. As Lu Yun emerged, a robust breath of nature enveloped him, causing him to shudder and awaken his senses. Unlike the dark silence of the cave, the outside world was bright, and bustling rays of sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the lush grass below. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, and a gentle breeze brushed past him, evoking a sense of serenity and joy. Yet, Lu Yun did not let down his guard, for he understood that in this forest, as the most vulnerable of green caterpillars, any moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. The pressing concern at present was to satiate his hunger. He surveyed his surroundings and discerned that the only suitable sustenance available was tree bark and leaves. Hesitating, he glanced at the branch beneath him. In the novels, protagonists who transmigrate often experience a change in taste. Surely this bark must be edible. It should be, I suppose. With a sudden resolve, Lu Yun bent down and took a hefty bite of the bark. Ugh! A dry, bitter flavor flooded his mouth. I'd better try the leaves instead. He clung tightly to the branch with his 2 pairs of prolegs, carefully maneuvering towards the lush green leaves not far away. Lu Yun paused intermittently, raising his round head to survey his surroundings, ever vigilant for imminent threats. Perhaps Lady Luck, unwilling to see his journey cut short before it began, allowed him to reach the green leaves without encountering any peril. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lu Yun settled on the leaf, lifted himself, and eagerly took a bite. A refreshing, translucent juice burst into his mouth. Quite sweet. Not bad at all. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the leaves in comparison to the previous bark. Just as he was about to indulge fully, however, the narrative shifted. Chapter 2. Crisis. Suddenly, a crisp ringing echoed in Lu Yun's mind. He paused, realizing that a faint red had appeared on the system icon at the lower right of his vision. It resembled an app notification on a smartphone from his former life. He surmised it indicated a new development within the system. Oh, whoa. Could it be that my golden finger is about to activate? Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Yun focused his mind and accessed the system. Experience points. 1 flashed across the system's message bar. Lu Yun tugged at the corners of his mouth. Surely a green caterpillar can make such an expression. What a fleeting joy. Nonetheless, gaining experience from eating is quite advantageous. If it follows the conventions of games, where one must defeat other Pokémon to gain experience, with my current attributes, I would likely have to rely on sheer luck to scavenge. Contemplating this, Lu Yun felt a surge of happiness and continued to munch contentedly on the leaves. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Yun cautiously made his way back to the tree hollow. Having addressed his immediate needs, he turned his thoughts toward planning his future development. Species: Green Caterpillar. Level: 16100. Skills: Tackle, String Shot. Evaluation: an ordinary newly hatched green caterpillar at the bottom of the food chain in the Viridian Forest. You surely do not consider yourself a Rayquaza, do you? Gazing at his attributes, Lu Yun pondered. The green caterpillar should have 2 evolutionary stages. If I recall correctly, the progression is green caterpillar to metapod to butterfree. Nestled within the tree hollow, he resolved firmly, once I evolve into butterfree and attain some semblance of self-defense, I shall venture to explore my surroundings. After all, Lu Yun is merely a green caterpillar, and even his ultimate evolution, the butterfree, is a creature of little renown in the Pokémon world. As a proud transmigrator, despite his current predicament, he harbors grand aspirations within his heart. The pursuit of exploration and the quest for opportunities for growth are absolutely essential. The Pokémon world is shrouded in mystery and brimming with infinite possibilities. Lu Yun is aware of numerous avenues capable of transcending one's limits. Dominance aura, life energy, wave guidance. Yet, he is still far from attaining such powers. At present, his primary objective is to endure and develop. Once he achieves his final evolution, everything else will fall into place. In the Pokémon realm, rapid enhancement of strength, or even breaking through limits, is exceedingly difficult in the wild. However, possessing a reliable or financially robust trainer opens doors to specialized training methods and abundant rare resources, making swift advancement and breakthroughs entirely feasible. Contemplating this, Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Wait a moment. Aside from those novice trainers just embarking on their journeys, who would ever take an interest in an ordinary green caterpillar? Even if captured, it would likely spend its life idly resting within a Pokeball. A shiver ran down Lu Yun's spine. Forget it, I shall address these matters later. For now, it is prudent to rely on my own efforts. While Lu Yun's plan is to endure and develop, it does not imply that he will remain idle, merely subsisting. He resolved that, aside from foraging and resting, he would dedicate all his time to enhancing his physical strength and honing his skills. This way, should danger arise, he would not be left helpless. Although Lu Yun is unaware of advanced training methodologies, he understands that diligence can compensate for deficiencies and practice makes perfect. By repeatedly and relentlessly utilizing his skills, his proficiency is bound to improve. Coupled with a solid foundation of physical training, he is certain to augment his strength. 3 days later, bang, bang, from the branches of a towering tree, the sounds of a hard object colliding and scraping against the trunk echoed. A green caterpillar, adorned with striking red-shaped antennae atop its head, stood quietly on the branch, enveloped in a faint white aura. Suddenly, the aura concentrated sharply on its antennae, causing the once crimson appendages to take on a pale hue, waves of energy radiating outward. The caterpillar propelled itself forward with great force, crashing into the sturdy trunk. Bang! A sizable gash was torn into the dark bark, revealing the tender white wood within. Observing this, Lu Yun felt a significant alleviation of the pain in his head and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, my method has proven to be effective. It seems that today's training and striking is nearly complete. It is time to spin some silk. Lu Yun shifted his body, inching toward the edge of the branch. He lifted his upper body, inhaled deeply, and then forcefully exhaled forward. Sizzle! A thick, white thread emerged from the mouth of the caterpillar, tightly enveloping the trunk of the tree across from Lu Yun, transforming it into a canvas of white. As expected of me. Observing the fruits of his labor over the past few days, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, prompting him to access the system once more. Race, caterpillar level, 212,100 skills. Strike, spin silk evaluation. A commonplace caterpillar at the bottom of the food chain in the evergreen forest. You surely do not consider yourself a legendary Pokemon, do you? Although he had only ascended one level, the augmentation of Lu Yun's abilities was far more substantial than mere numbers suggested. After 2 days of rigorous training, both the potency of his skills and the strength of his body had evolved dramatically from his newly hatched self. He also discovered that, in addition to consuming food, he could gain experience points from his training sessions. This realization brought immense joy to Lu Yun, inspiring him to practice the strike skill twice more, as he felt he was one step closer to evolution. As the training session concluded, it was time for Lu Yun to seek nourishment. Though referred to as foraging, his sustenance primarily consisted of the leaves closest to the entrance of his dwelling. Despite his newfound strength, Lu Yun remained prudent, avoiding the temptation to stray far from his nest and risk seeking out other food sources. As was customary, Lu Yun cautiously maneuvered his body, yet it was evident that he moved with greater swiftness than before. Indeed, the efforts of the past few days had not been in vain. Shomp! Shomp! Lu Yun immersed himself in his meal. Suddenly, the shaped antennae atop his head began to tremble violently. Sensing danger, Lu Yun looked up to the sky, his heart sinking in terror. A dark shadow darted through the air, hurtling directly toward his position. Too fast, Lu Yun barely had time to discern what it was, instinctively employing the spin silk skill he had diligently practiced over the past few days. Spin silk. Sizzle. Chapter 3. Death's silken threads erupted from Lu Yun's mouth, shooting skyward with a viscous white sheen. The shadow, seemingly caught unawares by this unexpected turn of events, momentarily froze, failing to react in time, and was struck squarely by Lu Yun's silken expulsion. The threads, imbued with an almost sentient quality, expanded and twisted upon contact, firmly ensnaring the intruder. It was only then that Lu Yun discerned the assailant's form. The creature, significantly larger than himself, was cloaked in brown feathers. Its pale purple beak glimmered under the sunlight, leaving no doubt about its formidable nature. 3 razor-sharp, snow-white talons emerged from beneath its body, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric as it struggled against the sticky threads. 2 inverted triangular black eyes were fixated on Lu Yun, betraying no hint of panic despite being momentarily ensnared, only a chilling and ruthless gaze, devoid of any emotion, akin to that reserved for prey. Lu Yun trembled uncontrollably, his crimson, antenna-like appendages quivering wildly. Is this a Bobo? A wave of primal fear, evoked by the presence of a natural predator, enveloped him. No. Move. I will perish. Oh. Lu Yun fought desperately to crawl towards the tree hollow, yet Bobo's cold, piercing gaze felt like a sharp blade pressing against his throat, suffused with an ominous darkness. Why? I cannot move. Struggling upon the branch, despair began to seep into Lu Yun's heart. Meanwhile, Bobo seemed to recognize that sheer brute force would not suffice to extricate itself from the viscous threads binding it. A slight narrowing of its gaze revealed an intensifying coldness. An aura of lethal intent permeated the air as Bobo slightly spread its wings, revealing visible translucent currents that swirled around its creamy plumage, the dark-hued feathers fluttering gently. Air slash. Whoosh. In a swift motion, Bobo's wings snapped together before violently unfurling. The gentle currents that had enveloped its wings transformed instantaneously into sharp blades, slicing through the surroundings and severing the sticky threads Lu Yun had unleashed. With a resounding thud, the air slash struck a nearby tree, unleashing a tempestuous force that carved a deep gash into its trunk. Bobo's gaze remained fixed on its quarry, a hint of curiosity stirring within. A creature as feeble as a green caterpillar, typically defenseless without the protection of a butterfree, would usually succumb under the pressure of its intimidating gaze. Yet today, this particular specimen had managed to react and even posed a minor annoyance, an outcome Bobo had not anticipated. Bobo gently shook his head, casting aside the distractions that troubled his mind. After all, no matter how peculiar it seemed, it was merely a green caterpillar, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Observing the green caterpillar languidly perched on a branch ahead, Bobo resolved to swiftly conclude this hunt. The forest was fraught with peril. The longer he lingered, the greater the likelihood of unforeseen dangers. A buzzing sound emanated as radiant white light burst forth from the feathers atop Bobo's crown, slicing through the air behind him in a smooth, fluid motion. A soft luminescence gradually enveloped Bobo's entire form, as if he were imbued with an enigmatic power. In a flash of electricity, he spread his wings, embracing the rushing air around him, allowing the mysterious force to encase his body as he surged forward, transforming into a white streak of light trailing shadows in his wake. Looking upon the unstoppable figure soaring through the air, Lu Yun despairingly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a furious bolt of yellow lightning appeared, accompanied by a deafening roar, striking down from the treetops. Bobo, at that moment, was entirely focused on his prey ahead, utterly unprepared. With a thunderous crash, the tempest of lightning ravaged Bobo's form, the aggressive electric energy singeing his brown feathers and penetrating deep within, wreaking havoc and obliterating all it encountered. With a soft thud, the charred remains, exuding the aroma of roasted bird flesh, tumbled from the sky, landing gently upon a branch. Lu Yun, drenched in cold sweat, lay still upon the branch, too terrified to make a sound. The forest was eerily silent. Were it not for the occasional faint crackle of electricity from the fallen body before him and the frantic warnings of the antennae atop his head, he might have believed it all to be a mere illusion. A peculiar figure descended slowly from the canopy, tethered by a slender thread pulsating with yellow electricity. Nearly a meter in length, its body was cloaked in dense yellow fur, with tiny sparks of lightning flickering within, for secondary legs extended from its sides. Ending in deep blue tips, its corpulent abdomen bore blue stripes, and the trailing thread suspended its body as it descended gently. The small head, adorned with 6 multifaceted eyes, rotated occasionally, exuding a malevolent gaze, while 2 pincers protruded from its mouth, rubbing together in anticipation of the impending feast. An electric spider, Lu Yun silently mused. The creature descended to hover above Bobo's lifeless form, its abdomen releasing resilient threads to securely ensnare the carcass, intent on transporting it back to its lair for a leisurely meal. Of course, it also noted the foolish green caterpillar ahead. The spider's 6 eyes wickedly turned. Perhaps an additional course? With another crackle of yellow lightning, Lu Yun felt a jolt course through his body, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. In a pure white expanse, Lu Yun gradually opened his eyes. Where was he? Lu Yun extended his hand to rub his eyes, bewildered. Wait, a hand? Have I transformed back into a human? He was overwhelmed with the joy of life regained. Suddenly, a delightful chime rang from the bottom right corner of his vision, and the system gently vibrated, unfolding a new page. Final settlement in progress. Attribute summary in progress. Combat summary in progress. Event experience summary in progress. Ding. Settlement complete. Comprehensive evaluation. Points earned. 7. Newbie reward. 200 points. Attribute selection rights. Low level. As Lu Yun gazed at the data before him, astonishment filled his heart. Is this the point settlement from my previous life? A smile crept across his lips as he beheld the substantial points he had amassed. However, he pondered, what is the purpose of these points? And what does this attribute selection right entail? As he contemplated, he suddenly noticed an additional option on the system interface. Exchange. Lu Yun's eyes brightened, and he eagerly clicked on it. Chapter 4. Exchange in a white space. A semi-transparent figure floated in the air, occasionally gesturing with a hand. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lu Yun pressed the exchange button. Whoosh. A small window popped up on Lu Yun's original attribute interface, still retaining the simplistic blue design with rows of black text arranged in a familiar minimalist style. Individual value enhancement potion, small. 50 points randomly increases individual value by 510 points. Note, a potion that slightly enhances individual value. Randomly distributing attributes with a maximum of 31 for each, limited to 1 use per reincarnation. Attribute selection rights, low level. 200 points allows selection of birth race attributes. Note, during reincarnation, one can randomly choose one attribute from 3 options as the racial attribute for the next life. Move learning machine, water pulse, 150 points water type skill, a learning device for the water pulse skill, enabling attack through the creation of water waves. Note, consumable, allows specific Pokémon to learn the skills recorded in the machine. Move learning machine, awakening power, 150 points normal type skill, a learning device for the awakening power skill, generating a circle of special energy around the body to attack opponents. Note, consumable, allows Pokémon to learn the skills recorded in the machine. Azure feather, 2000 points, a special accessory made from Lugia's feathers. Note, significantly enhances the carrier's affinity for psychic, flying, and water types. Balance, 207 points. Hint, the shop refreshes with each reincarnation. Lu Yun examined the array of items, deep in thought. The individual value enhancement potion could elevate my qualifications in the next life, a consideration worth pondering. Regarding the attribute selection rights, I recall receiving one from the novice gift pack, yet it is also possible to purchase an additional one for future reincarnations, as the availability of such items upon the next shop refresh remains uncertain. As for the move learning machine, if I happen to reincarnate into a usable Pokémon, it would bestow upon me a certain level of combat prowess during the early stages of rebirth. The Azure Feather? Ah, how enticing. I yearn to exchange for each one. But upon reviewing my points, I must reluctantly forego the majority. I feel a sense of regret towards the Azure Feather, as I believe such precious items are exceedingly rare. If I miss this opportunity, I may never encounter it again. Yet, my limited points leave me with no choice. It is quite a dilemma which one to select. After much contemplation, I prioritized practicality and ultimately decided to expend 200 points to redeem the individual value enhancer, small, which enhances attributes, and the widely applicable move learning machine, awakening power. Exiting the exchange interface, I resolved to embark on my next reincarnation with a renewed commitment to exercise greater caution than in my previous life, focusing solely on development and amassing sufficient points. After all, it was thanks to the system's novice gift pack that I possessed the capital for redemption. Otherwise, with the paltry 7 points acquired from my last life, I would have been left gazing longingly at these treasures. Finding the reincarnation button, I pressed it gently. Beep. Detection of usable item, attribute selection right, low level. Would you like to use it? Yes, I answered resolutely. Whoosh. A small interface suddenly materialized before me, displaying 3 icons. The leftmost icon depicted a verdant leaf adorned with white veins, gently swaying as if caressed by the wind, radiating a vibrant life force. The middle icon portrayed a small snowflake, delicately rotating, exuding a faint chill that sent a shiver down my spine, even in my ethereal state. The rightmost icon was a flickering bolt of yellow lightning, with sparks dancing around it. I couldn't help but reflect on the tragic conclusion of my previous life, my lips curling into a wry smile. Each of the 3 icons possessed distinct allure. Indeed, it is no wonder these are premium items within the system, featuring dynamic effects. The first is of the grass type, the second presumably represents ice, and the last embodies electric. I furrowed my brow. For the ideal choices in my heart were dragon or ghost types. After all, dragon types typically boast high base stats and commendable potential, even in their juvenile phase. They are often under the guardianship of mature relatives who provide abundant developmental resources. Once they traverse the lengthy growth period and evolve into adult dragon-type Pokémon, I would ascend to the pinnacle of the Pokémon world's food chain. Ghost-type Pokémon, with their enigmatic attributes and peculiar abilities, possess an extraordinary dominance over most other Pokémon. Furthermore, these spectral beings enjoy remarkably long lifespans, often lingering in the shadows unless confronted by unforeseen circumstances, granting Lu Yun ample opportunities to accumulate points. However, the other three types also hold their merits. Grass-type Pokémon exhibit considerable adaptability, with many thriving by harnessing sunlight for sustenance. Choosing this type may entail less pressure. Yet the plethora of grass-type species may lead to encounters with those of lesser individual value and potential for growth. Ice-type Pokémon, while possessing high offensive capabilities and a distinct advantage against dragon types, are burdened with numerous weaknesses and scant resistances, rendering them a less reliable choice. Lastly, the electric type, notable for its high damage output, stylish moves, and control abilities, emerges as the favored option. Of course, Lu Yun would never admit that his decisive selection was influenced by the electric spider from his previous life. In the void, Lu Yun delicately tapped the lightning symbol. With a crackle, the small yellow lightning icon vibrated violently, emitting several tiny currents. Quite a refined little creation, Lu Yun remarked with a smile. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated in his ears, accompanied by a blinding flash of light, as a massive black vortex materialized before him. The misty whirlpool spun languidly, occasionally releasing dark red energy particles that drifted gracefully through the air, exuding an aura of mystery and elegance. A mere glance at the vortex instilled in Lu Yun an overwhelming sensation of being drawn into its depths. Without further ado, he extended his right hand towards the vortex, and the initially serene black mist expanded rapidly, enveloping his entire form before swirling frantically and shrinking swiftly, vanishing instantaneously into the white expanse. All Lu Yun perceived was a sudden darkness before he lost consciousness. Chapter 5. Advancement. Bali Ranch, located to the north of Shiwan Town, stands as the largest ranch in the vicinity, renowned for its high-quality merino wool and abundant dairy products. At the center of Bali Ranch lies a quaint three-story wooden building. With a creak, Bali pushed open the grand door, and the blinding sunlight poured in, prompting him to shield his eyes with his arm. After some time, he lowered his arm, gazing upon the expansive, fertile ranch with a sense of pride, although a gentle sigh escaped his lips as he lowered his gaze. As the eldest son of the Bali family, he had taken over the ranch 2 years ago following his father's retirement, becoming the new steward of Bali Ranch. However, due to the recent economic downturn, the ranch's income had dwindled, leading Bali to harbor deep concerns about his future. Shaking his head, as if to dispel the worries clouding his mind, he set forth to undertake the daily tasks of the ranch. Bali approached the warehouse adjacent to the house and dragged out several large bags of various types of heavy feed. He carefully poured the contents into a bowl-shaped machine, then retrieved a small box from the depths of the warehouse, gently extracting several yellow tree fruits to place within the machine. Once he closed the lid, a gentle press of a button initiated a soft hum, producing exquisite feed glimmering with a golden hue. This was the distinctive feed crafted for the merino sheep on Bali's farm, which, when consumed over time, would enhance the quality of their wool, resulting in garments that were not only durable but also splendidly beautiful. Unfortunately, with the advent of synthetic materials, the sales of this unique wool had significantly declined. As Bali's small truck, laden with feed, slowly entered the pasture where the merino sheep were raised, the sheep flocked eagerly around him. Their deep blue skin was adorned with fluffy, pale yellow wool, while their ears and tails bore a striking black and yellow pattern. The tips of their long tails crowned with orange spherical forms that occasionally flickered with a hint of electricity. Bali poured the feed into the trough, leaning against the truck, observing the sheep voraciously eating before him, a faint smile of contentment gracing his face. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner, a seemingly ordinary merino sheep exhibited a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes. This marked the second day of Lu Yun's existence on this farm, named after Bali. Though transformed into a merino sheep, Lu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He understood that, as a domesticated Pokémon, his safety was assured, allowing him to live a carefree existence, focusing on growth and accumulating points without fear of danger. Lu Yun opened the system interface and examined his attributes. Species: Merino sheep. Level 1, 17,100. Skills: tackle, growl evaluation, and ordinary, domesticated merino sheep held items. Small individual value enhancer, move tutor, hidden power awe, an additional attribute? Lu Yun noticed a new column in his attribute list indicating held items. How could he utilize this? Ding. While pondering, his attention gravitated towards the item when the system emitted a notification. Would you like to use small individual value enhancer? Lu Yun glanced around at the other merino sheep, then scurried to an inconspicuous corner, whispering, use. A wave of warmth surged from the top of his head, enveloping his entire being. Lu Yun felt a delightful sensation coursing through him. Before long, as the warmth subsided, another system notification chimed. Item, small individual value enhancer, has been used. Special attack 2. Speed 3. A thrill of excitement surged within Lu Yun as he reveled in his newfound enhancements. It appears that I possess quite an impressive aptitude, having augmented my attributes by a notable 8 points with just a maximum allowance of 10. However, how might I ascertain the entirety of my individual values? Beep. Individual values are concealed traits, inaccessible for examination. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, resigning himself to this limitation. In the realm of Pokémon, the individual values of a creature are predetermined at the moment of its birth and remain immutable even through evolution. These individual values encompass 6 categories: health points, special attack, physical attack, special defense, physical defense, and speed, with each value ranging between 1 and 31. The individual values dictate the growth potential of a Pokémon's attributes. 2 Pokémon of the same species may exhibit negligible differences in their initial strength, yet as they level up, those with superior individual values will demonstrate a significantly swifter growth rate. In Lu Yun's previous life within the Pokémon games, players often bred Pokémon to produce offspring with high individual values, nurturing them as their primary combatants. In essence, individual values can be likened to what people commonly refer to as innate talent. The item Lu Yun employed, the individual value enhancer, small, which has the capacity to modify one's innate, fixed aptitude, is undeniably a precious commodity. Although Lu Yun cannot view his own individual values, he harbors confidence that, as a Pokémon endowed with a human soul, he can gradually elevate his capabilities, especially with the aid of this special item. Now it is your turn. With a glimmer in his eye, Lu Yun resolved to utilize another item he had previously exchanged. Beep. Would you like to use the move learning machine, hidden power? Usage confirmed. The skills within the Pokémon realm are remarkably diverse, and hidden power stands out as one of the most peculiar. Firstly, this move has an exceptionally broad applicability, as nearly all Pokémon can learn it. Secondly, while the attribute of hidden power is generally categorized as normal, the energy emitted by each Pokémon through this move is not fixed. For instance, a fire-type Pokémon such as Tepig may awaken a water-type hidden power, while a water-type like Swampert might uncover an electric-type hidden power. As the item was activated, deep blue specks of light began to materialize in the air surrounding Lu Yun. Exuding an air of elegance and nobility, the luminescent particles gradually converged around him, coalescing into a translucent deep blue halo. With a hum, as if reaching a crescendo, the deep blue halo suddenly contracted inward before expanding outward, unleashing a torrent of resplendent energy in a circular burst. Crack! The tall grass in Lu Yun's vicinity was utterly shredded the moment it encountered the deep blue energy. Viewed from above, one would observe that the halo had torn apart all the grass within a 5-meter radius around Lu Yun, leaving chaos in its wake. The nearby Mareep, startled, scattered in all directions. With a sudden realization, Lu Yun hastily fled the scene of the incident. Chapter 6. Daily life. Lu Yun was unaware of the attribute of his awakened power, but based on the potency and hue exhibited during its release, he speculated it to be of the dragon or psychic variety. Regardless of which, both attributes were extraordinarily formidable, far exceeding Lu Yun's expectations. Indeed, it seemed that fortune favored him. He chuckled to himself, yet was abruptly reminded of the tragic conclusion of his previous life, causing a shudder to ripple through him. He resolved to keep this skill as a trump card, vowing not to employ it unless in a moment of dire necessity. 2 days passed in a blur. During this time, apart from his daily nourishment and rest, Lu Yun diligently adhered to his meticulously crafted training regimen. Physically, he engaged in fervent running and jumping across the ranch until the ranch owner, Mr. Bali, suspected him of being ill and summoned a veterinarian, prompting Lu Yun to temper his exuberance. In terms of skill development, he discovered a grand tree at the edge of the ranch, now marred with numerous dents from his repeated collisions. When fatigue set in, Lu Yun would take refuge in the shade and practice his bellow, allowing the heart-wrenching cries to resonate throughout the entire merino sheep ranch. He accessed the system to review his attributes, nodding in satisfaction. Race, Merino Sheep level 2, 73,100, skills, impact, bellow evaluation, a commonly farmed Merino sheep. As Merino sheep were not akin to insect-type sprites, their leveling was not as swift as in his previous life. Nonetheless, Lu Yun felt a sense of contentment. Moreover, the environment in this life was vastly superior to that of his former existence, devoid of concerns regarding danger or sustenance. Suddenly, Lu Yun recalled that, according to the mechanics of the Pokémon games from his previous life, defeating enemies should yield experience points. Could he also enhance his growth rate through battles? A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he resolved to put this theory to the test. After a prolonged search within the ranch, he finally spotted a scrawny Merino sheep in a corner. One must select the right fruit, after all. The emaciated sheep, noticing the peculiar grin of its counterpart, chose to ignore Lu Yun, lowering its head to nibble on the lush grass. Steadying himself, Lu Yun focused his breath in his lungs and silently chanted, "Bellow, meh." A piercing bleat erupted from Lu Yun's mouth. The frail sheep, bewildered by the cacophony emanating from its fellow, felt its head spin from the auditory assault. Instinctively, it turned to flee. Watching the retreating sheep, Lu Yun mused, "It has fled, yet why has the system not issued a defeat notification? Is this not sufficient?" Resolute, he declared, "Then let us try again." Impact. With fervent enthusiasm, Lu Yun charged towards the fleeing Merino sheep in the distance, his horns emanating a soft, ethereal glow. The frail Merino, glancing back at the pursuing lunatic, was struck with astonishment. Was this sheep unwell? Even the most docile of creatures can exhibit a spark of defiance. The emaciated Merino halted its flight, its horns shimmering with a brilliant light as it turned to confront its pursuer. What a splendid opportunity. Lu Yun's heart soared, sensing that it was time to test the fruits of his recent training. Bang! A resounding collision echoed, a powerful shockwave radiating outward, causing the lush grasses nearby to bend under the force. The impact left deep gouges in the earth as Lu Yun's sturdy hooves carved their mark. The frail Merino let out a pained bleat, its body propelled backward, rolling thrice upon the ground before hastily regaining its feet and fleeing in despair. This time, Lu Yun chose not to pursue further, for he had heard the system's notification. Beep. Experience gained, 5. Elated by this indication of progress, Lu Yun reveled in his success. Indeed, it was effective. With newfound confidence, he gazed at the herd of Merino sheep grazing not far ahead, envisioning a bright future. Just as he planned to seize the moment and elevate his level to 3 before sunset, a powerful bleat resonated. A robust Merino sheep charged towards him with fierce determination, closely followed by the previously frail one. Ah, reinforcements have arrived? A surge of battle spirit ignited within Lu Yun, and he concentrated the dazzling white energy upon his horns, dashing towards his opponent. Collision. In the distance, the stout Merino sheep paused, astonished by the audacity of its fellow. Was this a show of strength? Anger swelled within the robust Merino, as it summoned its own charge, power in response to Lu Yun's advance. On the vast, verdant plain, 2 pale yellow figures, aglow with white light, hurtled towards one another. As Lu Yun accelerated, the energy upon his horns intensified, and he marveled at the formidable presence of his opponent. Yet, I am stronger. With a mighty roar, Lu Yun surged forward, intent on the robust Merino. Just as they were about to collide, a deep blue figure abruptly appeared between them. Unable to rein in his momentum, Lu Yun collided with it, only to find that, contrary to his expectation of sending it flying, he was met with a solid resistance that sent him tumbling backward onto the grass. Lu Yun turned around and gazed at the deep blue figure ahead, seemingly unaffected by the recent events. It was a canine spirit, cloaked in a coat of coffee-colored fur, adorned with a layer of deep blue hair that glimmered softly, shielding its hindquarters. Its face was graced with 2 large, expressive eyes that radiated an aura of seriousness and justice. Cream-colored fur formed a distinctive pattern across its visage. "Hajok?" Lu Yun exclaimed in astonishment at the majestic canine spirit before him. Hajok sniffed the air, crouched slightly, and emitted a series of warning growls directed at the robust Miltank that had also been knocked aside. The once imposing Miltank suddenly appeared subdued, casting a pitiful glance at Hajok and letting out a few plaintive calls towards Lu Yun. Chapter 7, Level Up. After a thorough explanation from the 2 Pokémon in front of him, Lu Yun finally grasped the situation. This formidable Hajok was not merely a guardian of the Miltank. It was the beloved pet of the ranch owner, Bali, raised since childhood and now tasked with overseeing and protecting the small spirits within the ranch. After all, both Miltank and Mareep were indispensable economic resources for the ranch, and any loss among them was unacceptable. "Are you asking us why we fought?" Woof. Hajok nodded in affirmation. Observing the robust figure before him, Lu Yun contemplated Hajok's remarkable analytical skills and keen observation. Its intelligence ranked among the elite of ordinary Pokémon. In the Pokémon world, it typically served as Miss Junsh's partner in investigations. If Lu Yun were to deceive it, he would likely be exposed immediately, leading to further complications. Thus, being forthright was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Just as he was about to speak, Hajok's barks interrupted him. Hajok tilted its head, scrutinizing the oddly behaving Miltank. Woof woof. You wish for me not to disturb the order of the ranch? Very well. Lu Yun replied with a hint of disinterest. Woof. Having resolved the chaos, Hajok felt a sense of accomplishment for contributing to the ranch, and happily trotted away with a buoyant step. As Lu Yun watched Hajok disappear in the distance, he mused that Pokémon were indeed quite innocent. Although Hajok appeared serious and imposing, it was surprisingly amiable, endearingly foolish. He silently resolved to observe Hajok's position carefully before leveling up, ensuring he would challenge spirits from a distance. Me. The previously agitated Miltank, after letting out an indignant cry, departed with its companions. The last rays of the setting sun cast a gentle glow across the vast ranch, painting the lush pastures with hints of dusk. After a day of strenuous training, Lu Yun could not help but yawn in fatigue. The hour was growing late. It was time to return to the sheepfold. If Bali discovered a missing Miltank during his evening count, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. The sheep pen is a rudimentary wooden shed, partitioned into several areas by iron railings, each laid with large mats of grass to provide comfort for the merino sheep. Lu Yun found a relatively clean spot within the sheep pen, settled down, and prepared to rest. Moo! A mournful bellow from a nearby cow pierced the air, causing Lu Yun to twitch his lips. It seems that the breeding season has arrived. The few Kintoros responsible for mating on the ranch have been restless at night, galloping fervently in pursuit of their reproductive endeavors. In the realm of Pokémon, the gender of Miltank is fixed as female, while Kintoro is its corresponding male counterpart. Due to their robust physique, towering stature, and enduring stamina, they were historically utilized as mounts and beasts of burden. In modern times, their popularity has waned with advancements in technology. Nonetheless, the presence of Miltank still prompts many ranchers to cultivate exceptional Kintoros for breeding purposes. What a spirited bunch, Lu Yun remarked. Perhaps due to the exertion of the day, he felt overwhelmingly fatigued. As soon as he closed his eyes, a heavy sleepiness washed over him. The following day, Lu Yun was the first to exit the sheep pen, inhaling the fresh morning air imbued with the rich scent of pasture, stretching lazily. How wonderful it is that a new day has dawned. Observing the merino sheep pushing and shoving to exit the pen behind him, Lu Yun scrutinized them, intending to find an easy target to facilitate his training. Disturbed by an unexpected incident yesterday, he was determined to reach level 3 today. Just as Lu Yun solidified his resolve, he suddenly noticed Hayok, who was patrolling proudly among the flock, directing its gaze towards him. He had no choice but to postpone his training, blending into the sheep, planning to act once the merino sheep dispersed. Soon, the opportunity arose. As Hayok, with its tongue lolling out, approached to receive food from Birina, Lu Yun stealthily slipped away, tucking his head down. Once beyond the foolish dog's line of sight, Lu Yun sprinted away, not stopping until Hayok was completely out of view. Thus, Lu Yun engaged in a guerrilla-style training, avoiding Hayok while fervently accumulating experience from his own kind. By the evening, Lu Yun had successfully reached level 3, 32,100. Delighted, he reviewed his attributes multiple times, contemplating his burgeoning developmental strategy, and couldn't help but smile. Humming a cheerful tune, he prepared to return to the sheep pen, ready to conclude this splendid day. However, a distant, faint whimpering sound suddenly caught Lu Yun's attention, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Had he misheard? Woof. Not long after, another fierce cry echoed through the air. At that moment, Lu Yun realized he had not misheard. Was that the sound of Hayok? In the depths of his confusion, Lu Yun pondered the situation. Logically, Hayok was the most formidable spirit known to him in this pasture. Yet, it seemed he was now in peril. What should he do? Should he go and investigate? No, Lu Yun dismissed that option. At his current level of 3, even if he ventured forth, he might not be able to assist Hayok. In fact, he could inadvertently distract the overly responsible and loyal dog, compelling it to protect him instead. What, then, was to be done? Anxiety surged within him. Every moment he hesitated could place Hayok's life in jeopardy, and Lu Yun's mind raced with thoughts. Bali removed his coat, which was speckled with grass clippings, and shook it outside the door before hanging it on the rack. "You're back," came the gentle call of his wife as he stepped in, having taken off his shoes. Yes, it was a light day, So I returned early for dinner, Bali responded. Daddy, there's a Pokémon League competition tonight. Can we watch it together? A charming young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, with a mop of black hair, dashed down the stairs and leapt into Bali's embrace. Bali smiled softly, lifting him gently and replying, All right, once I finish the tasks from the farm today, I'll watch with you. I promise. A promise. After finally making it to the living room and inhaling the delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen, Bali retrieved a chilled bottle of beer from the refrigerator. He took a hearty swig and sank deeply into the leather armchair, turning on the television while his thoughts wandered to the future of the farm, leading him into a contemplative state. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from the door, jolting Bali from his reverie. Who could that be at this hour? He wondered aloud, stopping his son, who was eager to open the door. With his left hand, he discreetly retrieved a Pokeball from his belt and cautiously approached the entrance. Chapter 8. Darkness holding the Pokeball, Bali reached the door and whispered, Who is it? Silence enveloped him, an eerie atmosphere settling in front of the door. The knocking ceased, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of Bali's imagination. Suddenly, he recalled the notorious evil Pokémon organization, Dark Star, which had reportedly been active in the vicinity lately. They had even attacked a Pokémon center affiliated with the League, stealing many Pokémon, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Dark Star was a burgeoning dark organization that had emerged abruptly over the past 5 years. Unlike other malevolent groups of a more substantial size that had thrived during the same period, Dark Star operated on an elite system, boasting merely a few hundred core members, each capable of standing alone. According to reports from the League, there were 7 top-tier trainers associated with them, not to mention their immensely mysterious and powerful leader. Hey. Bali gripped the Pokeball tightly in his hand, swallowing hard as he reached for the doorknob. The creaking wooden door slowly opened, and Bali's muscles tensed, the Pokeball in his left hand vibrating slightly. The Pokémon inside seemed to sense its master's anxiety, ready to burst forth at any moment. Bah! A peculiar Mareep stood foolishly at the doorway. Bali exhaled in relief, placing the Pokeball back on his belt. You startled me. What are you doing here? Bali recognized this Mareep, not due to an exceptional memory, but because this particular creature was undeniably unique. It had been behaving erratically recently, frolicking around the pasture and alarming Bali, who cherished every Pokémon in his care. He had feared it had contracted some Pokémon virus and had even summoned a professional Pokémon healer. Ultimately, it was a false alarm. But the Mareep's strange antics left a lasting impression on him. Bah! Liyun anxiously called out to Bali. However, Bali merely interpreted it as the Mareep's playful behavior, chuckling as he shook his head, intending to carry it back to the pen. Observing Bali's nonchalance, Liyun felt a mix of urgency and frustration. With a clever idea, he tugged at the hem of Bali's pants, pulling gently before darting away, stopping a short distance ahead to call out loudly. As the owner of the ranch, Bali had raised this batch of young Pokémon himself, thus he had a profound understanding of their behaviors. The actions of this Mareep were clearly beyond mere mischief. Are you trying to lead me somewhere? Bali asked, finally grasping Liyun's intention. With a relieved nod, Liyun bolted toward the direction from which the earlier sounds had emanated. Seeing the Mareep confirm his understanding, Bali chose to say nothing further and silently followed behind. As they journeyed onward, Bali pondered where this peculiar Mareep might be taking him. Had it discovered that the fruit trees he planted at the center of the ranch had borne fruit, eager to take credit? Or had it found a fellow Mareep ready to evolve? The potential evolution of a Mareep into a Flaffy could prove beneficial for the ranch. Despite the higher feed costs associated with Flaffy compared to Mareep, as their wool was more coveted in the market. Lost in thought, Bali suddenly caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. Bali furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more dire than it appeared. Perhaps a Mareep was injured. At this moment, every single Pokémon on the ranch was of utmost importance, and any mishap was unacceptable. Bali could not help but quicken his pace, the increasingly pungent scent of blood in the air seemingly affirming his apprehensions. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted ahead. Bali's expression shifted dramatically as he sprinted towards the source of the sound. The dimming sun, cloaked in the heavy hues of twilight, cast its final remnants of beauty upon the world. Hayok felt a sharp pain piercing through his right flank, gasping slightly, his vibrant eyes fixated on the formidable adversary before him. The creature, far larger than himself, was cloaked in dense red and white fur. Resembling a wolf yet standing upright like a human, its long, slender forelimbs, adorned with 3 razor-sharp claws, hung languidly before it. The wound on Hayok's side reminded him of the immense power contained within those seemingly delicate limbs. A thick mane of white fur cascaded from its back to its crown, and black rocks embedded in its tips glinted like blades. Its eyes, glowing an ominous red, radiated a sense of bloodlust and cruelty. Hayok was unaware of the identity of this tiny sprite, but he understood that it intended to assault the sheep in the pasture, and he, as the guardian of this land, had to intervene. Drip, drip, blood gushed uncontrollably from his wound, pooling beneath him. Hayok gazed at the unfamiliar Pokémon before him, whose mocking gaze only intensified his resolve for battle. With a powerful push, he propelled himself off the ground, leaving deep imprints in the grass as a radiant white light enveloped him. With a remarkable momentum, he surged towards his opponent. Smash! The Rockruff observed the defiant, diminutive creature before it with a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of its mouth. Its left paw coalesced with a deep yellow energy, solidifying into a robust, rocky form, and it hurled this formidable projectile at Hayok, who was charging forward. Bang! Caught in his high-speed movement, Hayok could not evade the dark stone infused with thick yellow energy, which struck him with immense force, sending searing pain coursing through him and slowing his momentum. Rock Blast. Toxic. The explosive might of the Rockruff surged forth. Its subtly shadowed red form suddenly materialized beside Hayok, its two claws shimmering with a dangerous dark purple hue, emitting a hard black light as they descended in a cross pattern. Thud! The claws sank deeply into flesh, and hot blood gushed forth like a spring. Hayok felt darkness envelop him. His weakened body rolled forward under its own inertia. The Rockruff extended its tongue to lap at the crimson blood splattered across its face, revealing a cruel smile as it slowly approached Hayok. Explosive punch. The sound of sonic booms reverberated through the air as a gray figure, cloaked in powerful wind pressure, surged forth, its fist charged with explosive energy, aiming a devastating blow at the Rockruff. The creature's expression sharpened. It pushed off its legs, narrowly evading the strike. Boom! A powerful impact carved a deep crater into the grass, while fierce winds scattered the earth in wild abandon. A furious roar erupted forth. Roar. Chapter 9, Battle Roar. Within the crater stood a robust figure, embodying strength. The human form was clad in skin that shimmered gray with a hint of violet. As resilient as rock, three tile-like protrusions adorned its head, and its lizard-like visage bore a fierce countenance, with a mouth slightly ajar, exhaling searing breath. Muscles rippled across its body, pulsating with untamed power, poised to launch a ferocious assault on any adversary. Upon its arms, 6 faint crimson marks flickered, testaments to its formidable prowess. At that moment, Bali was urgently tending to Hayok's wounds nearby. Yet, the occasional glances he cast towards his ace Pokémon, Howley, revealed a profound confidence in his most trusted companion. In his youth, Bali had once dreamt of becoming a professional trainer. However, the overwhelming burden of economic realities forced him to relinquish that dream and return home to inherit his father's ranch. Nonetheless, he understood the immense strength of the battle-hardened Howley he had nurtured with unwavering dedication. Ruyin stood silently at a distance, observing the standoff between the two factions, a deep sense of concern welling up within him. The Rockwolf regarded its opponent with a mocking gaze, yet harbored immense respect. Gazing at the exaggerated crater below, it pondered the devastation wrought by a single punch. If it had been caught off guard just moments ago. Intriguingly, a surge of battle intent ignited in the Rockwolf's eyes. Howley brimmed with power, stealing a glance at the gravely injured Hayok. Exhaling a breath of heat that formed a mist in the frigid air, its anger nearly overflowed. It yearned to imprint its fist forcefully upon the face of that scoundrel ahead. Boom! An explosive surge of strength emanated from its leg muscles, leaving a profound footprint on the ground as Howley surged forward, propelled by the gale toward the Rockwolf. Clenching its right hand into a fist, dense muscles surged, dark energy converging upon it. As Howley charged fiercely, the Rockwolf slowly closed its eyes, a murky and malevolent aura suddenly radiating from it. With a swift opening of its eyes, blood-red orbs, cold and merciless, fixed their gaze upon Howley. A phantom visage. At that moment, a colossal, bizarre wolf's head seemed to materialize before the sprinting Howley, its tongue lolling out, gazing hungrily, as if eyeing a sumptuous feast. A fleeting sense of dread washed over Howley, momentarily shattering the steadfast spirit honed over years. Yet in that brief instant, the Rockwolf had unexpectedly appeared before it. Crush! The dark brown energy clung to the razor-sharp teeth of the Rockwolf, which bit down fiercely, penetrating Howley's tough gray-purple skin as easily as a knife slices through tofu. Feeling the sting of pain, Howley realized that his anger had clouded his judgment. He retaliated with a powerful punch to the side, forcing the Rockwolf to retreat. The first round of their confrontation had concluded, with the Rockwolf slightly ahead. Howley tightened the muscles around his wound. attempting to staunch the flow of blood that continued to seep from it. However, he soon discovered a sinister energy coiling around the injury, ruthlessly obstructing his healing process. The Rockwolf licked the hot blood from its teeth, a sly grin curling at the corners of its mouth. Did he truly believe it would be that simple? Howley's heart sank as he focused on the lean figure lurking in the darkness. From their brief exchange, he had realized the tenacity of his foe. If he did not summon all his strength, the hope of defeating this opponent would be exceedingly slim. With his left hand gripping the belt at his waist, he pressed down forcefully, eliciting a distinct click as a mechanism activated. As he twisted to the left, the golden belt that had tightly bound his abdomen fell away. A tremendous surge of power erupted from every part of his body. His muscles expanded dramatically, the 6 distinct marks on his arms growing ever more crimson as blood surged violently through his veins. His body temperature soared, releasing a pale steam that danced in the air. Endowed with extraordinary strength through the evolution of his wrist power, Howley was compelled to wear a belt that could restrain his might for normalcy in life. Yet, when faced with a true adversary, he would unshackle his limitations and unleash his full potential. With a roar, he cast the belt aside, trembling with exhilaration. A primal cry erupted from him, creating a blurred resonance in the air. Relishing the long-awaited release of his body, he allowed his formidable strength to flow freely. The Rockwolf sensed impending danger and hurled several chunks of yellow rock energy towards its opponent. Howley's muscles surged, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he sliced through the air, shattering the incoming rocks effortlessly. A thunderous sound of explosion echoed as Howley vanished from his position. The Rockwolf's crimson pupils constricted, a frantic warning blaring in its mind. It was here. A powerful force surged from behind, and the Rockwolf could almost feel the stinging wind generated by Howley's fist against its skin. Shadow clone. The Rockwolf's body suddenly flickered, its true form mirroring the abrupt appearance of the clone across from it. The dark clone was pierced through the chest by a massive fist, and the Rockwolf felt a momentary relief, thinking it had narrowly escaped disaster. Got you. A rasping voice whispered in its ear, chilling the Rockwolf's heart. Suddenly, an overwhelming force exploded from the side of its face. Like a marionette with severed strings, the Rockwolf was sent tumbling through the air, violently thrown aside to crash onto the grass below. In a moment too swift for conscious thought, instinctively, I summoned the few defensive skills at my disposal, conjuring a faint crimson energy shield before me. Bang! A furious figure surged downward from above the lichen rock, 2 colossal fists imbued with brown energy crashing down with tremendous force, shattering the energy shield as if it were mere parchment. Howl! In that instant of the shield's destruction, the lichen rock released a chilling cry. Its mane, as resilient as stone, exploded outward, charged with a heavy yellow energy. A long howl. A rock assault. Boom. The collision of formidable energies generated shockwaves in the air. Bali, with his back turned to the battlefield, cradled the unconscious Hayok in his arms, his black hair whipping wildly in the tempest. In the distance, Lu Yun was buffeted by the fierce winds, his eyes stinging, yet he dared not close them, terrified of missing a single second of this extraordinary battle. Within him, the yearning for power intensified. Thud! A heavy sound echoed as Howley crashed down to the ground. With trembling hands that had exerted too much force, he propped himself up, gazing toward the dust-laden lichen rock ahead. Cackling laughter echoed ominously as the lichen rock emerged, limping from the deep crater created by the clash of their immense energies. At this juncture, the lichen rock was riddled with wounds, the most prominent being a gaping gash that extended from beneath its left eye to the corner of its mouth. Blood oozing freely from it. Drip, drip, drip. Blood cascaded down as the lichen rock extended its elongated tongue to taste. Salty. Hee hee hee. The lichen rock shrugged, its suppressed, eerie laughter swelling. How amusing. You are doomed. The lichen rock suddenly lifted its head, releasing a terrifying aura akin to a vengeful spirit, an overwhelming presence surging forth. Enveloped in dark red energy, sweeping toward Howley. Howley hunched over, one trembling hand pressed against his abdomen where the wound throbbed, hot blood gushing uncontrollably. Alongside the excruciating pain, the malevolent energy within him rampaged. Cold sweat dripped down. Howley turned his gaze toward Bali, who watched him with a worried expression from afar. Memories of decades shared with Bali surged through his mind like a tidal wave. The first time he encountered Bali, with that radiant smile. The first encounter with a formidable adversary, Bali's worried eyes upon seeing him injured, training together beneath a waterfall. The resolute glimmer in Bali's eyes as they aspired to grow stronger. The desolation reflected in Bali's expression upon relinquishing his dreams. And the joy and hope that sparkled in Bali's eyes at the birth of his children. Unable to contain himself, Howley smiled faintly, an inexplicable fire igniting within his heart. Ignoring his injuries, Howley straightened his back, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength. A pale mist gradually emerged, imbued with an indomitable spirit, surging fiercely towards the main rock werewolf. Explosive power gathered in Howley's right fist, radiant light reflecting off it in the night sky. Resembling a comet adorned with resplendent streamers, gliding weightily towards the abyss. The main rock werewolf, shrouded in malevolent black winds, bore a layer of ominous energy over its hardened mane, as if it were a black hole, consuming the surrounding light. As it lifted the black stones beneath its feet, the werewolf shot forth like a black arrow, tearing through the air towards Howley. Explosive fist. Sharp stone strike. In Lu Yun's eyes, the world seemed muted, suddenly enveloped in silence. Nightfall cloaked everything, yet at the very core of that darkness, a point of light abruptly emerged, swiftly expanding. Boom. The clash of formidable energies erupted, dazzling light illuminating the starry sky. A colossal force surged forth, accompanied by waves of pressure. As the dust settled, within the epicenter of the explosion lay a robust figure. Powerless and unconscious, its breathing becoming faint. Beside it, the disheveled main rock werewolf struggled to prop itself up. Its right hand hung limply, and the sharp bristles atop its head lay broken, as it gazed at the fading life force of Howley, a malicious grin creeping upon its lips. Looks like I have won. In the distance, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The werewolf lifted its eyelids to see an adult human racing anxiously towards them. Huh. A cruel glint flashed in its eyes as it raised its left hand, laboriously coalescing scattered dark energy, aiming to strike down upon the fallen Howley. Bali moved mechanically, his legs propelling him forward as he gasped for breath. Sweat drenched his face. The intense exertion weighed heavily upon his aging body. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon the heart of the battlefield. Suddenly, a gaunt figure raised its claws, an ominous feeling surged within him, and he couldn't help but shout. No. Buzz. A deep blue ring of energy materialized beside the main rock werewolf without warning, shimmering with delicate sparks, exuding an elegant, opulent, dreamlike aura. Awakening power. The exhausted werewolf had no time to react before it was ruthlessly struck by the energy. Its battered, filthy red fur reached its limit. The instant it came into contact with the magnificent deep blue halo, it was cleaved apart as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, revealing the vibrant crimson flesh within. Uffed. The werewolf spat out a mouthful of hot blood, its form hurled backward by the energy impact. Darkness gradually enveloped its eyes, and the werewolf's consciousness began to blur. Lu Yun stood nearby, trembling with a mix of excitement and fear, as the voice of the system echoed suddenly in his mind. The sun gently illuminated the landscape, and the Bali ranch remained as serene and tranquil as ever, as if the fierce battle of the previous night had never transpired. On the expansive green pastures, several Miss Junsha were leading their corgis in search of something. Had they discovered any trace of Lewis? No, the Rockruff was likely acting alone, without its trainer in tow. Indeed, it seems to have strayed from its master. It is no wonder that if Lewis had been directing it. As a battle Pokémon specifically trained for elite trainers by the Dark Star, it would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. However, with only the few of us here, encountering Lewis should not pose a concern. The Alliance's search officers have thoroughly scoured this area, and we are merely here to assist in the aftermath, so there should be no danger. Inside a small Pokémon center in Shiwan Town, the spacious room resonated with the hum of medical machinery. A Houndoom was tightly wrapped in thick white bandages, while several medical personnel clad in red and white uniforms surrounded it, diligently attending to its treatment. Bali, along with his wife and son, sat in the corridor outside, a Mareep resting quietly beside them. With a creak, the door to the emergency room slowly opened, and a refined young man with square glasses removed his mask. Bali promptly approached him. "Doctor, how is the situation?" The young man smiled gently. "The surgery was very successful. This Houndoom has a strong will and has been well trained. It should be able to be discharged in a few days." Bali was overjoyed. Thank you, doctor." The young man waved his hand dismissively and turned back into the room. Bali returned to his seat, gazing at the Mareep lying quietly beside him, his mind swirling with thoughts. Meanwhile, Lu Yun appeared to be lost in thought, yet he was actually perusing new messages within the system. Defeated Pokémon, Rockruff experience, 437, level up bonus, 62, species, Mareep level, 7, 10100, skills, tackle, growl, hidden power, thunder wave evaluation, a high-level Mareep raised artificially. To think that merely delivering the final blow would yield such a wealth of experience. Lu Yun felt a surge of satisfaction, yet a sense of foreboding crept in. Had the Rockruff possessed any residual strength, he might not be sitting here so comfortably now. Nevertheless, rewards always accompany risks, and gazing at the substantial experience gained, Lu Yun harbored no regrets. Chapter 11. Decision. Leaving his wife to tend to the Houndoom, Bali returned to the ranch with his son and Mareep. Lu Yun. Although the harrowing events of the previous night had left him physically and mentally drained, life must continue, and the Pokémon on the ranch required care. It was said that the Alliance would provide some financial compensation to the victims, which would temporarily alleviate the burdens on the ranch. Bali pondered this, recalling the extraordinary performance of that peculiar Mareep from the night before, and he could not help but admire it. I have raised numerous merino sheep on my farm, yet I have never encountered one with such remarkable innate abilities. Firstly, it is rare for Pokémon to spontaneously comprehend the skill of awakening power. Furthermore, judging by the skill's effects observed last night, this particular merino sheep has awakened a formidable and rare dragon-type power, which is quite uncommon. Secondly, merino sheep are inherently gentle creatures that shy away from combat, having been raised in a safe and nurturing environment on the farm, devoid of any trials. Given the perilous circumstances yesterday, it was already commendable that it did not flee or succumb to fear. However, it astonishingly transcended the limitations of its nature, decisively striking at the opportune moment to rescue the Machop. This is an achievement that even Pokémon meticulously trained by professional trainers may not accomplish. Contemplating this, Bali felt a surge of envy. It is not too late. This merino sheep is still in its juvenile stage. If nurtured properly, its future potential is limitless. Yet suddenly, Bali was reminded of his current challenging situation, where even maintaining Machop's daily training had become a strenuous task. Adding a merino sheep with even greater aptitude to the mix would be overwhelming. The harsh reality poured over him like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all his fanciful dreams. Indeed, it would be a lamentable waste to squander such talent. Surely, the merino sheep would not be content with such a fate either. Bali gritted his teeth, making a difficult decision in his heart. At this moment, Lu Yun remained unaware of Bali's turmoil, engrossed in experimenting with his newfound skill. In the expansive meadow, Lu Yun stood still, meticulously controlling the flow of energy within him, as faint electric sparks flickered across his pale yellow fleece. With a crackle, the orange crystalline orb at the tip of his tail glimmered slightly, releasing several bright electric waves that dispersed into the surroundings. Electromagnetic waves. Unlike the fierce and dominating nature of typical lightning, the waves emitted by Lu Yun appeared exceptionally gentle. They spiraled around the grass, leaving behind a few charred marks before gradually dissipating. Lu Yun did not feel disheartened. He had anticipated this outcome, as in his previous Life-S game. The skill Electromagnetic Wave was designed to induce paralysis in the target without inflicting damage. On the contrary, he felt a sense of satisfaction, for he already possessed awakening power with dragon attributes as his primary offensive skill. In his recollection, at least in the early stages, merino sheep could not learn any skills that dealt more damage than this. Thus, an effective control skill was more suited to his current needs. Lu Yun noticed that after using Electromagnetic Wave, his fleece had shrunk slightly. Reflecting on the flow of energy during the skill's activation, Lu Yun pondered thoughtfully. It seems that the merino sheep stores electricity within its fleece. The orange crystalline sphere at the end of the tail primarily regulates the overall electric charge. With this in mind, Lu Yun resolved to store as much electric energy as possible within his wool. The evolved form of the Mareep, known as Flaffy, possesses the remarkable ability to store immense amounts of electricity within minimal fur, boasting an exceptionally high energy density. If he could train in this regard during his Mareep phase, it would undoubtedly benefit his future evolution. As he pondered this, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. "Finally, I found you. What are you doing here?" A middle-aged man with black hair, dressed in simple attire, approached him. He was none other than Lu Yun's nominal master, Bali. Lu Yun turned to face him, his heart racing with excitement. "I saved his Pokémon's life last night. Could he be here to reward me?" Bali gazed at the Mareep, whose expression reflected confusion. Marveling at its intelligence, he gradually squatted down, extending his left hand to gently stroke the little creature's head. The soft wool sent a tingling sensation through Bali's fingers, and he was taken aback, his eyes widening in admiration. Such a young creature already understands how to store electricity in its wool, truly impressive. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, Bali was experiencing a myriad of thoughts, while Lu Yun remained filled with anticipation. After observing Lu Yun for a moment, Bali slowly spoke. "Mareep, you saved Howley's life last night. Just for that, I can ensure you a worry-free existence on the ranch for the rest of your days. Would you like that? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun shook his head. What he yearned for was to become an immensely powerful Pokémon, one capable of rivaling the legendary beasts, not to spend his life languishing on a ranch. Noticing Lu Yun's refusal, Bali thought to himself, "Ah, it can indeed understand my words." And a glimmer of determination appeared in his eyes. "Mareep, your potential is remarkable. Among all the Mareep I have encountered, and indeed all Pokémon, your talent is truly exceptional. However, to speak candidly, the current situation at our ranch is not favorable. We cannot afford the resources necessary for your training. If you wish to grow stronger, I have a proposal. Join the Pokémon League. Become a Pokémon for those true professional trainers. Trust me, with your aptitude, you will undoubtedly receive the attention you deserve. What do you think?" Lu Yun contemplated this. Joining the Pokémon League seemed like an excellent idea. Judging by Howley's strength, Bali was likely no ordinary rancher. His assertion of Lu Yun's high potential must hold some truth. If he were to enter the Pokémon League, the likelihood of encountering eccentric trainers would probably be minimal, as long as one possesses a competent trainer. Although freedom may be somewhat constrained, Lu Yun firmly believes that, with the system's ability to provide experience points for rapid leveling, he can accumulate sufficient credits to lay a solid foundation for his next life. Resolutely nodding, Lu Yun made up his mind. Seeing this, Bali displayed a gratifying smile, then retrieved an ordinary red and white Pokeball from his belt. With a hint of reluctance, he gently tapped the Pokeball against Lu Yun's head. "Farewell, Mareep," he whispered. "Goodbye," Lu Yun silently responded. A beam of red light shot forth from the Pokeball, enveloping Lu Yun as if he were being seamlessly integrated into it. The Lu Yun who had been standing on the grass transformed into strands of red light, drawn into the Pokeball. With a soft thud, the Pokeball settled on the ground, swaying gently before remaining still. Chapter 12. The ambush. Lu Yun felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself within a translucent red and white spherical space. Floating at the center, he stretched his body and discovered that his tail just barely touched the edges of the spherical enclosure. So this is the interior of a Pokeball. How small it is. No wonder Pikachu from the animations of my past life despised being confined within. Looking up, Lu Yun peered through the semi-transparent walls, and it felt as though he had entered a giant's realm. The lush, tender grass resembled towering trees, and the previously tiny insects on the ground now appeared monstrous. How amusing, Lu Yun thought, relishing this fresh perspective as everything took on a unique flavor in his eyes. Suddenly, the sky darkened above him, and upon looking up, he saw a rough, large hand reaching down. Feeling a slight jolt, he was lifted. Glancing forward, he recognized Bali's weathered face. At that moment, every pore seemed vividly distinct to Lu Yun. A wry smile tugged at his lips as he diverted his gaze. Soon, the Pokeball containing Lu Yun was placed into a pouch-like space by Bali, plunging his vision into darkness. Bored, Lu Yun yawned, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. It appeared that the Pokeball had a hypnotic effect as well. In a dimly lit small room, 3 figures were either seated or standing, engaged in an intense discussion. Their voices were muffled, contained by the walls that shimmered with a faint, dark purple energy, allowing not a trace to escape. "Captain, we have received the latest news from the organization. The Alliance has dispatched the newly appointed Grass-type champion, Lanzi, to investigate our movements." "Oh, Lanzi is indeed quite formidable. They've even sent a champion to deal with us. They certainly regard us highly. So, Captain, what shall we do about our operation?" "We shall proceed as planned. The Alliance's investigators have already dispersed. They would never suspect that we would launch another ambush nearby." "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Captain." A peculiar laughter echoed through the room. Stone Edge Town, a modest settlement barely sustaining itself through livestock farming a decade ago, has recently witnessed a transformation. Situated along the newly constructed road between Maple City and Prosperity City, its commerce and tourism have begun to flourish. The establishment of the Maple Gym has notably increased the influx of trainers passing through Stone Edge Town. In the realm of Pokémon, these creatures are at the very heart of existence, and anything associated with them garners immense popularity, with trainers positioned at the epicenter. Powerful trainers become the object of desire among various factions, including the Dark Forces, as well as the League and prominent families. The most formidable trainers often hold the reins of power within these organizations, underscoring the significance of trainers in this world. In the heart of Stone Edge Town stands an imposing 3-story building, its red and white facade exuding simplicity and elegance. Through the dual automatic glass doors, a diverse array of trainers can be seen coming and going, while the classic red and white Pokeball emblem prominently displayed above hints at its affiliation with the League. This is the sole Pokémon Center in Stone Edge Town. Established by the League, Pokémon Centers serve as specialized facilities offering various services such as healing, storage, and trading of Pokémon, as well as providing remarkably affordable lodging for trainers. Their widespread presence ensures that even the most remote and underdeveloped areas benefit from the League's support. As one of the cornerstones of the League's dominance over the Pokémon world, the leadership of Pokémon Centers is typically entrusted to representatives from one of the League's most enigmatic core families, the Joy family. At this moment, within the Pokémon Center of Stone Edge Town, a striking figure was diligently attending to the trainers checking in. With silky pink hair styled into 2 rounded braids and adorned with a white hat emblazoned with a red cross, her youthful visage radiated an abundance of collagen, complemented by her bright, sparkling eyes. Her flawless skin appeared almost delicate, and beneath a flowing pale pink dress, her long, elegant legs were encased in pure white stockings. This was Miss Joy of Stone Edge Town, who had recently found herself bustling with activity as the number of trainers passing through had surged. Once leading a rather tranquil existence, her life had transformed, but she embraced it with joy, as she had previously been overlooked within her family and dispatched to the remote Stone Edge Town. Now, with the increase in business, her status was poised to rise, potentially leading her to a permanent position at a bustling city Pokémon Center in the future. Filled with determination, a sweeter smile graced her lips as she contemplated her prospects. With a swish, the glass doors of the Pokémon Center swung open, and a trainer wearing a black baseball cap stepped inside. In a crowd, one might easily overlook an unremarkable appearance, especially when paired with a few inexpensive trainer outfits readily available in various locales. Clearly, this was merely an ordinary and impoverished trainer. Miss Joy professionally offered a smile and gently inquired, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Checking in, came a hoarse voice from beneath the shadow of a baseball cap. "Very well, please fill out this registration form," Miss Joy replied as usual. Having worked at the Pokémon Center for many years, she had encountered a myriad of trainers, and this type was far from extraordinary. "Joy, these Pokeballs need to be sent to the League. Come over and input the code." A staff member called from the back. As the head of the Pokémon Center, she held numerous important privileges, including knowledge of the exclusive transmission codes for Pokeballs destined for the League and the access methods for the electronic locks within the center's storage. Just yesterday afternoon, a batch of high-quality Pokémon had arrived, necessitating their transfer to headquarters for distribution. These creatures typically hailed from nearby breeding facilities or Pokémon researchers. Although there were rare instances of exceptionally gifted Pokémon discovered by civilians, such occurrences were infrequent. "All right, I'm on my way," Joy replied loudly. "I apologize, please hold on. I will return shortly." With an apologetic nod to the trainer before her, Joy hurried toward the back office. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she turned, the trainer clad in the black baseball cap revealed a hint of a sinister smile. "Prepare for action," a faint voice whispered from within the headphones concealed by long hair. Under the bright lights of the Pokémon Center, amidst the slanted shadows behind, a pair of malevolent, purplish-red eyes gradually emerged. Chapter 13, The Bloom Suddenly. A pair of ominous, purplish-red eyes appeared in the trainer's shadow. He lowered the black baseball cap he wore, allowing a trace of wickedness to surface on his hidden visage. Sleep-inducing technique. A barely perceptible, pale lavender ripple emanated from those sinister eyes, spreading silently throughout the Pokémon Center like ripples on water. As if time had been paused, the bustling trainers within the center came to an abrupt halt, and one by one, they fell to the ground with soft thuds. After all, most of the trainers resting at the Stone Edge Town Pokémon Center were novice challengers preparing for gym battles, and they stood no chance against the high-level Pokémon's hypnosis. Miss Joy felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her mind, her eyelids gradually succumbing to the weight of sleep. Suddenly, the Pokeball at her side began to tremble violently. With a sharp pop, a radiant burst of red light erupted from the ball, and a pink Pokémon emerged, breaking free from its confinement. Its body was round and egg-shaped, with the upper half a soft pink and the lower half a pristine white. Short arms were adorned with white, wing-like appendages, and a plump belly housed a small pocket containing an egg. This was an exceedingly rare normal-type Pokémon found in the wild, happening within the Pokémon world. It is known that only the Joy family has discovered its natural habitat and developed suitable breeding methods. Due to the gentle disposition and potent healing abilities of the Happiny lineage, members of the Joy family often raise one from a young age as a reliable aid in their future endeavors. Clearly, Miss Joy from Shiwan Town possessed one, and their bond was strong enough for it to evolve into its final form, from Happiny to Chansey to Blissey. However, at this moment, the usual gentle smile of Blissey was replaced by a serious expression. With a swift motion of its short pink left arm directed at its trainer, it unleashed waves of pink light towards her. Healing wave. A sudden clarity washed over Joy's mind, followed by a wave of dread and deep panic. Even she, in her naivety, understood that her Pokémon Center was under attack. A jolt of realization struck her as she turned around. The once bustling Pokémon Center was now eerily silent. The trainers who had filled the space lay sprawled on the ground, with only one figure standing out, a trainer clad in a black baseball cap, casually and relaxedly observing the scene. "Oh, this is intriguing," the black-capped trainer remarked, shifting his gaze to Miss Joy with a hint of surprise. Nevertheless, he resolved to act swiftly. The quicker the assault ended, the more time his team would have to escape. A deep purple aura of malevolence surged behind him as a sinister ghostly figure slowly emerged from his shadow. Its body was a monotonous, deep purple, shrouded in a misty black-violet energy that danced around its skin. Protruding spines adorned its back, and a pair of wicked, crimson eyes scanned the surroundings with a mischievous glint, while its exaggerated mouth curled into a mocking grin. Jengar. A cold sweat trickled down Joy's forehead. It was evident that this Jengar had been trained exceptionally well, with a lustrous coat and a size befitting an adult male. The thick, purple mist that occasionally seeped from its body underscored the immense and concentrated energy it possessed. There was no need to panic. The guards in the security room must have already detected the danger. If she could just hold her ground a little longer, help from the League would soon arrive. Miss Joy thought rapidly, steeling herself with determination. She would do everything in her power to keep the adversary occupied. Meanwhile, within the security room, in the dimly lit room, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the low hum of the monitors on the walls. A strikingly handsome young man with blue hair reclined languidly in the surveillance chair, idly twirling the keychain of the security room between his fingers, his eyes glimmering with curiosity as he observed everything within the confines of the monitors. Beside him floated an enigmatic Pokémon, its soft lavender body curled in midair, with a fairy-like head of pale pink adorned with large, closed eyes framed by long eyelashes, resembling a peacefully slumbering infant. A delicate pink mist, ethereal and enchanting, wafted gently from its head, dispersing gracefully into the air. On the ground lay several security personnel clad in the attire of the League, their expressions serene, as if lost in the embrace of blissful dreams. Wisps of faint pink smoke could be seen drifting from their minds, swirling and intertwining in the air before reconnecting with the mysterious Pokémon. Outside the Pokémon Center, subtle tendrils of pale pink mist swirled, dissuading anyone who dared to approach, causing them to unconsciously redirect their attention elsewhere. Not far from the roadside, an unassuming black sedan rested quietly. In the driver's seat, a stern-looking middle-aged man sat with his eyes closed, seemingly taking a brief respite. Shadows beside him appeared to conceal something unusual, which suddenly stirred, before settling back into stillness as if nothing had occurred. Inside the Pokémon Center, tension mounted as the two sides faced each other in silence. The trainer in the black hat adjusted his cap with a deliberate motion, his raspy voice cutting through the stillness. "Jengar, make it quick." A series of chilling chuckles escaped Jengar, whose form abruptly vanished into the shadows. Miss Joy's pupils dilated in alarm as she swiftly commanded, "Happiny, use defense curl." Determined to buy time, Miss Joy instructed Happiny to employ the move that would bolster its defenses, hoping to engage in a prolonged battle until reinforcements from the League arrived. Amidst the charged atmosphere, the trainer in the black hat shook his head in disappointment, revealing his disdain. "It seems you are merely a flower nurtured in a greenhouse." Just then, a sharp pain surged through Joy's abdomen, followed by a violent eruption of blood, cascading forth like a fountain, splattering the ground in vivid crimson, reminiscent of blooming roses against the pristine white floor. A small, dark purple claw, imbued with concentrated energy, pierced through Joy's abdomen. With a gasp, Joy coughed up a copious amount of blood, collapsing to her knees. Happiny, witnessing this horrifying scene, felt a surge of terror, its pupils constricting as it trembled. Disregarding the adversary before it, and desperately unleashing a healing pulse towards its fallen trainer, Jengar observed quietly, flicking its bloodied claw with amusement, as a vast reservoir of energy began to coalesce in its palm, taking careful aim. Dark pulse. A beam of dark, menacing energy erupted from his hand, enveloping and consuming the form of the Happiny. Chapter 14, The King. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in Joy's ears as her consciousness began to fade. Am I to perish? The last remnants of her thoughts reverberated within her mind. The trainer in the black hat strode past Joy and Happiny, both lying in a pool of blood, and made his way into the depths of the Pokémon Center. Upon entering a room designated for storing Pokémon, the trainer methodically retrieved the Pokeballs from the shelves, depositing them into the gray pouch slung across his back. Finally, he handed the nearly full pouch to Jengar, instructing it to conceal the bag within the shadows. The black-hatted man glanced toward the depths of the room, where a steel door with an electronic lock stood silently, and sighed inwardly. What a pity, if only time allowed, I could uncover the secrets hidden within. In the surveillance room, a handsome man with blue hair rose. Stretching and yawning, he lightly tapped his earpiece, and upon receiving a confirming beep, he spoke. Captain, the mission is complete. Understood, prepare for extraction, came the grave response. The handsome man withdrew a Pokeball, capturing the peculiar Pokémon exuding pink, dreamy smoke. He opened the door, tossing the Pokeball in his hand before lazily stepping outside. Stone Edge Town remained tranquil as ever, serene, as if no one could sense the vast peril lurking beneath the surface. With a swish, the glass doors of the Pokémon Center swung open, and two relaxed trainers emerged, one donning a black baseball cap, the other strikingly handsome with blue hair. They promptly entered a sleek black car parked by the roadside. Moments later, a faint pink mist began to emanate from the vehicle, gradually enveloping it entirely. Why the delay? A serious voice inquired. Captain, as you know, my Dream Eater is not adept at teleportation. Given the distance we need to traverse, it's a miracle if we manage to avoid disaster. Make it swift. Rest assured. Captain, Dream Eater's illusion around the Pokémon Center will last at least another 20 minutes. No one will suspect a thing. The serious middle-aged man furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The trainer in the black hat remained silent, lost in thought. As time ticked away, the middle-aged man's sense of impending danger intensified. All right, Captain. Teleportation. The pink mist that had enveloped the car suddenly quivered, pulsating with otherworldly light, as it prepared to transport the trio of the Dark Star Squad. Boom. Abruptly, a beam of vibrant green light, imbued with the essence of new life, cascaded from above, dissipating the pink smoke surrounding the vehicle. Where do you think you're going? A cold voice resonated in the ears of everyone inside the car. The middle-aged man smirked slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile, and opened the car door, stepping outside. Indeed, it is not as simple as it seems. You all continue your preparations to move. I shall delay them for a moment and return. The black-clad man's eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, and he hastily stood up. Captain, I shall join you. You are no match for her. Your presence would only create chaos. But there are no buts. Sit down. That is an order. Reluctantly, the black-clad man returned to his seat, lowering his head and crossing his arms in frustration. The middle-aged man stepped out of the vehicle and looked up, discovering that the once bustling street was now deserted. Not far away stood a cold, elegant woman clad in a lace-trimmed gown, her long green hair cascading down her back, accompanied by a humanoid green Pokémon. The green beam striking the car roof emanated from it. I never expected the illustrious grass-type champion, Lady Lanzi, would intervene for us insignificant beings. Enough chatter, Lewis. There is no escaping me today. Sweet Aroma, go? As she spoke, the sweet aroma beside Lanzi began to gather golden energy in her hands, releasing a blinding radiance. Sunbeam. The intensely heated beam shot across the ground towards Lewis, scorching the asphalt and leaving deep burn marks in its wake. You are quite impatient, Lewis teased, as a translucent shield abruptly materialized in front of him. Protect. The dazzling beam collided fiercely with the shield, resembling a miniature sun suddenly appearing at the horizon, while a tremendous roar echoed through the street, causing Lewis to squint his eyes. As the tumult subsided, Sweet Aroma had already appeared above Lewis, her right arm morphing into a massive blade of light, thrusting down towards him with tremendous force. A violent blue breath erupted suddenly from Lewis's shadow, prompting Sweet Aroma to withdraw hastily, raising a peculiar wall of light before her to barely defend against the onslaught. An unusual Pokémon began to rise slowly from Lewis's shadow. Its triangular black head, resembling a rocket, featured a faintly glowing red edge that left no doubt about its sharpness. Narrow eyes gleamed with a cunning light, tinged with a hint of pride characteristic of its species. Two strange little creatures were poised in the launch ports extending from the horns on either side of its head, ready to strike. Its elongated black body gradually became transparent from head to tail, floating ethereally in the air. Dragapult? Lanzi exclaimed in astonishment, for as a champion of the league, she was well aware of this rare dragon-type Pokémon from Galar. However, the Galar region had only recently begun to engage with the league, leaving her puzzled as to how Lewis had obtained such a precious Pokémon. Confusion enveloped Lanzi's mind. Haha, Lewis said, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. as if relishing the expression on Lanzy's face. Phantom ambush. The form of Dragapult gradually became transparent before vanishing into thin air. Don't panic. Use sweet scent to sense your surroundings, Lanzy commanded, noticing that sweet aroma seemed at a loss ahead. After all, Lanzy had not anticipated that the Dark Star would launch an attack nearby. She was not accompanied by her primary battle spirit, and had only brought along the newly captured Sweet Cold Beauty for training, resulting in a certain lack of synergy. Nevertheless, the rich experience of the Alliance champion allowed her to remain unscathed. A faint rosy sweetness wafted around Sweet Cold Beauty, creating a shimmering mirage in the air. There it is. Leaf storm. Razor-sharp green leaves spiraled through the air, swirling like a terrifying tempest, sweeping towards Baruto. Indeed, this is the work of the Alliance champion. Lewis, unwilling to accept this, tugged at the corner of his mouth as the distant thrum of helicopter blades filled the air. Aware that it was unwise to linger, he promptly commanded, evade with high-speed movement. Dragon God dive. Baruto radiated an azure glow, its speed suddenly intensifying. Following this, a fierce deep blue energy surged before it, gradually coalescing into a menacing dragon form that charged towards Lanzy with formidable force. Sweet Cold Beauty, fiercely protective, executed the long cooldown move, Protect, erecting a translucent shield before Lanzy. Wait, Lanzy realized too late to stop Sweet Cold Beauty. Just as Sweet Cold Beauty unleashed its ability, Lewis had already returned to the vehicle with Baruto. A peculiar humming sound resonated, and as the car released an enticing pink flash amidst the enchanting mist, the entire vehicle vanished from the street. Damn it! An icy voice echoed through the street, filled with indignation. Chapter 15. Death match in a spacious office. A refined gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses lounged in a recliner. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock at the door broke the silence. Come in. A capable woman dressed in a minimalist black and white work outfit pushed the door open. Minister, Lewis and his team's findings have been compiled for your review. The woman slightly bowed, respectfully placing the documents on the desk. The gentleman lifted an elegant teacup with his right hand, taking a delicate sip while his left hand casually perused the papers. A tranquil atmosphere enveloped the office, with the woman patiently waiting beside him. The gentleman extracted several pages from the documents and placed them on the desk, looking up at the capable woman. These are acceptable. Send them to the logistics department. The rest should all be sent to the Shadow Death Arena. Understood. The capable woman efficiently organized the desk before exiting the room. Once again, silence enveloped the room, with only the faint aroma of tea lingering in the air. Lu Yun was abruptly awakened by a jolt. Where's this? Peering through the semi-transparent wall of the Pokeball, he beheld an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light. Just as he pondered this, a radiant beam of light burst forth. Reminiscent of the dawn breaking, Leon could not help but squint his eyes. Soon after, a large hand appeared above the Pokeball, grasping it and pulling it out of his pocket. At that moment, Leon finally discerned the surroundings. The exceedingly spacious room was illuminated by the bright, incandescent lights adorning the ceiling, while faint traces of red blood lingered on the minimalist black floor. Cameras in the corners boldly protruded, resembling eyes from another world. His Pokeball was held by a man clad in black, and opposite him stood another figure in black. Also clutching a Pokeball, Lu Yun observed keenly, a growing sense of foreboding enveloping him. Was this the Pokemon League? With little time to ponder, a formidable force emanated from the hand gripping his Pokeball. Whoosh! The Pokeball was violently hurled into the air. Crack! A beam of red light shot from the Pokeball towards the ground, abruptly releasing Lu Yun. The opposing figure similarly tossed his Pokeball, summoning a menacing Arbok. Subsequently, the two men in black accompanied each other out of the room. Bang! The door was firmly shut behind them. Lu Yun watched as the Arbok approached menacingly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was undoubtedly not the League. Where would a normal trainer place a Mareep and an Arbok together? Even a fool would recognize that Lu Yun was certainly not within the jurisdiction of the League. He remained unaware of what had transpired during his slumber. Yet, he comprehended that if he did not calm himself, he would assuredly meet his demise at the fangs of the approaching Arbok. Meanwhile, in an underground base, Minwen concluded her day's work, utterly exhausted as she slumped over her desk. As an extramural member of Dark Star, Minwen was primarily responsible for organizing and maintaining a segment of the Dark Star database. It seemed the battle department had undertaken a significant task today, as the database had been updated with an abundance of Pokemon data, which Minwen barely managed to process before the end of her shift. She decided to take a brief respite, rewarding herself while waiting for quitting time. Glancing around, she noticed that no colleagues were paying her any heed. Minwen picked up her phone from the desk and, with a few deft motions, accessed a deeply hidden application. This software, developed by the Dark Star Technology Department, boasted an exceptionally high security level and was designed for online communication and leisure among Dark Star members. Minwen skillfully entered her account credentials, promptly accessing a space akin to a live broadcast room. This was the live feed from the Shadow Fighting Arena, a venue where Dark Star managed Pokémon of inferior breeds and subpar qualifications. Naturally, there were occasional discoveries of Pokémon with unique hidden talents during battles, at which point the officials could retrieve and repurpose them for storage. The Shadow Arena, a venue that offers both a recreational space for its members and a place for the organization to identify flaws, is viewed favorably by the higher-ups and thus continues to exist in this manner. Minwen opened the live stream, and upon seeing a merino sheep and an arbok in the arena, she felt utterly disinterested. How boring. Look at that merino sheep. It seems completely dazed, haha. By the way, can an arbok swallow an entire merino sheep in one gulp? It should be possible. I once saw it consume a nidrin. Ah, here comes the action. The arbok is moving. On the screen, comments flooded in. Minwen gazed at the tedious battle. Her interest slightly piqued. Although the outcome was apparent, it was still a decent way to pass the time. Back in the Shadow Arena, Lu Yun remained oblivious to the multitude of spectators watching him, reveling in his misfortune. Yet, even if he were aware, it would likely only heighten his excitement. After all, the better he performed in front of them, the greater the chance of his release. The arbok regarded the seemingly paralyzed merino sheep with a sense of disdain. Like a cat toying with a mouse, it did not rush to attack, but rather circled around Lu Yun, delighting in his reactions. Lu Yun, on the other hand, kept his eyes fixed on the arbok, his mind racing. Approximately 15 meters in length, the tail of the arbok, resembling that of a rattlesnake, was not particularly long. This arbok was likely of low level and looked down on him. Perhaps he could exploit this underestimation to secure a swift victory. With his strategy decided, Lu Yun began to take action. Minwen chuckled lightly as she watched the merino sheep emit a mournful cry and dash toward the exit. So, the silly merino sheep finally reacted? Haha, its attempt to escape is absolutely hilarious. Let us wrap this up and move on to the next match. Devour it, arbok. The chat was filled with taunting comments. The arbok, eyeing the fleeing merino sheep, felt an increasing disdain. It pursued, its body faintly glowing with a white light. It was going to squeeze the life out of this merino sheep, the arbok thought wickedly. Suddenly, the merino sheep came to an abrupt halt, raising its tail. The orange crystal-like orb at its rear emitted a surge of yellow electromagnetic waves. An electromagnetic pulse. The arbok was taken aback. It had never expected the typically timid merino sheep to launch an attack. In a moment of surprise, it found itself ensnared by the dazzling yellow electric ring. ZZZZT. The currents surged from the arbok's head to its tail, electric sparks dancing across its body. Overwhelmed and seething with anger, the arbok resolved to torment this merino sheep thoroughly before consuming it. Suddenly, as the arbok lay rigid, a brilliant deep blue light illuminated the space before it. Chapter 16, Counterattack. The arbok, paralyzed by the electromagnetic wave, found itself unable to move. A striking deep blue light flashed unexpectedly into view. A mesmerizing halo of deep blue was forcefully hurled towards the arbok by Lu Yun. Awakening power. With a sharp sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the elegant and resplendent blue ring struck directly at the arbok's head, instantaneously shattering its fragile skull. The ferocious energy of the dragon type surged through the wound, wreaking havoc upon the arbok's brain. With a thud, the arbok, once half-standing, collapsed helplessly to the ground. A thick, metallic scent of blood filled the room. Lu Yun, slightly panting, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bang! The astonishment in Minwen's heart was overwhelming. She picked up the overturned pen holder and turned her gaze back to the live stream. In the chat room, the barrage of comments became sparse at the moment Lu Yun retaliated against the arbok, as if the viewers were too stunned to continue typing. Soon after, a flood of comments inundated the screen. 666666666. This Mareep is too fierce. What skill is this? The damage is terrifying. It actually got countered? Unexpected. What just happened as I entered the live stream? More. Minwen, observing the seemingly harmless Mareep on the screen, gradually calmed herself, only to be consumed by deep suspicion. With such an impressive performance, how could this Mareep have ended up in the Shadow Duel Arena? Logically, the combat department should conduct thorough checks before sending in the Pokémon. Pondering her doubts, Minwen skillfully accessed the internal database she had organized throughout the day. After some searching, she found the information on this Mareep. ID, 3926 Pokémon. Mareep skills, Tackle, Growl, electromagnetic wave. Awakening power, dragon, locked, sent to Shadow Duel Arena. Dragon-type awakening power? Minwen recalled the deep blue ring she had seen earlier. Still working at this late hour? A colleague preparing to leave happened to pass by. Haha, almost done. Minwen responded politely. Oh, I remember this Mareep. I input its data into the database. Minwen's eyes lit up as she shared her confusion with her colleague. Oh, this? It's normal not to understand since you haven't been here long. Although Pokémon with special skills are indeed rare, they do exist in headquarters. And this is a Mareep, known for its inherently timid and gentle nature. Not typically a combat Pokémon. Would the organization cultivate a Pokémon with talent, but no combat ability? Haha, forget about it, take a break. The colleague left with a lighthearted step. Minwen cast a glance at the decapitated Arbok within the live stream, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Timid and gentle? Incapable of combat? Back in the shadow fighting arena, Luyan fixated on the lifeless form of Arbok for a moment. He unleashed a few waves of electromagnetic energy towards it, ensuring it was irrevocably deceased before he felt a sense of relief. Seizing the opportunity while the cloaked figure had yet to return, Luyan shifted his attention to the system icon before him. Beep. Defeated Pokémon, Arbok experience. 37 at that moment, Luyan's attributes underwent a transformation. Species, Mareep level. 8, 6,100 skills, tackle, growl, electromagnetic wave, awakening power, dragon. Thundershock evaluation, a notably strong Mareepo. He had leveled up and acquired a new skill. Glancing at the name of the newly learned skill, Luyan discerned it was undoubtedly an electric-type attack. However, this was not the time for experimentation, as the cloaked figure had returned to the arena. The figure surveyed Arbok's remains with a peculiar gaze before recalling Luyan into his Pokeball and departing from the scene. 10 days later, inside the shadow fighting arena, two agile figures raced across the field. The Ampharos deftly evaded a barrage of electromagnetic waves directed at it, eyeing its opponent, a seemingly harmless Mareep. The Ampharos understood that beneath the Mareep's seemingly weak and innocuous exterior lay immense power. Another brilliant yellow wave surged forward. The Ampharos's body shimmered with a radiant white glow. In a flash, like a bolt of lightning, the Ampharos executed a swift maneuver to dodge the electromagnetic wave and charged directly towards the Mareep. The Mareep's horn also emanated a white luminescence. Collision. Bang. The violent clash left visible traces in the air. Slightly outmatched, the Mareep was propelled backward. The Ampharos's eyes gleamed with opportunity, yet it suddenly felt its body go numb. Zing. The potent static electricity enveloping the Mareep surged through its horn and into the Ampharos. Sparks of electricity danced about. In that fleeting moment, the Mareep steadied itself, brilliant yellow electric energy converging within the orange crystalline sphere at its tail. The Ampharos broke free from the paralysis, its hands clasped before its chest, white energy gathering like starlight. Thundershock. Rapid stars. The furious current surged forth like a ferocious beast, barreling towards the Ampharos. A torrent of white star-shaped energy was unleashed from the Ampharos, colliding violently with the raging current. Both forces were evenly matched, the electricity carrying shattered star-like energy as it fell helplessly to the ground, resembling a rain of yellow lightning stars. The swimming ring weasel gasped intensely, its body once again radiating a luminous white glow. It believed that its opponent had similarly expended a considerable amount of energy. In a flash of lightning, the swimming ring weasel propelled itself forward, eager to increase its speed. However, it soon discovered that the air before it was inexplicably filled with soft, white fluff. With a rustling sound, the delicate fibers floated through the air, occasionally landing on the weasel's body, releasing faint currents of electricity. Gradually, these minuscule currents accumulated within the weasel, rendering its once agile body increasingly rigid. And a sense of urgency welled up within its heart. A yellow glow flashed by, and yet another electromagnetic wave surged toward it. At that moment, the weasel's body could no longer sustain its high-speed movement. Bullseye. The brilliant currents danced across its body like fish in water. The weasel felt the tingling sensation of electric numbness spreading from every part of its body, and a flicker of despair crossed its eyes. Buzz. A luxurious deep blue halo, adorned with dreamlike auras, traversed the air. With a hissing sound, hot blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering across the stark black ground of the battlefield. Painting a brutal tableau in crimson, the swimming ring weasel slowly collapsed. Luyan exhaled a breath laced with faint electric sparks and accessed the system. Chapter 17, The Opponent Ding. Defeated Pokémon, Swimming Ring Weasel Experience. 53, a new notification popped up in the system's message bar. Luyan felt a surge of accomplishment as he opened the Attributes tab. Species, Mareep level 14, 73,100 skills, tackle, growl, electromagnetic wave, awakening power, dragon, thunder shock. Cotton spore evaluation. A Mareep on the brink of evolution. Over the past 10 days, Lu Yun had engaged in 1 or 2 intense battles daily. The opponents varied in strength. Against weaker foes, he could easily prevail with basic moves like thunder shock, often without needing to employ awakening power, albeit earning modest experience. Conversely, stronger opponents, like today's swimming ring weasel, required Lu Yun to exert all his efforts while maintaining utmost caution to secure victory. Naturally, the experience gained was exceptionally rewarding, often providing nearly 50 points per battle. Through his diligent efforts over these 10 days, Lu Yun finally elevated his level to 14 and learned a new skill, Cotton Spore. This ability released a copious amount of fluff into the arena, thereby reducing the opponent's speed. Innovatively, Lu Yun fused his Mareep's innate ability, Static, into Cotton Spore, imbuing it with a spark of electricity. If an adversary were careless enough to come into contact with the wool, they could potentially become paralyzed by the accumulated current. As a mere Mareep endowed with only 6 skills, Lu Yun felt a sense of accomplishment in devising such a commendable combination technique. Upon inspecting his attributes, he noted that his evaluation had shifted from that of a high-level Mareep to one poised for evolution. A thought crossed his mind, if memory served him right. In the Pokémon games of his past life, Mareep evolved at level 15. This implied that with just one more battle, he could achieve evolution. A surge of excitement filled his heart, for in the world of Pokémon, evolution represented the swiftest avenue to power enhancement. Furthermore, Lu Yun believed that if he were to evolve, the points he garnered by the end of the cycle would significantly increase. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lu Yun resolved to prepare diligently for his next battle, eagerly anticipating his evolution. Unbeknownst to him, an arduous challenge awaited him, one that would prove to be the most grueling since his inception. In an office adorned with an array of fitness equipment, a robust figure unleashed powerful punches against a punching bag. His sharp, phoenix-like eyes gleamed with intensity, and beads of sweat glistened on his chiseled face, which bore a sun-kissed hue brimming with vitality. His well-defined muscles concealed an immense strength. Keith, once the proprietor of a martial arts dojo under the League's banner, had serendipitously encountered the Dark Star organization due to certain events and was subsequently absorbed into its ranks. Owing to his formidable prowess, Keith ascended to a mid to high-ranking position within the organization, ultimately becoming the overseer of the Shadow Death Arena. He found satisfaction in this role. While it may not have been as lucrative as positions in logistics or combat departments, he managed to generate profit by discreetly selling certain abandoned Pokémon. Moreover, by bestowing exceptional Pokémon from the Death Arena upon various individuals within the Dark Star organization, he cultivated beneficial relationships that would aid his future promotions. Most notably, the position of Shadow Death Arena Overseer afforded him considerable leisure. His responsibilities primarily entailed addressing significant issues, with the minutiae delegated to subordinates. Consequently, he was granted ample time for rigorous training, as strength remained paramount in the Pokémon realm, the foundation of all. After concluding his workout, Keith indulged in a shower within the office's private bathroom. Draped in a towel around his neck and bare-chested, he reclined comfortably in a chair at his desk, perusing the documents before him. Among them was a list of Pokémon that had recently excelled in the Death Arena. He casually leafed through the pages. Oh, a poison type with remarkable talent, Bulbasaur. A psychic vine whip user. How intriguing. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of something particularly captivating, a Mareep. He extracted the document pertaining to the Mareep and delved into its details. A dragon type with awakened powers, an exceptional battle sense, and a flawless record of 16 victories. The combination technique of the static cotton spore was indeed intriguing. Kai was astonished that a Mareep could exhibit such remarkable prowess. Although there had been other Pokémon in previous years that achieved commendable results, this was the first time Kai had witnessed such excellence within the Mareep species. He began to ponder whether to return it to the organization as storage. After all, every Pokémon that had been retrieved from the deathmatch arena in the past had made a notable name for itself within the organization. Either they were captured by elite trainers in the combat department, or they became popular rental Pokémon within the organization. However, Kai held considerable bias against domesticated Pokémon like Mareep. As he contemplated, he ultimately decided to equip Mareep with a formidable opponent for its next battle and to personally observe the encounter. If it performed admirably, he would allow it to become the first Pokémon to return from the Shadow Deathmatch Arena to the organization this month. Kala. A red light burst forth from the spinning Pokeball in midair. Lu Yun landed steadily, already familiar with this process. Filled with aspirations of evolution, He turned his gaze toward his opponent, who had just touched down as well. The stout creature stood upright like a human, its orange and brown fur radiating vitality. Its bright red nose occasionally emitted small sparks, as if the fire energy within was on the verge of overflowing. Two sharp fangs protruded from either side of its mouth, and its piercing eyes shimmered with a faint crimson hue, brimming with fury. Its robust arms were bent at its sides, muscles subtly bulging. Frypig? A look of astonishment flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. In the previous Pokémon games, Frypig was well known as one of the starter Pokémon from the Unova region. The combination of fire and fighting types made it particularly beloved among players. Lu Yun distinctly remembered that Frypig evolved from Tepig at level 16. This meant that the Frypig before him was at least 2 levels higher, boasting significantly enhanced base stats post-evolution. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he questioned why such a Pokémon would appear here. Kai gazed at the Frypig displayed on the screen before him, feeling a twinge of regret. This Frypig had been seized by the organization from a breeding facility not long ago. As a Pokémon primarily controlled by the League in the Unova region, it was highly sought after within the organization. Unfortunately, this Frypig exhibited a notoriously unruly disposition. If it merely resisted the trainer's commands, there would be methods to train it. But it displayed an alarming tendency to act recklessly in battle, engaging in mindless and aggressive attacks. To the trainers within the organization, such behavior was exceedingly perilous. In the arena, a Pokémon with such a temperament was considered a highly unstable factor. Consequently, this Frypig ultimately found itself as a participant in the deathmatch arena. Nevertheless, Keith believed that vanquishing the roast pig would be an effortless task. After all, both the level of nurturing and age placed the roast pig at a distinct advantage. However, Keith would not permit the merino sheep to meet a grim fate at the hands of the roast pig. He had additional strategies in reserve. As long as the merino sheep demonstrated qualities that Keith admired during the battle, he would intervene to rescue it. Chapter 18. Formidable foes in the dimly lit arena of shadowy combat. Two figures stood poised in confrontation. Lu Yun gazed at his formidable opponent in the distance, his expression growing increasingly grave. Strike first. Cotton spores. Soft, pale yellow wool began to gently waft from Lu Yun's form. He was acutely aware of the limitations of his abilities. The combination of cotton spores and static would only yield a sufficiently potent effect if ample wool was spread throughout the arena. Employing this combination as an opening maneuver was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Within a shadowy recess of the combat arena, Keith observed the screen before him, his eyes betraying a flicker of interest. Oh, is this its combination technique? Quite clever indeed. But will it truly be so simple? A hint of a smile played upon Keith's lips. In the arena, copious amounts of wool floated through the air, gradually coalescing around the roast pig. The roast pig, however, appeared indifferent, its eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. The wool drifted about it like the catkins of spring, enveloping the roast pig. Sizzle. The wool landed upon the roast pig's body, a faint current of electricity coursing through it. Success? Lu Yun's heart leapt with joy. Crackle. As the pale yellow wool made contact with the roast pig, it was ignited by the sparks erupting from its surface. The charred wool released wisps of white smoke into the air before disintegrating into ashes that scattered upon the ground. Indeed, it was not so simple. Lu Yun felt a weight settle in his chest. Boom. Fiery flames began to surge from the surface of the roast pig. Its crimson nose expelled a great puff of sparkling breath, madness glinting in its eyes. It had not merely been observing the merino sheep's skill. The searing energy had finally reached its peak within. The roast pig's powerful legs bent slightly, its body leaning forward as it aimed directly at Lu Yun. A sense of imminent danger surged within Lu Yun. This is bad. Boom. Charged flame assault. The fervent flames erupted suddenly. The roast pig surged forward like a high-speed train, its entire form engulfed in searing fire, charging fiercely at Lu Yun. The extreme temperature rapidly evaporated the moisture in the air, creating billowing clouds of white smoke around the roast pig. The sturdy ground of the combat arena could not withstand the onslaught of the violent flames, which seared black scars into its surface. The wool that Lu Yun had strategically laid throughout the arena was now violently thrust upon him by the rampaging roast pig. The obstruction proved utterly ineffective, instead discharging the static electricity that clung to it. A layer of electric current enveloped the flames surrounding the sizzling pig. The crimson flames intertwined with the electricity, and the sizzling pig charged towards Lu Yun with an unstoppable momentum. No, I must evade. Lu Yun's mind raced with thoughts. The technique before him was clearly beyond his current capacity to endure. A mere brush would surely result in fatal consequences. In that fleeting moment, he made a resolute decision. Lu Yun tilted his body, hastily gathering a brilliant white energy at the tips of his horns. Collision. The sheer force of the impact propelled Lu Yun's body to the right. Bang! The sizzling pig, with its searing flames, narrowly brushed past him. The wool on Lu Yun's left rear was instantly scorched, turning pitch black. Huh! In the dim room, Kes exclaimed in surprise. Is he using the acceleration from the collision to dodge the charged flame attack? Clever. His anticipation for Lu Yun's next move heightened. Seeing his opponent evade his charge, the sizzling pig quickly halted its forward momentum, producing a grating sound as it skidded across the dark floor. It turned to face Lu Yun, preparing to unleash another charged flame attack. Zizz. Yellow electric currents surged violently from its body, causing the sizzling pig to feel a tingling sensation. After all, it was not an electric-type Pokémon and could not withstand the electric damage, although it had inadvertently combined Lu Yun's static ability to unleash a powerful combination move. The repercussions were equally pronounced. An opportunity. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled as he observed the sizzling pig entangled in his electricity. Ignoring the lingering pain from his recent burn, he summoned the dragon-type energy within him, a regal, deep blue halo materializing before him. With a flick of his horn, the halo, adorned with a dreamy radiance, glided toward the sizzling pig. In its paralyzed state, the sizzling pig could not evade and quickly conjured roaring flames in a cross shape before it, hoping to block Lu Yun's awakening power. Buzz. The deep blue halo struck with the precision of a blade against the sizzling pig's arms. Sizzle. Like paper tearing. The flames were effortlessly cleaved by the halo, yet, unwilling to yield completely, the flames siphoned off some of the blue energy. The weakened halo remained sharp, leaving 2 deep gashes on the sizzling pig's arms, exposing bone. Hiss. Scalding blood flowed from the wounds, but before it could touch the ground, it was evaporated by the intense heat radiating from the sizzling pig. The excruciating pain seemed to awaken its primal instincts. Its once slightly reddened eyes were now entirely consumed by a vivid scarlet, rendering its pupils indistinguishable. Once a proud creature, the body of the Chow Chow pig now lay prone on the ground, resembling a wild beast. A fierce blaze enveloped its form, a tumultuous surge of fire energy completely shrouding it, radiating intense heat that flickered ominously in the air. The ability, Blazing Fire, was activated. The initial joy that surged through Lu Yun upon realizing his attack had succeeded dissipated in an instant. Faced with the terrifying heat emanating from the creature before him, his heart brimmed with helplessness. How vexing. Do all fire-type Pokémon revel in explosive power? Boom. The Chow Chow pig, resembling a ferocious beast, charged towards Lu Yun. Engulfed in a terrifying inferno, Lu Yun attempted to replicate his previous tactic, gathering the force of impact at the corner and darting sideways. However, he was unprepared for the astonishing speed of the Chow Chow pig in its blazing fire state, which appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Lu Yun's pupils contracted. Bang! The frenzied figure, ablaze with flames, collided violently with Lu Yun. The scalding fire ignited his wool, and the tremendous force sent him hurtling through the air. Excruciating pain radiated from every part of his body. Thud! Lu Yun, his body charred and battered, fell helplessly to the ground. It was over. A hint of regret tinged Kess's voice. He stood up, intending to save this remarkably gifted Mareep. Just as he turned, a surge of powerful electricity suddenly erupted from the severely injured Mareep. Chapter 19. Explosive Power Zing. A torrent of electricity surged through Lu Yun's injured body. Agonizing pain coursed through him. The wool he had once used to store electrical energy had been scorched by the Chow Chow pig's searing flames. Consequently, the abundant current had nowhere to remain and erupted forth. A vast expanse of electricity detonated within a 5-meter radius around Lu Yun, creating a frenzied domain of thunder. The Chow Chow pig, intimidated by the overwhelming current, cautiously refrained from approaching the periphery. As an electric-type Pokémon, Lu Yun felt an unexpected kinship with the surging currents. What now? Think of something. I could die. Struggling to rise, Lu Yun understood that the surrounding electricity would not last indefinitely. He knew the current would soon dissipate, and that would mark his demise. Memories of his painful death in a past life flooded his mind. Lu Yun forced himself to calm down, contemplating a strategy. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and in the midst of this crisis, he seemed to resolve himself to a decision. No matter what, even if I perish, I shall take you with me. The Chow Chow pig, enshrouded in searing red flames, wielded the blazing fire trait, granting it formidable aggression when its health was low. The crimson eyes fixated on the figure at the heart of the thunderstorm, an almost palpable madness threatening to overflow. Suddenly, the once rampant thunder began to recede slowly, gradually contracting. Was it nearing an end? Cao Zhu understood that the Mareep could not sustain such a potent attack for long. Believing this to be its final act of defiance, a chill flickered through its mind as Cao Zhu gathered the searing energy within, the flames surrounding it intensifying as it prepared for the charged flame assault. To Cao Zhu's astonishment, although the frenzied lightning had calmed, the energy it contained had not diminished significantly in its perception. The thunder contracted further, coalescing around the central figure with a crackling sound. The lightning, subjected to immense pressure, condensed, emitting a mournful wail, as if harboring an unfathomable power. Gradually, the abundant currents in the arena converged entirely upon the Mareep at the center. A piercing cacophony resonating through the space, reminiscent of countless chirping birds. The violent current compressed tightly against the Mareep, the once charred wool vanishing, replaced by a liquid-like golden plasma enveloping its body, akin to a suit of armor forged from golden liquid. The formidable electrical energy coursed through Lu Yun, compelling every remaining potential within its cells to erupt. Slowly, Lu Yun opened its eyes, feeling the explosive power surging from all corners of its being. It had succeeded. The imagined technique manifested under Lu Yun's unwavering belief in its final stand, achieving success against all odds. In the dimly lit room, Kai's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Forgetting to sit, standing rigidly as he stared intently at the golden figure on the screen, Cao Zhu, observing the Mareep encased in plasma ahead, felt a cacophony of alarm bells in its mind. Yet, in its fervent fire state, it paid little heed to such warnings. With a frenzied glint in its crimson eyes, the amassed flame energy erupted forth. Boom! Without a blink, Cao Zhu charged directly at its adversary. A faint current crackled through the air. Yet Lu Yun's figure had vanished from sight, leaving Cao Zhu to lunge at the empty space, quickly halting and scanning the surroundings in search of its foe. There, with a jarring crackle of electricity, a figure enveloped in golden plasma materialized abruptly beside the stir-fried pig. The plasma on its horns suddenly expanded, transforming into a torrent of frenzied electricity, akin to a golden lightning bolt, which struck fiercely against the pig's abdomen. The explosive force sent the stir-fried pig soaring, and as it fell through the air, it had yet to comprehend the onslaught when the golden figure reappeared directly above it, awakening its power. The originally deep blue, elegant halo seemed to be influenced by the currents surrounding Lu Yun, acquiring a touch of ferocity, resembling a crescent moon gracefully carving through the air. With a hum, the powerful impact drove the stir-fried pig downwards, resulting in a resounding crash as the robust floor was dented by the immense force. Within the pit, the battered stir-fried pig struggled desperately, yet the potent currents remained ensnared around it. Lu Yun lightly descended to the ground, the formidable electricity that enveloped him sweeping away the surrounding dust. His gaze fell upon the stir-fried pig below, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Just one final blow, he silently vowed. The tremendous current brewed before him, crackling as the compressed plasma morphed back into a wild torrent of electricity, radiating like a sun forged from pure energy. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his electrical power, Lu Yun resolutely directed that solar manifestation towards the stir-fried pig. The strike. It was as if the venue had been muted. A flash of lightning illuminated the interior. The electric strike, imbued with all of Lu Yun's might, descended like a celestial thunderbolt. Boom. Destruction, culmination. Time passed unmeasured, and Lu Yun's consciousness gradually stirred to life. He felt the sensation of a viscous, warm liquid surrounding his body. As he slowly opened his eyes, he discovered himself within a transparent container filled with green liquid. His previously scarred body restored to its former state, perhaps even stronger. Around him, individuals clad in pristine white coats, their faces masked, busily attended to their tasks. Director. Subject number 3962 has regained consciousness. Inform Kess. After all, he was the one who brought him here. Yes. Before Lu Yun could fully grasp the situation, he felt a pull emanating from the base of the container beneath his feet. The liquid enveloping his body was steadily being absorbed, gradually diminishing. With a crack, the container released a plume of white smoke, and the transparent walls slowly parted. Kess stood before the nutrient apparatus, gazing at the bewildered merino sheep in front of him, a smirk tugging at his lips as he recalled its astonishing performance not long ago, marveling at its innate talent. Since the battle footage was deliberately leaked by Kess, this merino sheep has stirred quite a commotion within the organization, prompting inquiries from several high-ranking individuals regarding the specifics of the situation. Chapter 20. Evolution. At this moment, Lu Yun was reflecting on and summarizing his previous battle. Logically, it was improbable for Lu Yun to defeat such a formidable opponent as the Frying Pig, which far surpassed him in both cultivation level and rank. However, perhaps due to his protagonist's aura, he inadvertently triggered a state akin to a surge, which significantly enhanced his strength in a brief span of time. Nonetheless, this circumstance was an anomaly. It was unrealistic to expect that he could unleash all his electric power recklessly in every subsequent battle. Moreover, compressing electrical energy with immense force upon oneself was an exceedingly perilous and challenging endeavor. Even with his experience, Lu Yun could not guarantee success each time, and failure carried the risk of self-detonation before the enemy. Certainly, while Lu Yun could not utilize this form until he had mastered sufficient control over electricity, he still gained valuable insights. For instance, he learned that he could harness the flow of electric current within his body to extract energy from his cells, thereby significantly augmenting his speed and explosive power. At least for the time being, Lu Yun felt that with dedicated practice and training, he could adeptly employ this method of utilizing electricity in combat, swiftly enhancing his capabilities. Lost in thought, Lu Yun suddenly recalled his experience level. After all, he was on the verge of leveling up before his encounter with the Frying Pig, and adversaries like it offered substantial experience. Logically, he should be able to ascend directly to level 15 and evolve, yet he felt no such indication. With a sense of curiosity, Lu Yun accessed the system. Beep. Defeated creature, Frying Pig experience. 125. The message bar displayed the experience gained from the recent battle, and Lu Yun proceeded to open his attributes panel. Species, Merino Sheep level, 14, 198100. Evolution skills, Tackle, Cry, Electromagnetic Wave, Awakening Power, Dragon, Thunder Shock. Cotton Spore evaluation. A merino sheep on the brink of evolution. Lu Yun observed changes in the attributes panel. Notably, the experience gained had not dissipated, but rather accumulated normally on top of his previous total. However, due to system limitations, he had not leveled up directly. Furthermore, an additional button labeled Evolution appeared next to his experience bar. Upon seeing it, Lu Yun's eyes widened, and he struggled to resist the urge to press the button. Reflecting deeply instead, it seemed that the system not only expedited his growth and leveling, but also granted him the power of choice regarding evolution, akin to possessing a stone of unchanging nature that he could don or doff at will. This is crucial for Lu Yun, as this feature allows him to rest assured without fearing the risks of natural evolution. Instead, he can freely accumulate experience in his forthcoming Pokémon journey, laying a solid foundation for his evolution. Reflecting on his current predicament, Lu Yun realizes that he is not within the Pokémon League. Rather, for reasons unknown, he finds himself in an unofficial dark organization. Consequently, enhancing his value has become an urgent necessity. Through his experiences in the battleground over the past several days, he has witnessed the unfortunate fate that befalls a Pokémon deemed of little worth within this organization. Furthermore, he is acutely aware that he must have sustained severe injuries after the battle, yet he feels invigorated, indicating that someone within the organization has taken notice of him and provided assistance, rendering him temporarily safe. The people surrounding him clearly appear to be medical personnel, ensuring that should any complications arise during his evolution, he would receive immediate diagnosis and treatment. With a resolute determination, Lu Yun focuses his gaze on the Evolve button. Kais observes the blank-eyed Mareep before him, his heart racing in apprehension. Could the battle have caused some injury to its brain? It appears so dazed. The medical team assured him that everything was fine. Suddenly, a radiant glow begins to emanate from the Mareep, a soft yellow light flickering within the medical room. Kais's expression sharpens, a sense of shock gradually rising within him. The brilliant light, akin to that of an incandescent bulb, is unleashed by the Mareep. As immense power slowly accumulates, awakening the ancient genes that have lain dormant within its cells since time immemorial. A resonant humming sound reverberates through the room, enveloping the Mareep in a shimmering yellow glow as its form begins to undergo a subtle transformation. Lu Yun feels waves of refreshing sensations coursing through his body, unable to suppress a sound of enjoyment. It is as if an invisible hand manipulates and molds Lu Yun's very being. In less than a minute, as the humming sound in the air begins to diminish, Lu Yun's evolution approaches its conclusion. Ding! A crisp sound resonates, as the radiant glow surrounding Lu Yun suddenly transforms into countless shimmering particles, scattering like a miniature meteor shower. With a crackling surge, a violent current erupts, manifesting as powerful waves of electricity that radiate outward, causing the medical equipment in the room to collectively short-circuit and cease operation in an instant. Within the electric currents, a pink figure gradually reveals itself. Standing on a single white claw-like foot, the originally blue skin had transformed into a vivid pink. The once abundant pale yellow wool had become scarce, revealing a skin as supple as rubber. The wool enveloping the upper part of the body resembled a scarf and hat, yet contained an immense amount of electrical energy, far surpassing what he had possessed prior. A long tail adorned with black stripes culminated in a bright blue crystalline orb, within which faint currents could be discerned. Lu Yun stood tall, exuding an overwhelming power from every part of his being. His short, robust arms swept gently before him, causing the errant currents surrounding him to coalesce like docile serpents, retreating into the fluffy wool around his neck. The rubber-like insulating skin effectively shielded him from the formidable electrical forces, leaving his body entirely unscathed. As Lu Yun opened his eyes, flickers of electricity danced before him as he adeptly accessed the system. Species, Fluffy Sheep Level, 15, 98100, Skills, Tackle, Call, Electromagnetic Wave, Awakening Power, Dragon, Thunder Shock, Cotton Spore. Charging Evaluation. A fluffy sheep with immense potential. While the panel displayed no changes aside from the addition of a skill, only Lu Yun comprehended the magnitude of his enhancements. Setting aside improvements in strength and speed, his ability to control electricity had evolved to an entirely different realm compared to his former self. The powerful currents he had stored within his wool during countless days and nights had transformed post-evolution into wool that was not only more resilient than the average fluffy sheep, but had also significantly amplified its capacity to store electricity. Visions of future possibilities flashed through his mind, and Lu Yun momentarily lost himself in reverie. Chapter 21. Special Training. The medical room swiftly returned to its usual bustling state following a brief commotion. After all, evolution among Pokémon is relatively common in this world, though the timing of this particular Mareep's evolution was somewhat unique. Upon examining Lu Yun's body and finding no significant issues, the medical staff resumed their duties. Keith gazed intently at Lu Yun, contemplating how this Mareep, now a fluffy sheep, could undoubtedly secure greater advantages for him within the organization. Lu Yun did not linger in the medical room for long. Having only just acclimated to his evolved form, he was soon recalled into his Pokeball by Keith. Accepting the situation, Lu Yun acknowledged that, given his current strength, he lacked the authority to dictate his own fate within the organization. However, after demonstrating his potential, he believed he could acquire more resources to further his growth. As Lu Yun gradually drifted into slumber inside the Pokeball, he remained unaware that the storm stirred by his transformation was only beginning to unfold in the outside world. Keith reclined languidly in his office chair. 2 days having passed since Lu Yun's evolution. In the past couple of days, Keith received numerous messages and invitations regarding Lu Yun, even from several high-ranking members within the organization who sent their subordinates to express interest in him. However, Keith was not in a hurry to make a decision. He was waiting and contemplating the choice that would yield the greatest benefit for him at this juncture. For this might be his most significant opportunity for advancement within the organization this year. Firstly, he dismissed the option of presenting Lu Yun to the higher-ups within the organization, as their interest in the fluffy sheep stemmed merely from curiosity. Their own assemblage of sprites had already reached a saturation point, and gifting Lu Yun would merely deepen their impression of him without aligning with the creature's intrinsic value. Secondly, he ruled out members from the combat department who approached him individually. While offering the fluffy sheep in exchange for favors could likely result in it being cultivated as a primary battle sprite, it would only yield a mundane obligation. Moreover, the personnel within the combat department frequently changed, making it easy to encounter unforeseen circumstances which would render any favor meaningless, an unwise trade-off. In the vast emptiness of his office, Keith found himself engulfed in profound contemplation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. A fierce resolve overtook him as he slammed his hands on the table. Let it come with a bang. I am all in. Unable to suppress the ambition swelling within him, Keith made a profoundly uncertain decision. He resolved to send the fluffy sheep to the headquarters storage facility, allowing it to become a rental sprite. Rental sprites represent a uniquely special existence within the Dark Star organization. They need not possess extraordinary strength, yet they often exhibit distinctive abilities. Typically, their capabilities are meticulously cataloged and housed within the storage, from which organization members may rent them according to their needs at a certain cost. The original owners receive a percentage of the profits, creating a long-term yet unstable source of income. The rental process, however, is fraught with risks. There have been numerous instances of sprites being injured or even losing their lives within the organization. Conversely, some exceptionally gifted Pokémon, endowed with remarkable adaptability, have managed to absorb resources and techniques from various trainers during rental periods, thereby steadily enhancing their own prowess, much to the financial benefit of their owners. To Keith, such material gains were secondary. What he valued most was the notion that as the fluffy sheep matured, the status and strength of those who rented it would gradually rise. And each time a rental transaction occurred, they would be reminded that the sprite's original owner was none other than Keith himself. This ephemeral impression was what he truly desired. A sense of familiarity that could very well prove pivotal in his future ascent within the organization, potentially determining whether he could outpace his rivals. The fervor in Keith's eyes intensified, and his anticipation for the fluffy sheep's future grew ever greater. Having made a resolute decision, Keith chose to assist the fluffy sheep in enhancing its abilities, thereby laying a solid foundation for its future endeavors in the realm of rentals. Suddenly, Kalu. The sudden jolt startled Lu Yun awake, and he was promptly released from his Pokeball amidst a flurry of red light. As he gently descended to the ground, the first sight that greeted him was a minimalist space resembling a laboratory, with immaculate white floors and silver walls reflecting the busy figures of staff clad in white lab coats. Precision instruments adorned the surroundings, and data scrolled swiftly across the screens. Incomprehensible to Lu Yun, at the center of the arena stood a man whose appearance starkly contrasted with the environment. His black robe, adorned with soft feathers, was open at the chest, revealing his robust and powerful physique. In each hand, he held a Pokeball, one of which Lu Yun recognized as his own. This man was, without a doubt, Kuss, who regarded Lu Yun with a serious expression and spoke in a deep voice. I am Kuss, your current master, and you will serve as my representative in tasks within the organization. Most of these assignments are quite challenging and pose significant risks for you, having just evolved. You have 1 week to prepare, during which I will conduct intensive training with you. Your performance will not only reflect upon my reputation, but also determine your safety. Lu Yun found himself in a state of confusion. Although the figure before him seemed vaguely familiar, his drowsiness hindered his ability to fully comprehend the information being imparted. However, one aspect he grasped was that he was to undergo rigorous training under this enigmatic figure over the next week. This coincided perfectly with his own aspirations, as his primary objective in this world was to elevate his strength, vanquish formidable opponents, and accumulate points for a rebirth in the next life, enabling him to exchange for superior items and abilities. After delivering his message, Kuss, indifferent to whether Lu Yun understood, raised his right hand and forcefully tossed the Pokeball. With a resounding pop, a surge of electricity erupted, revealing a fearsome figure, towering over Kuss at over 2 meters. The creature boasted a thick coat of yellow fur adorned with black stripes, embodying the quintessential appearance of an electric-type Pokémon. Its dark red pupils flickered with a cold intensity, and its mouth curled into a smile that revealed human-like white teeth, hinting at a faint madness. Two short, rounded antennae protruded from the top of its head, resonating with powerful magnetic forces, while 2 long black tails swayed gently behind it, intermittently discharging blue-white currents of terrifying voltage. Chapter 22. Thunder Punch. Kiss gazed at the electrifying beast in the arena, a sense of awe washing over him. Impressive. As a trainer specializing in fighting-type Pokémon, Kiss was uncertain about the precise training methods for this exceptionally gifted fluffy sheep. Thus, he had rented a high-level electric-type Pokémon from the headquarters storage facility to assist in Lu Yun's specialized training. Although the expenditure of 2,000 points made him feel a twinge of regret, he bore no remorse. After all, investing points in Lu Yun was akin to investing in himself. A powerful magnetic field enveloped the arena, and strange electric currents reverberated through the air. Lu Yun sensed the stored electricity within his wool garment suddenly slipping from his grasp, gradually overflowing beyond his body. He hastily focused his mind to suppress and control it, but as he gazed upon the calm and collected electric beast ahead, a wave of terror surged within him. Could it be that merely the electrical magnetic field innate to my body nearly led to my loss of control? How exaggerated must the scene be when it fully unleashes its magnetic currents? A sense of yearning arose within him. Suddenly, Lu Yun recalled the descriptions of electric beasts from his previous Life S game. A single electric beast could supply an entire city's electrical needs for a year. Initially, he scoffed at such claims, dismissing them as mere exaggeration from the developers, but now, he found himself inclined to believe. Boom, boom. The electric beast advanced toward Lu Yun with heavy steps. The magnetic voltage surrounding the arena seemed to amplify as the distance between them diminished. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Yun's forehead. His heart raced wildly in his chest, and he felt the currents within him grow increasingly tumultuous. Crackle. Sparks erupted from his body intermittently. Is it attempting to intimidate me? Lu Yun pondered, realizing he could no longer afford to be concerned. The currents within him were on the verge of spiraling out of control. Boom, boom, as the distance shrank by another 2 steps. The raging currents overflowed beyond Lu Yun's body. It's becoming unbearable. The currents at his surface surged like a stampede of wild stallions, galloping freely. Just as he felt the electricity about to completely spiral out of control, the formidable magnetic field in the arena abruptly vanished, as if returning to its initial state. The currents receded, yet Lu Yun felt far from well. The sudden shift caught him off guard, akin to a bungee jumper, exhilarated mid-air, suddenly finding himself back in his bed. The transition from extreme motion to utter stillness invoked a wave of nausea, and he involuntarily gagged a few times. The electric beast surveyed Lu Yun, who stood 10 steps away, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that this fluffy creature held some potential. After assessing the strength of its pupil, the electric beast prepared to commence formal electrical training with Lu Yun. Once more, a familiar voltage field enveloped the arena, requiring Lu Yun to divide his focus between the training and suppressing the currents within him, significantly enhancing his mastery over electrical abilities. Next, the electric beast gestured for Lu Yun to observe, raising its right hand toward the sturdy steel plate erected on the white floor by the staff. Lu Yun was taken aback, suddenly sensing a formidable voltage emanating from the electric beast, causing him to shudder. A crackling sound filled the air, and a blinding light illuminated the arena as menacing currents coiled like serpents between the beast's fists. The concentrated electricity emitted a piercing noise, akin to a miniature sun rising in the electric beast's grasp. Observing this extraordinary display, Lu Yun's eyes gradually brightened. He noted how the beast's powerful hind limbs firmly anchored it to the ground, its right hand drawn back in preparation. Beneath its dense yellow fur, robust muscles were faintly visible, and its electrified fist was aimed at a sturdy steel plate. With a thunderous crack, the electric beast unleashed its fist with tremendous force. The ferocious power, accompanied by an endless torrent of electricity, surged through the air. Like a hot knife slicing through butter, the fist, laced with blue and white currents, pierced the steel plate in an instant. In the next moment, the electricity surged explosively, producing a resounding boom that shattered the plate into countless fragments. Debris flew in all directions, scattering across the arena. Witnessing such overwhelming power, Lu Yun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The electric beast flicked its right hand, shaking off the molten remnants of the steel plate, and then turned its gaze towards Lu Yun. Noticing Lu Yun standing there, seemingly dazed, it furrowed its brow. A warning roar echoed, jolting Lu Yun back to reality. The electric beast had been demonstrating a technique to him, and now it was his turn to practice. Motivated by a sense of urgency, Lu Yun approached the newly erected steel plate. He raised his right hand, attempting to gather a substantial amount of electricity, emulating what he had just witnessed. At that moment, Lu Yun realized something was amiss. First, his speed in accumulating the current was far too slow, a critical flaw in a real combat situation. Secondly, despite his efforts, the ball of electricity he formed on his fist exceeded the tolerance of his skin, sending waves of pain coursing through his hand, causing the once concentrated energy to dissipate. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yun decided to press his fist against the steel plate without hesitation. With a resounding thud, the heavy metallic sound echoed. Unlike the electric beast's earlier, unstoppable strike, Lu Yun only managed to leave a faint imprint on the plate, and the electricity failed to unleash its intended effect, meandering aimlessly and causing the plate to glow a faint red. Shaking his head slightly, the electric beast sighed. After all, Lu Yun was merely an evolved, fluffy creature. Executing a technique like Thunder Fist was still somewhat beyond his capabilities. The beast resolved to intensify Lu Yun's training in strength and control during their subsequent sessions. Kes stood with his arms crossed, resembling a steadfast iron pillar. Yet the gleam of joy in his eyes grew ever brighter. Could this fluffy sheep truly mimic the Thunder Punch with merely a glance? Such talent would lead one to suspect, if not for the knowledge that the fluffy sheep and the tutu dog do not belong to the same egg group, that the progenitors of this fluffy sheep were indeed tutu dogs. Indeed, he had not misjudged him. An uncontainable hope for a splendid future surged within Kes, and a faint smile graced his lips as he blissfully envisioned it. Beside him, a laboratory technician clad in a white robe busily collected data, occasionally casting a bewildered glance at the supervisor who had suddenly donned a peculiar smile. Chapter 23. Lanny in the Kanto region, in the city of Hualon. The vast azure sky was graced by the playful glides of several winged gulls, while the bustling dock teemed with people coming and going. A resounding foghorn echoed across the dock as a colossal luxury liner gradually came to a halt. The gangway was slowly lowered, and the passengers on board formed an orderly queue to disembark. A young man, dressed in the standard red and blue attire of an Alliance trainer, leisurely leaned against the deck, raising his left hand to adjust his slightly disheveled cap tossed about by the sea breeze, a hint of a smile playing upon his lips. Lanny was an emerging trainer within the Alliance, currently partaking in the gym challenge of the Kanto region, intent on gathering badges to make a striking impression at the Alliance tournament. Naturally, his confidence was not unfounded. He harbored a concealed identity, a member of the Dark Star Combat Unit, Team 2. However, due to a prolonged espionage assignment within the organization, he had temporarily withdrawn from his original team. Now, Lanny possessed a new, unblemished identity, which he intended to leverage to establish a significant standing within the Alliance, thereby gaining access to confidential information to relay back to the Darkstar headquarters. After all, Darkstar was merely an emerging organization, despite its formidable strength. Its foundation paled in comparison to that of long-established malevolent organizations. Espionage personnel, requiring extensive cultivation and experience, were scarce within Darkstar, with the few existing members hesitant to act recklessly due to the importance of their missions. At this juncture, Darkstar found itself at a precarious crossroads, not only having made numerous enemies globally, but also being eyed warily by the colossal Pokémon Alliance. It was imperative to cultivate a cadre of exceptional spies capable of gathering intelligence for the organization, which would also facilitate its macro development. Lanny was among the select few chosen as a potential spy after extensive evaluation by the organization. As he gazed at the vibrant city beyond the dock, a twinge of anxiety gripped Lanny. His previous standing as a member of the Dark Star Combat Unit had endowed him with considerable strength, yet due to prolonged external combat, the characteristics of the Pokémon he utilized had become exposed to various external organizations. Thus, for the sake of secrecy, he had refrained from bringing along his previously high-level Pokémon, in order to align with the identity of a burgeoning trainer within the Lanny Alliance. An esteemed fire-type starter known as Cyndaquil was allocated to him prior to his mission. The potential of such starters is undeniably formidable, and with Lanny's prior experience as a trainer, he has nurtured it with remarkable finesse. It has since evolved into Kalava. Along his journey of challenging gym leaders, Lanny has also captured several Pokémon that he perceives to possess commendable potential, cultivating them with considerable success. However, given the brevity of his expedition thus far, Lanny's team still lacks a comprehensive balance in type advantages. The primary water-type presence at the Hualan Gym is precisely where his team falls short. As Lanny aspires to attain a certain standing within the Alliance, amassing numerous badges through gym battles is imperative, serving as a testament to his potential. Consequently, bypassing the Hualan Gym is not an option Lanny is willing to entertain. Moreover, he is not particularly anxious about this challenge, as gyms serve as evaluative platforms for newcomers to the Alliance, wherein the Pokémon therein are not of excessively high levels. Given his extensive combat experience, Lanny is confident in his ability to act as a master of type disadvantage. However, his ambition led him to venture into the Hualan Cave, where his team of Pokémon sustained significant injuries or exhaustion. With the Alliance Conference looming near, allowing his Pokémon to fully recuperate would consume considerable time, rendering Lanny's subsequent plans rather hasty. As he pondered these thoughts, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Casting a glance around, he noted the absence of attention upon him. Thus, he retrieved a compact smart device from his pocket, deftly tapping the screen to access a seemingly ordinary communication application. Inputting his credentials with practiced ease and navigating through cumbersome security protocols, he unveiled a concealed portal to the exclusive platform of the Dark Star organization. Upon selecting the Pokémon rental section, a plethora of information unfolded before him. Bankura, ability, Sandstream strength rating, champion mainstay available skills, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Rock Slide, Earthquake, Giga Impact evaluation, specializes in physical offense, excelling in positional warfare required points. Locked. For inquiries, please contact 36952. Slashing Commander, ability, Inner Focus strength rating, Elite Ace available skills, Metal Burst, Pursuit, Metal Sound, Night Slash, Swords Dance evaluation, high maneuverability with potent single target attacks, excelling in stealth and assassination scenarios, showcasing exceptional dark-type aptitude required points. 28, 500 days, tradable for items, Pokémon. Contact 69531. Lanny's gaze briefly lingered on the exaggerated point requirements for the top-tier Pokémon, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had devoted many years to a lucrative position within the combat department, yet in the face of the overwhelming demand for points, the balance in his account was merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, at this juncture, as a burgeoning trainer within the Alliance, the formidable Pokémon available were hardly befitting of his status. He raised his hand to input several keywords into the search bar. Electric type, power restriction, novice ace battle. The electric type was naturally chosen to counter the water attributes of the Hualan Gym. Regarding strength, his ace Pokémon, the Fire Rock Mouse, was classified at the professional main battle level. Thus, he was reluctant to select a creature of excessive power, lest he attract the Alliance's suspicion. In the Pokémon world where Lanny resided, there was no detailed classification of Pokémon levels. They were broadly categorized according to the trainer's prowess into novice, professional, elite, monarch, and champion, further divided into rotation, main battle, and ace, culminating in a total of 15 ranks. Due to the somewhat rudimentary nature of this classification, even among Pokémon of the same level, the disparities in strength were quite pronounced. With a swift motion, the list refreshed, revealing Pokémon that were considerably more suitable than before. Cat, ability, intimidate strength rating, professional main battle available moves, tackle, leer, thundershock, charge beam evaluation, exceptional electric type talent, quick speed required points, 70 weeks, fuzzy sheep, ability, static strength rating, professional rotation available moves, tackle, growl, hidden power, dragon, evaluation, strong combat talent, high adaptability and learning capacity required points, 45 weeks, tri-unit magnet, ability, magnet pull strength rating, professional rotation available moves, tri-attack, thunder wave, electromagnetic wave evaluation, extremely high special attack talent, designated as a long-range artillery required points, 45 weeks. Lanny contemplated his options. Chapter 24, Gym Battle. Lanny sifted through the Pokémon listed. Initially, he eliminated several rare and precious Pokémon, as renting such creatures within the organization posed significant risks for him at this stage. Should he opt for a rare species, it would be challenging to justify should the Alliance conduct an investigation later. Subsequently, he filtered out Pokémon with outstanding electric-type abilities, recognizing that this was not a perilous life-and-death battle, allowing for less consideration of risks. This was merely a preliminary gym battle, and with his extensive experience, he believed that as long as he performed well in terms of type advantages, he could easily prevail. After thorough deliberation, Lanny ultimately narrowed his choices down to two Pokémon, Cat and Fuzzy Sheep. Both possessed exceptional electric-type talents. The former boasted a higher level and superior mobility, while the latter, according to its evaluation, excelled in combat instincts and adaptability in critical moments. Certainly, the optimal choice would be to acquire everything. With the accumulated points in his account, Ronnie could easily afford it. However, this would significantly heighten the risk of identity exposure. If a choice must be made, Ronnie's expression gradually firmed as he decisively pressed the rent button on his phone. At the heart of Hualan City, a magnificent and expansive venue stood proudly. Its exterior, constructed of sleek white reinforced concrete, exuded a sense of simplicity and grandeur. The roof, adorned with two colossal glass pyramids, reflected the intense summer sunlight, casting dazzling glimmers. Surrounding the venue was a crystal-clear river, reminiscent of a moat, with lush greenery flourishing along its banks. Within the dojo, a vast battleground awaited. A grand circular pool dominated the center, interspersed with scattered patches of solid brown rock. The rules of the battle were set for a 3-on, 3-wheel battle, with no items permitted. A melodious voice, as clear as a lark, echoed across the expansive arena. A vibrant figure stood to one side, her bright, gentle eyes shimmering like water, long lashes fluttering softly. Her flawless, fair skin bore a delicate blush, seemingly capable of yielding dew, while her orange hair was whimsically tied in a side ponytail. With a playful smirk, she resembled a lively sprite. This was none other than the master of the Hualan Dojo, Xiaoxia. At that moment, she stood with her hands on her slender waist, her long legs striding confidently toward Ronnie on the opposite side, energetically explaining the rules. Ronnie nodded from a distance, indicating his understanding. "All right, I shall take the first move." A spirited voice rang out as Xiaoxia retrieved a distinctive blue-black Pokeball from the waist pouch of her denim shorts and tossed it vigorously into the air above the arena. Corella. A plump, white figure splashed into the pool, swimming gracefully. "Is that a goldfish Pokemon?" Ronnie muttered to himself. He had already formulated a rough strategy for the dojo battle, deciding to send out the fluffy sheep he had rented from the organization first, aiming to eliminate one, or perhaps even two, of his opponent's Pokemon through type advantage. Following that, he planned to deploy his strongest team member, the Fire Rock Mouse, to engage in a reverse-type battle through level superiority. The final Pokemon would be determined based on the circumstances. With a surge of fighting spirit, Ronnie hurled the Pokeball containing the fluffy sheep with vigor. Plop! Lu Yun felt a faint dizziness wash over him as his body landed on the rocky surface of the pool arena. Glancing around at his surroundings, he noticed the goldfish Pokemon glaring at him from the water not far away. Gradually, he grasped the situation. He had been rented out for battle. However, shouldn't he have been released beforehand to develop a rapport with his trainer and familiarize himself with the circumstances? Were the people from Dark Star so direct? He couldn't help but smirk and silently scoff at the thought. Despite the banter, Lu Yun regarded the impending battle with utmost seriousness, for it marked his inaugural mission. He was determined to perform commendably, striving to secure greater resources within the organization. At this moment, Xiao Xia, observing Lu Yun from the sidelines, felt a spark of excitement. The pink-skinned creature shimmered with a lustrous sheen, its wool revealing flickers of yellow electricity, while the orb at its tail radiated a brilliant glow. This fluffy sheep has been well trained, she thought, her interest in the battle peaked. Jiao Jinyu used water gun, rang out a crisp command. As Xiao Xia resolved to initiate the attack, a dense, humid energy coalesced in the mouth of Jiao Jinyu, slowly forming a compact sphere of water. With a powerful surge, the torrent shot directly towards Lu Yun. Quick dodge, urged Lonnie from the side, as Lu Yun faced the oncoming deluge. A sudden clarity washed over him. It doesn't seem that strong, he mused. Lonnie, glancing at the seemingly dazed fluffy sheep standing still in the arena, felt a pang of anxiety. Surely this fluffy sheep isn't a fool. All Pokemon in the headquarters storage should have undergone rigorous examination. This was becoming worrisome. At that moment, the scene shifted dramatically. Zzz. A powerful current of yellow electricity erupted from the sheep, its dazzling brilliance illuminating the entire venue. Electric shock. In an instant, the ferocious currents enveloping Lu Yun transformed into a formidable bolt of lightning, striking down upon the approaching water gun. Boom! A resounding crash accompanied by a dazzling flash followed. As the terrifying thunderclap shattered the incoming torrent into a cascade of droplets, the mighty lightning clashed with the water gun, causing the violent current to reach Jiao Jinyu first, rendering its body gradually paralyzed. Subsequently, the aggressive electric energy wreaked havoc within the fish, accompanied by intense heat. As the tumult subsided, the arena returned to tranquility. Lu Yun took a moment to catch his breath, gazing at the charred Jiao Jinyu floating on the water's surface, feeling satisfaction at the substantial boost in his electric power due to special training. Jiao Jinyu has lost its fighting capability. The fluffy sheep wins, announced the judge. Lonnie clicked her tongue in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Such a powerful current could manifest from a professional-level fluffy sheep? Truly, it is worthy of being a rented Pokemon from within the organization. Xiao Xia's expression grew increasingly grave as she retrieved the Jiao Jinyu, which was now rolling its eyes. The opposing fluffy sheep was indeed formidable. Just one strike, merely that one electric shock, and my Jiao Jinyu. Slowly, he grasped a Pokeball in his hand, contemplating the strategy for the forthcoming battle. Chapter 25, Tidal Whirl. Beep. The system's notification echoed in his ears. However, at that moment, Lu Yun had no time to heed it, for his next opponent had already taken the stage. A robust shell of deep purple glimmered with a faint sheen of water, two sharp spines thrusting downward, firmly embedded in the ground. A dark body was ensconced within. Securely protected, a delicate, pink tongue extended from the shell, sensing the water elements in the air. Gazing at the seemingly impenetrable shell of the shelter before him, Lu Yun felt a twinge of difficulty. Flaffy, unleash another thunder shock, came Lanny's command from behind. This aligned perfectly with Lu Yun's thoughts. Although he was aware that his electric-type energy had significantly amplified after intensive training, he remained uncertain of its precise limits. Lu Yun yearned for a lucid understanding of his own capabilities, so that in future battles, he could discern which foes he might vanquish and which opponents required a strategic retreat. The previous koi fish had been relatively weak, even inferior to his pre-training self. Thus it did not warrant Lu Yun exerting his full strength. Zzz. A terrifying surge of electricity coalesced once more, the exaggerated thunder reverberating throughout the arena. Xiaoxia's pupils dilated. She had never witnessed such a formidable electric-type Flaffy in her life. A sense of gravity gripped her heart as she swiftly commanded Shelder, first retreat into your shell. Then utilize your ice-type energy to freeze the moisture on your surface. The move Withdraw was a defensive technique exclusive to Pokemon with hard shells like Shelder and Squirtle, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Bang! A resounding clash erupted as Shelder's two hard shells tightly sealed together, emanating a faint purple glow. Crackle! A dry sound resonated as the frigid ice-type energy released by Shellder instantaneously froze the droplets of water covering its shell, augmenting its already formidable protection with an additional layer of frost. Boom! The ferocious thunder descended with an unstoppable force, striking down upon Shellder with great intensity. As the frost enveloping Shellder partially dissipated the onslaught, it was swiftly overwhelmed, the fierce lightning coiling around Shellder's shell like a snake, searching for vulnerabilities to exploit. Yet, as a Pokémon trained by a gym leader, Shellder, though primarily utilized to assess novice trainers, possessed an exceptionally high level of training, rendering the likelihood of being exploited in battle nearly non-existent. Zzz. Emitting a reluctant cry, the electricity swirled around the purple shell for a prolonged moment before gradually fading with a faint crackle. After enduring the fierce electrical barrage, the originally vibrant purple shell of Shellder bore slight scorch marks, yet it remained largely unscathed. Xiaoxia felt a sense of relief wash over her. Truth be told, she had been quite anxious before witnessing the results. After all, Lanny was an experienced elite trainer, and upon realizing that Lu Yun's thunderbolt had no effect on the Shellmet, she swiftly altered her strategy. Fluffle, move in close to Shellmet and unleash Thunder Punch. Lu Yun complied, charging toward the Shellmet. However, it was a futile endeavor, for Shellmet countered with Whirlpool. With a tremendous roar, a massive vortex of water erupted from Shellmet's mouth. The surging currents spiraled like a tornado, intent on obliterating everything in their path. Even Lanny, standing at the far side of the arena, felt the droplets splatter upon her. At this moment, Lu Yun was less than 5 meters away from Shellmet. The proximity rendered him unable to react in time, and he was inevitably drawn into the whirlpool's embrace. Lu Yun felt as though he were caught in a washing machine, his body mercilessly tossed about by the powerful currents. The dizzying sensation compounded by the immense pressure of the water, leaving him gasping for breath. Oh no, I was too reckless. I should have played it safer. Lanny, witnessing the unfolding chaos, was filled with regret, realizing she had underestimated the gym leader and had not exercised enough caution. Seeing Lu Yun ensnared, Xiaoxia could not help but feel a surge of joy. Observing Lu Yun's helplessness within the swirling waters, she resolved to decisively eliminate this formidable opponent. Shellmet, intensify your power and direct the whirlpool upward. The crisp command echoed across the vast arena. Lanny's pupils dilated in alarm as she cast a glance of regret toward Lu Yun, trapped in the torrent. With a powerful burst, even stronger currents gushed from Shellmet's mouth, its exquisite control gradually condensing the once mighty water spout, allowing the whirlpool to become more focused, conserving energy as it ascended. The whirlpool surged violently toward the sky, transforming the arena into a spectacle reminiscent of a towering water pillar. Just as the water column neared the opulent glass ceiling of the arena, Xiaoxia abruptly commanded Shellmet to cease its attack. The once rampant whirlpool dissipated instantaneously, showering the arena with a deluge of water, as if a torrential rain had begun to fall. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, having been lifted to a great height by the tornado, began to plummet under the influence of gravity. A faint smile crept across Xiaoxia's lips. Falling from such a height, while Fluffle would not face mortal peril, it would certainly be unable to make a significant comeback in this battle. Lanny, observing the peril faced by Fluffle due to her misjudgment, was engulfed by profound remorse. The pale yellow wool of the creature swayed violently in the air as Lu Yun fought against the wave of dizziness and nausea that surged within him. He discerned the perilous situation he found himself in, yet he remained composed, even closing his eyes with an air of tranquility. Has he resigned himself to fate? Xiaoxia observed Lu Yun, who made no effort to struggle against the descent, and a sense of lament stirred within her. Alas, had it not been for the trainer's erroneous judgment, this fluffy creature might still possess the strength to fight back. Suddenly, the blue crystalline orb at the tip of Lu Yun's tail emitted a blinding flash of blue light. A powerful electromagnetic force enveloped the arena in an instant. Time seemed to freeze as faint currents of electricity flickered around Lu Yun's body. His accelerating descent bizarrely slowed, eventually halting mid-air as if he were soaring. How could this be possible? Xiaoxia could not help but take 2 swift steps forward, her heart racing with astonishment. Chapter 26. Meteor. The potent electromagnetic field filled the Hualan gym, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Lu Yun floated serenely in the air, his eyes opening to reveal a flicker of yellow lightning. During his week of intensive training with the electric shock beast, he not only significantly enhanced his physical strength and electric storage capacity, but also mastered 2 new skills. One was Thunder Punch, while the other was the skill he was currently employing, electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation generates a magnetic field through electricity, allowing the user to defy gravity and enter a state of levitation. Perhaps due to the advantages of his reincarnation, this reborn creature displayed remarkable talent in energy control, mastering electromagnetic levitation in merely 2 days, which even impressed the usually stern electric shock beast. With the wealth of knowledge from the information explosion era of his previous life, Lu Yun possessed a plethora of creative ideas for skill development, distinct from the norms of this era. His interest in the combination skill of cotton spore and static was profound, previously hindered by his low level and a lack of skills. He found himself unable to put his ideas into practice. However, with new capabilities at his disposal, he could not resist experimenting during training. While some attempts proved less successful, others yielded unexpectedly fascinating combinations that sparked intriguing chemical reactions. For instance, as Lu Yun hovered in midair, the magnetic field around him began to vibrate gently. Tiny, visible yellow lights emerged in the air, twinkling like stars, gradually converging towards him. The radiance from the crystalline orb on his tail intensified, as Lu Yun collected and stored vast amounts of electric energy from the atmosphere, activating the skill charging. Feeling the overwhelming surge of electricity within him, Lu Yun meticulously guided the energy to converge towards his right arm. Accompanied by the piercing sound of crackling currents, the tumultuous electricity spiraled around his arm, radiating a blinding light that shimmered above the arena like a small yellow sun. Thunder Fist was poised for action. With fierce determination, Lu Yun's gaze was fixated on the large tongue shell below, which was gasping for breath after recently expelling a significant amount of water energy. His fighting spirit surged. With his right hand arched backward, he summoned tendrils of electricity in the air, amassing formidable power. Boom! With a resounding sound that shattered the air, Lu Yun unleashed his fist towards the large tongue shell. The immense electrical energy propelled him forward, as a pale yellow shockwave erupted in the atmosphere, and the powerful current navigated the electromagnetic field with ease, catapulting Lu Yun at breakneck speed. The air around his body crackled with yellow electricity, trailing brilliant streamers behind him, resembling a meteor composed of electricity plummeting towards the ground. The triad of techniques, charging, thunder fist, and electromagnetic levitation, came together in a spectacular display. This formidable combination was one of Lu Yun's most satisfactory creations, developed during intensive training. By utilizing charging, he significantly enhanced the electric energy stored within him, while electromagnetic levitation arranged the magnetic field in the air to amplify speed and impact. Ultimately, he condensed the vast electrical current within him into a single strike, the immensely powerful Thunder Fist. This combination, where 111 surpasses 3, marked a pinnacle of his current prowess. Beside the arena, Lanny's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes fixated on the rapidly descending meteor in the sky, her astonishment palpable. Is this truly the level of moves that a typical professional tier Pokémon can unleash? The scene before her shattered Lanny's expectations. Were the Pokémon in the organization truly this formidable? The realization that such a technique emanated from a mere fluffy sheep sent shivers down her spine at the thought of its evolution into an electric dragon. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia's once rosy and adorable face now appeared somewhat pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Is this the standard for new trainers nowadays? Such a combination of skills could surely be utilized in the elite tournament, right? Though she knew well that the overwhelming force descending from the sky was unstoppable, Xiaoxia urged the large tongue shell to use withdraw. Boom! The yellow meteor finally collided with the ground, unleashing an explosive wave of electrical currents in all directions. In the center, the long-anticipated electrical energy accumulated in Lu Yun's fist was finally released. The terrifying power roared forth like a beast unleashed, tearing apart everything in its path. The force, accelerated by the magnetic field, shattered the very rock upon which the large tongue shell stood, while the rampaging electricity emitted a dazzling brilliance, intertwining with the scattered debris in the air, nearly obliterating it. Lu Yun's fist, infused with terrifying electrical energy and strength, struck forcefully against the hard shell of the large tongue shell, producing a faint sound of cracking. Lu Yun understood that if he exerted just a bit more force, his electrical current could directly penetrate the shell of the shelter, obliterating the soft body it protected. However, he refrained from doing so. At that moment, he recognized the female trainer not far away, Misty, a member of the protagonist group from his previous life's animated series. Coupled with the familiarity of the arena, Lu Yun could confidently deduce that he was currently assisting a member of the organization in a gym battle. Setting aside the question of how members of the Dark Star organization could openly challenge gyms, if he were to eliminate Misty's Pokémon, it would likely embroil the organization in trouble and thrust Liyun into a perilous situation, which contradicted his plans for steady development. Withdrawing the augmented power from his fists, Liyun, enveloped in violent currents, gradually floated back into the air before locating a patch of land to descend upon. After all, he was still merely a fluffy Mareep, with many deficiencies in various aspects. Maintaining a state of electromagnetic levitation for an extended period was impractical. The battle is over. Mareep wins. The referee's voice echoed through the expansive arena. Misty recalled her shelter, relieved to find that its injuries were not life-threatening. Liyun panted, clearly burdened by the recent display of skills, yet he harbored no regrets, as this performance showcased his potential and value, securing him greater resources within the organization. He gestured for Lanny to retreat and then returned to his Pokeball. After 2 battles, his energy was significantly drained, and he realized that engaging in another fight could result in his defeat or even serious injury. Thus, he decided to seize this opportunity to withdraw. Lanny, satisfied, stored away Mareep's Pokeball, having surpassed his expectations with the 1-on-2 outcome, and was astonished by Mareep's performance. Curiosity piqued. He speculated which prominent figure in the organization had nurtured such a powerful Mareep. He withdrew the Fire Rock Mouse's Pokeball, contemplating that if he couldn't secure a victory even against Liyun, it might be better to withdraw from the organization altogether. Chapter 27. Gem of Electricity inside the Pokeball. Liyun calmed himself and reflected on the recent battle, gaining insight into his current strength. Firstly, due to his prior use of the individual value enhancer, Small, acquired from the shop, along with the rigorous training during his time as a Mareep, his foundational skills had become exceedingly solid. Furthermore, combined with the awakening power, Dragon, he had learned in various combination techniques. He believed his strength ranked at the pinnacle among Pokémon of the same level. Notably, he felt this category of Pokémon could even encompass those quasi-legendary dragon-type beings, as he held confidence in his abilities. However, in comparison to those inherently powerful legendary Pokémon and mythical creatures, he acknowledged he still had a considerable distance to cover. Liyun accessed the system, glancing at the information that had emerged during the recent battle. Defeated Pokémon, Koi Fish, experience 28. Defeated Pokémon, Shelter, experience 46. Currently, Liyun's attributes have transformed to Species, Fleece Sheep, Level, 20, 32,100. Skills, Tackle, Growl, Thunder Wave, Hidden Power, Dragon, Thunder Shock, Cotton Spore, Charge, Thunder Punch, Levitate, and Ram. Evaluation, a fleece sheep with immense potential. Oh, has it leveled up again? After a week of intense training, Liyun has elevated his level to 19. With the experience gained from 2 battles, he has now ascended to level 20 and learned a new skill, Ram. Ram, you say? A flurry of imaginative thoughts surged in Liyun's mind. It appears that the potential applications of this skill are quite abundant. With a yawn, Liyun, confined within the Pokeball, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, the fatigue from the 2 battles overwhelming him. Oh well, I shall ponder it gradually in the future. Liyun gradually succumbed to slumber. Outside the Pokeball, Lanny, a professional trainer, despite lacking a type advantage, found victory in this novice-oriented gym battle to be a mere formality. Receiving the shimmering metallic water-type gym badge from the inquisitive Xiaoxia, Lanny did not linger, making his way directly back to the hotel he had booked. Retrieving the Pokeball containing the fleece sheep, Lanny's expression was complex. His initial intention in renting a Pokémon was merely to select one with a type advantage to fulfill a requirement, yet unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a true gem. This revelation led him to reflect on his carefully nurtured ace Pokémon back at headquarters, which, at the same age, did not seem to measure up. A fire of determination ignited within his eyes, and his resolve regarding his work solidified. Engaged in espionage for the organization within the Alliance, he not only enjoyed the benefits provided by the organization, but also had access to valuable resources within the Alliance. He believed that in due time, he too could cultivate a Pokémon with potential akin to that of this fleece sheep. Nurturing such a highly qualified Pokémon must surely be the shared dream of all trainers in this world. With reluctance, Lanny transmitted the Pokeball containing the fleece sheep back to the organization, assigning it a rating of S level. The S level represents the highest tier in the rental service evaluation, and Lanny deemed the fleece sheep's performance entirely deserving of this rating, which would yield substantial resource rewards upon its return to headquarters. Although he suspected that such a high-potential fleece sheep must have been nurtured with rare resources from a young age and would likely regard the resources obtained from missions with disdain, This did not deter him from assigning a high score. In the shadow battle arena, within a spacious office, Keith reclined in a comfortable chair. As the sound of notifications chimed from his phone, Keith clicked to view and a faint smile graced his lips. Has the first rental mission concluded so swiftly? How delightful. Truly, this is the sprite I, Keith, have chosen. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the office. Lu Yun stirred from his slumber, stretching languidly. Feeling invigorated, he realized that the minor wounds sustained during battle had completely healed. It dawned on him that he had returned to headquarters. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation coursed through Lu Yun's body like an electric current, as if drawn by some unseen force. He raised an eyebrow and gazed in the direction of the pulsating energy. In the corner of the Pokeball, a yellow diamond lay quietly. Its resplendent brilliance illuminated Lu Yun's vision, the high-quality electric energy contained within it nearly overflowing, the smooth surface glimmering with a faint reflection of his figure. A flicker of understanding crossed Lu Yun's mind. This must be the reward for his mission from the organization. To be candid, aside from gaining experience from 2 battles, he had not received any substantial rewards, a situation that did not align with Keith's assessment of the rental system. Moreover, Lu Yun believed he had performed exceptionally well in his task, and thus felt deserving of some recompense. He cradled the gem in his arms, a refreshing sensation radiating from his chest. A wave of comfort enveloped him. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the gem, and Lu Yun felt as if he were holding a delectable cake. Unable to resist any longer, he cautiously directed the electric currents within him towards the gem. Upon contact, it ignited like a powder keg, releasing a torrent of pure electric energy. Lu Yun shivered with delight. Curling his body as if a newborn suckling at its mother's breast, tightly embracing the gem and reveling in the energy it harbored. Within the dark, tranquil confines of the Pokeball, the crystalline orb at Lu Yun's tail seemed to breathe, its blue light flickering rhythmically, the hum of surging electricity softly resonating in the silence. In the elegantly simple office, a middle-aged man in a formal suit organized documents, while a woman dressed in secretary attire stood silently by his side. Noticing the slightly elevated temperature in the room, the man adjusted his tie and inquired, "Ah, it is July already, Aya. How is the preparation for this year's battle tower coming along?" "Minister, we are nearly ready. However, we encountered some issues with last year's low-level guarding sprites, so we will need to recruit anew this year." "That's fine, as long as the higher tiers remain unproblematic. We can simply borrow a few Pokémon from the storage at headquarters to fill in the lower tiers." "Understood, Minister." Chapter 28. Tenderness Within the Dark. Ethereal confines of the Pokeball, Lu Yun lay in serene slumber, his long, dark pink tail unfurling beneath him in a gentle, unconscious sway, while an invisible magnetic force rippled softly around him. A delicate veil of electric current enveloped his form, akin to a silken garment. As faint sparks danced in rhythm with the heavy beat of his heart, creating subtle undulations in the atmosphere, the once resplendent electric gem nestled in his embrace had dulled, transformed into a lifeless, gray stone. Suddenly, the Pokeball space jolted violently. Lu Yun stirred, blinking sleepily as he stretched, the electric current surrounding him crackling like popcorn, producing a series of crisp pops. With a slight flick of his tail, the gentle current coiled back into his body like playful serpents. Emitting a soft, contented sigh, Lu Yun sensed a newfound strength within him. Not only had the total reservoir of electric energy within him increased, but his ability to manipulate electricity seemed to have subtly enhanced as well. Had he perhaps become stronger too rapidly? He chided himself inwardly for such a thought, and shook his head, dismissing it. What a jest! He was eager to level up and grow stronger, longing to accumulate points. How could he entertain the notion of becoming too powerful too quickly? With a sudden flash, a beam of red light erupted from the top of the Pokeball, expanding rapidly to envelop his form. A crisp sound echoed, and Lu Yun was transported outside the Pokeball amidst a cascade of vivid crimson light. He raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings, and indeed it was the classic, minimalist decor of the Dark Star style. The spacious chamber remained unchanged, its floor and walls adorned with dark, specially crafted tiles that exuded a chilling touch against his feet. Glancing down, he noted the absence of any peculiar reflections. Behind him stood a simple healing machine reminiscent of those found in Pokémon centers, albeit far smaller in stature. This device featured a singular slot for placing Pokeballs, and at its core was emblazoned with an unusual design. A strange black orb was encircled by a swirling nebula of misty purple stars, with faint, ethereal starlight filtering through. Lu Yun found himself transfixed, descending into its depths until a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to shiver and avert his gaze. Reminding himself not to scrutinize further, Lu Yun experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. The enigmatic emblem on the machine must surely be the insignia of Dark Star. He pondered the nature of the pigments used by this malevolent organization, which seemed to possess an enchanting, almost hypnotic effect, deepening his unease and reinforcing his wariness of Dark Star's complexities. Returning to reality, although the events that had just transpired felt prolonged in his mind, they had, in truth, lasted but mere seconds. A cough echoed before him, drawing Lu Yun's attention forward. Before him stood a slender young woman, her arms crossed over her chest. Gazing intently at Lu Yun, her long, disheveled black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face adorned with strikingly defined features. The heavy black smoky eye makeup concealed deep-set dark circles under her eyes, and her frail physique seemed as though it might succumb to gravity at any moment. She was clad in a thin, pure black hoodie, and the fitted black pants she wore appeared more like loose-fitting joggers on her slight frame. The impression she left on Lu Yun was far from favorable. A soft cough escaped her lips as she raised a hand to dab at the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, her voice fragile yet resonant. "Welcome to the Dark Star Combat Tower. You are the guardian spirit of this level. It's quite bothersome, but your role is simply to observe the battles. After each encounter, I will return you to your Pokeball, utilizing the healing machine behind you to restore your health, so there is no need to worry about injuries. Just give it your all." She paused, then continued, "Even if you lose, there is no cause for concern, as most participants will still strive to ascend the tower. Given your documented strength, you likely won't hinder many of the challengers." With that, the frail woman paid no heed to whether Lu Yun comprehended her words and made her way to a chair positioned in the corner of the arena. Suddenly, she halted, turning back to face Lu Yun. "Having been in that Pokeball for so long, you must be hungry. Let me see," she murmured, rummaging through her waist pouch. Curiosity flickered within Lu Yun. This woman's train of thought seemed rather peculiar. Yet, he indeed felt a pang of hunger. Although he had absorbed electric-type energy from the gem while confined, such energy was insufficient to satiate his appetite. Normal sustenance was still vital for him at this moment. "Oh, here it is." She triumphantly produced a small metallic vial that gleamed with a silvery sheen. Shaking it gently, the crisp sound of metal clinking resonating in the air. "This is an electric-type energy cube I acquired during my last mission. Unfortunately, I do not possess an electric-type Pokémon, so I suppose you can benefit from it this time." With that, she uncapped the vial and tilted it slightly, allowing her fair, delicate hand to catch the contents. As the metallic clinks echoed, two small cubes, shimmering with a peculiar brilliance akin to yellow crystals, tumbled onto her slender palm. "Such quality energy cubes are a rarity," she remarked. "Come, eat quickly." Bending slightly, she extended her pale hand, offering the energy cubes to Lu Yun, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of muted anticipation. Lowering his guard, Lu Yun approached slowly, understanding that if the woman before him intended to do him harm, she would not need such a method. Moreover, rejecting her offer in this context could lead to unfavorable circumstances. Having been reborn as a Pokémon, he not only retained the memories of his previous life as a human, but also acquired the unique ability inherent to Pokémon to discern the hearts of humans. Similar to the previous Kai, he could sense the fervor and ambition within him, and although he had not spent much time with Xiaoxia, he could also perceive her vibrant and sunlit vitality. Before him stood a frail woman, predominantly shrouded in darkness and gloom. Yet at the moment she cast her gaze upon him, Lu Yun felt an inadvertent revelation of her profound love for Pokémon. Thus, Lu Yun was convinced that she bore him no ill will. He could not help but reflect on the complexity of humanity, even within an organization like Dark Star. Such individuals existed. Lowering his head, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted from the woman's hand as Lu Yun licked the energy cube that he had taken. It was reminiscent of the popping candy he had tasted in his childhood, the electrifying energy surging wildly within his mouth as its tangy, tingling flavor spread across his taste buds, sending a slight thrill through his central nervous system. "Delicious," he silently praised in his heart as he immersed himself in the delightful consumption. Observing the fluffy sheep voraciously indulging in its meal, the slender woman's long eyelashes fluttered gently, and a hint of tenderness glimmered in the corners of her eyes, akin to rippling waves in a tranquil autumn lake, with a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth like a crescent moon. Chapter 29. Merg Energy Cubes are special foods crafted in the Pokémon world based on the characteristics of Pokémon, containing a wealth of nutrients. Lu Yun felt somewhat satiated after consuming just 2 small cubes. Well, having finished eating, it was time to prepare for battle. The slender woman uttered a single phrase before returning to her seat in the corner. However, something felt amiss. The electrical charge stored within this fluffy sheep seemed irregular. Lindsay recalled the moment when she had fed the fluffy sheep, noticing the unintended electrical fluctuations released due to its consumption of high-quality food, which sparked some doubts in her mind. As an elite trainer specializing in ghost-type Pokémon, Lindsay had significantly enhanced her perception abilities through years of companionship with ghostly creatures, making her exceedingly sensitive. Although she had never raised a fluffy sheep, her extensive experience as a trainer indicated that a sheep capable of emitting such levels of electrical fluctuations inadvertently was evidently abnormal. She retrieved her phone from her pocket and opened the Dark Stars exclusive app. In the Pokémon library, she searched for the keywords fluffy sheep and powerful electricity. Swipe. The results appeared. Indeed, this fluffy sheep had registered information in the storage database. She clicked to view it. Fluffy sheep. Ability. Static strength rating. Professional main battle available skills. Tackle, Growl, Thunder Wave, Hidden Power, Dragon, Thunder Shock, Cotton Spore, Charge, Thunder Punch, Electromagnetic Levitation. RAM evaluation, Strong Combat Instinct, Exceptional Electric Talent required points. 75 weeks. Lindsay's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, it was no ordinary creature. A fluffy sheep capable of electromagnetic levitation? It is truly intriguing. Unable to restrain myself, I lifted my slender, straight left leg and crossed it over my right knee, my heart brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. Suddenly, the sound of my phone ringing pierced through my thoughts. Upon checking, I discovered that my application to enter the organization's battle tower had been approved, and a tremendous weight lifted from my heart. Although I had participated the previous year and achieved commendable results, I still harbored some uncertainty regarding my acceptance into this unique event, which occurs only once a year and lasts no longer than a month. After all, the Battle Tower's venue is quite limited, allowing only a select few to enter. Those who gain approval are often the organization's urgently needed seed trainers, either possessing exceptional talent or backed by formidable connections. It seems that I have been recognized as a talented trainer within the organization. Knowing I lack a robust background, I felt a flicker of satisfaction in realizing that I had been deemed a promising talent. After organizing my belongings in my room, I set off toward the address provided by the organization. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with wispy clouds, as the scorching sun poured its warmth down. On the expansive tarmac sat a solitary, massive black passenger aircraft. The sunlight was blinding, prompting me to shield my eyes with my hand. Merger, why are you participating in the battle tower again this year? Didn't you perform well last year? A companion, whom I had just encountered in the lobby, casually inquired. Having captured new Pokémon, I naturally sought an opportunity to hone my skills. You know, members like me, who focus on research, seldom have chances for practical combat training. This opportunity is one I cannot afford to miss. Indeed, my companion nodded in agreement and fell silent. We formed a queue and boarded the aircraft. Unlike conventional passenger planes with rows of seats, the Dark Star organization's transport aircraft was designed with individual compartments. While this reduced the number of passengers that could be accommodated at once, it significantly enhanced comfort and security, an essential aspect for an organization composed mostly of elite trainers. After exchanging brief pleasantries with my fellow members, I retreated to my compartment, as I had little interest in social interaction. Before long, the aircraft took off with a gentle ascent. I settled into my seat, resting my head against the window, gazing at the scenery outside. First came the undulating mountain ranges, gradually giving way to expansive plains, where I could faintly see various Pokémon frolicking below. Finally, as my gaze shifted to a vast expanse of azure ocean, I closed my eyes and succumbed to a brief slumber. Buzzing, after an indeterminate period, a gentle vibration jolted me awake. Gazing out the window, Merger observed that the plane had come to a halt on the tarmac. He gathered his belongings and disembarked, following the organization's designated guide alongside his fellow companions. Merger navigated through a labyrinth of intricate and stringent security checks until he arrived at a clandestine underground base. Despite the name Dark Star Combat Tower, it was, in truth, a subterranean facility. The term tower merely served to convey that members must ascend through a series of trials, akin to climbing a tower. After all, Dark Star is a shadowy organization concealed beneath the facade of light, and constructing a towering edifice on the surface would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention. Of course, having visited this location the previous year, Merger was not taken aback. He retrieved a small tablet from the staff, which recorded his ascent route, and proceeded deeper into the base. Although the number of climbers each year is limited, it totals nearly 100. Thus, the Dark Star officials have established numerous chambers inhabited by Pokémon on each level, strategically managing the routes of the climbers to alleviate the burden of excessive numbers. This also effectively minimizes the wear on the guarding Pokémon. Let us see. The first level is 1. Swiftly, Merger followed the route displayed on the tablet and arrived at his first chamber. Squeak. A gigantic yellow rodent dashed about the room. Is that a Rattata? A relaxed smile crept across Merger's lips. The first level, as expected, merely served as a warm-up, just like last year. Come forth, Kyrelian, he called. The ethereal voice resonated in the spacious room. With ease, Merger dispatched his foes, and in less than 20 minutes, he had already advanced through 2 levels. Next level, 3. He recalled that the third level would present the first significant challenge. Drawing from last year's experience, Merger was aware that every third level would feature a more formidable guardian Pokémon. However, he felt no apprehension, for this was merely the third level. While it posed some difficulty for the elite members of the organization who had qualified for this venue, such challenges were merely a warm-up. If he could not surpass the third level, he might as well withdraw from the group entirely. Casting aside such unrealistic thoughts, Merger forcefully pushed open the door. Creak. Golden currents of electricity flickered before his eyes. Chapter 30. Kyrelian. As Merger opened the heavy door, it seemed as though electric currents danced before him. Oh, rubbing his eyes. Merger focused intently. Unlike the previous 2 levels, this spacious chamber featured a frail woman in black seated in the corner, presumably a staff member. At the center of the room stood the guardian Pokémon for this level. A Fluffle. How intriguing. In Merger's recollection, Fluffle was a timid creature, not particularly adept at combat, often found in breeding pastures. Merg is aware that he can appear in the battle tower, and as the guardian spirit of the third level. This fluffy sheep may not be ordinary. Nevertheless, he harbors a sense of disdain, bolstered by his unwavering confidence in the newly captured Pokémon. Come forth, Kyrelian. Kia. Lindsay, upon hearing the sound of the door opening, shifted her gaze from her phone to the entrance. Recognizing a somewhat familiar face, she began to reflect internally. As a member of the Dark Star Intelligence Group, she possessed a certain familiarity with the more prominent members of her organization due to her work. After a brief review of her memories concerning relevant members, she recalled the identity of the man before her. He should be a brilliant researcher from the research department. If her memory serves her right, his name is Merg. I believe his ace Pokémon is a naturally gifted psychic-type bird, yet he has indeed sent out a Kyrelian, which was not documented in the materials. Exercising his newly captured Pokémon, perhaps? A slight smile graced Lindsay's lips as she surveyed Kyrelian and the fluffy sheep with an amused glint in her eyes, her slender left leg swaying slightly. Lu Yun observed the first Challenger-S released Pokémon with a serious demeanor, a hint of gravity settling in his heart. The creature resembled a child of less than a meter in height, its white body expanding outward as if clad in a ballet tutu. Its delicate green legs stood straight, while 2 red antennae resembling hairpins adorned its drooping bangs, emanating faint psychic waves. Its amber eyes sparkled with a mysterious allure, fixed intently upon Lu Yun. Kyrelian, is it? Lu Yun was well aware of this Pokémon, which held immense popularity among players in his previous life. He also understood the formidable strength concealed beneath Kyrelian's light and adorable exterior. The combination of psychic and fairy types made her moves exceptionally unpredictable, whether through the bizarrely extraordinary psychic type abilities or the uniquely peculiar fairy type skills, rendering her a formidable opponent in actual combat. Lu Yun felt a throbbing headache arise. His sense of caution intensifying, he sensed that a tough battle was imminent. A subtle pink wave began to spread discreetly through the air, stirring his thoughts. The scent of psychic energy was already beginning to permeate the battlefield. Unyielding, Lu Yun flicked his tail, the blue crystal orb at its tip emitting a dazzling radiance, unleashing a powerful magnetic field. Bang! A faint sound of collision resonated in the air as Kyrelian's soft pink psychic wave was abruptly shattered by Lu Yun's magnetic field. Dissipating into the void, Kyrelian swayed slightly. She had been setting up her exclusive psychic domain on the field, within which she could not only amplify her move's power, but also enhance her energy control efficiency. However, unexpectedly, the fluffy sheep on the opposite side seemed to have discerned her intentions, dismantling her psychic wave with a remarkably potent electromagnetic field. In that fleeting moment of conflicting energies, Kyrelian, endowed with formidable perception, reached deep into Lu Yun's magnetic field, returning to her mind a ferocious thunder akin to an unending tempest. In the brief span of her existence, this was the first time she had encountered such a terrifying magnitude of energy. Her body trembled slightly. As if caught in the heart of a thunderstorm, the calm demeanor in her eyes vanished, replaced by profound fear. Morg glanced at Cairullian, who stood with her back turned, seemingly in a daze, and furrowed his brow. Cairullian, do not lose focus in battle. Dispatch your opponent swiftly with illusionary beam. The voice of the trainer resonated in her mind through the unique psychic link of her species. With great difficulty, Cairullian gathered her energy towards her chest. Yet the once fluid psychic energy now became obscure and sluggish under the weight of her fear. The techniques that would normally coalesce instantaneously now took several seconds to initiate. In battle, such prolonged casting time proved to be gravely detrimental. Fortunately, Lu Yun remained unaware that Cairullian had been intimidated by the formidable electric energy within his magnetic field, leading to her lapse in casting. He perceived her as preparing a powerful move requiring extensive charging, setting off alarm bells in his mind. After silently assessing the distance between them, he concluded that launching a surprise attack was unwise, as it was likely that her technique would be fully charged by the time he closed in, leaving him no time to react. After some contemplation, Lu Yun concentrated the electric currents in his legs, channeling a surge of explosive power. He leapt forward, moving irregularly in a circular pattern around Cairullian, hoping to confuse her regarding the direction of her skill's launch. With his body enveloped in potent electric currents and accelerated by the electromagnetic field, his speed surged dramatically, leaving behind afterimages on the ground due to his rapid motion. Buzz! The illusionary beam finally coalesced, emitting a beam of light adorned with iridescent hues, flickering with a bizarre array of colors. Bang! One of Lu Yun's afterimages was pierced, leaving a small dent on the floor behind it. He halted his swift movements, exhaling a few breaths imbued with yellow electricity, glancing at the faint traces left by the illusionary beam on the ground, a flicker of astonishment surfacing within him. Is that all? Morg, standing aside, wore a grim expression. He was perplexed by Cairullian's sudden change. She had seemed fine moments ago, yet now appeared almost disoriented. This fluffy sheep proved to be an adept guardian spirit, exhibiting unexpectedly rapid speed. Nevertheless, it was still merely a fluffy sheep, incapable of posing a significant threat. Cairullian, use illusionary beam once more. Focus, Morg commanded loudly in his mind. As the formidable Cairullian gathered energy once more, Lu Yun's expression turned peculiar. At this moment, he vaguely surmised the true prowess of Cairullian. A violent surge of electricity erupted from all parts of his body, an ear-piercing shriek reverberating throughout the room, while blinding light illuminated the entire arena, revealing a sinister smile on Lu Yun's face. Now it's my turn. Chapter 31. The torrent. The terrifying current surged forth in the room like the rising sun, the powerful magnetic field pressing down on Morg to the point of breathlessness. Cold sweat trickled down as Morg clenched his fists, his eyes betraying a deep-seated fear. Suddenly, Lin Si sprang to her feet, her chair toppling backward. Indeed, the intensity of this electrical energy. With a sense of urgency, Lin Si's gaze fixed intently on Lu Yun, who radiated a ferocious aura at the center of the room. The crackling electricity hissed ominously. The current that Lu Yun inherently possessed already far surpassed the average for electric-type Pokémon of the same level. Now, enhanced by a high-grade electric gem, its capacity and intensity had escalated to a truly terrifying degree. Sensing the immense electricity within him, almost on the verge of overflowing, Lu Yun calmed his mind, meticulously directing the flow of electricity, gradually concentrating it at his chest. Zzz! The ferocious current coalesced and compressed, forming a colossal sphere of electric energy, emanating boundless light and heat, raising the temperature of the entire room significantly. Morg had already realized the dire situation. The power displayed by this fluffy sheep could not possibly originate from a mere third-tier guardian Pokémon. In the mental link, Morg shouted urgently to Cairullian, hurry. Use your abilities. Telekinesis, illusion beam, anything. Stop him. Cairullian bowed its head, trembling violently, seemingly oblivious to its trainer's pleas. After all, having been born not long ago, it lacked maturity and combat experience, and Lu Yun was the first formidable opponent it had encountered. At this moment, it was already intimidated by the terrifying magnetic pressure and potent current, too fearful to take a single step forward. Finally, after completing the build-up, Lu Yun cautiously controlled the massive sphere of electric light before him, locking onto the target's position with the magnetic field, and slowly directing the sphere towards Cairullian. With a thought, the once stable and gentle sphere suddenly became unstable, the immense current undulating wildly in the air. Lu Yun gritted his teeth, gradually pushing the sphere towards Cairullian. Whoosh! The previously sluggish sphere disintegrated the moment it slipped from Lu Yun's control, transforming into an endless torrent of terrifying electricity. akin to a raging river, surging towards Kairu Lilian. With the integration of charging, electric shock, and the application of magnetic fields in electromagnetic levitation, a terrifying and decisive combination move was unleashed by Lu Yun. Boom! In Kairu Lilian's field of vision, a torrent of terrifying yellow electricity surged forth. A foreboding sense of danger echoed within, as a faint aura of death seemed to emanate from the abyss of her very soul. Struggling against the overwhelming fear of life and death, Kairu Lilian tapped into her latent potential, managing to activate the life-saving skill Protect at the last possible moment, forming a translucent circular shield around her body. Boom! In the midst of the electric torrent, the white figure resembled a small boat navigating through a tempestuous sea, rising and falling with the surging waves. Gradually, the white figure became increasingly indistinct until it was ultimately engulfed by the yellow electrical deluge. The acrid scent of burning flesh permeated the air, and the once pristine and smooth floor was now marred with black scorch marks. Lu Yun gasped for breath, surrounded by thick white smoke generated by the intense electrical currents. Before him, Kairu Lilian lay on the ground in a pitiful state, her eyes tightly closed. Her once snow-white body was now riddled with burn marks, and nearly half of her shoulder-length hair had been singed. If not for the faint rising and falling of her chest, one could easily assume she had perished under Lu Yun's combination move. Merg, visibly anxious, disregarded the lingering electricity in the air and hurriedly recalled Kairu Lilian into her Pokeball, racing towards the healing machine. Meanwhile, Lin Si, who had maintained a calm demeanor until now, was struck by shock. The application of such energy exceeded her understanding of traditional Pokemon. Reflecting on descriptions of the battle senses of the fluffy sheep in her records, her lips twitched slightly. Is this truly the extent of a strong battle sense? Such innate combat talent is indeed rare, even among the elite Pokemon of the headquarters. With a peculiar gaze, Lin Si meticulously examined Lu Yun's body, confirming he bore no injuries before returning to her seat in the corner. Although Lu Yun had defeated Kairu Lilian in a single move, the sheer ferocity of that display led some to believe it was the result of overexertion. Thus, Lin Si conducted her examination with utmost seriousness and detail, ultimately concluding that this was merely the normal skill of the fluffy sheep, leaving her with a lingering sense of incredulity. Her heart, akin to a tide swelling upon the shore, found her lowering her head and crossing her arms, lost in thought. At that moment, after the initial treatment and confirming that Kairu Lilian was no longer in danger, Merg slowly approached the door, glancing back with a look of reluctance, casting a deep gaze at Lu Yun. Bang! The door slammed shut. Tap, tap. In the silent, dark corridor, heavy footsteps echoed. With a bowed head, Merg retraced her steps, her eyes glimmering with guilt and anguish. Hey, what's the matter, Merg? Did you lose? This is only the third floor, right? On the road, acquaintances of the members encountered the returning Morg, their teasing tones laced with curiosity. A faint, resigned smile played at the corners of Morg's mouth as he shook his head slightly, choosing to disregard their remarks. In the battle tower, failure during a challenge necessitates a return to the very beginning, forcing one to restart from the first level. For members who had ascended to significant heights, this was a profoundly time-consuming and exhausting ordeal. Morg's failure at such a low tier, specifically the third level, was unprecedented since the battle tower's inception. After all, those who dared to challenge the tower were the elite seeds of the organization, and it was inconceivable for them to falter in what was essentially a warm-up battle. For Morg, although restarting from the first level would not consume much of his time, the experience of such a humiliating defeat weighed heavily on him, filling his heart with negativity, especially as a talent valued by the organization. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor from the Pokeball in his satchel. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. Of course, he was merely utilizing a newly hatched Pokemon, which, despite its potential, lacked practical combat experience. If his ace Pokemon were to take the stage, it would surely dispatch that fluffy sheep with ease. Chapter 32, Natural Bird in the Spacious Room. Morg resumed his previous position, hurling the Pokeball in his grasp forward with force. With a crack, a radiant red light erupted, revealing an extraordinary green bird hovering above the arena. Its emerald body was adorned with intricate patterns of red and yellow, and its round head, reminiscent of a vulture, bore a pair of emotionless hawk-like eyes, the large black pupils appearing unfathomably deep. Its peculiar white wings were crossed over its chest, the red and black striped tips shimmering faintly. Suspended in the air by its psychic power, the natural bird gazed down upon the ground with an air of disdain. While others often perceived the natural bird as indifferent, it harbored profound emotions within. Kairulian, the youngest member of Morg's team, typically exuded charm and cuteness, earning the favor of the elder natural bird. However, after sustaining severe injuries in battle against Lu Yun, the natural bird was incensed and resolved to teach Lu Yun a harsh lesson. Lu Yun, observing Morg's familiar visage ahead, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this a case of the young being vanquished, only to be replaced by the old? On the battlefield, the formidable psychic field collided with Lu Yun's electric-magnetic field, producing resounding echoes akin to the sound of striking jade. Oh, this natural bird seems quite extraordinary, Lu Yun thought, his gaze sharpening as he suppressed the inflated sense of triumph that had arisen from easily defeating Carulian, swiftly channeling his inner electric power. In midair, the natural bird emanated a soft blue glow, quietly floating as if awaiting Lu Yun's first move. In the depths of Lu Yun's mind, he pondered the precarious situation, one adversary above, another below. This aerial combat was decidedly unfavorable for him. Moreover, the condescending gaze from his opponent was exceedingly irksome. Thus, a faint smile crept upon Lu Yun's lips as electrical energy radiated from his body, intertwining with the electromagnetic fields that enveloped the air around him. With a hum, Lu Yun's form began to levitate slowly, akin to the natural bird before him, rising gracefully into the air. His perspective shifted from an upward gaze to a level one, a hint of satisfaction gracing his expression. This was indeed a marked improvement. On the sidelines, Mo Gu observed Lu Yun, now soaring through the air like the natural bird. His fists clenched tightly, eyes wide with astonishment. Is this truly possible? Lindsay nodded slightly. Electromagnetic levitation? This fluffy creature possessed quite an array of skills. As Lu Yun faced the still indifferent visage of the natural bird, a wave of irritation surged within him. With a snort, he unleashed a torrent of electrical energy, sending a rapid bolt of lightning hurtling toward the natural bird. The air crackled with the sound of electric sparks. The natural bird, unperturbed, allowed its dark, lackluster eyes to blaze with an eerie blue light. An invisible hand seemed to manifest in the air, deftly redirecting the incoming yellow lightning bolt. With a crackle, the thunderous energy veered off course, narrowly missing the natural bird and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater as currents of electricity erupted like a swarm of serpents. Above, the natural bird's two elongated red feathers, resembling a headband, danced in the air, its expression remaining one of utter disregard. Lu Yun felt a surge of frustration. He recognized the natural bird as a formidable foe, yet its dismissive demeanor was infuriating. Anger bubbled within him, prompting a massive surge of electricity to course through his body. As the piercing shriek of energy crescendoed, resonating throughout the chamber, the potent current coalesced, emitting a blinding light akin to that of an incandescent bulb. Channeling the electromagnetic forces to their utmost limit, Lu Yun thrust his right fist forward with tremendous force. Thunder fist, electromagnetic levitation, charging, with a resounding boom. A wave of pale yellow electric energy erupted in the air, enveloping Lu Yun as he accelerated to a terrifying speed within the magnetic field. A streak of yellow light flashed through the air as Lu Yun's electrified fist, imbued with formidable momentum, appeared before the natural bird with astonishing swiftness. Before contact could be made, the potent current transmitted a subtle tingling through the air, brushing against the natural bird's forehead. Startled, the natural bird had not anticipated Lu Yun's remarkable velocity, catching it off guard in an instant. As a high-attack, low-defense mage, the natural bird understood that if struck by Lu Yun's thunder fist, it might very well lose its ability to fight on the spot. Time seemed to stand still as the natural bird's formidable computational abilities raced through its mind, its dark, lifeless eyes increasingly illuminated by a piercing blue glow. As the fist, imbued with a powerful electric current, drew ever closer, a faint tingling sensation coursed through his body. The natural bird remained motionless, suspended in midair, while the computational prowess in its mind operated at an overwhelming capacity, as if on the verge of igniting. At last, in that critical moment, a sense of relief washed over the natural bird, and a dazzling blue light erupted from its form. Instantaneous movement, a resonating force of intangible will reverberated through the space. And Lu Yun realized that the natural bird, once within reach, had suddenly vanished. A formidable force surged behind him, the shadow of the night. Startled, he summoned all his strength, causing his electrified fist to veer slightly to the left. Boom. Propelled by inertia and enveloped in a torrent of raging electricity, Lu Yun veered off course, careening towards the ground. The violent current exploded forth, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rocked the entire room. Behind him, a bizarre black beam struck fiercely along his original trajectory. Witnessing the black light dissolve silently upon the ground, A profound sense of danger welled up within Lu Yun. That was close. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he gazed at the natural bird above, still wearing an expression of indifference, deepening his apprehension. Lu Yun contemplated his next move. It appeared that brute strength alone would be futile against this natural bird. He would need to outsmart it. Resolutely, he calmed his mind, directing the scattered electrical energy in the air to coalesce around himself, contracting, charging, zizz, like moths drawn to a flame. Particles of electricity twinkled in the air like stars as they gravitated towards Lu Yun. A brilliant yellow radiance illuminated him, hovering in the air like a miniature sun. The natural bird felt a severe wave of dizziness wash over it, a sharp pain piercing through its consciousness. It understood that Lu Yun was undoubtedly concocting an extraordinary maneuver, but the prior hasty exertion of its vast computational power had left it with a lingering discomfort. Even a slight activation of its mental force sent stabbing pains through its mind. It had no choice but to steady itself, rapidly recovering its mental energy, praying that the formidable technique being brewed before it would take longer to materialize. On the other side, feeling the overwhelming surge of electric energy within him, Lu Yun closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and controlled the current, conjuring small fluffy spheres around his body. Cotton spores, unlike their usual light and delicate form. These spores were now filled with the terrifying electricity Lu Yun had previously accumulated, resembling countless stars shimmering in the pitch-black night sky, undulating beside him. Zizz. Lu Yun opened his eyes, a flicker of faint electricity coursing through him as he cast a fierce gaze towards the natural bird above. Chapter 33. Setbacks surrounded by cotton spores filled with powerful electric currents, akin to stars in the night sky. Lu Yun skillfully directed the electricity within him to expand outward. Buzzing. Like ripples dancing upon the surface of water, yellow electric waves, accompanied by a faint, crisp resonance, suddenly surged forth in the space around. Electromagnetic waves. The fierce currents howled out in undulating patterns, sweeping up the charging cotton spores that floated around Lu Yun's form, hurtling towards the natural bird. This combination technique, conceived by Lu Yun during his time with the merino sheep, had only recently become viable due to a significant enhancement in his control over electrical energy. Beyond its considerable destructive potential, the primary advantage of this technique lay in its extensive coverage and combat control capabilities. Initially, he would augment his internal electric energy reserves through charging, preparing for a substantial release of current. Next, he would unleash the cotton spores, infusing them with a portion of his electrical energy, causing any adversary that came into contact with the spores to suffer intense paralysis and electrical damage. As the spores were not particularly agile in their initial release, merely floating around his body, further dispersion relied on the flow of air. Hence, Lu Yun opted to conclude with a powerful electromagnetic wave, using it to drive the spread of the spores and, to some extent, augment their damage. Whoosh! The shimmering yellow electric wave patterns sparkled with the brilliance of the cotton spores, scattered like chess pieces across the battlefield, resembling a golden river of stars in the cosmos. Cascading with abandon. The natural bird's gaze sharpened, channeling its recently restored mental energy, enduring the intense throbbing pain in its mind as it invoked the guard technique. A protective shield, radiating a unique pale blue hue of mental energy, enveloped its form. Thud, thud, thud. The star-like shining cotton spores struck against the protective shield, resembling a torrential summer downpour, dense and swift. The once formidable shield began to dim under the relentless assault of the spores, even showing fine cracks. The natural bird, sensing its nearly depleted mental energy, felt a flicker of despair rise within. Truly, it had underestimated him, it thought silently as it closed its eyes. Observing the closed eyes of the natural bird, Lu Yun contemplated pressing his advantage. Drawing upon the residual energy from his previous charging, he unleashed his final move, an electric strike. Boom! A violent thunderclap echoed across the sky, shattering the protective shield surrounding the natural bird with a resounding crack. The overwhelming voltage, accompanied by terrifying heat, surged towards the natural bird. Thud! A figure, charred and emitting wisps of white smoke, plummeted from the heights, rolling twice across the dark floor of the room. Merg's eyes were vacant, devoid of any spark. The pride of genius that had once resided within him lay obliterated by the outcome of this battle. Mechanically, he retrieved a Pokeball, capturing the now unconscious natural bird. Merg seemed bereft of his soul, wearily opening the door and stepping outside. On the other side of the battlefield, Linz gazed at Merg's silhouette, her eyes reflecting a hint of compassion, though she had not personally experienced it. She could empathize with the profound sense of disparity and frustration that weighed heavily on Merg's heart at that moment. Shifting her gaze, she turned to look at the room's occupant, the softly glowing Lu Yun. Her expression was complex. This fluffy creature was far from ordinary. The latent electrical energy it possessed and its remarkably refined control were entirely uncharacteristic of a Pokémon in its developmental stage. Even more astonishing was its display of creativity during battle, demonstrating a talent for innovative combinations. If these techniques were indeed the invention of this fluffy sheep, it was highly probable that the organization would soon harbor a formidable Pokémon capable of rivaling the champion of the league. Merg, in a daze, returned to the starting point of the battle tower, quietly processing his withdrawal from the challenge. Nearby, several members who had failed in their high-level challenges were animatedly discussing the formidable Pokémon they had encountered. Be cautious of the Jengar in Room 8. Its poison-type moves are terrifying. Room 6 should be avoided as well. It houses a near-mythical creature, the two-headed dragon, whose battle prowess far exceeds that of its contemporaries. The rampaging Rhyhorn in Room 7 is cumbersome, making it susceptible to more agile Pokémon. As their discussion reached a fervent crescendo, one member caught sight of Merg heading toward the exit and exclaimed in surprise, "Merg, why are you leaving so soon? Which floor did you reach?" Concerned voices called out from behind, yet to Merg, their inquiries felt somewhat jarring. Halting in his tracks, he turned around, delivering his words with an emotionless tone. "Do not choose Room 3. Having spoken, he ignored the myriad questions trailing behind him and walked straight out of the base. How strange. Why is he leaving so early? Why specifically mention Room 3? It should merely be a warm-up for the Pokémon." Murmurs of confusion arose among the members. Just then, a voice unexpectedly pierced through the crowd. "What's the point of just talking here? Why not give it a try?" The crowd seemed to fall silent for an instant before erupting into a louder clamor. "Indeed, let's head to Room 3 and see for ourselves. I refuse to believe that the third floor poses any significant challenge." With that, the previously debating members of the Dark Star faction transformed into action takers, hastily submitting their route requests to the staff. The Battle Tower staff, upon receiving the forms and glancing through them, felt a tinge of surprise. Although the challengers' paths varied, it was peculiar that they all included Room 3. Was the Guardian Pokémon in that room particularly weak? Pondering this, the staff realized that the Battle Tower was intended to provide members with training. If one merely sought shortcuts and played tricks, it would contradict the very purpose for which the Battle Tower was established. However, this matter does not concern me. Those who lack ambition are likely to face even greater setbacks in the future. Reflecting on this, I delineated the routes according to the chart and distributed the tablets to the challengers. Observing the enthusiastic members heading towards the entrance, a staff member offered a reminder. When you challenge the third stage, remember to allow a 30-minute interval between the two battles for the Guardian Pokémon to rest. Understood. All right, came the spirited responses from the members who had already ventured deeper. The staff member chuckled and shook their head. Let them be. Chapter 34. Outlook in the dimly lit corridor. The crowd was tightly packed, yet silence reigned, creating an eerie atmosphere. A short distance away, several challengers, clad in the standard attire of the Dark Star organization, stood or sat in various postures. Yet, a commonality among them was the pallid expression that could aptly be described as one of utter desolation. Among them, a few exhibited their distress more acutely. Their heads bowed as they slumped against the cold walls, whispering indistinctly, with fragments of words barely discernible. Impossible, just a furfrou. The air was thick with disappointment and defeat. For those members who had yet to enter the room, witnessing their companions' dismal fates transformed their initial curiosity into astonishment, ultimately revealing a strange blend of eagerness tinged with faint trepidation. Creak. The door to the room gradually swung open. In an instant, the gazes of both the unchallenged and the challenged members converged at the doorway, attempting to glean the outcome of the battle from the expression of the one who emerged. As the door widened further, a shadowy figure materialized. With disheveled black hair and a slightly bowed head, the figure appeared to have endured a severe shock. Their complexion pale and lips devoid of color, exuding a somewhat sickly pallor. Sensing the intense scrutiny from those around, the black-haired individual lowered their head even further, weakly raising their left hand to wave in front of their chest before lethargically moving to the side of the corridor, where they quietly took a seat. Gulp. In the hushed crowd, the sound of a swallow resonated starkly. In truth, as seed members nurtured by the Dark Star organization, they possessed a considerable capacity to endure failure. However, the defeat they faced now seemed utterly absurd. As the current elite, the future pillars of the organization, they had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a mere furfrou. This terrifying reality was perhaps something no one would have ever encountered, even in their dreams. Now, confronted with the aftermath of their loss, they required a moment to gather their thoughts. Linz mechanically retrieved the fluffy sheep with a Pokeball. Placing it on the healing machine behind her, her expression somewhat numb. In her previous life, she had always viewed the fluffy sheep as an adorable, non-combative Pokémon typically found on farms. However, the events unfolding before her today had utterly overturned her entire perception of this creature. To think that a seemingly weak fluffy sheep could topple a cadre of seed members from a world-class evil organization was beyond her comprehension. A nervous laugh escaped her lips, echoing eerily across the vast, silent arena. Had she not been present to witness the spectacle herself, she would have certainly dismissed anyone recounting such a tale as jesting. Inside the Pokeball, Lu Yun felt waves of warmth emanating from the sphere, gradually alleviating the fatigue and minor wounds he had sustained. The seemingly endless battles had left him utterly drained. Yet, in the midst of exhaustion, he found joy, despite his physical weariness. The intermittent beeping from the system filled him with exhilaration. Such high-intensity, high-quality battles were exceedingly rare, and he was determined to seize the opportunity to gather the readily available experience points. With delight, Lu Yun accessed the system, defeated Pokémon, Groundhog, experience gained, 32 defeated Pokémon, Jengar, experience gained, 41 currently. His attributes were as follows: species, fluffy sheep level, 23, 67, 100 skills, tackle, growl, thunder wave, hidden power, dragon, thunder shock, cotton spore, charge, thunder punch, electromagnetic levitation. RAM evaluation, a fluffy sheep with immense potential. At first glance, his overall attributes appeared largely unchanged, merely elevating from level 20 to 23. However, only Lu Yun understood the substantial enhancement this 3-level increase afforded him in overall physical prowess, electric energy intensity, and skill manipulation. Initially, he perceived the system as merely a means to quantify his attributes, lacking any extraordinary functions akin to a golden finger. Yet, it was only now that Lu Yun began to comprehend its remarkable intricacies. In the Pokémon world, the disparities among Pokémon are vast. The weak may merely serve as household pets, while the powerful possess abilities to manipulate time, alter space, and even create. Within the same species, the gradient of strength could rise steeply, akin to a towering cliff, with humanity having crudely categorized them into 15 levels. Conversely, the system Lu Yun possessed delineated his strength into a comprehensive and detailed hierarchy of 100 levels, granting him a lucid understanding of his current capabilities. Furthermore, through battles and training, Lu Yun is able to amass a considerable amount of experience, which facilitates his rapid enhancement of strength. This phenomenon appears exceedingly daunting to other Pokémon, for in the conventional Pokémon realm, should a creature desire to swiftly augment its prowess, it must, under the condition of possessing ample precious resources, invest a significant span of time to gradually strengthen itself. A case like Lu Yun's, where a single battle can yield substantial experience, allowing for immediate leveling up and evolution, is indeed unparalleled. Lastly, there is a conjecture that Lu Yun harbors. He speculates that Pokémon, which naturally grow in the real world, despite having infinite resources during their development, do not attain a state of perfection upon reaching their limits. After all, the evolution of a Pokémon typically requires a considerable duration, even not taking into account the notoriously lengthy growth cycles of Dragon-type Pokémon. Even the relatively swift evolution of weaker Bug-type Pokémon necessitates a significant period for maturation. During this interval, whether through battles or emotional and psychological influences, various physical and mental scars may arise, ultimately leading to a depletion of potential for the Pokémon in the future. Thus, even if a Pokémon reaches its utmost limits, according to the system's classification, it may only belong to the realm of levels 96 or 97. Lu Yun contemplates that since the system meticulously delineates his level into 100 tiers, could he potentially disregard these adverse factors entirely? With each level he ascends, he can distinctly sense warm currents emanating from within, suggesting that not only is he enhancing, but perhaps something is also being repaired within him. Might this imply that with every level gained, the system restores his body to a perfect condition befitting that of a Pokémon at his current level? Lu Yun feels a surge of excitement. If he were to have ample time in this life to elevate his level to 100, coupled with the combinatory moves he has devised, he could very well become the first member of the Mareep lineage capable of contending with divine beasts. After all, the growth of these legendary creatures is not without its tribulations. Instances of injury in battle leading to potential depletion are certainly not unheard of. Within the confines of the Pokeball, Lu Yun finds himself immersed in sweet imaginings of the future. Chapter 35. Background in a minimalist office. A serious-looking man clad in formal attire sits upright at his desk. Beside him, a gracefully attired secretary stands quietly, exuding an air of profound respect. Aya, why does the data from this year's Battle Tower seem somewhat off? Why are there so many early withdrawals? Compared to previous years, the average level reached in the tower has notably declined. Is the quality of this batch of seeds inadequate? Report to the minister. I do not have extensive knowledge of the specifics. I shall inquire with the relevant personnel. Upon observing the displeased expression of the serious middle-aged man, she gently nodded in acknowledgement. Aya hurriedly strode out of the office, not forgetting to gently close the door behind her. Once outside, she transformed entirely. The respectful demeanor she had displayed vanished without a trace, replaced by an intense confidence characteristic of a formidable career woman. The subtle allure that once adorned her features morphed into a poised and competent aura. With her long, elegant legs, Aya navigated the labyrinthine office building with practiced ease. At last, she arrived at a serene office floor, where she retrieved her keys and unlocked her personal workspace. Raising her slender, fair arm, she delicately wiped the beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Grasping the white cup on her desk, she pressed a button on the adjacent coffee machine. With a puff, a steaming, dark liquid began to flow forth. While the coffee machine worked, Aya picked up her petite phone resting on the desk, with her left hand holding the device. Her gaze fixed intently upon it, her long, onion-like fingers glided across the screen. Leaning against her desk in her form-fitting work attire, a wave of languor washed over her. She lifted the cup, inhaling the faint aroma of the coffee, and took a delicate sip, the rich bitterness enveloping her lips. The tension in her brow gradually eased, revealing a sense of relaxation. Soon, it appeared Aya had found her target in the contacts, a hint of delight gracing her expression. She dialed the number. The phone rang twice before a calm male voice answered. Hello, Aya. What can I do for you? Please provide an update on this year's Battle Tower situation, she inquired. Her tone crisp yet tinged with a hint of languor. The voice on the other end fell silent, as if momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, the male voice began to recount the details, tinged with unease. Aya, leaning against the desk, listened intently, occasionally sipping from her coffee. However, as the man's voice dwindled, laden with trepidation, her expression shifted from calm to astonishment. She straightened her posture, momentarily forgetting the coffee in her hand. Finally, as the man concluded his report with a tone of shame, an eerie silence enveloped the office, as if even the faintest sound could be heard. With a complex expression, Aya instinctively took another sip of her now lukewarm coffee. A chill spread across her tongue, reaching deep within her heart. Setting down the cooled beverage, she addressed the man on the phone, who seemed poised to explain himself. Do not say anything further. Prepare a report for me. The director wishes to see it. With a furrowed brow and a heart full of concerns, Aya tucked away her petite phone. She remained in that familiar, minimalist office. The rhythmic sound of fingers tapping on the table reverberated throughout the room. A serious middle-aged man, clad in glasses, was intently examining the report in his hands. Beside him, Aya stood with her hands crossed over her abdomen, her head bowed slightly, her posture respectful, patiently awaiting his words. As moments ticked by, the middle-aged man finally finished reading the document. He removed his glasses and placed them on the table, then raised his right hand to gently massage his slightly sore nose. I understand the situation now, a gentle voice whispered in Aya's ear. Aya felt a sense of relief wash over her, knowing that the department head would not scold her today. Lifting her head, a radiant expression returned to her face as she spoke. I wonder how the logistics department has been operating this year. How could they mistakenly place such a powerful spirit on the third floor? The person responsible must be held accountable. The serious middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. We cannot blame them this time. Even I might have misjudged this fluffy sheep. He continued, despite this year's poor performance, discovering such a promising specimen is still quite commendable. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired further. Do we have specific information regarding this fluffy sheep? Yes. Aya quickly retrieved a few thin sheets from her waist pouch and handed them to the serious man. He eagerly scrutinized the documents, murmuring to himself, a rented spirit? Only one task record? A newly catalogued spirit. Wait, let me see about Kess? Haha. This fellow has indeed found a good specimen. His hearty laughter echoed through the office. Minister, this Kess is from the battle arena, Aya timidly interjected. Haha indeed. The serious man's gaze became distant as he fell into reminiscence. A hint of a smile graced his otherwise stern face, as if recalling amusing memories. In the past, He and I were members of the same squad in the combat department. We fought together, trained our spirits together, and shared the consequences of our failures. Looking back, those were precious memories. Unfortunately, his overly straightforward nature caused him to offend many within the department, costing him the opportunity to further his studies in the combat department. However, it seems he has finally realized the importance of adaptability. Suddenly aware that he had spoken too much, the serious man cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. His tone returned to its previous calm and composed state. Since Kess has changed, I shall naturally do my utmost to support him. Yeah, present. Aya replied promptly. Assign this fluffy sheep a superior task evaluation. The exceptional thunderstone stored in the warehouse shall serve as the reward for its mission. Kindly inform Xylo from the logistics department that I shall take responsibility for this fluffy sheep. Indeed, Aya responded loudly, her heart tinged with a hint of envy for the fluffy sheep, whose whereabouts were unknown at that moment. In truth, the first two rewards were of little significance. The crux lay in the final reward. Aya understood in her heart that this fortunate fluffy sheep now had the backing of the Minister of Combat, Lekafu. The influence of such a formidable patron would be immense. Henceforth, it seemed not only would the mission rewards for this fluffy sheep be elevated, but the difficulty of its tasks might also be moderately reduced. Its safety within the organization would be significantly assured. After all, who would dare disregard the Minister of Combat? Countless conveniences would cascade towards the peacefully slumbering Lu Yun, all triggered by the words of the stern gentleman. Chapter 36. The special Pokeball. Within the shadowy confines of the Pokeball, Lu Yun curled up, occasionally sporting an odd smile at the corners of his mouth. As if immersed in pleasant dreams, time slipped away unnoticed until, suddenly, his tightly shut eyes fluttered twice. His pinkish tail swayed gently, sending flickers of yellow electricity through the inky darkness. A soft moan echoed as Lu Yun squinted, stretching languidly. In his previous life, Lu Yun had a habit of perusing his phone upon waking in the morning. Although reborn as a Pokémon in this life, he retained that inclination, merely shifting his focus from his phone to the system. With a dazed gaze, Lu Yun concentrated on the lower right corner of his vision, where a semi-transparent emblem of a Pokeball resided. Swish! A faint, crisp sound resonated in Lu Yun's mind as the Pokeball emblem suddenly enlarged, morphing into a rectangular data frame that occupied a significant portion of his field of vision. He glanced at it. Species, fluffy sheep level, 24, 73100, skills, tackle, growl. Thunder wave, hidden power, dragon. Thunder shock, cotton spore, charge, thunder punch, electromagnetic levitation, ram evaluation. A fluffy sheep with immense potential at this juncture. He had reached level 24. In his original expectations, bolstered by the intense battles within the battle tower, he anticipated easily surpassing level 25. However, circumstances had shifted. The trainers, eager to challenge him, upon witnessing the successive failures of their companions, seemed to lose their confidence and cease their attempts. Consequently, the room where Lu Yun resided grew increasingly desolate. And as the battle tower approached its conclusion, there were days when not a single battle would unfold. In response, Lu Yun felt quite helpless. On one hand, experience points were crucial for him. He could have easily eased off during battles, allowing the challengers to endure less severe defeats, thereby ensuring their continued enthusiasm. On the other hand, as a newcomer Pokémon within the organization, he had only participated in one mission previously, which afforded him limited opportunities to showcase his abilities. This time, he had meticulously planned to exhibit his strength and potential. Thus, for the sake of his long-term development, Lu Yun had no choice but to bid farewell to the alluring experience points that were so tantalizingly within reach. Although he sacrificed a considerable amount of potential experience, he remained exceedingly satisfied with the insights gained from this mission. Firstly, through extensive combat against various foes, he amassed a wealth of battle experience and gradually mastered numerous skill combinations that had previously existed only in his imagination. This would greatly benefit his future battles and developmental strategies. Secondly, he believed that his outstanding performance in such an official event would undoubtedly earn him significant favor in the eyes of the higher-ups, facilitating his advancement within the organization. After all, the Dark Star was not foolish. They would naturally allocate additional resources for the cultivation of high-potential Pokémon in their possession. Buzz. The Pokeball vibrated gently, its brilliant white light flickering at the top. Lu Yun furrowed his brow. Was another mission on the horizon? During his training with Kais, he had been introduced to some organizational insights. In the elite-oriented dark organization known as Dark Star, the nurturing of Pokémon was held in much higher regard compared to other organizations, particularly for the quality Pokémon stored in their headquarters. Darkstar took exceptional care of them. Typically, between 2 missions, they would grant Pokémon ample time for rest and reflection, a fact Lu Yun had confirmed after completing his first mission. This sudden and unusual occurrence left Lu Yun somewhat perplexed. Had the organization encountered difficulties? That seemed unlikely to involve him. As he pondered, a powerful force began to pull him from above. Bang! A sound echoed as he landed. Lu Yun steadied himself, shook his head, and quickly scanned his surroundings to assess the situation. Contrary to the imagined scene of a brutal battlefield, he found himself in a rather ordinary small room. Before him stood a young man clad in a white lab coat, who was smiling warmly in his direction. In his left hand, he held the classic red and white Pokeball that Lu Yun had just occupied. In his right hand, he grasped a peculiar Pokeball that Lu Yun had never seen before. Its design resembled that of a high-level ball from Lu Yun's previous life in gaming, but with a greater proportion of yellow. The original gray transformed into a deep black, and a small lightning bolt insignia imprinted on the button at the front of the Pokeball. As Lu Yun stood in bewilderment, he observed a young man dressed as a researcher suddenly hurl a peculiar Pokeball in his direction. Though the throw lacked force and precision, merely striking Lu Yun's tail, the ball was indeed a Pokeball. With a crisp and melodious sound, an enigmatic black mist erupted from the sphere, enveloping Lu Yun's form. The electric currents emitted from Lu Yun, fueled by his anxiety, shone brilliantly within the dark fog, reminiscent of storm clouds brewing in the sky, showcasing a unique aesthetic. Lu Yun refrained from resisting, having earlier spotted the dark star emblem on the staff member's attire. Hiss! Once the strange black mist had enveloped Lu Yun, it slithered back into the Pokeball like a serpent devouring its prey. Witnessing the situation unfold with unexpected ease, the young man sighed in relief. He carefully stowed the Pokeball, retrieved his phone, and deftly input a number, placing it against his ear. Ding. Hello? Sister Ya, the task is accomplished. Yes. The Thunderstone has been prepped and is inside the Pokeball. A languid female voice faintly emanated from the phone. The brief conversation concluded. The young man's gaze shifted to the Pokeball in his pocket, a tinge of envy flickering in his eyes. He pondered the immense background of this fluffy sheep, which warranted the personal attention of the Minister of Combat's secretary, employing the latest specially designed electric-type Pokeball developed by the research department. Such Pokeballs were scarce within the department due to their exorbitant cost, often tailored to correspond to a single attribute. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Their numerous benefits to the Pokémon contained within included life restoration, energy concentration, and even potential enhancement. These formidable features rendered them highly sought after within the organization, typically reserved for the elite. Unlike previous dizzying experiences, Lu Yun merely felt a blackout, accompanied by a slight tremor around his body, before arriving inside the Pokeball. Gradually opening his eyes, he was astounded by the sight before him, his mouth agape. Chapter 37. The Thunderstone Necklace in stark contrast to the cramped confines of a classic red and white Pokeball. The interior of this specially designed Pokeball appeared exceedingly vast to Lu Yun. It resembled a room of 50 square meters, with a plush gray carpet covering the expansive floor. At the center, the Dark Star's black hole-like deep purple emblem flickered in and out of visibility. Overhead, a semicircular light fixture cast a warm, soft glow, exuding a gentle warmth. The walls remained semi-transparent, though the outside scenery had become increasingly clear. Deep within the room lay a large yellow fluff resembling a bed, where sparks of electricity danced intermittently across its surface. Lu Yun marveled at the sight, involuntarily taking a deep breath. A tingling sensation washed over Lu Yun, causing him to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. The air within the Pokeball seemed saturated with electrical energy, far more abundant than he had anticipated. Doubtful that it was merely a figment of his imagination, Lu Yun cautiously inhaled the air within the ball once more. Indeed, his eyes sparkled with astonishment as he realized that the concentration of electrical energy was 3 to 4 times greater than that outside. It felt as though he had submerged into water, a refreshing tingling sensation coursing through his body, prompting an involuntary shiver of delight. This was truly exhilarating. His appreciation for the Pokeball soared to new heights. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Oh! Lu Yun was taken aback and opened the system interface. Experience 1. He was startled to see the sudden addition of experience points in the message bar. Could it be that such an electrically charged environment could enhance his experience? Was he, perhaps, able to level up effortlessly? A wave of joy surged within him, and a faint smile graced his lips. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that grounded efforts were far more crucial, dismissing any impractical notions. Subsequently, Lu Yun began to explore the room with the curiosity of a child in a wondrous garden, examining every corner and touching everything within reach. Unfortunately, his search revealed that the only piece of furniture in the room was the large, plush ball. However, he bore no disappointment. For the environment here was a stark contrast to the previous Pock ball he had encountered. If one could liken the former to a dilapidated hut, this new space was akin to a luxurious villa. Moreover, a Pock ball was inherently a resting place for Pokémon. Adding cluttered equipment or exercise gear would only undermine its original purpose. In the spacious room, Lu Yun stood with his hands on his hips, directing his gaze towards the yellow plush ball. Its small, spirited eyes glimmered with life. He took a few quick steps towards it, bending his knees slightly. And with a powerful thrust of his thighs, he leaped forward. In midair, he spread his limbs wide, resembling a leaf drifting downwards, and landed gracefully. Thud! A soft sound echoed as delicate electrical sparks danced around the spot where Lu Yun had landed. He felt enveloped in a warm, soft cocoon, tinged with a slight electric tingle. The rich energy of electricity surrounded him, sending waves of delightful sensations through his body. Lu Yun couldn't help but let out a blissful sigh. Initially, he had thought this was merely an ordinary resting ball, but he was astonished to discover its hidden wonders. His admiration for the design of this Pock ball deepened. He was convinced that its creator was a genius. Lu Yun rolled about within the plush ball, reveling in the sheer joy of the experience. Suddenly, as the rolling body seemed to be jostled by some unseen force, a sharp pang of pain surged through. Lu Yun furrowed his brow and extended his delicate pink arm downward, groping within the plush ball. The sensation of a hard object brushed against his hand. Eureka! At last, he had located the culprit, and with a firm tug, he extracted it forcefully. A crisp sound echoed as he unveiled a resplendent necklace adorned with radiant currents of electricity. The silvery chain glimmered with a faint luminescence, intricately carved with elaborate floral patterns that dazzled the eye. At its forefront dangled an extraordinarily brilliant pale green jadeite. Roughly the size of an adult's palm, its diamond shape exuding a sharp elegance, the surface pulsating with delicate currents of energy. Shaking it slightly, a gentle rustling sound emanated from the jadeite, as if a liquid flowed within. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the liquid was, in fact, a potent plasma composed of highly condensed electrical currents. Lu Yun stood momentarily stunned, not anticipating that he would unearth such a treasure. Grasping the exquisite necklace, the jade pendant hung down like a thorny rose, emanating an alluring yet subtly perilous allure. A peculiar, intoxicating scent seemed to waft through the air, compelling Lu Yun to swallow hard. Unable to resist, he cautiously extended his mental energy towards the pale green jadeite. Suddenly, the warm, dew-like electricity enveloping the jadeite trembled violently, sending a sharp jolt of pain through his mind, causing his half-extended mental energy to recoil. The intensity of this discomfort jolted Lu Yun into clarity. He realized that this jadeite, nestled within the plush mass, bore a striking resemblance to the Thunderstone from his past Life S game, and it was highly likely to be a reward for his current mission. The energy contained within was immensely powerful, and he might not be able to harness it fully with his current capabilities. Forcing the matter could lead to dire consequences. Yet, since this was a reward from the Dark Star, surely they must have considered this aspect? With a hint of regret in his gaze, Lu Yun pondered this. Suddenly, the silvery necklace glimmered as the metallic sheen reflected in his eyes, and a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. If the Dark Star had fashioned this Thunderstone into a necklace, why not try wearing it? He couldn't fathom that such a rare Thunderstone would be crafted into a necklace solely for aesthetic purposes. With delicate care, Lu Yun grasped the spherical clasp at the end of the necklace, applying pressure and pulling gently. A crisp, melodious metallic sound resonated as the once tightly linked necklace came undone. Fully concentrated, he held the necklace in his hands, reaching towards the back of his neck, prepared to swiftly discard it at the first sign of danger. Unexpectedly smooth, the silvery metal chain emitted a faint white glow, as if merging with the streams of a great river. The moment it touched the fluffy fur at the nape of Lu Yun's neck, it seemed to melt into him. Meanwhile, the exquisite diamond-shaped Thunderstone appeared to be inherently destined for him, firmly imprinted on Lu Yun's chest. A crackling sound echoed as delicate currents of electricity spread forth from the stone. Chapter 38. A new task within the room. Lu Yun's eyes were gently closed. His body reclined against a plush cushion. Beneath the pale yellow wool on his chest, the diamond-shaped Thunderstone flickered with a soft, resplendent green light. Warm currents surged from his chest, flowing throughout his body. The magnetic field underwent subtle changes, and Lu Yun felt the electric currents pulsating through him. He calmed his mind, attuning himself to the transformations within his body. First, there was the peculiar necklace around his neck, made of an unknown material that seemed to dissolve into his wool the moment it made contact, causing him no discomfort whatsoever. Next was the thunderstone on his chest. Previously, even touching it felt perilous. Yet now, aided by the necklace, this stone unexpectedly radiated a gentle sense of security, with warm currents emanating from it and spreading throughout Lu Yun's being. He discovered that these strange warm currents replenished both his stamina and electric charge as they flowed within him. He surmised that the Dark Star recognized his current inability to harness such a high-level thunderstone, let alone absorb energy from it to enhance himself. Thus, it had been specially crafted into a necklace, utilizing technology to transform the thunderstone into a battery-like object that replenished his energy. Lu Yun was elated. This item was precisely what he desperately needed at present. Although he had established a solid foundation, he was still merely a fledgling lamb, with numerous shortcomings in various aspects. The electric charge stored within him was several times that of a typical lamb of the same level. However, the demand for his bizarre combination techniques was staggering, often depleting his energy reserves in just a few uses during battle. Consequently, in standard skill combinations, he would always incorporate the skill recharge, primarily to enhance the power of his abilities, but also to alleviate the burden on his body. As his level increased, he encountered foes of progressively higher caliber, and the pace of combat quickened. The recharge skill, which required prolonged charging, gradually became a burden. Faced with such circumstances, Lu Yun found himself with two choices: to enhance the charging speed of recharge, or to improve the quality and capacity of the electric currents within him. Lu Yun had previously attempted the former, yet with his current ability to manipulate electricity, he was unable to achieve such an enhancement. It was likely that he would need to evolve further into an electric dragon before success could be within his grasp. As for the latter, he found himself at a loss for the time being. However, the arrival of the Thunderstone necklace presented an opportune solution to his dilemma. From this moment forth, whenever Lu Yun donned the necklace during battles, it would be akin to carrying a high-capacity battery, continuously replenishing his stamina and energy. For someone like Lu Yun, who possessed a plethora of combination techniques, this enhancement was extraordinarily formidable. With ample energy reserves, he could also begin to experiment with many powerful moves that had previously been difficult to execute. The most crucial aspect was that while the Thunderstone necklace might currently serve only as a rudimentary battery, he believed that once he evolved into an electric dragon and experienced a transformative enhancement, he would be able to gradually extract and absorb energy from the Thunderstone, converting it into his own strength. Envisioning a splendid future for himself, Lu Yun leaned back contentedly, sinking into the plush mass around him to relish the moment. 3 days later, within the confines of the Pokeball space, Lu Yun sat cross-legged on the gray carpet, eyes closed in meditation. A soft azure glow shimmered from his chest as he attuned himself to the flow of electricity within, striving to enhance his control over energy. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, revealing a hint of exasperation. It was so challenging, he couldn't help but mutter in frustration. Was it truly the case that he could only improve through special items and level advancements? Lu Yun pondered, lowering his gaze slightly. Suddenly, a faint vibration began to resonate within the Pokeball space, gradually intensifying. A brilliant white light illuminated the ceiling, prompting Lu Yun to extend his hand to shield his eyes. The surroundings, once shrouded in darkness, began to take shape, the translucent walls clarifying just enough to catch glimpses of the outside world. Realizing that a mission was finally at hand, Lu Yun silently prepared himself. Fengyu Town, a quaint seaside settlement nestled beside the Yao Sea, was not economically prosperous, relying solely on its natural fishing resources to barely sustain its finances. However, perhaps due to its economic underdevelopment, the local culture remained remarkably simple, characterized by warmth and hospitality. Consequently, in recent years, it had garnered favorable reviews from numerous backpackers, gradually emerging as a niche travel destination. At this moment, within a modest inn in the town, two unremarkable trainers were engaged in a hushed discussion. "Asia, are we really not going to report to the organization? Xiaozhu, how many times must I tell you? There are extraordinary secrets hidden on that island. Moreover, based on the information I've received, the Pokémon there are primarily flying types, and their average level is relatively low. With our combined strength, we are entirely capable of exploring it. If we report to the organization, we will lose our share of the tremendous benefits concealed within. Do you understand, Xiaozhu? However, there is no however. This time, you must heed my words, Xiaozhu. Just think. Once we acquire the precious resources from that island, and perhaps even capture a few rare Pokémon. Wouldn't our future be exceedingly promising? Very well, I agree. However, we must rent a powerful creature from the organization as a backup. I am somewhat apprehensive about unforeseen circumstances. All right, Xiaozhu, your cautious nature is truly something. Seeing that Xiaozhu had been persuaded, Asia couldn't help but joyfully pat his companion's shoulder. He then retrieved a new model of a smartphone from his pocket. After a series of deft maneuvers, he accessed the Dark Star organization's exclusive backend. Opening the Pokémon rental database, he began to input keywords such as electric type, ice type, and rock type into the search bar while discussing with Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu, which Pokémon do you think we should rent? We already have an ice-type snowy child in our team, so let's rent an electric type, one that is agile and possesses strong attack capabilities. Alright, hearing this, Asia adjusted the keywords slightly, his fingers deftly gliding up and down the screen. Here it is, take a look at these few options. Xiaozhu leaned closer to Asia, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at the smartphone in his hand. Oh, this one seems quite promising. Chapter 39. The meeting. Asia followed the direction of Xiaozhu's finger. Fluffy sheep, ability, static strength rating, professional ace available skills, tackle, growl, thunder wave, hidden power, dragon, thunder shock, cotton spore, charge, thunder punch, electromagnetic levitation, RAM evaluation, keen sense in battle, outstanding electric type talent required points. 100 weeks. Asia, upon glimpsing the information, couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, exclaiming, "This fluffy sheep possesses the prowess of a professional ace. Quite remarkable. I suspect that even an ordinary electric dragon would not surpass this strength," Xiaozhu added. Asia, look. This fluffy sheep is capable of electromagnetic levitation, which would minimize disadvantages in battles against flying-type Pokémon. Asia nodded, glancing at the price. Yes, the cost is quite reasonable. Shall we proceed to rent this Pokémon? Let's go with it. After selecting the rental duration, Asia pressed the Rent button on the smartphone. Watching as points were swiftly deducted from his account, a twinge of discomfort stirred within him. Meanwhile, Xiaozhu opened a black backpack resting in the corner of the room and extracted a peculiar square machine. The box was cubical in shape, featuring a small black and white screen on the front, with a keypad composed of characters and numbers beneath the screen. The interior of the box was hollow, with dark red patterns faintly glowing, exuding an air of mystery. At the bottom, there was a deep circular indentation. Asia took the peculiar box from Xiaozhu, diligently inputting a lengthy string of codes provided by the Dark Star platform on his phone into the accompanying keyboard. The crisp sound of keystrokes resonated within the room. After a considerable duration, Asia finally completed the input, meticulously reviewing his entries several times. Once he was certain of his accuracy, he pressed the confirmation key with a decisive force. A low hum emanated from the black box, which vibrated slightly as gentle mechanical sounds arose from within. The dark red patterns on its surface began to glow more intensely. Ding! Not long after, a melodious chime signaled the box's return to tranquility. Eagerly, Xiaozhu could no longer contain her excitement and promptly lifted the lid of the box. Taking a deep breath, she blew away the faint white smoke that had formed due to the machine's intense operation, peering curiously inside. Wow! Asia, come quickly, it's an extraordinary Pokeball. With exhilaration, Xiaozhu called out to Asia while reaching for the strange Pokeball nestled within the box. Just as her fingers were about to touch the ball, a faint electric current surged across its surface, causing a slight tingle in her arm. Ah! Startled, Xiaozhu instinctively withdrew her hand. What happened? Asia, taken aback by her sudden exclamation, inquired urgently. It's nothing at all. This Pokeball is incredible. It even has electricity. She giggled, shaking her slightly tingling right hand. Asia's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to step closer and peer into the box. The black and yellow sphere radiated a soft glow, with wisps of electric currents dancing in the air around it. The central button bore a tiny lightning emblem. Wow! Asia exclaimed, captivated by its extraordinary appearance. Carefully, he extended his hand, reaching down before grasping the ball firmly. A cool sensation met his fingertips as he endured the faint tingling in his hand while extracting the Pokeball from the box. Asia, do you recognize this type of Pokeball? Xiaozhu asked, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at the peculiar sphere in Asia's grasp. Asia shook his head, his expression turning serious. No, but this Pokeball is undoubtedly of a very high grade. The background of this fluffy sheep must be quite remarkable. Asia, hurry, release the fluffy sheep inside and see what makes it special, Xiaozhu urged, her curiosity intensifying. Nodding, Asia gently tossed the black and yellow Pokeball into the air above the room. Zzz. Surrounded by a faint yellow electric glow, The Pokeball spun swiftly in midair before suddenly coming to a halt. The central button glimmered softly, and the special Pokeball opened wide. Unlike the usual Pokeballs that emit a crimson light, this one hovered in midair, releasing dense black mist. Within the eerie black fog, striking yellow currents flickered, reminiscent of storm clouds gathering for a tempest. Gradually, the black mist spread, enveloping most of the room. With a soft thud, the currents within the black fog surged violently, akin to boiling water. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow light erupted from the depths of the dark haze, resembling the first rays of dawn, as the electricity emitted a piercing shriek. Converging towards the center. Boom! An invisible magnetic field surged forth with the raging currents, dispersing the black mist. The television that had been playing in the room crackled and went black. Aja, with his eyes slightly closed, felt his hair lifted by the incoming force. Swirling in the air. Thud! The Pokeball fell to the ground. At the center of the room stood a fluffy sheep, its chest glowing with a faint green light, pulsating with intense electricity as it opened its eyes. Incredibly cool, exclaimed Xiao Zhu, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun smirked slightly, thinking that the client for this mission seemed rather unreliable. Meanwhile, Aja discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stepped forward to Lu Yun, crouched down, and spoke in a serious tone. Hello, Fluffy Sheep. We are your clients for this mission. I am Aja, and this is Xiao Zhu. We will depend on you for this task. Lu Yun nodded at the serious-faced Aja, feeling relieved to have at least one rational person around. Beside them, Xiao Zhu, eager to satisfy his curiosity, hurried over to Lu Yun, peppering him with questions. Lu Yun, somewhat exasperated, offered non-committal nods in response. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a voice called from outside. Guest, are you all right? Realizing the commotion they had caused, Aja hastily recalled Lu Yun into the Pokeball while loudly responding, It's nothing, just a little fall. All right, if you need anything, please call customer service. Came the reply. Okay, thank you. Once the staff member was convinced to leave, Aja let out a sigh of relief. Looking down at the black and yellow Pokeball in his hand, he felt a surge of confidence for the upcoming endeavor. Chapter 40. Departure the next morning. A veil of mist enveloped the small town, with the sky still cloaked in twilight. Aja and Xiao Zhu, fully equipped and bearing large backpacks, emerged from the inn, disguised as travelers. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, tinged with the scent of the seaside, Aja tightened his belt holding the Pokeball, his gaze resolute. After a leisurely walk of over 10 minutes, the two individuals arrived at the dock of Fengyu Town. Although it was still early morning, the dock was already alive with a cacophony of sounds, the clatter of wood against wood, the shouts of fishermen, the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore, and the calls of unknown seabirds drifting in from the ocean, all harmoniously intertwined, painting a vivid tableau of daily life. Asia had long since prepared for this moment, and the two made their way to a secluded spot on the dock with practiced ease. On the surface of the water, a modest white speedboat rested quietly. Its sleek form, adorned with a gleaming white metal exterior, shimmered softly under the dawn's light. Gentle blue arcs graced its hull, lending it an air of casual elegance. With a thunderous roar, the engine sprang to life, sending crystalline splashes of water tumbling on either side of the vessel. Thus, amidst the bustling dock, the unassuming white speedboat began to glide away. By midday, the relentless sun blazed down from the heavens, casting dazzling reflections upon the vast azure sea. The speedboat surged forth like a sailfish through water, leaving behind a frothy trail of white waves. On the deck, Xiao Zhu reclined with eyes closed, his bare torso exposed, legs crossed, basking in leisure, while a heavy backpack, along with clothes, lay haphazardly strewn beside him. How much longer will it be? Came his languid voice, drifting back into the cabin. At that moment, Asia was engrossed in an ancient map, its yellowed edges hinting at stories untold. It's still early. He responded with a hint of exasperation, a wry smile gracing his lips. He then lowered his gaze, his left hand stroking the rough stubble on his chin as he pondered over the archaic map, a look of contemplation etched on his face. The sea resembled a capricious maiden, gentle and tranquil at times, nurturing myriad life forms. Yet when angered, it could unleash tempests and towering waves without a moment's notice. One moment could be serene under the glaring sun, and the next, dark clouds could gather, heralding a fierce storm. As the increasingly strong sea breeze swept across the deck, Xiao Zhu's nose twitched, and his brow furrowed as he sprang to his feet. Asia, the weather is about to change. Asia acknowledged calmly from the cabin, gesturing for Xiao Zhu to stow the gear back inside the boat. Suddenly, a deep, strange sound resonated from beneath the surface of the sea, echoing through the air. Asia felt a vibration in his eardrums, a faint dizziness creeping into his mind. Raising his hands to massage his throbbing temples, he furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, I can't believe I forgot about this. Is it that time again? Xiao Zhu, as if intuitively understanding, exchanged a knowing glance with Asia. Upon receiving a nod in affirmation, he eagerly grabbed a Pokeball and dashed out of the cabin. On the deck, Xiao Zhu's expression radiated excitement. His hair tousled by the fierce sea winds that swept past him. After gazing out at the sea for a moment and determining the general direction of the sound, Xiao Zhu gently tossed the red and white ball into the sky. Come forth, Mekiyangma. Son. A cacophony of piercing insect sounds accompanied by the high-frequency flutter of wings erupted in the air. A colossal Pokémon, resembling a dragonfly, materialized above the ocean's surface. Its deep green, resilient exoskeleton exuded an ancient aura, while circular red spots were symmetrically distributed across its shell, glimmering with a faint light. For black ridges protruded gently from its back and tail, quivering lightly. On either side, two pairs of transparent wings beat rapidly, generating powerful ripples across the water. Its crimson compound eyes scanned the surroundings with a hint of ferocity. Unlike its lively master Xiao Zhu, Mekiyangma appeared rather aloof. Mekiyangma, unleash your bug buzz upon that expanse of sea, Xiao Zhu commanded, pointing emphatically amidst the fierce ocean winds. Son. Obeying its master's call, Mekiyangma accelerated the frequency of its wing beats, akin to a helicopter, stirring up formidable waves on the ocean's surface. With translucent ripples accompanied by a shrill wail cascading beneath the water. Boom. It seemed as if an invisible force struck with great intensity, sending white froth soaring into the air. Rumbling. Beneath the surface, a deep roar grew louder, tinged with a sense of indignation, reminiscent of a lion whose territory had been encroached upon. Gradually, a long, menacing black shadow emerged from below the water. Splash! The sea parted, revealing the true form of the ominous shadow. Its skin shimmered a deep azure as water flowed over it. A massive maw gaped wide, revealing rows of sharp, densely packed teeth. A pair of bright red eyes appeared to brim with rage at any moment. Roar! The Gyarados unleashed a ferocious bellow towards Mekiyangma, sending ripples racing across the water's surface. On the deck, Xiao Zhu clutched his ears, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a fervent, almost frenzied intensity. Silence it, Mekiyangma. Make it hush. Son. The shrill sound of bug buzz erupted as Mekiyangma's wings flapped wildly in the air, unleashing countless invisible blades. Air slash. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp air slashes carved numerous wounds across the Gyarados' body, yet it seemed unfazed, the fury in its eyes only deepening. Buzz. Within its gaping maw, a colossal sphere of water rapidly coalesced. Water gun. A towering jet of water burst forth from the Gyarados' mouth, scattering glistening droplets into the air. Observing this, Xiao Zhu's eyes gleamed with disdain. Is it merely a wild Pokémon? Such a degree of compression in its water gun could never reach my Mekiyangma. Evade it and unleash your primal power. The command resonated from behind, and one could see Mekiyangma sweeping its wings, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, effortlessly evading the water gun unleashed by the Gyarados. Subsequently, it calmed its mind, attuning itself to the rocky energy permeating the air. A low hum echoed as dark brown energy coalesced, and in the blink of an eye, several massive boulders materialized seemingly from thin air. The primordial force, the rocks, infused with the dark brown energy, hurtled towards the Gyarados with a fierce roar. Thud, thud. The boulders crashed violently against the Gyarados' substantial body. The double damage from the advantageous type rendering the creature in considerable distress. Despite its notoriously fierce temperament, the Gyarados was not devoid of intelligence. Realizing it could not contend with such formidable power, thoughts of retreat began to stir within. With a thunderous roar, though feigned bravado concealed its trepidation, the Gyarados submerged, descending into the depths of the ocean. Xiao Zhu cast a disdainful glance at the fleeing Gyarados, grasping the Pokeball to withdraw Mekiyangma from the air, before turning to hasten back to the cabin. Chapter 41, Purple Fire Pitter-Patter. The light footsteps echoed within the cabin. Aja lifted his gaze from the map, observing the cheerful Xiao Zhu who had just entered the cabin, and inquired, Have you resolved it? Indeed. It was effortless, Xiao Zhu replied, returning to her previously vivacious demeanor, her voice brimming with exuberance. Aja nodded calmly, not surprised by the outcome. He and Xiao Zhu were seasoned partners, having known each other long before joining the organization. It was Xiao Zhu who had invited him into the Dark Star. They were well acquainted with each other's battle habits, although they did not rank highly within the organization. When compared to the formidable beings therein, they could be considered capable trainers in the outside world. Facing an ordinary wild Gyarados was naturally a matter of ease. Ajah. How much longer until we reach that island? Xiao Zhu, now back in the cabin, asked while drying her rain-soaked hair with a white towel. At our current pace, barring unforeseen circumstances, we should arrive in about 2 days, Ajah responded, gripping the ends of the map. Illuminated by the bright light within the cabin, raising the aged yellow map into the air. In the storm, the small white boat swayed amidst the surging waves, as if it would be engulfed by the ferocious tide any moment. Yet, it persevered, resiliently afloat, the radiant light flickering against the inky ocean, akin to a tiny star in the vast cosmos, small, yet eternal. Life at sea was monotonous. Days melted into one another, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Ajah, is this situation normal? Xiao Zhu inquired, casting a glance at the dense gray mist enveloping the vessel. Certainly, it is far from normal. However, there is no cause for concern. The compass remains functional, and we are on the right course, soon to arrive at our destination. Asia responded with his usual calm demeanor, yet a flicker of apprehension lingered in his gaze. The thick fog had actually begun to manifest the previous night, albeit not as densely as it was now. Looking up at the sky, the once blazing midday sun over the sea was now merely a faint yellow outline obscured by the fog. This peculiar and dense mist was not mentioned in any of the information he had previously encountered. As someone who habitually plans meticulously and considers all contingencies, albeit with a slight tendency towards obsession, this unexpected occurrence left Asia feeling quite conflicted. Meanwhile, on the deck, Xiao Zhu seemed to maintain an insatiable curiosity at all times. Despite the grayish haze enveloping his surroundings, he continued to scan the area with keen interest. Asia, come quickly. Suddenly, Xiao Zhu appeared to have discovered something, calling out to Asia with urgency. Still feeling a tinge of inner turmoil, Asia turned his gaze in the direction indicated by Xiao Zhu. To his astonishment, amidst the murky fog, a strange purple flame flickered into existence. Ethereal and ghostly, the flame swayed within the mist as if it might extinguish at any moment. It seemed to sense the presence of life aboard the vessel, curving ominously as it glided towards the speedboat. A chilling aura enveloped him, as though a whisper brushed against his ear, sending shivers down his spine and raising the hair on his neck. Stealing a glance at Xiao Zhu, who remained animated and enthusiastic, Asia couldn't help but curse inwardly. This kid truly has a screw loose. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, feeling an imminent threat. He trembled as he swiftly retrieved a red and white Pokeball from his pocket, releasing its contained creature. Kara. A brilliant burst of red light erupted as a small, white figure materialized on the deck. Its black, egg-shaped body was adorned with a yellow cloak resembling a hat, while 3 orange diamond patterns were symmetrically arranged on its back. Its hands were 2 charming round shapes, currently curled in front of it. Its mouth, opened in a peculiar manner, revealed a set of pearly white teeth, exuding an unsettling aura. The creature's icy blue eyes conveyed no emotion, emanating a faint chill. Snow Child, be vigilant, Asia commanded, his voice tinged with urgency. Huh. In a dreamlike state, the Snow Child glanced back at its trainer, responding softly. Beware of that ghostly flame ahead, Asia hastily clarified, noticing that his Snow Child had not grasped the gravity of the situation. TTI. Seeing its usually serious master displaying such fear, the Snow Child let out a cheerful cry. Simultaneously, its small black hands clapped twice on its chest, as if to say, leave it to me. In the distance, amidst the thick fog, the violet will-o'-the-wisp seemed to have noticed the arrival of the Snow Child and came to a halt. A soft, ethereal sound reverberated through the air, as if the will-o'-the-wisp comprehended, swirling gracefully twice in the air. Gradually, the enigmatic spirit concealed within the purple flames began to reveal itself, like a diminutive hot air balloon. Its violet exterior shimmered with a faint glow. A pair of bright crimson eyes stood out conspicuously in the mist, while beneath, yellow floral patterns adorned its visage. At its base, resembling a toy's pedestal, there was an irregularly shaped red floral organ from which the purple flames emanated. Aja, it's a Drifloon, came the excited exclamation from Xiao Zhu. Aja cracked a faint smile and nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. As a professional trainer, upon recognizing that the bizarre phenomenon was caused by a Pokémon, his fear subsided. Observing the Snow Child, a pure ice type capable of communicating effortlessly with the ghost-type Drifloon, Aja contemplated preparing an awakening stone for it. He had been torn between allowing it to evolve into the balanced, pure ice-type Glalie or the speed-oriented, dual-type ice and ghost frostless. However, the Snow Child's unexpected display of extraordinary ghostly talent today solidified his resolve. As if concluding their communication, The snow child turned to Aja and emitted a haunting call. Are you suggesting that this Drifloon hasn't eaten in quite some time and needs my assistance? It nodded affirmatively. Aja glanced at the Drifloon floating before him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that it appeared less plump than those he had encountered previously, somewhat deflated. He rubbed his rough stubble thoughtfully. Ghost-type Pokémon typically consume negative emotions and life energy, but I have no specially formulated ghostly energy treats prepared. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Xiao Zhu's backpack resting on the deck. An idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 42, Nourishment Veiled by a Thick Fog. A white yacht glided silently across the sea, its hazy lights casting a soft glow. On the deck, Aja held a large purple canister adorned with an unusual yellow-blue fruit design, from which he was extracting handfuls of biscuit-like snacks to scatter into the ocean. Beside him, Xiao Zhu wore a mournful expression, her tone heavy with concern. Aja, you promised to return these to me. They are the latest release from the Deck Snacks Company, passion fruit-flavored biscuits. I went through great lengths to acquire them. Rest assured, I will return them once this mission concludes. Aja replied nonchalantly, even as he continued to scoop out more biscuits from the canister and cast them into the sea. The pale blue cookies emanated a subtle fragrance, floating amidst the waves as the seawater gradually soaked them, with large crumbs detaching and sinking into the depths. The whimsical Swablu hovered nearby, its curious red eyes glimmering with intrigue. By the way, Asia, does this method truly work? Came the faint inquiry from Xiao Zhu. Certainly. The Passimian fruit is inherently favored by water-type Pokémon. Even if this is merely a cookie treat, it is sufficiently enticing for the wild sprites dwelling beneath the waves. Asia cast a glance at the ocean ahead, noting that the scattering was nearly complete. He halted his actions, returning the jar of Passimian cookies to Xiao Zhu. The crisp sound of crushed cookies filled the air, causing Asia to smirk slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the undulating black surface of the sea. Swablu, prepare yourself. We should soon witness some activity, he murmured to the floating creature beside him. Yoo. Swablu twirled gracefully in the air, signaling its understanding. And thus, a minute passed. Then two, as time languidly drifted by, the white speedboat bobbed gently on the ocean, with the two individuals and their small Pokémon utterly engrossed in the surface of the water. If one were to disregard the intermittent sound of cookie munching, the atmosphere would have been quite solemn. The ebony sea flowed languidly, devoid of any disturbance, causing a flicker of anxiety to rise within Asia. This shouldn't be. The aroma of the Passimian fruit was so potent that wild water-type Pokémon could not possibly resist it. Could it be that this stretch of ocean harbored no water-type Pokémon at all? Asia furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, the previously tranquil sea surface erupted with a flurry of bubbles. Here they come. Asia's heart raced as he turned to Swablu, signaling with his eyes. Swablu gently swayed in the air, honing its focus. The bubbling intensified, both in frequency and size, as a shadowy form began to emerge beneath the water. With a whoosh, the shadow grew clearer, and a small whirlpool began to form at the surface. Seizing the moment, Swablu radiated a brilliant purple light, its eyes glowing crimson. And with a hum, it conjured a swirling dark purple sphere before it. Shadow Ball. The dark purple orb was hurled towards the center of the whirlpool, tracing a delicate lavender trail through the air. Boom. Crystal-clear droplets exploded outward, and waves surged in all directions, causing the speedboat to lurch violently upon the water. Asia instinctively gripped the railing to steady himself, his gaze locked firmly on the tumultuous surface. Soon, the surface of the sea calmed, reverting to its earlier tranquil state. Had they failed? A thought flickered in Asia's mind. Suddenly, a white-bellied iron cannon fish, adorned with a multitude of frothy bubbles, floated to the surface, belly up. Nearby, the carefree and ethereal cries of the Swablu echoed, flitting joyfully in the breeze upon witnessing the catch. Asia exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. His willingness to assist the Swablu stemmed from two motivations: a request from his cherished companion, the snow sprite, and a desire to mitigate risks. After all, a famished Pokémon could act unpredictably, and Asia's primary objective was to reach the island not far ahead. If misfortune struck before they landed, resulting in casualties within his team, it would severely jeopardize the success of their mission. Moreover, the mists surrounding them were unsettlingly enigmatic, likely concealing further dangers. Thus, they required a guide familiar with the environment. On the surface of the water, the Swablu drifted above the iron cannon fish, its four long tendrils extending downward, ensnaring it securely. Suddenly, a soft purple glow emanated from the surface of the Swablu's body as it grasped the iron cannon fish's tendrils, which trembled slightly. The red, flower-like organ beneath it gently opened, creating an unusual suction. A vibrant green light abruptly emerged from the iron cannon fish, transforming into twinkling motes that were drawn into the Swablu's form. With a satisfying low hum, the Swablu's previously emaciated body began to swell and become rounded, while the once vibrant iron cannon fish became desiccated and lifeless beneath it. Before long, the Swablu had completed its absorption. With a soft plop, it discarded the now lifeless iron cannon fish back into the sea, joyfully spiraling in the air as it returned to the deck, floating above them in gratitude. The Swablu appeared to communicate something to Asia and his companions. The previously silent translator, the snow sprite, interjected. "Are you suggesting that you wish to help us navigate out of this fog?" The Swablu nodded vigorously in the air. "Ha ha, then we shall rely on you." Asia chuckled heartily in thanks. Yes, thank you." Xiaozhu chimed in, munching on a biscuit. Radiating a gentle purple glow, the Swablu glided to the bow of the ship, resembling the figurehead of a pirate vessel, instilling a sense of dread in the hidden dangers within the mist. Before long, as they ventured deeper, the previously dense gray fog began to thin, allowing beams of sunlight to pierce through, casting dazzling golden glimmers upon the sea's surface. Indeed, trouble had not crossed his path again. With gratitude, Asia waved goodbye to the drifting ball, which was already feeling slightly uncomfortable under the sun. As he observed the gradually vanishing purple silhouette behind him, he turned his gaze forward. The warm sea breeze caressed his face, and the distant calls of seabirds echoed in his ears, prompting Asia to muse. We are almost there. Chapter 43. The dense forest. This island, predominantly circular in shape, was enveloped by a lush forest composed of towering trees. Exotic and peculiar Pokémon flitted among the branches, frolicking joyfully. However, as one ventured deeper into the island, the terrain exhibited an oddly steep ascent, with vegetation becoming increasingly sparse. At the very heart of the island stood a towering peak, shrouded in mist, from which low, rumbling roars could be faintly heard. With a resounding thud, sturdy black boots left deep imprints in the sand. "Asia, is this Eagle Island?" came the vibrant voice of Xiaozhu. Glancing towards the distant mountains cloaked in clouds, Asia nodded. This terrain was undoubtedly correct. After securely anchoring the speedboat, the duo meticulously inspected their gear before setting off side by side. Upon entering the dense forest, the once bright sunshine of the beach vanished without a trace, replaced by a shadowy environment, humid air, and the incessant chirping of birds above. Intense sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting brilliant circular spots of light on the lush undergrowth. Asia took a deep breath, inhaling the damp, chilly air infused with a hint of sea breeze. He gestured for Xiaozhu to proceed with caution, and they advanced resolutely into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, an unusual sound emerged from the tranquil thicket, prompting the pair to halt, their senses heightened. Swiftly, they drew their Pokeballs from their belts, prepared to unleash their Pokémon at the slightest hint of danger. Ordinarily, a typical trainer would maintain their Pokémon in an active state while traversing such a complex environment, remaining vigilant against potential threats. Often, human reflexes alone would be insufficient when faced with unexpected perils. However, this duo made a contrasting choice, reflecting their careful consideration. First and foremost, as members of the Dark Star, they possessed a high level of professional aptitude as trainers, with a solid foundational skill set. Their experiences exploring various perilous environments were numerous, surely not less than 100 encounters, rendering them exceptionally seasoned. They were adept at detecting and resolving many concealed dangers long before they could manifest. Furthermore, in this unfamiliar environment, recklessly releasing one's Pokémon, while it may provide a semblance of protection, can indeed invite greater peril. It is crucial to recognize that many formidable wild creatures possess a strong sense of territoriality. If confronted merely by two feeble humans, they may choose to disregard them. But the presence of several unfamiliar Pokémon with potent auras would undoubtedly precipitate an unavoidable clash. In the shadowy depths of the jungle, the two companions held their breath, tightly gripping their Pokeballs, their gazes fixed intently in the direction of the sounds, while also remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The art of diversion is not solely reserved for humans. Rustle, the underbrush trembled violently, gradually revealing a small crimson figure, a ladybug-like body adorned with 3 pairs of azure limbs. Above, 2 black antennae quivered gently as they reached upward, seemingly sensing something. A pair of charming, large eyes sparkled with curiosity, timidly observing the vigilant duo ahead. Is that a ladybug Pokémon? What a surprise! Xiaozhu exhaled with relief, patting her chest with her left hand in reassurance. How adorable! She exclaimed, stepping forward. Wait! Beside her, as extended his hand to halt Xiaozhu, his tone laced with caution. Do not act impulsively. The timid ladybug Pokémon, sensing the peculiar beings before it posed no threat, called out to its companions behind. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the dense foliage erupted with intense vibrations. From the treetops, the underbrush, and behind the trunks, a multitude of crimson figures emerged. Buzz, buzz. An overwhelming cacophony of fluttering wings resonated through the jungle as a swarm of ladybug Pokémon swept overhead like a vast, crimson cloud. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiaoju's temple, a surge of dread welling within her. Had she acted recklessly moments ago, provoking the swarm's hostility, it would have been catastrophic. Nodding solemnly at Az, who had restrained her, Xiaoju stood still, awaiting the departure of the insect horde. Thus, the two moved cautiously, taking intermittent breaks, and after nearly 3 hours, they gradually emerged from the forest. Along the way, they encountered the ladybug swarm, a massive beehive, and a cave of Zubat, each nearly spellbinding them into disaster. Fortunately, their extensive adventure experience and formidable strength allowed them to escape unscathed. As dusk descended, the duo resolved to halt their journey and seek a safe haven for the night, for the dangers of the forest after dark far surpassed those of the day. Even novice trainers understand that traveling at night is a perilous endeavor. Parting the thick underbrush that obstructed their view, they discovered a breathtaking lake. The circular lake lay tranquil like a polished mirror, the sunset casting its orange twilight across the water's surface, creating a dazzling display of brilliance. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep across, stirring delicate ripples upon the satin-smooth water. Within the crystal-clear lake, faint silhouettes of small creatures frolicked playfully. The two seemed entranced by this picturesque beauty birthed by nature, taking quite some time to regain their composure. This will do, Asia said to Xiaoju, with swift movements. Before the sun had fully descended, they erected their campsite and kindled a warm campfire. The sound of sizzling filled the air as they placed their canned food over the flames, releasing a rich aroma that gradually permeated the atmosphere. After an afternoon spent traversing the woods with unwavering focus, both were utterly exhausted, sitting in silence around the campfire to rest. Suddenly, a loud splash broke the serene stillness of the lakeside. The two sprang to their feet simultaneously, retrieving their Pokeballs. Asia scanned the shore with keen eyes, and under the faint glow of the sunset, a peculiar avian Pokémon emerged from the water. Its body was cloaked in a dense layer of deep blue feathers. As lustrous as satin, shimmering faintly, its large, emerald-green eyes, devoid of vitality, stared vacantly at the two by the campfire. Most bizarrely, a slender, sharp yellow beak was lodged with a wriggling brown fish caught in its throat. What Pokémon is this? Why have I never seen it before? Xiaoju gazed intently at the unfamiliar creature, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, nearly overflowing with excitement. I don't know. I've never encountered it either. Asia replied in a low voice. Perhaps it hails from the Galar region? The Galar region had only recently established contact with the Pokémon League, boasting numerous new species. The Dark Star organization, aspiring to dominate the underground, had seized this opportunity to establish a branch in Galar as well. However, specific details regarding the local power dynamics and information on these new Pokémon species had not been disclosed. Furthermore, given their current level of authorization, the duo lacked the privilege to access information pertaining to the organization's ongoing critical projects. Never mind. Let's catch it first, Xiaoju said eagerly, gripping her Pokeball as she approached. The allure of an unseen species, whether for players of the past or trainers in the current Pokémon world, was undeniably compelling. Be careful, Asia cautioned, unable to restrain himself as he observed Xiaoju's enthusiasm. Don't worry, this bird looks rather silly. It surely poses no danger. Xiaoju too did not look back, merely gesturing with a wave of his hand. Indeed, at that moment, the ancient moon bird exhibited a vacant stare, standing motionless as if rooted to the spot, resembling a fool. The lively fish caught in its beak added a touch of comedic absurdity, devoid of any semblance to the extraordinary essence of a formidable Pokémon. Come forth. Mikeyangma. A resonant cry echoed, and the massive form of Mikeyangma emerged into the air, powerful gusts of wind kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. Air slash. Let it witness some true prowess. Clearly, as a trainer, the most prudent course of action when attempting to capture a wild Pokémon was to first weaken its stamina. Young. The semi-transparent wings of Mikeyangma vibrated vigorously in the air, rippling the atmosphere as it unleashed a flurry of indistinct, curved blades of air, the whooshing sound reverberating along the lakeshore. Jie? The ancient moon bird tilted its head slightly, its lifeless, emerald-green eyes blankly fixated on the approaching air slash. This was troubling. It seemed the bird truly was dim-witted, failing to evade the attack. Would this strike prove fatal? Had he known, he would have instructed MYTHIC to hold back. Watching the ancient moon bird stand foolishly in place, a twinge of regret blossomed within Xiaozhu's heart. Boom! A resounding crash erupted from the ground, and amidst the swirling dust, the tremendous force of the air left deep gashes in the earth. Meanwhile, the ancient moon bird remained oblivious, its satin-like, deep blue feathers unscathed, as if the air slash that had just targeted it had never existed. Intriguing, murmured Zha, arms crossed over his chest, speaking in a low tone by the campfire. He had observed closely that seemingly dull-witted ancient moon bird had, just as the air slash was about to strike, erupted with astonishing speed, evading the attack as if teleporting. Fixating on the bird's sleek feathers and streamlined form, Zha stroked his chin thoughtfully. Giggling indeed, Xiaozhu exclaimed with excitement, the intense thrill of battle nearly driving him to madness. MYTHIC used Detect. As a seasoned trainer, Xiaozhu had naturally noted the ancient moonbird's peculiar burst of speed. To counter such a swift Pokémon, employing Detect, a functional skill that enhances accuracy, was undoubtedly effective. Young, MYTHIC let out a low call, its crimson compound eyes directing several beams of red light towards the ancient moonbird. Buzz. Unresponsive. The ancient moonbird stood still, allowing the beams of Detect to wash over it. Buzz. Xiaozhu's commanding voice echoed along the lakeshore. Young. The compound eyes glimmered with a vivid crimson hue, fixated intently on the ancient lunar bird below. The MYTHIC emitted a sharp cry, reminiscent of ripples on water, as translucent waves of sound cascaded through the air towards the ancient lunar bird. Bang, bang, bang. The skill was activated, and this time the ancient lunar bird could not evade the piercing cries unleashed by the MYTHIC. The relentless sound waves battered against the ancient lunar bird with formidable force, causing its satin-like deep blue feathers to become tattered and disheveled. Even in its emotionless emerald eyes, a flicker of pain could be discerned. Now was the moment. With a wealth of experience as a trainer, Xiaozhu astutely recognized that this was the optimal time to capture the unfamiliar avian Pokémon. With a swift motion, he retrieved a red and white Pokeball from his belt and hurled it towards the ancient lunar bird. Bang! Whoosh! The Pokeball spun through the air, perfectly targeting the ancient lunar bird, which was still reeling in pain. The crisp sound resonated by the lakeside as the red light enveloped the ancient lunar bird, drawing it into the Pokeball. Buzz! The red and white Pokeball trembled on the ground, emitting a faint and uncertain red glow. This should be fine, Xiaozhu thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, just as he was about to approach and retrieve the Pokeball, it suddenly shook violently, as if the ancient lunar bird within had only just begun to react. Surely not. Xiaozhu halted, his expression turning grim. Bang! As anticipated, the Pokeball burst open, releasing a torrent of red light that scattered like glitter in the air, and the ancient lunar bird flapped its wings, escaping. It landed gracefully, its previously vacant gaze now tinged with a rare flash of anger. The prior sensation of confinement had been quite distressing, instilling within it a foreboding sense of the dire consequences that awaited if it were to be captured. Originally, as the guardian of the Mirror Lake, it had merely harbored curiosity towards these unfamiliar intruders. However, as they unleashed a relentless barrage of unprovoked attacks, its patience had worn thin. Now, it resolved to impart a profound lesson to the strange beings before it. With a sudden opening of its elongated yellow beak, a small brown fish lodged in its throat seemed to sense its impending doom and ceased its struggles. Buzz! A pale blue energy coalesced in a swirling vortex, extracting energy with remarkable speed and efficiency. At the lakeshore, powerful energy waves surged forth like a tempest, stirring the surface of the lake into tumultuous waves. Asia's expression shifted in alarm as he fumbled for a Pokeball, shouting urgently to Xiaozhu. Be careful. Chapter 45. Eruption. The gale force winds generated by the compressed energy howled along the lakeside, reverberating with a chilling intensity in the air. The brown fish, held delicately in the beak of the gloomy bird, spun slowly, gradually enveloped by a swirling orb of cerulean energy. A deep, resonant hum echoed across the arena, escalating in intensity. Suddenly, a flash ignited in the gloomy bird's emerald eyes as its ability, One Bite Missile, was activated. It unleashed a powerful blast. Boom! The sharp sound of an explosion reverberated, creating ripples in the air. Originating from the Galar region, the gloomy bird possessed an insatiable appetite, consuming anything that could fit into its mouth, often resulting in an array of peculiar objects lodged in its throat, which it would hastily expel. This eccentric trait led to the evolution of a unique ability exclusive to its lineage, One Bite Missile. This formidable ability significantly amplified the power of any object expelled from the gloomy bird's beak to an astonishing degree, disregarding the target's protective abilities. Most fearsome of all, it could stack additional effects. In essence, when the gloomy bird activated One Bite Missile, it could simultaneously employ its innate skills, charge and spit, thereby creating a distinct combo unique to its species that maximized the potency of its attacks. However, this terrifying ability came with considerable limitations. The restrictions stemmed from the gloomy bird itself, as One Bite Missile could only be activated by the food it expelled, and given that it possessed but a single beak. Such overwhelming power could typically be triggered only once per battle. Nonetheless, that singular strike was often enough to secure victory. At this moment, the brown fish held in the gloomy bird's beak was no ordinary creature. It was a seer fish. This species of Pokémon also hailed from the Galar region. While relatively common, it possessed notable attributes. With a triangular, pointed head, a streamlined body designed to minimize water resistance, specialized scales, and a tail fin that resembled a propeller. The seerfish boasted astonishing speed. Had it not been for the drawback of slowing down when overfed, the seerfish would have had no natural enemies in the water. Returning to the lakeside of Mirror Lake, the seerfish, enveloped in concentrated azure energy, shot forth from the gloomy bird's beak at a breathtaking velocity. Behind it, a trail of white air currents intertwined with dazzling, luminous blue energy formed a brilliant tassel that unfurled in the air, like a missile from modern warfare. The seerfish surged forth with an unstoppable ferocity, aimed directly at the Mecha Yangma. Time seemed to stand still. Xiao Zhu stood frozen, his face etched with despair. In an instant, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the formerly dazed Guyu Niao unleash a terrifying move of unparalleled might. Behind him, Aja sprinted towards the battlefield, hurling a black and yellow Pokeball into the air. There was no time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Mecha Yangma as if teleporting, leaving a brilliant blue arc in its wake. The air was thick with the dread of life and death. It would die? An alarm blared in Mecha Yangma's mind, compelling it to struggle and extract every ounce of latent potential within. Buzz. Protect. As it manipulated the flowing energy within, a faint white shield materialized abruptly around Mecha Yangma. It was futile. Kala. Even before the could make contact, the delicate white shield created by the protective skill was shattered by the spiral blue energy emanating from. Yet, despite being effortlessly breached, this shield had afforded Mecha Yangma a fleeting moment of 0.001 seconds to react. Summoning all its strength, Mecha Yangma tilted its body slightly. Boom. A blue meteor streaked across the sky, suffused with the soft purple glow of a resplendent sunset, leaving behind a long, luminous trail that lingered in the vast expanse above. Thud. A heavy thud resonated as dark green blood splattered across the ground. At this moment, Mecha Yangma had lost consciousness, its translucent left wing and 3 sturdy limbs reduced to mere fragments. Though the final desperate maneuver had saved its life, the scant time gained was insufficient to avert the horrific injuries that ensued. A howl erupted, Xiao Zhu's eyes wide with terror, as the fate of his companion, with whom he had shared countless moments, hung in the balance. A tumult of regret, rage, and sorrow intertwined within him. Frantically, he fumbled for a Pokeball, pressing the button with fervor, yearning to return Mecha Yangma within, hoping the inherent life-preserving function of the ball would temporarily stave off death. Zila. Meanwhile, thick black mist, crackling with electricity, silently spread across the battlefield like ominous clouds before a storm. Buzzing. A powerful magnetic field suddenly enveloped the entire area, nearly suffocating the still recovering Guyu Niao. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A piercing shriek erupted from the heart of the black mist, reminiscent of dawn breaking. As a brilliant yellow light surged forth, the compressed electricity radiating an eye-catching brilliance. Lu Yun furrowed his brow. Having just witnessed the entire battle unfold through the translucent walls of the Pokeball, he was deeply unsettled. The emerald-hued thunderstone pulsated frantically upon his chest, relentlessly channeling the terrifying electrical energy into Lu Yun's right hand, producing a stinging sensation akin to countless needles piercing his flesh. A profound sense of unease welled up within him. The might of his adversary had surpassed his wildest imaginings. He could not afford to hold back, for the dire consequences could mirror the tragic fate of the recently fallen Mekiyama. In his previous life, Lu Yun had merely received the latest Pokémon game featuring the Sword and Shield series, and before he could even unwrap it, he found himself transported to this unfamiliar realm. Consequently, he was unfamiliar with the new creatures that emerged, leaving him oblivious to the fact that his formidable opponent had transformed into nothing more than a paper tiger after consuming the spiky fish. Witnessing the astonishing scene moments prior, Lu Yun naturally assumed that this enigmatic foe possessed unfathomable strength. Thus, he resolved to unleash his most potent skill, hoping to delay his opponent still recovering from a cooldown, while silently wishing for the assistance of his companions, Zhou and Xiaozhu, lest their entire party meet a grim fate here. Suspended in the magnetic field, Lu Yun's body floated effortlessly in midair. His right hand emitted a dazzling radiance as the searing high-voltage current surged forth, resembling a miniature sun shining brightly in the atmosphere. The energy, teetering on the brink of overflow, coursed through him, sending waves of prickling pain from his fist. With great effort, Lu Yun bent his arm, gradually aligning his fist towards the ancient moon bird before him. Chapter 46. The Finale Thunder Punch. A low hum resonated as the high-voltage energy propelled Lu Yun's body, accelerating wildly within the magnetic field. The electric current emitted a piercing shriek, accompanied by surges of yellow sparks, while a thunderous sonic boom reverberated across the battlefield. At that moment, Lu Yun was enveloped in a layer of yellow flames composed of fine electrical currents, his narrowed eyes radiating determination, akin to a terrifying laser cannon hurtling directly towards the ancient moon bird on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, as clouds of dust were hurled into the air by the tremendous force. Immediately thereafter, a shockwave surged forth from the epicenter, intermingled with dissipating electric currents, sweeping outward in all directions. On the sidelines, Xiaozhu was engaged in an urgent rescue of Mekayama while casting furtive glances at the battlefield, his expression tinged with anxiety. Meanwhile, Aja had already summoned the snow child, a pale aura of cold encircling it, as faint ice particles began to materialize in the air. A glimmer of icy blue light coalescing before him, with the ice beam ready and poised, awaiting the ancient moonbird's revelation. A fierce gust of wind, laced with a subtle numbness, swept through, causing Aja's dark hair to billow as he shielded his eyes with his arm, his face contorted in distress. As the dust settled, the battlefield gradually came into focus. At the center, a deep crater riddled with cracks had suddenly formed, its surroundings marked by a faint charred residue. Lu Yun gasped for breath, his right hand trembling weakly before him, while the emerald-hued thunderstone on his chest spun wildly, replenishing his nearly depleted electrical energy. The previous Thunder Fist technique had consumed nearly all the electrical power he possessed at that moment, and with the enhancements from charging and electromagnetic levitation, its potency had been elevated to its utmost limit. Reflecting on the moment of impact, Lu Yun felt a distinct sensation in his fist and realized that his combination move had indeed struck the formidable ancient moonbird squarely. With a focused mind, Lu Yun cautiously peered into the pit. Hiss! Wisps of white smoke gradually wafted from within. At the center of the large crater lay a charred figure, barely recognizable as the once mighty ancient moonbird. Lu Yun found himself at a loss for words, astonished beyond measure. He possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities. Logically, a Pokémon capable of unleashing an attack that could severely injure a Mecha Yangma should not be weak. Although his combination move was indeed powerful, it should not have been enough to obliterate it in a single blow. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, the ancient moonbird, having expended its missile launch trait, had effectively become a paper tiger, its strength barely reaching the elite level. Moreover, being of both water and flying types, it inherently suffered from double weakness to electric attacks, which in the real world compounded to a ratio of 22-4. His enhanced Thunder Fist struck precisely when the ancient moonbird was fatigued and unable to evade, resulting in the astonishing instant annihilation. Aja stood transfixed, gazing into the pit, the remnants of caution still etched on his face. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, and his astonishment knew no bounds. His estimation of the borrowed fluffy sheep's strength surged to unprecedented heights. It was important to note that Xiaozhu's Mecha Yangma had been meticulously nurtured since childhood, now reaching the level of a professional ace, capable of contending with elite Pokémon under certain conditions. Yet, even it had been severely injured in a single strike by the previously unknown avian Pokémon. Now, this creature, which had once flaunted its might, had been swiftly vanquished by the fluffy sheep he had borrowed. Aja's mind conjured a mental diagram. Mecha Yangma, powerful, ancient moonbird, vanquished, fluffy sheep, vanquished. At that moment, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiaozhu remained solemn, wholly absorbed in reviving the Mecha Yangma, though his eyes occasionally betrayed a glimmer of relief, vengeance, and gratitude. An hour later, by the shores of Mirror Lake, The exaggerated pit still lay in existence, yet the nearby campsite was devoid of life. The duo understood that their commotion had been excessive, and fearing unforeseen events, they swiftly relocated their camp. This small island was exceedingly eerie and terrifying, with Pokémon exhibiting extraordinary and formidable powers. Though unpredictable situations could arise elsewhere, it was undoubtedly safer than remaining by the lakeside. Perched on a robust branch of a towering tree, Aja and Xiaozhu sat in the air, their demeanor tinged with a hint of vigilance as they rested quietly. "How is Makayama faring?" A gentle inquiry floated to Xiaozhu's ear. Lacking her usual vitality, Xiaozhu's expression was solemn as she subtly shook her head. For now, she has been stabilized, but her recovery will depend on fortune. A soft sigh echoed among the branches. "Perhaps we should retrace our steps?" Aja ventured cautiously, but he was promptly interrupted by Xiaozhu. "No need. We can continue our journey. I am not solely reliant on Makayama. Besides, we still have that fluffy sheep. Do we not?" Forcing a faint smile, Xiaozhu reassured him. Silence once again enveloped the branches. In the nocturnal forest, strange sounds reverberated all around. Leaning against the trunk, Aja gazed into the distance. There, beneath the resplendent starry sky, a towering peak emerged from the depths of the night, revealing half its silhouette. A glance at Xiaozhu revealed that, despite having fallen into a light slumber, her brow remained slightly furrowed. With a blink, Aja's swirling thoughts began to settle. The confusion and regret in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unwavering resolve akin to stone. Within the Pokeball, Lu Yun lay comfortably nestled in a plush bundle. His energy replenished swiftly thanks to the assistance of the Thunderstone necklace after the previous battle. He accessed the system, and a notification chimed. Defeated Pokemon, Ancient Moonbird. Experience, 51. At that moment, Lu Yun's attributes underwent a transformation. Species, Fluffy Sheep level, 25, 26, 100 skills, Tackle, Growl, Electromagnetic Wave. Awakening Power, Dragon, Thunder Shock, Cotton Spore, Charge, Thunder Punch, Electromagnetic Levitation, Ram, Thunderball Evaluation. A fluffy sheep with immense potential. Oh, another level up? Thunderball? How intriguing. Upon noticing the newly added skill, Lu Yun was instantly captivated. Eagerly, he ventured to the spacious area within the Pokeball, channeling the electric energy coursing through him. With a crackle and a burst of sparks, a yellow sphere of electricity coalesced in Lu Yun's hand. Countless brilliant ideas flashed through Lu Yun's mind as he fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 47. The Cave the following day. It was not until dawn had fully broken that the two of them packed their belongings and set off towards the towering peaks in the distance. After all, Makayama had sustained severe injuries and temporarily lost her combat abilities, which significantly diminished the overall strength of their duo. They could no longer afford to suffer additional losses. Thus, it was crucial to avoid any battles as much as possible before reaching their destination. The early morning forest, in some respects, proved to be even more perilous than the night, for it marked the final opportunity for the ravenous predators that roamed during the night to satiate their hunger. Tap, tap, tap. In the tranquil forest, the duo advanced in silence, focusing intently on every unusual sound around them. Strangely, as they drew closer to the towering peaks, the menacing presence that had intermittently surrounded them in the forest began to diminish, and the frequency of encounters with Pokémon gradually decreased. Aja furrowed his brow, his anxiety only intensifying, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He understood that in this primordial island, such peculiar occurrences often heralded the approach of even greater dangers. Consider the scenario: within an island teeming with powerful Pokémon, each fiercely territorial, the emergence of a region resembling a forbidden zone typically suggests one of two possibilities. The first is that the environment is so harsh that even the most adaptable creatures cannot survive. The second is that a dominant Pokémon, capable of exerting control over the entire island, has claimed this central territory as its own. Aja surveyed his surroundings. Although the vegetation was sparse, it was not to the extent that no Pokémon could endure. Thus, only one possibility remained. Within the Pokeball, Lu Yun was diligently training a newly acquired skill when an odd aura suddenly emanated from the outside. This essence, filtered through the shield of the Pokeball, was reduced to a nearly imperceptible trace. Yet, even this faint remnant instilled in Lu Yun an unprecedented sense of danger, powerful, authoritative, as if awakening ancient genes buried within his bloodline. A profound feeling of submission surged from his core, momentarily rendering him breathless. What was this? Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as Lu Yun leaned against the white wall beside him, gritting his teeth to resist the urge to collapse. As seconds ticked by, This subtle aura arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, soon dissipating entirely into the atmosphere. With the oppressive presence vanished, Lu Yun suddenly felt deflated and plopped down onto the ground. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, casting his gaze towards the duo beyond the translucent barrier. What on earth are those two planning to do? I hope they are not courting disaster. As the pair slowly advanced towards the peak at the center of the island. On the opposite side, a small black boat gently approached the shore. A figure clad in a dark, form-fitting robe descended slowly, appearing to be in their 20s. With an unremarkable visage that nonetheless exuded an air of sharpness, complemented by a pair of black goggles perched on their nose. To think there truly is an island here. With a tone laced with casual surprise, the young man glanced up at the towering peaks in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hoping that the information provided by his employer was accurate, otherwise, this journey would be in vain. Wouldn't you agree, Soundwave Dragon? The whispered words lingered in the air as the pock ball at his waist trembled twice before settling back into stillness, as if in response to its master. His nose twitched, and he seemed to catch a whiff of the latent dangers concealed within the forest before him. What a nuisance! Thankfully, I am prepared. He retrieved a small vial of purple spray from his pouch, liberally applying it across his body until the very air surrounding him shimmered with a faint violet hue. I must reach the destination before sunset, he mused, quickening his pace into the depths of the forest. In stark contrast to the perilous encounters of the previous day, the ascent of the duo from the base of the mountain proved unexpectedly smooth. They did not encounter a single Pokémon along the way. This peculiar phenomenon even left the typically straightforward Xiaozhu feeling perplexed, prompting him to glance at his companion, Asia, whose expression grew increasingly grim, inciting a sense of caution within him. At last, as they neared the summit, they discovered the ultimate objective of their mission. Before them lay a vast cave, dark and elongated, and merely standing at its entrance stirred a sense of unease within the duo. This is it, Asia confirmed, retrieving an ancient map for reassurance. With a serious nod, Xiaozhu produced a flashlight from his backpack and, side by side with his companion, ventured inside. Within the dimly lit cavern, a faintly foul odor permeated the air. Covering his nose slightly, Asia felt a heaviness in his heart, a burgeoning suspicion forming in his mind. Before long, the duo arrived at the end of the cave. In the dim, damp cavern, droplets of dew clung to the dark stone walls, glimmering faintly under the beam of a flashlight. The ground was blanketed with a thick nest of twigs and hay, while immense, deep blue scales and black down feathers were scattered about. However, the most captivating sight was at the heart of the nest, an oddly colored egg, reminiscent of the night sky, exuding a deep, obsidian hue that reflected no light, as if it were absorbing every glimmer around it. Swirling blue and purple patterns adorned its surface, artfully blending together to create a unique aesthetic. Surrounding the egg were striking purple gemstones and bizarre red fruits. Though at that moment, both individuals were fixated solely on the egg, paying little heed to their surroundings. Thump, thump, thump. Aja's heart raced violently, and an unusual fervor lit up his face. Quick, secure the egg, he urged, instructing Xiaozhu to retrieve the specialized container for storing the egg from his backpack, his voice brimming with excitement. Through the enormous scales scattered throughout the cave and the strange patterns on the egg, he had begun to surmise the identity of the cave's owner. If his conjecture proved correct, their haul from this endeavor would far exceed their expectations. As Aja watched Xiaozhu delicately place the egg into the container, he casually picked up several gemstones and fruits from the ground, stowing them away in his backpack. He also lifted a massive, deep blue scale, examining it closely, estimating the size of its owner's body, which sent a jolt of urgency through him, prompting him to hasten. Xiaozhu, move quickly. We must prepare to leave immediately. His deliberately subdued, yet anxious words reverberated through the cave. Suddenly, a gentle patter of footsteps echoed from outside the cavern. Chapter 48, Footsteps. The soft sounds resonated within the cave, startling both Aja and Xiaozhu. They had already surveyed their route and found no signs of human habitation on this primitive island. Were it not for the map, they might have doubted that they were the first humans to set foot on this secluded isle. Yet now, unmistakably human footsteps approached from outside the cave, sending a chill of unease through Aju's heart. He gripped the pockball tightly, his gaze fixated on the pitch-black entrance. As the footsteps drew closer, a figure began to emerge from the shadows. Has someone arrived before us? A flippant laugh echoed through the cave, revealing the young man in black who had appeared on the shore earlier. Who are you? With a cautious demeanor, Asia sensed a subtle, yet palpable danger emanating from the youth across from him. You may call me Noel, the young man declared, I am now a Pokémon hunter. A neurotic chuckle erupted uncontrollably from Noel's lips. Asia maintained a composed expression. However, upon learning that the youth was a Pokémon hunter, he instinctively tightened his grip on the Pokeball in his hand. The Pokémon Hunter organization is arguably one of the most formidable and nefarious entities within the Pokémon realm. Their influence is widespread, with a diverse membership spanning from the core regions of the Pokémon League, such as Kanto, to the recently explored Galar region, all bearing witness to their activities. Notoriously, the organization operates under a singular principle: monetary gain. In the shadowy underworld, whether it be the long-established Team Rocket, Team Magma, or Team Aqua, or the emergent Dark Stars, their ultimate goal typically revolves around world domination. Although each group employs distinct methods to achieve this aim, their overarching objectives remain aligned. The Pokémon Hunter organization, however, is an anomaly that categorizes all its operational tenets by monetary value. They are indifferent to who governs the world or whether any legendary Pokémon have emerged. Their sole concern is financial profit. Rumors circulate in the underbelly of society suggesting that, should one be willing to pay a sufficient sum, they could even uncover the color of the undergarments worn by Team Rocket's leader. Although such claims may seem extravagant, nonetheless, this reflects the organization's peculiar nature. Quirky as it may be, as a prominent dark organization at the apex of the underground hierarchy, the Pokémon Hunter organization's power is undeniably formidable. Typically, a Pokémon Hunter qualified to undertake assignments possesses at least elite-level prowess. It is crucial to note that this elite-level capability refers not to a single Pokémon within a team, but rather to the average strength across the board, a concept unimaginable in most malevolent organizations. Furthermore, the Pokémon Hunter organization has established an unparalleled logistical department, bolstered by its substantial economic resources. Essentially, every professional Pokémon hunter is supported by a specialized logistical team provided by the organization, a factor that contributes to the fervent desire of countless individuals to join the ranks of the Pokémon hunters. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the dark cavern as Asia steadied his mind, racing thoughts swirling within. If the individual claiming to be Noel truly was a Pokémon hunter, then he undoubtedly possessed elite-level strength, far exceeding what their diminished duo could contend with. What to do? Various strategies flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as Asia resolved himself. What do you intend to do? Xiaozhu shouted towards Noel. Me? Noel extended his tongue and licked his lips, casting a glance deeper into the lair before returning his gaze to the duo. Surrender everything you possess, and I shall allow you to depart. Really? Indeed, I assure you. I am a man of my word. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his features, as if he were beginning to trust Noel's words. While removing the backpack from his back, he muttered, "We are both official members of the Dark Star. Should you deceive us?" He reached into his backpack and produced a radiant gemstone, its pale violet glow shimmering in the darkness of the cavern. Noel's eyes locked onto it, a glint of greed nearly overflowing. At that moment, as tossed the gemstone high into the air, and Noel's gaze instinctively followed its ascent. Kala. The crisp sound of a Pokeball opening echoed abruptly within the cave, the red light casting an anxious glow upon Noel's face, rendering it somewhat sinister. Years of partnership honed, as in Xiaozhu's instincts, leading them to respond in perfect unison during this critical moment. As the purple gemstones soared, they simultaneously released their Pokémon. The air within the cavern suddenly chilled, crystalline frost gathering in the air. In the shadows, a pair of crimson phoenix-like eyes emerged, accompanied by a low growl reminiscent of a feline. Snow Sprite, Ice Beam. Cool Leopard, Shadow Ball. A beam of icy blue light mixed with a flurry of small black spheres surged toward Noel. The sound of impact reverberated throughout the cavern, as if the very walls were quaking from the force, raising clouds of dust. As tranquility returned, the only sound that remained was the duo's hurried breaths. Did we succeed? As pondered, then realized with alarm, upon the dust settling, he saw that enormous dark purple wings had unfurled protectively around Noel, forming an impenetrable barrier. The previous attacks from the Snow Sprite's Ice Beam and the Cool Leopard Shadow Ball had left no trace upon the wings. A discordant, piercing hum reverberated through the cave, resembling a hammer striking against his skull. Intense pain surged through his head as he clutched his ears, kneeling in agony while attempting to gaze at Noel. Hee. You almost stumbled into a trap, Noel chuckled, his nervous laughter tinged with a hint of annoyance. You two are quite impressive. Behind him, the figure of the wielder of those formidable wings began to materialize. On its pitch-black body, a delicate layer of dark fur envelopes it from one side of its arm. Large membranous wings extend, with razor-sharp purple blades embedded at their tips. Its bright red, sharp claws dig into the hard ground of the cave, creating small holes, from which a purplish, toxic gas wafts ominously. Atop its head, a pair of green, bat-like ears twitches, emitting that piercing sound wave just moments ago. Chapter 49. Soundwave Dragon Buzz, Buzz, Buzz. Strange high-frequency vibrations continuously emanate from the Soundwave Dragon's large ears. Even the snow sprite and the cool leopard display expressions of pain. How infuriating. Asia kneels, his right fist slamming down onto the ground in frustration. His face reflects despair. The synchronized actions of the two earlier were their last desperate attempt. Yet, against the mocking laughter of Noelle before them, it proves utterly futile. Suddenly, a vibration resonates at his waist. In moments of dire crisis, trainers often rely on their closest companions, those with whom they have shared countless days and nights. Only Pokémon that have been nurtured over many years can understand their master's intent in such a brief moment. Thus, during this final struggle, Asia chooses not to summon the evidently stronger Lu Yun, but instead opts for the snow sprite he has raised since childhood. Indeed, the snow sprite does not disappoint Asia's high hopes. The instant it is released, it comprehends the battlefield's dynamics and executes a flawless combination with Xiaoju's cool leopard, though its power falls short, failing to inflict any substantial damage on Noelle. At that moment, Lu Yun's black and yellow Pokeball at his waist begins to tremble violently, catching Asia off guard. The Soundwave Dragon before him, which can disregard the combined assault of the Snow Sprite and Cool Leopard with sheer physical prowess, undoubtedly stands out among elite-level Pokémon. The chasm of strength between them is insurmountable, and no amount of numbers can bridge that gap. To Asia, it seems prudent for the fluffy sheep to conserve its strength, waiting for a favorable opportunity on the road or within the Pokémon Hunter organization to make a plan. Engaging in battle with the formidable Soundwave Dragon now would only result in unnecessary injuries with no other outcome. Buzz. The tremors of the Pokeball intensify, as if indicating the strong will of the creature inside. Is it not willing to yield? Asia's lips curl into a slight smile as he trembles, withdrawing Lu Yun's black and yellow Pokeball and hurling it into the air with force. Oh, just a stubborn resistance. Noelle's eyes glint with mockery as he allows Asia to throw the Pokeball. A cloud of black mist erupts from the ball with a resounding pop, crackling with bright yellow lightning within. Noelle's eyes widen in admiration at this stylish entrance. However, as he gradually perceives Lu Yun's distinct form emerging from the black mist, that admiration swiftly morphs into an even stronger sense of derision. Ha ha ha. Are all the creatures in the Dark Star of such caliber? How is it that not even a single fluffy sheep can be produced? I had thought it would be something else. How utterly ridiculous. The sound of mocking laughter resonated throughout the cave. Amidst the black mist, Lu Yun stood quietly, disregarding Noelle's derision, and instead focused his thoughts inward. The formidable aura emanating from the Soundwave Dragon ahead was nearly suffocating. In the face of such a powerful adversary, one must remain composed and calm at all times. Taking a deep breath, the crystalline orb at the tip of Lu Yun's tail suddenly flickered, emitting a blinding blue light that illuminated the cave. With a roar, the immense magnetic force that had been building surged forth, enveloping the entire cavern in an instant. A mysterious electromagnetic energy spread through the air, obliterating every sound wave encountered along the way. The Soundwave Dragon seemed to have plunged into a vacuum, its emitted sound waves disappearing without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. This negative sound wave, which continuously influenced the Pokémon in the arena, needed to be suppressed before the battle commenced. Crackling sparks of electricity danced before Lu Yun, quickly coalescing into a spherical shape. The electric ball, ions shimmered in the air as Lu Yun propelled a semi-transparent sphere, glowing with a brilliant yellow light, forcefully towards the Soundwave Dragon. Within the magnetic field, it seemed as though countless electrical forces were drawn to the speeding electric ball, causing it to grow larger like a rolling snowball. Simultaneously, the magnetic forces within the electromagnetic field accelerated the already swift trajectory of the electric ball until, in Lu Yun's line of sight, the dazzling sphere appeared as a yellow blur racing through the cave. Boom! Before the Soundwave Dragon could even react, the now massive electric ball crashed violently into its soft, purple abdomen. A cry of distress erupted from the dragon's wide-open mouth, as the aggressive current unleashed searing heat that wreaked havoc upon its delicate skin. Noelle instinctively stepped back, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never imagined that this seemingly harmless little sheep could unleash such a terrifyingly powerful skill. Casting a glance at the Soundwave Dragon, now scorched and charred at the abdomen, Noelle couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The smirk that had once lingered faded, replaced by a serious and solemn expression. After all, as a professional Pokémon hunter, despite his unpleasant demeanor, he possessed the fundamental ability to assess the strength of his opponents. This fluffy sheep had, at the very least in terms of skill potency, reached the level of the soundwave dragon, which was enough to command Noel's attention. The sound of uncontrollable, nervous laughter echoed once more, a truly amusing spectacle. Noel murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the path ahead. To his surprise, this commission had brought an unexpected delight. Such a creature as the fluffy sheep would surely fetch a handsome price in the black market. With this thought, even the laughter reverberating through the cave seemed to grow louder. Meanwhile, the piercing sound waves had dissipated, and Asia and Xiao Zhu helped each other to their feet. As they beheld the terrifying power of the electric orb unleashed by the soundwave dragon, a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. They resolved to lend their strength, each directing their respective Pokémon to charge forward. Snowchild, Ice Shard. Cool Leopard, Malevolent Pursuit. The Cool Leopard's elongated forelimbs suddenly glimmered with dark brown energy, propelled by a gust of wind, charging straight at the soundwave dragon. Trash, stay out of my way. Noel's eyes glinted with malice as he shouted. Soundwave dragon. Send them all packing. Fala. The soundwave dragon's immense roar reverberated through the cave, tinged with a hint of humiliation. Having been caught off guard and humiliated by the fluffy sheep moments earlier, it now faced these two audacious challengers daring to provoke its wrath. With a fierce expression, the soundwave dragon summoned a brilliant purple energy around its right claw, clenching its fist and delivering a powerful swipe towards the incoming Cool Leopard. Boom! A thunderous collision resounded through the air as a violent force surged from its claws. The Cool Leopard cried out, momentarily halted in its tracks. Strong shockwaves coursing through its body, causing it to lift off the ground, agony tearing through its forelimbs, forcing it to curl up. Whoosh! A slicing sound cut through the air as a long, resilient black tail barreled toward the Cool Leopard. The creature was unable to react, resignedly closing its eyes. Bang! The explosive sound echoed as the Cool Leopard's purple form was swept away by the soundwave dragon's lengthy tail, crashing against the rocky wall and raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, the Snowchild's ice shard finally coalesced, whistling through the air as it struck toward the soundwave dragon's rear. Chapter 50. Electric armor. The large chunks of ice shards sparkled with a crystalline glow as they soared toward the soundwave dragon's back. Yet, the soundwave dragon seemed to possess eyes behind it, swiftly turning around. With a powerful sweep of its black-purple bat wings, a fierce gust of wind arose, knocking the approaching ice shards from the air. With a cruel smile curling at its lips, the soundwave dragon opened its mouth wide, directing its gaze toward the gasping snow child in the distance, as a dazzling purple light began to gather. Dragon Pulse. In the cavern, a flash of purple light illuminated the space as a dragon-shaped energy beam erupted from the soundwave dragon, writhing fiercely in the air and hurtling towards the snow child. Boom! Another thunderous crash reverberated through the chamber, leaving the snow child in disarray as it fell, alongside the previously formidable Cool Leopard. Both creatures succumbed to incapacitation in mere seconds. Leaning against the rocky wall, Asia gazed at Lu Yun in the arena, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes as he silently urged, "We have done all we can. The rest is up to you." A crackling, pale yellow whirlwind surged through the cave, infused with a chilling electric energy that rose ominously at the center of the arena. Although the two creatures had only bought Lu Yun a fleeting few seconds, it was sufficient, with the aid of the Thunderstone necklace, for him to summon a formidable current. Zlala. The highly compressed electricity emitted a piercing shriek through the air, reminiscent of countless birds in a cacophonous uproar within the cavern. With the magnetic field's assistance, Lu Yun floated mid-air, a dazzling radiance coalescing around his right arm. The verdant thunderstone on his chest pulsated wildly, casting an eerie glow in the darkness. As he opened his eyes, previously shut in concentration, bolts of electricity darted before him. Thunder punch. Buzz. It was as if the entire cavern trembled, a deafening sonic boom resonating through the air. Lu Yun shot forward like a yellow meteor streaking across the night sky, crashing fiercely into the soundwave dragon. The seasoned experience of the elite trainer was on full display as Noel faced the oncoming Lu Yun, the powerful gusts brushing against his cheeks as he remained unfazed, calmly commanding, "Soundwave Dragon, Hurricane." The wings of the Soundwave Dragon flapped at an astonishing frequency, spiraling white currents converging in its wake. With a vigorous thrust of its wings, a compact, rapidly rotating white storm was conjured in mere moments. Whoosh! As one of the flying type's ultimate moves, the hurricane howled through the air, confronting Lu Yun, now enveloped in a tempest of violent electricity. Zlala. Lu Yun was engulfed by the storm, as if countless blades were slicing through his body, the sharp pangs of pain radiating from within. The massive currents surrounding him began to be severed, a faint sense of weakness blossoming in Lu Yun's heart. From Noel's perspective, the once pristine white storm, upon engulfing Lu Yun, transformed as if ink were dropped into clear water. Wild currents exploded outward, tinging the whirlwind with a murky yellow hue, resembling a raging thunderstorm. The clash of immense forces sent shockwaves, accompanied by crackling electricity, echoing through the cavern. Ultimately, as if all strength had been drained, the menacing electric storm began to dissipate, and Lu Yun tumbled to the ground in a disheveled state, his body adorned with myriad razor-like wounds, crimson blood seeping from them and dripping onto the floor. Pat, pat, pat. The crisp sound of applause echoed through the tranquil cave. Not bad, not bad. I underestimated you after all. Noel remarked with a hint of admiration towards Lu Yun. I must say, I've never encountered a fluffy creature like you before. It would be wise to concede. You are no match for me. The words flowed from Noel's lips like an enchanting melody, resonating in Lu Yun's ears. Perhaps I should give up? Lu Yun mused, his head lowered, a faint sense of despair bubbling within him. No, absolutely not. Suddenly, as if ignited by a spark, a powerful conviction surged through Lu Yun's entire being, a fierce unwillingness swelling within his heart. I refuse to yield, even if I perish. I will merely return to the cycle of rebirth. It's just a matter of losing some points. Why not take a chance? As if awakening the iron resolve hidden within his bloodline, Lu Yun trembled as he stood tall, the verdant thunderstone on his chest radiating brilliance, dispersing waves of potent electricity throughout his body. Noticing Lu Yun's persistence, Noel raised an eyebrow and snorted disdainfully. Unappreciative. Sonic Dragon, air slash. The Sonic Dragon flapped its wings, unleashing translucent blades of air that sliced towards Lu Yun with a swishing sound. Buzzing resonated through the cave as the magnetic field trembled peculiarly, the currents of electricity in the air seeming to possess a life of their own, converging towards the center. Crackling intensified as immense control coalesced vast amounts of electricity upon Lu Yun's surface, contracting and contracting, the currents wailing in agony, releasing a piercing shriek, like the dawn sun. A radiant glow emerged from the darkness. An extraordinarily powerful voltage surged in the heart of the cave, pressing down on everyone, rendering them breathless. Bang, bang, bang. The air slashes appeared to be dispersed by an invisible hand, scattering across the rocky walls. Meanwhile, Lu Yun stood at the center, his body shimmering with dazzling arcs of electricity, as fine cracks spread across the solid rock beneath him. At this moment, Lu Yun's appearance had transformed dramatically. His wounds had vanished, replaced by a dense layer of plasma-like currents. Enveloped in a golden armor of electricity, he was firmly encased. Extending his hand, he clenched his fist. Bang! The air seemed to explode under the pressure, emitting a wail. With eyes narrowed, Lu Yun felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, intoxicating him. This raw manipulation of electricity was a technique he had once employed in the Shadow Duel arena. Although he had effortlessly vanquished his opponent then, the severe repercussions had nearly cost him his life. Since that fateful day, Lu Yun had vowed never to utilize it unless in dire circumstances. Clearly, the current situation has reached an unprecedented level of crisis, leaving one with little control over the unfolding events. Waves of energy surged through the air, propelled by the heavy breaths of Lu Yun. A terrifying voltage weighed down upon all creatures within the cavern, akin to the force of gravity. Cold sweat streamed down Noel's forehead, a tingling sensation coursing through his body. He glanced ahead, spotting a peculiar creature clad in bizarre, golden armor resembling a fluffy sheep. An overwhelming sense of danger flooding his mind. This is bad, he thought. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. A force akin to an explosion emanating from his leg muscles. With a powerful thrust of his calf, Lu Yun created a small crater in the ground, his body seemingly teleporting forward, trailing after images as he charged toward the Sonic Dragon. Chapter 51. 3 Evil Dragons. The golden figure unleashed a ferocious storm within the cavern. The Sonic Dragon barely had time to react before a flash of yellow light struck, followed by an intense pain radiating from its abdomen. A powerful shockwave, infused with fierce electrical energy, wreaked havoc within its body. Spurt. The Sonic Dragon arched its back, expelling a mouthful of blood. Yet it was not over. A sudden shift in the wind alerted it to an imminent danger from behind. Crackle. Brilliant currents of electricity crackled in the darkness of the cave, a bolt of lightning striking down fiercely. Electrocution. The sonic dragon realized that in its current state, another hit could very well incapacitate it. Gritting its teeth against the agony in its abdomen, it summoned its energy. Defend. A pale protective shield materialized around its body. Bang, bang. The energies collided, producing a shrill sound akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. The high-voltage currents relentlessly bombarded the shield as if they were free of cost, gradually etching cracks into its smooth surface. Beneath the shield, the sonic dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering scorching flames. Flame burst. A pillar of near-white fire erupted from the sonic dragon's maw, shattering the shield and barreling toward Lu Yun. The searing heat spread through the air, and Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. With a sudden jolt, the plasma enveloping his body surged within the magnetic field, propelling him sideways at an astonishing speed. Boom! The brilliant white flame struck the cavern's rocky ceiling, melting the stone into a viscous magma that dripped down slowly. The sonic dragon tilted its head, only to find the fluffy sheep had vanished from its view once more. Buzz! The high-frequency sound waves, interfered with by the magnetic field, resonated solely around the sonic dragon, echoing back to its ears like radar, relaying any anomalies in its vicinity. A blinding yellow light abruptly ignited at the corner of the eye, its rapid emergence leaving no time for reaction. Instinctively, the sturdy wings were crossed protectively over the chest. The intense heat, coupled with a stinging acidity and overwhelming force, propelled the soundwave dragon across the expanse, crashing violently against the rocky wall behind, causing debris to scatter. Lu Yun seemed to teleport, appearing at the spot where the soundwave dragon had just been. A closer inspection revealed that the once smooth and dense electric armor had now become somewhat disheveled. Despite the formidable technique developed during the Mareep era, it remained only partially effective, even after evolving into Flaffy. Although Lu Yun's control over electricity had significantly improved since his Mareep days, the quality and totality of the electrical charge stored within him had also increased considerably. With his current level of mastery, he still faced a considerable distance from executing the electric armor flawlessly and without side effects. Shivering uncontrollably, the excruciating pain from overexerting the electricity coursed through his body, causing him to tremble violently. With a slight lift of his head, he gazed at the soundwave dragon, which struggled to rise nearby. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yun steeled himself, knowing the battle needed to conclude swiftly. Clenching his right fist, with his thighs slightly bent, he felt the potent electricity invigorating his already strained cells. With a powerful push, he lunged towards the soundwave dragon. Bang! Unable to endure any longer, the muscles that had been overworked for too long finally rebelled, causing a burst of crimson mist to erupt from Lu Yun's calf. It was as if a finely tuned machine had suddenly lost a crucial gear, and the ensuing side effects wreaked havoc upon him. Thud, thud, thud. Clusters of blood mist, as vivid as red roses, erupted from his arms, chest, and back, mingling with the golden electric plasma that splintered from his body, creating a tragic tableau within the dark cave. As darkness enveloped him, Lu Yun's consciousness began to fade, feeling as though pale hands reached up from the ground, grasping him and dragging him toward an unfathomable abyss. The blood flowed across the cracked cave floor, his charred form rolling down with inertia. A nervous, manic laughter suddenly erupted in the cave, tinged with a hint of relief. At that moment, Noel danced about, appearing somewhat ridiculous. You scared me. I never expected this Flaffy could genuinely challenge my soundwave dragon. I nearly capsized. However, the laughter abruptly ceased, and Noel's previously carefree expression morphed into one of malevolence. He swiftly turned to the corner where the duo had retreated. Where's the Pokeball? Where is this Flaffy's Pokeball? Hurry up and give it to me. It's on the verge of death. If my business is delayed, you shall all meet your doom. At this moment, Noel had long forgotten the task assigned by his employer. His mind was consumed by the terrifyingly monstrous fluff sheep. Azure remained silent, his head bowed, despair and resentment swirling within him. Beside him, Xiaozhu, seemingly drained of all strength, leaned helplessly against the stone wall, his vacant gaze fixed lifelessly upon the ground. Azure slightly raised his right hand, gripping the black and yellow Pokeball, and pressed the button, retrieving the gravely injured Lu Yun back into its confines, preserving its life within the sphere. At this juncture, relinquishing the Fluff Sheep's Pokeball was the wisest course of action. They had exhausted their last trump card. Their only hope was to find a swift end at Noel's hands. As for Lu Yun, the Fluff Sheep that had left a profound impression on their journey, all they could do was hand it over to Noel, regardless of whether it ended up in the hands of the Pokemon Hunter organization or an unknown buyer. At least it would have a chance to survive. Yes, hand it to me, commanded Noel, his voice laced with menace as he strode closer, hissing in a low tone. Aja trembled, extending his right hand to offer the Pokeball. Just as the tension reached its peak, a mighty roar echoed from the cave's entrance. A powerful, resonant sound surged through the cavern, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck. The thunderous flapping of wings resonated, an intense low pressure suddenly enveloping the cave. In an instant, a colossal figure charged into the trio's line of sight, exuding a fierce presence. Its rugged blue scales were densely arrayed, thick black fur encircled its neck. 3 fearsome dragon heads unleashed terrifying roars within the cave, their teeth sharp and eyes blood-red. From its back, as if summoned from the depths of hell, 3 pairs of dark wings extended outward, swirling with a violent tempest. It was none other than the fearsome dragon-type quasi-divine Pokémon from the Unova region, the 3-headed dragon. Chapter 52, Escape Roar. The ferocious and commanding presence surged forth, an overwhelming pressure emanating from this apex predator bearing down upon the 3 within the cavern. The 3-headed dragon, enraged by the intrusion of its lair, was intent on tearing these mere insects apart. Aja was drenched in sweat, maintaining his outstretched hand, paralyzed with fear. Yet, amidst the despair that had previously clouded his eyes, a flicker of hope began to ignite with the appearance of the 3-headed dragon. Xiao Zhu, sensing the dawn of hope, straightened his posture, his eyes regaining some semblance of vitality as he glanced at Aja, preparing to act at the opportune moment. Perhaps due to the sudden stimuli, Noel's reaction was peculiarly erratic. His body stiffened, trembling violently, his eyes rolled back, revealing pale sclera, and a hint of white foam seeped from the corner of his mouth. The 3-headed malevolent dragon surveyed its surroundings within the cave, its blood-red eyes exuding a chilling indifference and cruelty. Suddenly, its pupils constricted sharply. The dragon egg at the center of its lair had vanished. A hum resonated as an invisible storm emanated from the 3-headed beast, carrying a disquieting force that surged forth with great intensity. A tempestuous whirlwind spiraled and howled, lifting countless fragments of stone into the air. A deafening roar erupted, echoing throughout the cave, between the mountains, within the dense forest, and even at the edges of the surrounding sea. Countless Pokémon halted their activities. The majestic Beedrill folding its wings and perching on a branch, lowering its proud head adorned with resplendent feathers towards the peaks. In the jungle, swarms of ladybugs, resembling a torrential flood, stood frozen like stout wooden stakes, as if struck by a petrifying spell. In the turbulent coastal waters, countless diminutive water-type Pokémon, akin to Magikarp and Kingler, lay belly up, their eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. Eagle Island seemed to exist in a moment of suspended time, enveloped in an eerie silence. The blood-red glow radiating from the malevolent dragon's eyes illuminated the dark cave like 6 vivid crimson lanterns, instilling a sense of dread. The taut nerve within Noel snapped, and amid the intense atmosphere, the veins in his neck bulged as he bellowed with wild abandon. Why must everyone interfere with me? His body convulsed violently, and in a near frenzy, Noel howled. As if sensing their master's tumultuous emotions, the cornered soundwave dragon, having regained some strength, struggled to rise despite the overwhelming sense of submission it felt towards the 3-headed dragon. A blue-violet radiance rapidly coalesced within its gaping maw, and with a thunderous boom, a draconic energy sphere surged forth towards the 3-headed dragon. Dragon Pulse. The furious, blood-red eyes of the 3-headed dragon shifted, its boundless rage igniting like a powder keg touched by a spark. It roared in response, with all 3 grotesque heads simultaneously gathering the same blue-violet energy. The resonance echoing the dragon pulse of the soundwave dragon, but coalescing at an even swifter pace and with greater magnitude. The concentrated draconic energy, akin to a fierce flame, gathered within the 3-headed dragon's blood-red maw. Dragon Pulse. With a resounding crash, 3 blue-violet pulse blasts converged in the air, where the mysterious draconic energy intertwined in an exquisitely intricate manner, forming a lifelike miniature 3-headed dragon within the cave. Its blue-violet translucent form showcased distinct scales, swirling with brilliant flames, as this energy embodiment of the 3-headed dragon charged fiercely towards the soundwave dragon. On the road, encountering the sonic dragon's emitted waves, the 3-headed dragon, composed of pure energy, regarded it with the indifference one might show to a mere reptile, effortlessly shattering it with the dissipating energy that flowed from its exterior. A blinding blue-violet light illuminated the pitch-black cave, accompanied by intense vibrations as massive, solid boulders plummeted from the cavern's ceiling, showering dust and debris that buried the oblivious sonic dragon deep beneath the ground. Aja silently lowered his head, his body rigidly standing in a corner of the cave, fearful of attracting the attention of the 3-headed dragon. Yet, his gaze, fixed on the ground, suddenly sparked with a glimmer of insight, as if he were pondering something profound. The enraged three-headed dragon had completely lost its sanity. Its deep black pupils had vanished, replaced by a menacing crimson glow. Roaring with relentless fury, the three-headed dragon unleashed waves of dragon energy from its maw, targeting the corner of the cave where the sonic dragon had vanished. Nor, in a fit of madness, clutched his head tightly with both hands, crouching down and emitting a hoarse, broken scream. To the three-headed dragon, Nor's frantic cries echoed like the irritating buzz of bothersome insects. The leftmost ferocious dragon head shifted slightly, and a blue-violet wave of energy shot directly towards Nor. At that moment, however, Nor's mind was consumed by excruciating pain, rendering him incapable of responding. As the overwhelming dragon wave threatened to engulf him, the Pokeball secured to his belt began to tremble violently. With a crisp sound, the Pokeball burst open, releasing 3 beams of red light into the cave. The Pokémon that Nor carried, sensing their master's peril, could no longer contain themselves, breaking free from their respective Pokeballs and rushing forth. A translucent shield, glowing with white light, materialized before Nor, effectively blocking the casual wave of dragon energy fired by the three-headed dragon. Realizing their attack had failed, the enraged three-headed dragon felt its dignity insulted, akin to that of an ant. It redirected its focus, preparing to unleash an endless barrage of energy blasts towards Nor. Now was the moment. Aja, who had remained stagnant in the cave's corner, suddenly let out a fierce shout, flinging the backpack containing the dragon egg towards Nor before sprinting away alongside the small bamboo. Not daring to look back, the three-headed dragon, amidst its roars, noticed a black backpack soaring towards it, landing precisely at the point of its attack. Within it lay a familiar aura. A flicker of rationality ignited in its blood-red eyes, and the immense dragon power surged within the cave. With no time to spare for the fleeing insects, the three-headed dragon summoned all its might and unleashed another blue-violet wave from its gaping maw. The speed was astonishing, as the trailing wave cannon unexpectedly turned the tables, catching up with the preceding dragon-shaped wave midair. A tremendous energy erupted between the two waves, and under the meticulous control of the three-headed dragon, they ingeniously neutralized each other. The backpack tumbled to the ground, and seeing that his dragon egg had survived the ordeal, even the steely resolve of the three-headed dragon was momentarily relieved. With blood coursing through its veins, the fierce dragon eyes shifted once more towards the crouching Noelle ahead. Outside the cave, Aja and Xiao Zhu were vigorously waving their arms, seemingly striving to exhaust the last vestiges of their energy as they sprinted downhill. Chapter 53. Pursuit. The sound of heavy, labored breathing echoed through the forest, sweat soaking their bodies as Aja and Xiao Zhu continued their relentless descent. With the terrifying threat of death looming behind them, even as their legs weakened and their minds grew dizzy from oxygen deprivation, neither dared to pause for rest. Aja glanced back, and the dazzling radiance of unleashed skills illuminated the mountainside in vibrant hues. The distant, powerful roars of the three-headed dragon resonated with chilling clarity. Even from half an island away, daring not to look again, they hastened towards their original path. Perhaps influenced by the wrath of the three-headed dragon, their journey proved surprisingly smooth, with not a single obstructive sprite in sight. After enduring a harrowing trek, they finally reached the coastline at dusk. It was only upon boarding the returning white speedboat that they felt a slight sense of security. The engine roared to life, and crystalline waves churned at the stern. Aja piloted the vessel, unleashing its maximum power as they sped towards the outer islands. However, just as they were about to enter the mist encircling Eagle Island, an enormous roar erupted from behind them. Roar! The furious, ethereal bellow surged forth, stirring tumultuous waves upon the ocean. Aja felt a sinking sensation in his heart, a chill creeping down his spine, as a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his back, previously dried by the sea breeze. Turning to look, he saw a small black dot rapidly approaching in the distance. It was none other than the sovereign of Eagle Island, the three-headed dragon. As the distance shrank, the appearance of the dragon became increasingly discernible. Though it retained an air of majesty, it appeared decidedly disheveled. The once formidable heads were now in disarray, with the leftmost head hanging limply, faint traces of blood visible around its eyes and mouth. The 3 pairs of dark, feathered wings bore the marks of battle, 2 of them broken. Had it not been for its innate ability to float, the three-headed dragon would hardly have been able to maintain flight. Noelle's strength was formidable. Even though he faced some mental challenges and could not command his fairy companions in battle, their remarkable self-reliance left a profound impression on the three-headed dragon. As Aja gazed at the wretched sight of the approaching three-headed dragon, He mused that it must be at the end of its tether. However, shaking his head, he cast aside any unrealistic thoughts. The fairies in his possession were already gravely injured, and even the beleaguered three-headed dragon was beyond Asia's current capabilities. Moreover, wild Pokémon were renowned for their fierce counterattacks, and though the three-headed dragon appeared battered, should it fight with desperation, even a fully healthy lineup would struggle against it. The sound of flapping wings grew increasingly near, accompanied by the powerful roar that vibrated through the air. Asia's expression turned to one of resignation. Would he truly be unable to escape? In despair, he suddenly noticed that the menacing three-headed dragon had bizarrely halted at the edge of the thick fog, as if an invisible barrier were preventing its advance. The dragon roared in frustration at the duo, yet it dared not venture into the mist, instead lingering at the periphery. Its fierce demeanor, combined with its disheveled appearance, rendered the scene somewhat absurd. Under the oppressive low pressure, Asia suppressed the rising tide of fear, goosebumps prickling his skin. With the three-headed dragon's gaze fixed upon him, he quickly maneuvered the speedboat away. It was only when the dragons were out of sight that the two of them finally relaxed, collapsing onto the deck in exhaustion. "Are you all right?" Asia inquired of the reclining Xiaozhu. "I'm fine, but my fairies are severely injured. It will take a considerable amount of time for them to regain their strength," Xiaozhu replied. "At least we managed to escape. Surviving is what matters." Asia sighed. Then, with a heavy heart, added, "I apologize. This was my fault for not thoroughly assessing the situation beforehand." Before he could finish, Xiaozhu waved her hand, interrupting him. "Not every mission can proceed smoothly. Encountering unexpected events is entirely normal, and this cannot be blamed on you. Besides, we cannot say this trip was without its rewards." Her tone shifted, and her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Stretching her hand into her pocket, she retrieved several pale purple gemstones and bright red berries. "Wow!" Asia's eyes widened in delight. Previously, his focus had been solely on the dragon egg, neglecting the other treasures within the lair. Now, upon closer inspection, he could discern their extraordinary qualities. Taking a gem from the hands of Xiaozhu, I examined it closely. Under the soft glow of the pale yellow twilight, the gem appeared to contain a delicate liquid that shimmered with hues of blue and purple starlight. A rich essence of dragon energy subtly emanated from within. I then picked up the red fruit, recalling the illustrations from my past memories of fruits, a sense of understanding blossoming in my heart. Both items were saturated with abundant dragon energy, evidently prepared by the three-headed dragon for its impending offspring. Although their worth could not compare to the dragon egg nestled in the lair, they remained exceptionally precious in the outside world. Suddenly glancing down at the black and yellow spirit ball resting at my waist, a resolute determination surged within me. I exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaozhu, and we both nodded in tacit agreement. The warmth and humidity enveloped me, akin to being submerged in warm water, as currents of heat radiated from the surrounding liquid, seeping into my skin and flowing through my body, nurturing me. The utterly refreshing sensation reminded me of my initial rebirth within the spirit egg. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered myself encased in an oval-shaped container made of transparent glass, filled with a light blue liquid that gradually diluted as the warmth within me intensified. I extended my hand and flexed it. Although there was still a lingering sensation of mild soreness from the overexertion of battle, the improvement was remarkable compared to before. I silently praised the healing measures of the Dark Star and shifted my focus to the system hidden in the corner of my vision. Ding. Defeated Pokémon, Soundwave Dragon. Experience, 75. I was taken aback, for I distinctly remembered that during the previous battle, I had not completely vanquished the Soundwave Dragon. After inflicting severe injuries upon it, I had lost consciousness due to the strain on my body. Had something new transpired while I was unconscious? It made sense, given the strength of Zhou and Xiaozhu. They certainly could not have bested Noer. I understood that according to the system's assessment, if a battle were indeed of a higher level, the final experience gained would be substantial. This time, it seemed I had not delivered the finishing blow, resulting in a mere fraction of experience earned post-battle. Chapter 54. Crystal Stone. With the addition of the 75 experience points acquired from defeating the Soundwave Dragon, my level rose to 26. Although I had not learned any new skills, my physical attributes and overall abilities received a comprehensive enhancement. I was one step closer to my goal of reaching level 30 and evolving into an electric dragon. It is noteworthy that the evolutionary sequence of the Mareep is rather weak in its initial stages, relegating it to the lower tiers of the food chain within the Pokémon world. After all, both Mareep and Flaffy are essentially tools for mass production in the livestock industry, differing only in their market value, one being more economical, the other more premium. However, Should a fluffy sheep seize an opportunity and, by a stroke of serendipity, evolve into a thunder dragon, it would experience a profound transformation in both strength and status. Akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, even a select few thunder dragons may awaken skills inherent to dragon types. Among electric-type Pokémon, aside from a handful of divine beings, Thunder Dragon can be regarded as one of the few elite creatures perched atop the evolutionary pyramid. Such a monumental enhancement, while perhaps not on par with the natural marvels like that of the carp, is indeed a rarity within the expansive Pokémon realm. Yet, despite the acknowledged prowess of Thunder Dragon, one may ponder why so few trainers earnestly nurture this Pokémon in the Pokémon universe. This notion, however, is somewhat misguided. In the past gaming experiences, the path to cultivating a Pokémon was straightforward, by engaging it in battles to amass experience. One might also hatch a high-potential egg and meticulously plan effort distribution and move inheritance, resulting in the effortless cultivation of a formidable Pokémon. In contrast, within the tangible Pokémon world, the increase in battle experience may yield only a superficial enhancement of combat skills. To genuinely cultivate a Pokémon requires vast resources and an extensive investment of time. For timid Pokémon like Fluffy Sheep, merely instilling an interest in battle is enough to deter a significant number of trainers. Even those willing to invest time and resources into nurturing a Mareep may find it stymied at the Fluffy Sheep stage due to inherent limitations. Only under extraordinarily fortunate circumstances might the ancient genes concealed deep within its lineage be awakened, leading to evolution. Yet such probabilities are exceedingly slim. Thus, in the real world, the fortunate few who possess a Thunder Dragon typically belong to specific categories. First, the owners of colossal farms housing thousands of Mareeps, who through years of dedicated training, yield exceptional individuals from a vast population. Second, families that have long served the League, managing lighthouses, often inheriting a rich lineage, where their Thunder Dragons, refined over centuries of bloodlines, have an exceptionally high potential for producing quality offspring. Third, powerful trainers specializing in electric types, who often possess unique training methods honed over years of experience. Yet even they must invest over a decade of meticulous nurturing and cultivate a profound bond with their Pokémon to evolve a Fluffy Sheep into a Thunder Dragon. Finally, the majority of Thunder Dragon owners in the current Pokémon world belong to a category characterized not by specialized breeding techniques or extensive experience, but rather by an extraordinary stroke of luck. In the past, players referred to such individuals with a specific term, lucky ones. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, the blue nutrient solution enveloping Lu Yun was diluted into a liquid as transparent as pure water. The abundant nutrients contained within had transformed into the energy that would heal Lu Yun's wounds. With a crisp sound, the glass shield opened from top to bottom, creating a multitude of tiny droplets in the air due to the stark temperature difference, enveloping the space in a soft white mist. Lu Yun stepped out slowly, stretching and feeling a wave of refreshing comfort sweep over him. As he looked around, he realized he was still within the confines of the Pokeball, marveling at the convenience of technology. After moving about for a while to ease the stiffness from being submerged in the nutrient solution for an extended period, Lu Yun made his way towards the large tuft in the corner of the room, seeking a moment of rest. Suddenly, a flash of purple light caught his eye. Startled, he turned to see a familiar purple crystal from the lair of the three-headed dragon, accompanied by two recognizable red fruits. A warm feeling blossomed within him as he thought of Zhe and Xiao Zhu, appreciating their thoughtful nature. His understanding of the Dark Star members deepened. Unlike other shadowy organizations lurking underground, the atmosphere within Dark Star felt refreshingly unique. It was no surprise that they had developed so rapidly. Approaching the crystal, he took it in hand and examined it closely. Beneath its semi-transparent, hard exterior, a luminous purple liquid flowed gently, reminiscent of the thunderstone necklace adorning his neck, save for its distinct coloration. Leaning in, he focused intently, and an extraordinary aura wafted to his nostrils. Unlike the aggressive and swift nature of electricity, the essence emanating from the purple crystal exuded a subtle nobility and elegance. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, feeling inexplicably familiar with this aura. After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck him. This sensation was strikingly similar to his own awakened dragon attribute power. Having developed numerous powerful combination techniques, Lu Yun had not employed his awakening power in quite some time, prompting him to reflect. Thus, this crystal must belong to the dragon attribute, he mused, a satisfied smile gracing his face. While it might not be the electric treasure he currently sought, it was still quite valuable. It was worth noting that although his evolved form, the electric dragon, was purely of the electric type. Its name bore the essence of a dragon, allowing it to learn certain dragon-type skills. Moreover, although it was still distant in the future, in his past life game, the electric dragon would evolve into a dual type of electric and dragon, thus experiencing the essence of dragon energy in advance, and even enhancing his dragon attributes to prepare for future evolution is of paramount importance for Lu Yun at present. Given that Lu Yun's awakened power is of the dragon attribute, he believes that his innate talent in this regard should be quite commendable. After perceiving the purple crystal for a while, he set it aside and glanced at the nearby red fruit. The vibrant, soft skin was adorned with tiny hairs, and its ends split open like petals, revealing the plump, tender flesh within. Its overall shape bore a resemblance to a pomegranate from Lu Yun's previous life. As he inhaled, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Why is there no explanation provided? Lu Yun felt a twinge of frustration, but since it was permitted to be placed in his Pokeball, it must be harmless, right? Never mind. With that thought, Lu Yun closed his eyes and took a hearty bite of the pomegranate-like fruit. Chapter 55. Dragon's Breath. The fragrance of the fruit was intoxicating, sweet, and sour. The rich juice burst in Lu Yun's mouth, mingling with the succulent flesh that melted upon contact, cascading down his throat. He was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of intense heat rising from within, beads of sweat forming on his brow, thumping loudly in his chest as his heart raced, pumping blood vigorously throughout his body. Feeling the unusual sensations coursing through him, Lu Yun felt a flicker of panic. Yet, he soon regained his composure, as he sensed that this transformation bore no negative implications for him. Upon finishing the fruit, the internal warmth intensified, prompting Lu Yun to calm his mind and sit in stillness. Suddenly, a notification tone echoed in his mind, and with a mere thought, he summoned the system interface before him. Experience. 1 experience. 2 experience. 1. The information panel on one side displayed notifications of gained experience, scrolling furiously across the screen like a barrage of comments in a live stream from his past life. A glimmer of delight appeared in Lu Yun's eyes as he focused his attention, keenly attuned to the changes emanating from within his body. After a considerable time, the pounding of his heart gradually slowed, and the overwhelming heat began to dissipate. Lu Yun opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath, which formed a slender mist in the air. Rising to his feet, he stretched his body, but a slight frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. How could there seemingly be no change? Given such a strong reaction from his body, Lu Yun found it hard to believe that nothing had altered. Once again, he concentrated to sense the electrical energy stored within, only to discover that it remained unchanged, identical to its state before consuming the fruit. His confusion deepened. Focusing intently, he opened the system once more. The incessant notifications of experience points have finally ceased. Lu Yun counted and discovered that he had gained a total of 32 experience points, equivalent to what one might earn from a high-quality battle, which is quite commendable. However, it is not that he is ungrateful. While experience points are indeed valuable, the intense physical reaction following the consumption of this fruit left him feeling somewhat underwhelmed. Moreover, this fruit had been meticulously prepared by the three-headed dragon for its offspring, and it should possess a formidable effect, especially when placed alongside that purple crystal. With a heavy heart of curiosity, Lu Yun reopened his attributes panel. Species, Fluffy Sheep level, 26, 33, 100 skills, Tackle, Call, Electromagnetic Wave, Awakening Power, Dragon, Thunder Shock, Cotton Spore, Charge, Thunder Punch, Electromagnetic Levitation, Ram, Electric Ball. Dragon Breath Evaluation, a fluffy sheep with immense potential. As his gaze swept down the list, it suddenly froze upon reaching the skill section, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. In addition to bestowing him with a significant amount of experience, the fruit had also granted him a new skill, Dragon Breath. Joy surged within him, and with his level rising, the number of techniques he learned increased as well. Ever since acquiring the Thunderstone necklace, which resolved his issues with insufficient energy reserves, Lu Yun had increasingly favored powerful and versatile combination moves in battle. Conversely, he found himself utilizing Awakening Power, which he had previously exchanged for using points in the space. Less and less. After all, its power paled in comparison to the combination techniques. Lu Yun had even attempted to construct a suitable combination technique centered around Awakening Power. However, the experiment proved unexpectedly challenging. For reasons unknown, Awakening Power differed from other conventional moves in that its energy flow and release method were exceedingly rigid and compact. Despite Lu Yun's efforts to incorporate all the techniques he had learned, he could find no gaps to pair it with other skills. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon it. Thus, awakening power gradually faded from his selection of combat skills, only resurfacing on rare occasions when battling Pokémon with a clear weakness to electric-type energy. The newly acquired Dragon Breath, however, would significantly enhance Lu Yun's adaptability in combat and, to some extent, compensate for a considerable shortfall in his elemental capabilities. Furthermore, it could potentially aid in his future evolution. With a mere thought, the limited draconic energy stored within him began to be summoned, flowing gently yet powerfully throughout his body towards his mouth. Externally, one could observe Lu Yun opening his mouth wide, as a small orb of blue-violet light, radiating a dazzling glow, gradually coalesced near his throat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as the orb erupted, transforming into a resplendent beam of blue-violet light that surged forth in the direction his mouth faced. The beam struck the inner wall of the Pokeball, causing the entire space within to tremble. As Lu Yun felt the potent energy dissipate within his mouth, he instinctively pursed his lips, noting that there was no pain, only a slight warmth in his oral cavity. Unable to suppress a breath, he exhaled, releasing a faint mist that bore a semblance to the legendary dragon of his past life, exhaling clouds. Lu Yun was quite pleased with his newly learned Dragon Breath technique. Although its current potency was modest, he believed that through diligent practice, both the speed and strength of its execution would significantly enhance. He even envisioned the possibility of combining it with other techniques he had acquired, forging powerful combinations, albeit this would require extensive training. Once he regained his composure, Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at another red, pomegranate-shaped fruit on the ground. Crunch! The familiar taste and intense warmth enveloped him once more. Settling down again, he focused more intently this time. The sweet flesh and rich juice transformed into waves of searing energy coursing through his body. The stored draconic energy within him gradually increased, becoming denser. In his mind, the system's notifications continued to ring out with a bright clarity, perhaps due to his prior experience. Lu Yun quickly settled back into a state of calm. Eagerly, he opened the system interface and turned his attention to the attributes section. Species, Fluffy Sheep Level, 26, 52100, Skills, Tackle, Growl, Thunder Wave, Awakening Power, Dragon, Thunder Shock, Cotton Spore, Charge, Thunder Punch, Electromagnetic Levitation, Ram, Electro Ball. Dragon Breath Evaluation, a fluffy sheep of immense potential. A sigh escaped his lips, clearly reflecting disappointment. Much like the novels he had read in his previous life, the various treasures obtained by protagonists often yielded results only upon first use, with subsequent attempts diminishing in effectiveness. The second fruit he consumed did not grant him a new skill, and even the experience gained was noticeably reduced. Shaking his head, a resolute glimmer appeared in Lu Yun's eyes. He felt a twinge of greed. Having acquired the skill of Dragon's Breath was already a delightful surprise. To crave more would be detrimental to his long-term development. What he needed now was to remain grounded, to solidify his foundation step by step, preparing diligently for the imminent evolution. The approach of hastily enhancing oneself through external means was overly short-sighted and erroneous. Chapter 56. The Clara Mountains. The Clara Mountains are situated in the southeastern region of the Sinnoh area. Due to the harsh climate and treacherous terrain surrounding it, this area has been regarded as a forbidden zone for humanity since the dawn of civilization. Only in recent years, propelled by rapid technological advancement and an ever-expanding sense of human superiority, have a handful of explorers dared to venture into the Clara Mountains, driven by an ardent desire to conquer nature. Surprisingly, even with highly developed technology and formidable Pokémon companions, few have managed to return alive from the mountains. Those who have survived share a common trait. They are all elite trainers with extraordinary strength. Yet, these survivors remain tight-lipped about their experiences, unwilling to disclose detailed information about the Clara Mountains. Similarly, during media interviews, they have issued the gravest warnings to the world. Absolutely, unequivocally do not enter the Clara Mountains without ample preparation. A powerful Pokémon partner, extensive wilderness survival experience, the most comprehensive exploration equipment, unwavering willpower, and indomitable courage. Topped off with a dash of luck, any deficiency in these facets makes survival nearly impossible. As a dominant organization overseeing vast regions of the world, the Pokémon League has dispatched numerous official teams to explore the Clara Mountains. However, due to the scant number of agents returning alive, the information gleaned has been minimal, rendering their efforts futile, and ultimately, they have had to abandon the endeavor. After establishing a perimeter around much of the Clara Mountains, they ceased further intervention. Yet, despite the lurking terror and danger, hundreds, if not thousands, of adventurers continue to disregard the perils of life, seeking to explore the innards of the Clara Mountains each year. The northern outskirts of the Clara Mountains are bordered by a sprawling, dense forest. Although fraught with perilous wild Pokémon, it is comparatively safer than the lifeless seas to the south and the sweltering deserts to the west, making it a favored starting point for many adventurers. With a sudden screech, the heavy, sturdy black tires scraped against the ground, emitting a piercing sound. A dusty off-road jeep came to a steady halt. A robust man leapt from the vehicle, clad in a neatly fitted camouflage jacket and heavy military boots, with a black backpack slung over his shoulder. Matt tightened his somewhat loose belt, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed towards the dim forest not far ahead, where the majestic mountains loomed, shrouded in mist. As a professional adventurer, exploring the Kila Mountains was his ultimate dream. After years of meticulous preparation, he was finally ready to embark on his journey to realize that dream. However, before taking the plunge, he needed to make one final small preparation. With a hint of a smile gracing his lips, Matt opened the trunk of his Jeep and retrieved a black box the size of a refrigerator. His muscles taut. The robust strength cultivated over years of training provided him with unwavering support. Thud! The heavy box was steadily placed on the ground, emitting a deep resonance. The front of the box featured a black and white glass screen adorned with a keyboard, reminiscent of antiquated computers from the previous century. Inside, 3 semicircular grooves were neatly arranged in symmetrical order. Matt's fingers danced across the keyboard with dexterity, lines of code cascading across the screen as he pressed the enter key. Buzz! The mechanical hum of operation emanated from within the box, causing it to vibrate gently. Soon, the vibrations ceased. Matt lifted the lid of the black box, and to his astonishment, 3 perfectly round Pokeballs had materialized in the previously empty grooves. The leftmost ball was entirely blue, adorned with vibrant red patterns. The middle ball was a striking mix of black and yellow, featuring a small lightning emblem on its button. The last ball was elegantly simple, a pure white with delicate red stripes at its central opening. He deftly secured each Pokeball into the vacant pouches of his belt, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In addition to his identity as a professional adventurer, he held a unique position as an operational consultant for the Dark Star organization. Within the organization, he primarily provided advice for various specific missions, a role that, while leisurely, was also richly rewarding. Despite the thorough preparations for his expedition into the Kila Mountains, Matt was acutely aware of the grim odds of returning alive. Thus, he had squandered years of savings, including a significant amount of points accumulated within the Dark Star organization, employing every conceivable method to enhance his chances of survival. The 3 Pokeballs before him were meticulously selected from the organization's rental repository, evaluated for their overall strength, mission suitability, and cost-effectiveness, making them the most fitting companions for his upcoming adventure. Coupled with the 3 Pokémon he had diligently nurtured since childhood, he felt confident that he need not worry about this aspect of his expedition. As the morning sun cast its gentle rays upon him, the light traced soft patterns on Matt's weathered face. From deep within the dense forest, the distant roar of an unknown beast echoed, somber and lingering, as if mourning the impending loss of yet another adventurer's life. Caw! A few dark crows, resembling those adorned with black top hats, soared forth from the forest, forming a V-shaped formation against the expansive azure sky, gradually fading from Matt's view. Retracting his gaze, a faint smile graced Matt's lips as he inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with resolve, and he stepped heavily toward the dense thicket ahead. Within the gray confines of the Pokeball, Lu Yun reclined on a plush mound, blissfully squinting his eyes. The thunderstone necklace on his chest pulsed rhythmically, emitting a soft green glow akin to a gentle breath. From his right hand, a resplendent liquid, shimmering with dazzling brilliance, flowed from the grasp of the violet crystal, spreading deep within Lu Yun's being. The cool, ethereal green light intertwined with the radiant purple glow, as if they were performing a graceful classical symphony together. A faint hum resonated within the Pokeball, prompting Lu Yun to slowly open his eyes, stretch languidly, and gaze toward the translucent wall. Before him, the once impenetrable darkness transformed into a lush expanse, where the dense forest could be seen in the distance. A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. The mission had finally arrived. To Lu Yun, each task assigned by the organization was akin to a dungeon in a previous life's game, rich with experience and precious resources. For merely lying idly like a salted fish within the Pokeball would yield no significant advancement. Chapter 57. The Iron Tyrant. The vibrant hues of the sunset unfurled like silk across the horizon, as the soft twilight cast a luminous glow upon the tranquil forest. Beneath the dense canopy, A shadowy figure moved swiftly, seemingly unaffected by the rugged terrain beneath, as Matt expertly navigated through the woods, breathless yet composed. Suddenly, Matt's expression sharpened, and he halted, muscles taut as he forcefully propelled himself aside. Sizzle! A dark purple liquid erupted from the shadow beneath the trees, accompanied by a sharp corrosive sound and a waft of white smoke, transforming the once tender grass into a pitch-black expanse. A profound sense of danger surged within Matt. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the Pokeball from his waist and hurled it with great force. Carla! A brilliant red light burst forth as a colossal figure erupted from the Pokeball. Bang! It landed with a heavy thud. Its dark gray, rock-like skin was encased in a layer of armor-like orange shell. Muscular arms extended with 3 robust fingers. The menacing head, reminiscent of a lizard, sported a spiral white horn. Behind it, a hammer-like tail swayed forcefully, stirring the air around it. This was Matt's ace Pokémon, the Iron Tyrant. Meanwhile, from the shadows beneath the trees, the fierce Pokémon that had initiated the attack gradually revealed itself. Resembling an oversized cobra, the elongated purple body coiled around the branches, with its rosy forked tongue occasionally protruding from its maw, which exuded wisps of dark vapor. Its eyes glinted with an insatiable greed for prey. The patterns on its neck eerily mirrored human faces, cold and terrifying, shimmering with a faint, mesmerizing luminescence. Hissing, the Arbok reared up, expanding its neck while its form swayed slightly, seemingly attempting to bewilder its opponent. Do not be deceived by its neck patterns. Tyranitar, use hammer arm. The trainer's voice resonated from behind. Tyranitar narrowed its eyes, its right arm's muscles suddenly swelling to twice their original girth, a brilliant white light illuminating its rugged skin. Its short, stout legs, akin to 2 tree stumps, propelled it forward with an unexpected burst of speed, a velocity uncharacteristic of its weight class. The radiant white glow from its arms sliced through the air like a streak, hurtling towards the Arbok. The Arbok, momentarily caught off guard by the gluttonous gleam in its serpent-like eyes, found the potent allure of its mesmerizing neck patterns rendered ineffective, leading to a brief stupor. In that fleeting moment, Tyranitar's ferocious form surged like a tempest, closing the distance. With a resounding crash, muscles expanded, blood surged, and the colossal fist, radiating white light, struck mercilessly against the Arbok's diminutive head. Blood gushed forth, and the overwhelming force propelled the Arbok, along with the branches entwined beneath it, into the air. Yet, Tyranitar was not finished, aware that a wild Pokémon like Arbok possessed tenacious vitality. Even an opponent significantly stronger often failed to achieve a swift defeat with a single blow. Concentrating a deep yellow energy into its foot, Tyranitar lunged forward and delivered a forceful stomp onto Arbok's head. The serpentine tail writhed violently in the air before finally collapsing helplessly to the ground. Nodding slightly, Matt recalled Tyranitar into its Pokeball. Although he had overcome the obstacle before him, a shadow of gloom lingered on his countenance. He realized he had miscalculated. It had already been 2 weeks since Matt ventured deep into the forest. Although the majestic mountains loomed closer, he knew that the journey to truly reach the Crown Mountains was still far from complete. The provisions he carried were nearly depleted. Initially, he had planned to bring enough non-perishable food to last for over half a month, relying primarily on his hunting skills to sustain his food supply, hoping to reserve the contents of his backpack until he reached the Crown Mountains. However, the harsh reality dealt him a severe blow. In this forest, based on Matt's experiences over the past fortnight, there were no ordinary animals. Only powerful wild Pokémon resided here. Moreover, most of them, like the Arbok before him, were laden with potent toxins, rendering them utterly unsuitable for human consumption. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his garment, Matt cast a glance skyward and realized that time was slipping away. He sought a somewhat open space within the woods and kindled a campfire. The soft yellow flames flickered in the pitch-black forest, as if to assert their presence. Seated beside the fire, Matt cradled a bowl of hot soup, savoring a sip before lifting his gaze once more to the heavens. Above, the vast night sky sparkled with countless stars. The magnificent celestial display, obscured by industrial smog in the city, unfolded before Matt's eyes, offering a momentary reprieve from his burdensome thoughts and gradually easing the furrow in his brow. A gentle mewing echoed through the serene forest, sending a chill down his spine and raising goosebumps all over his body. Springing to his feet, Matt hurled a Pokeball into the air, and the imposing figure of his Tyranitar materialized beside him. Years of adventuring had taught Matt that in the wild, the more bizarre and irrational the occurrences, the greater the danger. A palpable sense of peril enveloped him, and he remained taut, vigilant to his surroundings. The strange mewing that pierced the quiet night was nearly enough to scare the breath from his lungs. Rustling branches stirred in the forest, growing closer and closer. An ominous approach. Matt's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat as his eyes fixated on the source of the sound. The gentle meow resounded again, and from the dense shadows emerged the owner of the voice. A small figure cloaked in a fluffy coat of pristine white fur around its neck. A deep indigo ruff encircled it like a scarf. Its bright orange eyes sparkled in the fire's glow, and its large, elongated ears drooped adorably over its eyes. Matt recognized this creature as the Espurr, a feline Pokémon hailing from the Kalos region. Yet he dared not lower his guard, for he was acutely aware of the formidable psychic powers concealed within its diminutive form. With light footfalls, the Espurr approached him gracefully. "Halt! Leave, or I shall be forced to attack," Matt commanded sharply. Observing that the trainer before it remained unfazed, the Espurr's crystalline eyes revealed a hint of disdain. It paused, a smirk curling at the corner of its mouth, its large, white ears suddenly erect. An immense, pure wave of psychic energy, tinted with a faint pink hue, surged toward Matt. Chapter 58. Teleportation. The soft pink psychic energy surged toward Matt like an unstoppable tide. The rapid approach left little time for contemplation. Protective instincts kicked in, and Tyranitar unleashed its long cooldown defensive technique, Protect. Buzzing resonated in the air. A wave of pink energy surged against the white shield, creating a series of high-frequency vibrations. Although cracks began to appear on the surface, it managed to withstand the onslaught of the psychic meow. Roaring with fervor, the super iron Tyrannosaurus extended its robust arms toward the psychic meow, filled with remorse for nearly endangering its master due to its negligence. And its anger towards the detestable foe intensified. In the darkened woods, upon witnessing the super iron Tyrannosaurus employ its protective skill, a glint of cunning triumph sparkled in the golden eyes of the psychic meow. The sound of rolling debris echoed across the arena. As the super iron Tyrannosaurus's eyes glowed crimson, and a deep black vortex in its palms suddenly emitted a powerful suction. Dust swirled violently, yet it seemed as if time suspended in midair, before coalescing rapidly into a vortex of thick, rock-like yellow light within the grasp of the super iron Tyrannosaurus. Rock blast. A multitude of hard stones and dust amalgamated and were unleashed by the super iron Tyrannosaurus, appearing as if they filled the entire sky, hurtling toward the psychic meow. With its large, fluffy ears standing erect, the psychic meow's golden eyes ignited with a fearsome brilliance. Light wall. A semi-transparent shield materialized abruptly before it, resembling frosted glass that distorted the light traveling through the air. The impact of the hard stones against the shield produced a series of dull thuds. Surprisingly, perhaps due to the overwhelming psychic strength of the meow, that seemingly fragile light wall endured the ferocious assault of the debris. Just as the final wave of stones, which nearly engulfed the entire sky above the forest, was about to dissipate, a smile crept onto the psychic meow's lips. However, at that moment, heavy yet rapid footsteps echoed nearby, startling the psychic meow into dispersing its protective psychic energy and turning to look. To its astonishment, the super iron Tyrannosaurus, previously positioned at a distance, had now approached while it was distracted by the offensive. The spiraled silver horn atop its head whirled violently like a power drill, dazzling white light cascading down like a shimmering veil, emanating a terrifying aura of danger. Horn drill. Aware that its opponent had unleashed a decisive technique, the psychic meow could no longer afford to conceal its abilities. It understood that if it hesitated any longer, it might lose its chance. With its diminutive form buoyed by its immense psychic power, it slightly levitated, crossing its short arms before its chest. Its crystalline golden eyes suddenly shimmered with radiant pink light. Illusionary space. Psychic surge. In an instant, the psychic meow unleashed its two formidable abilities, the pinnacle of psychic prowess. A silver-pink cube materialized before the super psychic cat, expanding instantaneously from the size of a palm to envelop the colossal form of the super iron Tyrannosaurus entirely. Pulses of potent, semi-transparent pink waves emanated from the corners of its eyes, and with the aid of the illusion space, it bizarrely struck first, preempting the super iron Tyrannosaurus's horn drill attack. The mysterious energy of psychic ability seemed intent on tearing apart everything in its path, wreaking havoc upon the super iron Tyrannosaurus's body, effortlessly ripping through its tough, coarse exterior to reveal the vivid crimson muscle beneath, blood splattering through the air. A pained roar echoed through the forest as the rapidly spinning drill atop the super iron Tyrannosaurus came to an abrupt halt under the intense stimulation. The air thickened with the pungent scent of blood, while the super iron Tyrannosaurus gasped, its eyes fixed intently on the super psychic cat. As the pain throughout its body gradually subsided, and a fierce spirit of battle ignited within its chest. With a sudden surge, its arms expanded, infused with a heavy yellow glow, pushing forcefully. Crack! The illusion space shattered under the overwhelming force as its robust legs stomped down, seemingly resonating with the pulse of the earth, a violent tremor emanating from deep below. An earthquake, even with a vast reservoir of psychic energy for protection. The super psychic cat could not help but sway under the earth's tremors, momentarily losing its balance. Its scarlet eyes gleamed with intensity, and seizing the opportunity, the super iron Tyrannosaurus opened its massive jaws. Buzz, a blinding light, radiating an aura of destruction, gathered deep within its throat. The super psychic cat's pupils constricted, a foreboding sense of death reverberating in its mind. Ignoring the near fall, it unleashed the immense psychic energy stored within. Waves of psychic force surged through the air, compressing and colliding, as if time itself had paused. A faint pink hue enveloped the forest, neon lights shimmering amidst the dark thicket. Instantaneous movement. Like the fleeting brilliance of a blooming night flower, that terrifying energy wave vanished without a trace. In the air lingered only a few soft meows. Boom. A deafening thunder cracked relentlessly from the horizon, torrential rain pouring down. Dizzy and weak, Matt collapsed to the ground, the icy rain pounding upon him. He recalled that in the final moments of the battle, the super psychic cat had suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy, utilizing what was presumably called instantaneous movement, transporting him and the super iron Tyrannosaurus away. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Trembling, he propped himself up with his hands, scanning his surroundings, yet found no trace of the super iron Tyrannosaurus. Clenching his teeth with great determination, a trace of sorrow welled up in his eyes as he reached for his waist. Reassured by the presence of his other Pokémon, letting out a slow breath, he resolved to rest briefly before embarking on a search for the lost Pteranodon, a companion nurtured since childhood, with whom he shared an unbreakable bond. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, the expression in Matt's eyes hardened. He noticed that the once visible Kila mountain range had inexplicably vanished from sight. This was alarming. An unsettling feeling stirred within him. The Kila Mountains were vast and majestic, and even from his long-time residence in colorful city, a mere glance skyward would reveal the ethereal silhouette hidden within the dense mists. The sheer energy required to transport him from the base of the mountain to a location so distant that the range was completely obscured was beyond what an ordinary psychic Pokémon like Espurr could muster. Even a legendary creature would likely expend tremendous effort. Why was this happening? Frowning in contemplation, a sudden spark of insight illuminated his mind. It dawned on him that he had been mistaken in his previous thought that Espurr had teleported them outward. Rather, it was entirely plausible that he had been transported deep within the Kila mountain range. The reason for the mountain's absence from view was that he was already enveloped within its depths. Chapter 59, Thunderstrike Boom. A relentless cacophony of thunder raged across the horizon, the deafening roar echoing throughout the cosmos. Matt, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to rise, scanning his surroundings. Sparse vegetation dotted the rocky ground, and the surface, slickened by torrential rain, made it difficult for him to maintain his footing. With a swift motion, he retrieved a Pokeball and hurled it forward. Carla! A surge of intense heat erupted around him, instantly vaporizing the raindrops that fell, transforming them into wisps of white smoke. Before him stood a creature resembling a large canine, its orange-red fur adorned with tiger-like black stripes. Its long, flaxen mane flowed gracefully over its body, exuding an ethereal elegance. Flickers of embers occasionally escaped from its broad maw, and its brown eyes bore a serious and dignified expression. This was one of Matt's Pokémon, Houndoom. Under normal circumstances, summoning a fire-type Pokémon in such torrential weather would be an ill-advised decision, as the rain would significantly dampen their fire energy and affect their morale. Yet Matt had no choice but to act. He was gravely impacted after the encounter with the Espurr, leaving him in dire need of assistance. At this moment, even after a brief respite, he still felt a lingering dizziness. With each step he took, a sharp pain radiated from his mind. Thus, a small sprite capable of carrying him while searching for the elusive super iron Tyrannosaurus in such treacherous conditions was of paramount importance. Among the Pokémon he possessed, the swift canine was the only one suitable for riding. In this challenging situation, despite any unfavorable attributes, he had no choice but to summon it. The rain mingled with wisps of white mist surrounding them, and the swift canine sensed the damp, sticky sensation emanating from its body. letting out a disgruntled whimper as it shook its thick coat, sending a cascade of glistening raindrops into the air. He gently rubbed its forehead, offering a quiet reassurance. Then, he mounted the powerful creature. The comforting warmth characteristic of fire-type Pokémon radiated from beneath him, and he felt his previously stiff body, chilled by the relentless rain, gradually relax. In his heart, he marveled at the swift canine's accolades among trainers. Not only was it immensely powerful, loyal, and gentle, but it also exhibited remarkable speed and stability when serving as a mount in perilous situations. He retrieved specialized Pokémon food crafted for the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus from his backpack and placed it before the swift canine's nose for it to sniff. With a resounding bark echoing with conviction, the creature affirmed its readiness, instilling a faint sense of reassurance in his heart. With a thunderous sound, the gravel beneath their feet was propelled into the air as the swift canine dashed towards their objective. The rugged terrain felt as effortless as solid ground beneath its paws. He squinted against the rain, securely perched atop, gazing ahead. As they ventured further, the rumbling thunder grew increasingly frequent, amplifying his intuition. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus awaited them ahead. Before them lay an immense, profound canyon, its walls adorned with dark, stony surfaces devoid of any greenery. The ferocious silver lightning roared above the gorge, reverberating with a blinding brilliance. He crouched at the canyon's entrance, peering down at the ground. There, upon the rain-soaked, muddy surface, lay an unmistakable, colossal two-toed footprint. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he recognized that this footprint could only belong to the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Did it lead deeper into the canyon? As speculation brewed within him, he gazed into the cavernous depths. Silence, desolation, and an expanse of dark earth bore no trace of life. Ignoring the intense sense of danger rising from within, he resolutely advanced into the canyon with the swift canine by his side. The profound bond he shared with the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, nurtured since childhood, could not be severed by this intangible foreboding. In the dark of night, illuminated by flashes of lightning, one man and one dog traversed the canyon in silent determination. Zzz. Amidst the dense patter of rain, an unusual sound of electricity suddenly pierced the air. Matt, his gaze somewhat unfocused, lifted his eyes to the front. In the darkness, a vague silhouette of a humanoid figure came into view. A chill breeze swept past, and Matt instantly regained his composure. Clearly, the figure ahead could not be human. Adventurers courageous enough to venture into the Kila Mountains were scarce, let alone those who would delve deep to reach his current position. Beside him, his loyal Houndoom crouched low, its lips curling slightly to reveal a row of sharp teeth, emitting a low growl laced with warning, while faint sparks danced across its body. Thunder rumbled. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the dark canyon. In that fleeting moment of light, Matt discerned the figure across from him. It resembled an upright cat, adorned with yellow fur streaked with patterns of black and blue lightning, covering its entire form. Its icy blue eyes revealed a glimmer of cold indifference. Long yellow fur, reminiscent of human braids, cascaded from its neck and swayed gently. Fine blue electric sparks flickered around it, vaporizing the raindrops that fell upon its body into wisps of white smoke. As an experienced trainer, Matt felt a twinge of familiarity. Yet he could not immediately identify this Pokémon. The silence and tension were shattered when the Pokémon, shimmering with blue electricity, suddenly took a step forward. With that seemingly small movement, the delicate, faint sparks in the air erupted violently, transforming into a torrent of blue electric brilliance that danced wildly. In the dark canyon, it was as if a beacon had been lit. A palpable malice radiated from the humanoid Pokémon, prompting Matt to instinctively take a few steps back. Thunder roared again. Matt barely registered the flash of blue light before the humanoid Pokémon vanished from sight. Where did it go? Confusion swirled in his mind as he suddenly perceived his entire world spinning around him. In this dizzying state, he glimpsed his own body, headless, with charred remains around his neck. A flicker of understanding dawned upon him. Oh, I am dead. Gurgle, gurgle. The head rolled away. Zeraora flicked its right hand, casting aside the charred residue that clung to it. Tilting its head, it seemed to muse. Is the intruder somewhat weak? Roar. Houndoom's eyes blazed red, howling frantically, its flames erupting with reckless abandon. The Pokeballs at its waist trembled violently, and three powerful Pokémon burst forth, fueled by rage and sorrow, charging towards Zeraora. Their swift forms reflected in Zeraora's icy blue gaze, revealing an expression of ruthless indifference, as its yellow fur flared dramatically. Boom. As thunder rumbled, a brilliant blue light flickered once more in the pitch-black canyon, and with a few mournful cries, tranquility returned to the valley. What went unnoticed was that in the darkness, a black and yellow Pokeball silently rolled to the side. Chapter 60. Frenzy within the confines of the Pokeball. Lu Yun huddled in a corner, his face pale. Through the translucent inner wall of the ball, he bore witness to the complete annihilation of Team Matt. It was not that Lu Yun was timid or afraid to join his 3 fellow Pokemon in battle. Rather, he understood the formidable strength of their adversary. Zeraora, a legendary creature from the Alola region in his previous life's game, was adored by players for its striking appearance and immense power, and Lu Yun was no exception. This was his first encounter with a legendary Pokemon since his rebirth. Perhaps due to their shared electric type, he could faintly sense the terrifying electric energy pulsating within Zeraora, a force so potent it seemed capable of suffocating it. The vast reserves and high density of energy within Zeraora dwarfed even Lu Yun's own considerable electric energy, which, while exceeding that of Pokemon of his level, paled in comparison to the oceanic might of Zeraora. He even harbored doubts that, should he evolve into an Electivire or further, he would still fall short of Zeraora's current prowess. After all, a legendary Pokemon is inherently distinct from ordinary species, and such disparities cannot be bridged merely through evolution. To recklessly expose oneself would be profoundly unwise. The tragic fate of those Pokemon, driven by fervor, who charged out of their Pokeballs to confront Zeraora, served as a stark testament to the correctness of Lu Yun's choice to remain in his shell. Praying fervently not to be discovered, Lu Yun remained motionless within the Pokeball. Soft footsteps echoed from outside, and cautiously peering out, he was met with the chilling sight of Zeraora's sharp claws, aglow with an eerie luminescence, mere inches away. He could even discern faint traces of reddish soil, stained with blood. His heart raced wildly, nearly leaping into his throat, and he instinctively held his breath, paralyzed with fear. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the once incessant footsteps abruptly ceased as they drew near to Lu Yun. His pupils constricted, and his complexion paled. An overwhelming aura of pressure caused his body to tremble involuntarily. A peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings, stretching Lu Yun's frayed nerves to the breaking point. In a moment of despair, he felt he had been discovered and summoned the courage to break free from the Pokeball to confront Zeraora in a decisive battle. Yet, the footsteps resumed, gradually fading into the distance. In the outside world, amidst the tension, Lu Yun remained unaware that Zeraora, upon passing by his Pokeball, had suddenly raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling Lu Yun's timid demeanor within. A hint of amusement flickered in Zeraora's icy blue eyes, as if finding delight in the moment. It deliberately paused next to the Pokeball, waiting for a brief interval, until it sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from within, before departing with light, jubilant steps. As the footsteps grew fainter until they vanished completely, Lu Yun exhaled slowly, wiping the cold sweat that had accumulated on his forehead. He fancied himself fortunate to have eluded Zeraora's notice. Cautiously, he extended his consciousness to sense the world beyond the confines of the Pokeball. What greeted him was an expanse of emptiness and silence, punctuated only by the distant rumble of thunder and the relentless patter of rain upon the ground, resonating in the desolate atmosphere. Realizing that remaining within the Pokeball was untenable, Lu Yun resolved to venture outside. On the muddy terrain, the black and yellow Pokeball quivered violently before suddenly emitting a cloud of black mist laced with electricity. With a soft thud, a fluffy woolly sheep, adorned with a petite black pouch, gently landed on the ground. The purple crystal was of paramount importance to Lu Yun's growth, and he had not forgotten to bring it along. What he encountered first was an overwhelming presence of pure electrical energy in the air. Lu Yun, astonished, surveyed his surroundings. Uncertain of his current location, yet the electric energy here was far more abundant than that within the specially designed Pokeball. Merely standing there, with instinctual breaths, he felt waves of electricity surging into his body, causing him to shudder in delight. Suddenly, a pungent, acrid scent mingled with a rich, bloody aroma permeated the air. Lu Yun turned his gaze towards several charred corpses not far away. A twinge of sorrow crossed his features. Despite their brief acquaintance, they had once been living beings. With a sigh, Lu Yun sought a secluded corner of the canyon, digging a sizable pit. Harnessing the power of the magnetic field, he transported the bodies into the pit and buried them. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "May fortune favor you in your next life, and may you never return to such perilous places." With a soft sigh, Lu Yun turned away. After all, he was merely a nominal master. Having spent only a brief time with Matt, their relationship was only slightly more familiar than that of strangers. It was unrealistic to expect that Matt's death would evoke profound sorrow within Lu Yun at this moment. Digging a grave for them was the extent of what Lu Yun could do. Now, he needed to contemplate his next course of action. With the death of the task's client, Lu Yun could be said to have effectively severed ties with the Dark Star, becoming a free agent. It felt as though a layer of shackles had been cast off from his heart, and suddenly, he experienced a sense of relief. Yet, accompanying this newfound freedom was a subtle emptiness. Truth be told, during his time with the Dark Star, the organization had treated him well. Though fraught with danger and ceaseless battles, he had been continuously supplied with rewards and resources, greatly facilitating his rapid growth. It was akin to the hollow feeling experienced by a student who had devoted years of study, only to be met with an emptiness after the college entrance examination. This abrupt taste of freedom left Lu Yun feeling adrift, uncertain of what to do next. Suddenly, a powerful allure emanated from deep within the canyon. Akin to a traveler lost in a vast desert stumbling upon an oasis. An instinctual force compelled Lu Yun to take a step forward almost unconsciously. Wait. He bit down hard on his tongue, the faint metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. The sharp pain jolted him back to awareness. What was that? Gazing into the depths of the canyon, he beheld an impenetrable darkness. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yun was engulfed in inner turmoil. His enigmatic sixth sense seemed to whisper that within the canyon lay a treasure that could significantly aid his growth. Yet, it was also the direction from which Zeraora had just departed, a place fraught with peril. The overwhelming attraction appeared to awaken the primal instincts lurking deep within his veins, igniting a fervor in his eyes. People perish for wealth, and birds for food. Regardless, he would press on. Chapter 61. Umbrella Electric Lizard. Though driven by impulse to venture into the depths of the canyon, Lu Yun retained a modicum of prudence. He resolved to first seek a safe haven to endure the slowly lengthening night, planning to act by daylight. In Lu Yun's understanding, nighttime posed a far greater danger in most environments, and unless there were compelling reasons, it was exceedingly perilous to act recklessly after dark. As he cautiously made his way, peering around for potential safe spots, his eyes brightened. Not far ahead, he spotted a massive dark rock jutting outward, beneath which lay a spacious area that should provide sufficient shelter for the night. Taking small, careful steps, Lu Yun ran towards it, drenched in rain. The colossal rock loomed like a natural awning, shielding the incessant rain from the outside world. Beneath its shelter, the ground, though still bearing a hint of dampness, was far superior to the muddy terrain beyond. Lu Yun sought a relatively dry patch deeper within and took a seat. With a crackle, sparks of electricity danced across his body, the innate heat evaporating the rainwater on his skin, transforming it into wisps of vapor. As an electric-type Pokémon, the stickiness of the rainwater was quite discomforting for him. He inhaled deeply, the cold, damp air rushing into his nostrils. Lu Yun's gaze was vacant. The day's events had unfolded rather unexpectedly. He had anticipated a routine mission, only to be met with such unforeseen developments. A twinge of apprehension for his future stirred within him. Suddenly, a faint green glow flickered in the darkness beneath the massive rock, strikingly familiar. Lu Yun felt a surge of surprise. He had only just entered this place and hadn't had the chance to thoroughly explore it. Could there be an unexpected discovery awaiting him? Driven by intense curiosity, he cautiously ventured toward the source of the ethereal light. Before him lay a circular opening, approximately 1 meter in diameter. Peering inside, he was met with utter darkness save for the distant green luminescence emanating from the depths. The sense of familiarity grew stronger. What could it possibly be? With a sense of intrigue, Lu Yun could not resist the urge to step forward into the tunnel. It was quiet and elongated. Initially exceedingly narrow, requiring him to bend down in certain sections, given that he stood less than a meter tall. However, the constricted passage soon began to widen, and Lu Yun's field of vision expanded. As he rounded a corner, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight akin to the endless stars scattered across a tranquil night sky. The dark cavern was speckled with myriad points of green light, varying in size and brilliance. At that moment, Lu Yun realized with clarity that this verdant glow resembled the one emitted by the thunderstone necklace he wore. It dawned on him that a vein of thunderstones lay hidden within this cavern. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that these natural thunderstones were of inferior quality compared to the one adorning his neck. Just as he was about to step closer for a more detailed examination, a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed from the shadows of the cave. Accompanied by pairs of pale blue eyes that emerged, sharp cries resonated throughout the cavern. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, summoning the abundant electricity coursing within him. With a crackling burst, blinding yellow currents illuminated the dark cavern, allowing him to finally discern the distinct forms of these Pokémon. Resembling a diminutive lizard, its skin adorned with a smooth blend of black and yellow, 2 large ears drooped down, with sparks of electricity flickering at their tips. Is it a shocking lizard? Luo Yun exhaled in relief. At least prior to its evolution, the shocking lizard was not a formidable Pokémon, possessing rather average attributes across the board. As a contender at this moment, it seemed somewhat unworthy. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, the sheer density of their numbers elicited a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, Luo Yun had inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the shocking lizards. Observing the hostile expressions of the shocking lizards encircling him, inching closer, Luo Yun steadied himself, his black-pink tail swaying slightly. The blue crystal at its tip radiating a brilliant glow. With a hum, a powerful magnetic field surged forth, enveloping the entire cavern. The air crackled with electricity, infused with Luo Yun's unique essence, causing the shocking lizards to display signs of distress, some even foaming at the mouth. With a crackling sound, Luo Yun condensed a considerable amount of electrical energy, forming a dazzling electric orb. A faint smile graced his lips as he unleashed it, the electric sphere suddenly expanding into concentric waves of electric currents that swept outward. This was a technique he had developed during his leisure time. Although it was a group attack, its power was rather modest, making it suitable only for weaker adversaries. Clearly, the current situation was the perfect occasion to employ it. The resonating electrical energy reverberated throughout the cave, transforming the initially menacing countenances of the shocking lizards into expressions of fear. One by one, they crouched on the ground, lowering their heads in submission. Luo Yun nodded in satisfaction. This was a quality he greatly admired in wild Pokémon. Their hearts were pure. They could be fiercely merciless to intruders, yet when confronted with a Pokémon whose strength far surpassed their own, they would promptly submit without hesitation. Deliberately exuding a benevolent aura amidst the dissipating waves, Luo Yun alleviated the pressure on the prostrated shocking lizards. Bleat, he called out to the foremost shocking lizard, slightly larger and presumably the leader, indicating that he merely sought refuge for the night and had no intention of claiming their lair. Upon comprehending his words, the leader visibly relaxed. Turning its head, it uttered a few calls to the other shocking lizards before personally guiding Luo Yun to a spot within the cave abundant in electrical energy, where he could settle down. Just as Luo Yun intended to rest peacefully for a moment, he was suddenly interrupted by a few tentative, soft calls emanating from beside him. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Yun beheld several relatively diminutive Umbreon lizard creatures, who were currently hoisting a few freshly hewn thunderstones. Oh, do they intend to offer these to me? Observing the bright, wide eyes of the little Umbreon lizards, filled with admiration for strength, Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. At this juncture, the intensity of the electrical energy stored within Lu Yun had nearly reached its limit. Similar to the thunderstones found within the mine, these ordinary electric-type treasures held little significance for him. Just as he was about to decline, he caught sight of the hopeful expressions in the bright eyes of these little creatures. Lu Yun smiled faintly, manipulating the magnetic field to draw the thunderstones closer to himself. Casting a glance at the jubilant Umbreon lizards, he murmured, "Let us consider these as supplements for restoring my energy." Chapter 62. Zeraora. After a night of tranquility, Lu Yun emerged from the cave at dawn, continuing his journey deeper into the canyon. Along the way, he gradually uncovered the peculiarities of this gorge. First, there were the ominous clouds that lingered above, seemingly impervious to dissipating, casting a thick shroud over the canyon. These dense clouds obstructed the intense sunlight from penetrating, rendering the gorge reminiscent of dusk even in broad daylight. With dim lighting permeating the air, as an electric-type Pokémon, Lu Yun could acutely sense the terrifying thunderstorm accumulating within the dense clouds, poised to unleash its fury at an opportune moment, much like the sword of Damocles hanging ominously above, instilling a sense of dread. Next, the chaotic magnetic field within the canyon presented itself. Lu Yun had previously acquired the skill of electromagnetic levitation during his specialized training with electric beasts, granting him the ability to temporarily soar by manipulating magnetic fields. As his training progressed, Lu Yun delved deeper into the intricacies of magnetic fields, achieving modest success in executing various simple maneuvers. However, as he ventured further into the canyon, he discovered that the magnetic field, once easily manipulable, had grown increasingly dense. He sensed a presence within the canyon's magnetic field that eluded his current understanding. He speculated that the chaos of the canyon's magnetic field was not solely a natural phenomenon, but also attributed to Zeraora. As a formidable electric-type mythical beast, Zeraora's biological magnetic field was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. It was possible that during everyday activities or battles, the electric energy released by Zeraora gradually fused with the canyon's inherent magnetic field. culminating in the bizarre and tumultuous magnetic conditions observed. Lastly, the air was thick with an elevated concentration of electric energy. This was likely the reason why such a vast canyon rarely hosted the presence of Pokémon. It is important to note that Lu Yun, now transformed into a fluffy sheep, has undeniably become a quintessential electric-type Pokémon. However, as he ventured deeper into the canyon, the dense electric atmosphere began to render his breathing increasingly labored. One could only imagine how perilous it would be for ordinary Pokémon of other types, who might succumb to asphyxiation after only a few steps. In truth, Lu Yun's heart was already wavering. The danger was palpable and contradicted his carefully crafted strategy of survival and point accumulation. Yet, the powerful allure emanating from the depths of the canyon compelled him to take another step, and then another, gradually delving deeper. At this moment, in a hidden corner of the canyon, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The air crackled with a silvery blue electric pattern, swirling like mist, while a strange golden pond shimmered with light. Upon closer inspection, one would find that not a single drop of water graced the pond. Instead, a terrifyingly concentrated golden plasma flowed silently within, occasionally erupting into small sparks. At the center of this plasma pool stood an ancient tree, towering and imposing. Its bark, dark and devoid of luster, was rugged and bore the scars of time. The immense trunk, requiring several people to encircle, rose straight up, its numerous desiccated branches utterly bereft of leaves. What caught the eye were the small, oval fruits sprouting from the barren branches. In stark contrast to the tree's dark and coarse exterior, these fruits resembled radiant light bulbs, emanating a dazzling golden glow. Beneath their translucent, delicate skins, a brilliant liquid energy flowed, akin to exquisite works of art that one would hesitate to consume. Beneath the tree, amidst the rich golden plasma, Zeraora sat cross-legged, appearing as a composed guardian. Suddenly, its icy blue eyes snapped open, a brow raised as if it had discovered something intriguing. A ripple surged across the plasma pond, and in the next instant, Zeraora's figure vanished from sight. Gasping for breath, Lu Yun found the air around him tinged with a faint yellow hue, infused with the potent electricity. He paused, yearning for a moment of respite. But the overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body threatened to bring him to his knees. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, acutely aware that in his current state, should he falter and fall, he might never rise again. Almost there, he reassured himself internally. Suddenly, an unusual disturbance rippled through the still air, escalating the chaos of the magnetic field to new heights. Sensing something amiss, Lu Yun lifted his gaze, only to behold a silvery, serpent-like current of electricity slicing through the air, as Zeraora's rebellious form materialized before him in an instant. In profound silence, with no utterance or action, the two electric-type Pokémon locked eyes, and a palpable tension enveloped the air. Ultimately, there was no escaping this moment. Lu Yun sighed inwardly. He had anticipated such a scenario when he resolved to venture deeper into the canyon. Yet, he had not expected it to occur so abruptly, especially when victory seemed so close. A fierce sense of unwillingness surged within him. His gaze remained fixed on the formidable Zeraora ahead, his body pulsating with electric energy. Even though he understood the disparity between them, he was determined to give it a try. Crackling with energy, the verdant thunderstone at his chest began to glow, an immense current converging from every part of his being, radiating a brilliant light. The abundant electricity diffusing in the air seemed to be drawn toward the center of that luminescence, akin to a magnet. In a twist of fate, the move Lu Yun unleashed acquired an inexplicable enhancement within this extraordinary environment. His palms came together, and a radiant brilliance, reminiscent of the sun, shimmered between them, illuminating the dimly lit canyon shrouded in dark clouds. Thunderbolt. Buzzing like a laser, the concentrated electrical energy was unleashed in an instant, leaving a golden trail in the air. Time appeared to pause as Zeraora, gazing at the dazzling ray approaching, remained nonchalant, a smile gracing its features. Unmoved, it raised its right hand slightly, and at the moment the ray was about to strike, a silver-white electric glow surged along its arm. With a casual flick of its wrist, it redirected the oncoming beam, deflecting it at a right angle. Boom! The brilliant ray, possessing tremendous force, struck the dark rock wall nearby, creating a significant crater as debris flew into the air. Zing! A glimmer of gold flashed at the corner of its eye. Zeraora, displaying an unexpected expression, narrowed its ice-blue pupils. Lu Yun, who had initially been at a distance, seized the fleeting moment when Zeraora's vision was obscured by the blinding light of the electric attack, propelling himself towards Zeraora's flank with the powerful force of Thunder Punch. The dazzling light surged before him, and his electrifying fist, intertwined with radiant energy, was nearly within reach. The gust of wind it generated ruffling Zeraora's thick yellow fur. Chapter 63. The Situation. Thunder Punch still lay a short distance from Zeraora, yet the gust had already begun to elicit a slight sting upon its face. With a focused gaze, Zeraora abandoned its previously carefree demeanor, adopting a serious expression. Zing! A surge of silver electricity erupted from its body, unleashing a speed that could rival even the legendary beasts. Buzz! In an instant, Zeraora vanished, leaving only a faint silver afterimage in its wake. The next moment, its resplendent figure, shimmering with silver electric light, reappeared beside Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun was indeed taking a desperate gamble. In an effort to maximize his speed, he concentrated all the electric energy within his body into his right hand, forming the Thunder Fist. He was propelled forward by the immense inertia of the Thunder Fist, almost floating in the air, charging ahead with fervor. Alas, even as he was horrified to discover that Zeraora had evaded his attack, he could not halt his momentum and was hurtling towards the ground. Beside him, Zeraora's slender legs were suddenly enveloped in a shimmering silver electric aura. With a slight bend of the knees, it sprang into action. With a resounding impact, Lu Yun's dazzling golden current was dispersed, dissipating into the air. The tremendous force struck Lu Yun in the abdomen, bending his body into an arc. The inertia still acted upon him, but now an additional force from below altered his trajectory, sending him crashing sideways. With a thud, his small frame collided violently with the rocky wall. Before helplessly rolling to the ground, motionless, Lu Yun felt an intense pain radiate from his abdomen, scattering the energy flow that had once coursed smoothly through him. And then darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. With a light and graceful step, Zeraora approached the motionless Lu Yun, a smile playing at the corners of its mouth. Its ice-blue feline eyes glimmering with admiration. In a clandestine underground base of the Dark Star organization, it resembled a formal office, with personnel in work attire diligently fulfilling their respective duties. Kelly, a peripheral member of the Dark Star organization, served as a liaison in the logistics department. Her responsibilities were straightforward. She primarily coordinated with Dark Star members who rented storage Pokémon, ensuring that communication flowed smoothly. Should any member have queries regarding the Pokémon they rented, they would consult their corresponding liaison for clarification. Additionally, liaisons were tasked with maintaining regular contact with members who had rented significant Pokémon, as there had been instances of individuals blinded by greed, disregarding the dangers posed by the organization in their attempts to steal Pokémon. The assignment Kelly was handling was provided by a member named Mate. Although it was unusual for someone to rent 3 Pokémon simultaneously, Kelly felt no concern. Upon taking on the assignment, she had already conducted an investigation. This Mate had served as a consultant within the organization for several years, thus holding considerable experience. He had frequently rented Pokémon, most of which adhered to the organization's protocols regarding regular communication and timely returns, making him a reliable individual. Today, as usual, Kelly dialed Mate's number. The phone rang, but there was no answer. Kylie furrowed her brow. The contact time was predetermined by the organization, and any inability to communicate required prior approval. After terminating the call, she moved her mouse and opened her email. A quick glance revealed no messages from Matt. Although a sense of confusion lingered, she remained composed. After all, encountering unforeseen incidents during missions, leading to communication failures, was not uncommon. However, in such situations, the liaison officer must take further action. Typically, the spirits borrowed from the organization are equipped with a positioning device within their accompanying Pokeballs, transmitting real-time messages via the organization's artificial satellite, Dark Star. Kylie opened a detailed map on her computer, deftly navigating through it. Suddenly, as if she had stumbled upon something significant, she froze, her pupils dilating. How could this be? Matt's location, previously clear on the map just days ago, had vanished overnight. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her complexion turned pale. The 3 Pokémon Matt had borrowed were of high rank and high rating, classified as extremely important within the rental archive. Moreover, their owners were prominent figures within the organization. Should anything go awry, Kylie, as the direct liaison officer responsible, would certainly bear the consequences. Manager, please come here. Ignoring her colleague's astonished gaze, Kylie called out loudly in the office, seeking her superior's assistance. Soon, the impeccably dressed manager arrived at her side. What's the matter? In the manager's mind, Kylie was not typically one to act impulsively. Her evident distress suggested a serious incident had occurred. After hearing Kylie's account, the manager's previously calm demeanor began to wane. as he had been particularly attentive to Matt's rental, especially since one of the Pokémon, a Fluffle, was under the direct scrutiny of his superior, the Minister of Logistics, Xylo. Rumors even hinted at connections between that Fluffle and the Minister of Combat, Lecafor. If anything were to go wrong, not only would his job be at stake, but his very life could be endangered. Rapidly formulating a strategy, the manager, trembling, pointed at the computer screen in front of Kylie. Investigate. Find his route from the past few days. A spark of realization ignited in Kylie. Indeed, the last known location could be discerned through Matt's previous route. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, illuminating multiple points on the map, connected by a red line, revealing the entire trajectory from the moment he received the Pokémon to his disappearance. How dare he? The manager exclaimed, leaning heavily on the desk in disbelief. The computer screen displayed a straight red line leading towards the formidable Kila Mountains, a region where the organization strictly prohibited any mission activities due to the lurking terrors that were widely acknowledged. Few ever emerged alive from its depths. The manager's right hand trembled as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, realizing that the unfolding situation was beyond the capabilities of his modest supervisory role. Setting aside the intricate complexities of the backdrop, the loss of 3 exceptionally promising elite Pokémon was already more than sufficient to provoke his alarm. Chapter 64, New World in Darkness and Pain. Lu Yun slowly opened his eyes, greeted once again by the oppressive, unyielding clouds looming above the canyon. Just as he attempted to sit up, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Looking down, he noticed a significant black burn mark on his rubbery pink skin. It was known that the fluffy sheep had reinforced its skin's resistance to electric currents during its evolution from the maley sheep. Yet, even so, it had sustained such grave injuries from a single kick by the Zeraora, underscoring the terrifying potency of that silvery current. Reflecting on the battle's details, Lu Yun even felt that Zeraora had held back somewhat in that final kick, showing a modicum of restraint. His earlier sense of complacency, stemming from leveling up rapidly through the system, dissipated, replaced by a growing reverence for the divine beast. With his left hand pressed against the ground, he leaned against the rocky wall, finally able to catch his breath and observe his surroundings. He found himself in a small opening within the canyon, encircled by towering, robust rock walls that formed a semicircular clearing. Strangely, the walls around him were embedded with vibrant green thunderstones, radiating flickering lights and releasing a torrent of electricity that filled the small alcove. Unlike the suffocating air of the canyon he had previously endured, this electrically charged space made him feel as if he were a fish submerged in water, invigorated and at ease. Lu Yun pondered his situation. Clearly, he had lost consciousness and was unable to move. He speculated on how he had arrived here. He had 2 theories. First, that Zeraora, upon realizing he was no longer capable of fighting, had chosen not to deliver a fatal blow but instead left, allowing other Pokémon to discover and rescue him. The second theory posited that it was Zeraora itself that had saved him, though seemingly contradictory, considering its last act of leniency towards him. Such a possibility could not be entirely dismissed. After all, the thoughts of a divine beast remained inscrutable to others. Perhaps Zeraora held a certain admiration for him. Overthinking would yield no benefit. Let it be. At this moment, Lu Yun could only go with the flow, for the injuries he sustained were quite awkward. To say they were severe would be an exaggeration. They did not threaten his life. Yet, to say they were mild would be misleading, as even the effort to rise took considerable strength. All he could do now was to quietly wait and rest well, regardless of what might unfold next. He could only adapt to the circumstances. The soft patter of footsteps echoed from a distance, prompting Lu Yun to sit up straight. His spirit lifted as his gaze turned toward the entrance. Soon, the owner of the footsteps appeared before him, a bipedal feline spirit, its golden fur gracefully fluttering in the air. It was none other than the very creature that had wounded him moments ago, Zeraora. A sigh escaped Lu Yun's lips. If it were indeed Zeraora, his life was likely not in jeopardy. After all, Zeraora had already shown him mercy, and if it truly intended to kill him, it would have acted long before now. Zeraora approached with a nimble stride, stepping into the opening. Its icy blue eyes scanned the surrounding rock walls, revealing a hint of nostalgia. With a flick of its left hand, it tossed a branch adorned with pink fruits beside Lu Yun. A silent gesture accompanied its action as it settled down cross-legged. Closing its eyes, a smirk tugged at Lu Yun's lips. How aloof it was. He had intended to feign some airs, but an overwhelming sense of hunger emanating from his stomach compelled him to pluck a pink fruit from the branch. With a crisp crunch, his teeth met the fruit's flesh, releasing a delightful sound. Sweet, excessively sweet. Lu Yun felt an abundance of sugary juice mingling with the pulp, flooding his mouth. Frowning, he forced it down. Yet the icy flesh transformed into a warm current that slid down his throat. This warmth spiraled down, eventually settling in his abdomen, where he still felt sharp pain. It was as if gentle, warm hands were massaging his insides, bringing forth waves of comfort. Lu Yun's eyes brightened. It was only now that he comprehended the true efficacy of the pink fruit. It possessed healing properties. Regardless of the saccharine juice that felt as though it could rot his teeth, Lu Yun consumed the entire fruit in a few hearty bites. Feeling the warmth in his abdomen, which seemed to expand a little, Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Cautiously, he glanced at Zeraora, only to find it still in a state of serene detachment, quietly seated. In the office of the Dark Star Combat Division, where the faint aroma of tea mingled with curling wisps of steam, a loud clap resonated as a hand struck the desk with force. Are you not sending us to our demise? Do our lives mean nothing to you? Lewis leaned forward, his hands firmly planted on the desk, veins protruding from his neck as he shouted angrily at Lukafu. He raised his long, bony fingers to adjust the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. While Lukafu remained composed, with his left hand, he gestured for Lewis to calm down. Lukafu spoke slowly. The Kila Mountains are perilous, as we all know. The organization would not make a decision that would recklessly sacrifice its exceptional members. He picked up a teacup from the desk, taking a delicate sip, the faint bitterness lingering in his mouth. What I am about to disclose pertains to confidential matters within the organization, and I hope you can keep this to yourself. Gradually, Lewis's discontent began to subside. He crossed his arms and returned to his seat opposite Lukafu, nodding slightly. As you are aware, our Dark Star is an emerging organization. Although we can now confidently compete with any organization in the world, save for the Alliance, we still lack a solid foundation. Particularly on continents that have already been thoroughly divided by established powers, we find it exceedingly difficult to gain any significant advantages, facing obstacles at every turn. Thus, a few years ago, someone within the organization proposed a different approach. Rather than vying for the scant territories held by entrenched powers, we should focus our efforts on the Kila Mountains, a forbidden zone for humanity. Admittedly, it is fraught with danger, yet the opportunities are boundless, an abundance of precious resources. Countless rare Pokémon, and even traces of legendary beasts. These invaluable treasures remain unclaimed. As long as we possess the capability to establish ourselves in the Kila Mountains, everything will be within our grasp. We have dubbed this initiative the New Continent. New Continent Plan, Lewis murmured, repeating the phrase. Indeed, over the past few years, our organization has sacrificed numerous elite agents to ensure the smooth advancement of this plan, and we have managed to grasp some aspects of the terrain surrounding the Kila Mountains. Recently, through a stroke of fortune, someone within our ranks solved the most critical element of the plan, prompting the organization to prepare for a comprehensive operation. As the elite squad of the combat division, you are perfectly positioned to undertake reconnaissance in preparation for this major mission. After hearing Lukafu's words, Lewis lowered his head. Lost in thought, a glint of contemplation shining in his eyes. Seeing Lewis's silence, Lukafu let out a gentle sigh. He opened a drawer beneath the desk and retrieved a set of blueprints. With a decisive motion, he slapped the blueprints onto the table. Look at this. Raising an eyebrow, Lewis reached for the blueprints and unfolded them. As the paper spread open, an incredibly detailed map came into view. This is the area within the Kila Mountains that our organization has meticulously explored. The regions marked with red dots indicate hazardous zones that you must circumvent, while those marked with green dots require thorough reconnaissance as you pass through. The yellow dot signifies the last known location of the 3 missing Pokémon from the storage facility, which is also the objective of your current mission, the Electric Canyon. Is there no detailed information? Unfortunately, the manpower within the organization is limited, making it impossible to conduct exhaustive investigations at every site. Lewis furrowed his brow. He could not gamble with the lives of his team members. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Lukafu, who raised a hand. Lukafu then retrieved a black confidential document from the desk and slightly unfolded it in front of Lewis. Lewis's gaze sharpened, his pupils constricting. We have agreed. At that moment, within the Electric Canyon, Lu Yun had nearly recovered after several days of consuming pink berries. On this day, Lu Yun lay languidly at the canyon's opening, resembling a salted fish. Tap, tap. The familiar light footsteps signaled the entrance of Zeraora, whose icy blue eyes swept across Lu Yun. Noticing his improved condition, Zeraora nodded approvingly. In response, Lu Yun stood up nervously, as if confronted by an inspecting superior from a past life. Lola. The cold, emotionless command resonated from Zeraora's throat. Do you want me to follow you? Lu Yun inquired. Zeraora nodded and turned to leave. After lying idly for several days, Lu Yun hurriedly followed. eager to engage in some activity. As they exited the opening, the comforting sensation that had enveloped Lu Yun dissipated, replaced by a faint discomfort from the high-density electric air surrounding them. Though slightly uncomfortable, it was bearable. Lu Yun shook his head slightly, keeping pace with Zeraora. Zeraora walked at a measured pace, relying solely on physical strength without unleashing any electrical energy. However, Lu Yun began to struggle, gasping for breath. It wasn't due to poor stamina. Rather, as Zeraora ventured deeper, the density of electric energy in the surrounding air increased, becoming so intense that even he, an electric-type Pokémon, found it difficult to breathe. Sweat poured from his body, dripping onto the parched ground below and leaving large puddles. Huff, huff. Lu Yun panted heavily, the fatigue in his legs intensifying, causing his steps to shorten. He looked up at Zeraora, who remained unhurried and relaxed. His vision began to blur, and a faint dizziness enveloped his mind. Plop. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lu Yun felt his calves give way, causing his entire body to lurch forward. His trembling hands barely managed to brace against the ground, struggling to support his weight. He let out a dry heave, yet the overwhelming sense of discomfort persisted unabated. Before him, the previously unyielding Jolteon halted its steps, turning to regard Lu Yun with its icy blue feline gaze. Noticing that he had reached his limit, it offered a slight nod and approached him. Jolteon positioned itself before Lu Yun, and with a flash of silver-blue electricity emanating from its right paw, he was lifted into the air by an enigmatic magnetic force. Confused by Jolteon's actions, Lu Yun remained silent. With a crackling sound, Jolteon extended a sharp claw, expertly controlling the silvery electric current that enveloped it, while its eyes scrutinized the flow of energy within Lu Yun's body. A foreboding sensation rose within him. He sensed that something dreadfully ominous was about to transpire. At last, as if pinpointing the epicenter of the energy flow within Lu Yun, Jolteon struck with lightning speed, plunging its dazzling claw into the area just below his chest. A resonating hum filled the air as time seemed to freeze. Lu Yun felt a sudden stab of pain in his chest, followed by a tumultuous surge of electrical energy that erupted from within him, spiraling out of his control. It was as if a balloon had been punctured, and waves of electricity continuously poured forth from his body. Screaming in agony, Lu Yun felt as though he were being torn apart, the excruciating pain radiating throughout his entire being. This torment endured for nearly 5 minutes, until the last vestiges of energy within him were finally expended. Jolteon raised an eyebrow in surprise. It had not anticipated that this fluffy creature could harbor such a vast reservoir of electrical energy, revealing a remarkable potential. Withdrawing the claw that had pierced Lu Yun, it gently lowered him to the ground, allowing the highly charged atmosphere to envelop him. As an electric-type Pokémon, once Lu Yun's energy was depleted, he instinctively began to draw in the electrical currents from the surrounding air. Simultaneously, the Thunderstone necklace around his neck emitted a vibrant green glow. At that moment, he felt a steady influx of high-density, high-quality electrical energy flooding into his body from the air around him, heedless of whether his fragile form could withstand it. Fortunately, the Thunderstone necklace played a regulating role, guiding the raging currents within him along the correct path. Gradually, he regained his composure. Yet a sense of intrigue regarding Jolteon's actions lingered in his mind. It is evident that it does not intend to end its own existence. Yet, what could be the purpose behind such actions? If it were merely to inflict torment upon itself, there exist far more cruel alternatives. Moreover, in some intangible way, Lu Yun possesses a deeper understanding of the same attribute as that of the majestic Zeraora. He subtly senses that, at this moment, Zeraora is assisting him. Chapter 66. Helplessness. A torrent of high-density electricity surged violently into Lu Yun's body, flowing ferociously under the guidance of the Thunderstone, recklessly washing over him. He experienced an excruciating pain that radiated from every part of his being. Beside him, Zeraora stood silently, its icy blue eyes devoid of any emotion. Before long, Lu Yun felt as though he had been inflated like a balloon, filled with the high-density electricity from the surrounding air. As the pain gradually subsided, Lu Yun gasped for breath with great intensity. At that moment, he felt akin to a barrel filled with gunpowder, where even the slightest movement could lead to a catastrophic explosion, shattering him into fragments. Gritting his teeth, the sensation of expansion coursing through his body restrained him from making any abrupt movements. Carefully, Lu Yun used his hands to support himself and shakily rose to his feet. When he raised his gaze to Zeraora standing before him, he found it still bore its cold demeanor. He lowered his head in silence. In the world of Pokémon, strength reigns supreme. Confronted by the formidable Zeraora, a divine beast of immense power, Lu Yun felt like a mere woolly sheep, utterly powerless. A faint sense of humiliation welled up within him, accompanied by an intensified yearning for strength. Zeraora. With a sharp cry, Zeraora beckoned Lu Yun before turning back along the path they had come. Behind, Lu Yun followed as if he were a small attendant, each step taken with great caution. He genuinely believed that any sudden movement could trigger the high-density current within him to erupt. However, there was one comforting thought. Zeraora seemed to recognize Lu Yun's precarious state and deliberately slowed its pace, easing the burden of his struggle. Eventually, they returned to the opening in the canyon, having taken twice as long as their initial journey. It was as if one had stepped from the sweltering heat of summer into a refreshing air-conditioned room, a wave of relief washing over him from the surrounding air. Lu Yun glanced around at the thunderstones embedded in the rock walls in a unique arrangement, marveling in astonishment. It was curious how, despite both containing high-density electricity, the air within the opening felt far more comfortable than that outside. Like a woman in the final stages of pregnancy, Lu Yun carefully settled against the rocky wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. He cast a glance at Zeraora, who sat cross-legged not far ahead, wearing an expression of resignation. With a casual motion, he plucked a pink fruit from a branch beside him and popped it into his mouth. A wave of warmth surged down his throat, causing Lu Yun to widen his eyes in surprise. Unlike before, the heat did not linger in his abdomen but flowed through his body like blood, following a specific rhythm. A sudden sense of heat enveloped him, and the calm he had just attained was swiftly replaced by anxiety. He was uncertain whether this change was beneficial or detrimental, and a profound sense of helplessness welled up within him. He had had enough for one day. Whether it was Zeraora's inexplicable actions or the strange transformation of the fruit, these unpredictable elements beyond his control ignited his frustration. Ultimately, it was a lack of strength. If only he were as powerful as Arceus, he would not be burdened by such troubles. With his eyes closed, Lu Yun attuned himself to the changes within. As time passed, his complexion began to improve. He noticed that as the warmth circulated within him, the sensation of expansion caused by the high-density electrical energy gradually subsided. Sighing with relief, he reached for another fruit, fixating on the meditative Zeraora, and savagely bit into it. The following day, Lu Yun opened his eyes, feeling refreshed as he stretched lazily. After consuming several fruits the previous day, the warmth they generated had worked through his body overnight. Now, he found that the previously overwhelming sensation of expansion had vanished, replaced by a robust sense of confidence fueled by the high-quality electrical energy stored within him. Moreover, he sensed a slight increase in his energy capacity, which had not improved for quite some time. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as he pondered this development. Ahead, Zeraora, who had sat in meditation all night, also stirred. With silvery sparks of electricity flickering around him, Zeraora rose, leaped in place to stretch, and turned to look at Lu Yun. With a commanding call of Rolla, he set off through the opening. Lu Yun understood this as a signal to follow, and an unsettling feeling surged within him. Surely, it couldn't be what he feared. As they journeyed onward, the landscape became increasingly familiar, and Lu Yun's expression gradually soured. The air, still imbued with high-density electrical energy, felt different from the previous day. After a night of adjustment, he had managed to cover nearly 30 more meters. With a deep sigh, Lu Yun knelt on the ground, panting heavily as a familiar magnetic force suddenly enveloped him, lifting him into the air. He raised his gaze to meet the dazzling electric claws of Zeraora before him, and with a resigned air, he closed his eyes, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it has come again." Meanwhile, outside the dense forest on the northern side of the Clara Mountains, a small convoy of 3 black jeeps moved slowly, coming to a halt. Inside one of the vehicles, Lewis sat in the back seat, arms crossed, his eyes fixated on the foreboding shadows of the forest that remained ominously dark even in daylight, revealing a look of trepidation. With a clap of his hands, Lewis exited the vehicle and signaled for his team to assemble. Clearing his throat, he began to speak slowly. "I trust everyone is aware of the dangers associated with our mission. I hope you all maintain utmost vigilance throughout this endeavor and do not become complacent. Should anyone err due to negligence, it would not only jeopardize your own safety, but that of our entire team." His tone grew more severe as his gaze swept over a few unruly members of the group. A somber atmosphere permeated the convoy, and the team members lowered their heads in silence. They were not fools. They had long heard tales of the perils hidden within the Clara Mountains since childhood. Prior to this mission, a designated advisor from their organization had pointed out several potential hazards they might encounter along the way, and the gravity of these dangers was such that even the most troublesome members felt a twinge of fear and refrained from being reckless. "That is all I shall say for now. You are all aware of the stakes, Lewis concluded succinctly. Let us conduct a final check of our equipment before we set off. He tightened the specially designed belt holding his Pokeballs, his gaze lingering on one uniquely shaped black Pokeball, a sense of reassurance washing over him. Chapter 67. The Sacred Ground of Electric Type in the Mountains. Time seemed to stand still, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. During this time, Lu Yun had undergone a daily cycle of discharging and recharging, and his initial anguish and torment gradually transformed into numbness. Presently, he even found himself somewhat immersed in the experience, deriving a peculiar sense of pleasure from it. This was not to imply that Lu Yun harbored a masochistic inclination. Rather, he had genuinely discovered significant improvements in various aspects of himself through the trials endured over the past half-month. Firstly, there was a notable enhancement in his physical condition. Throughout this period of relentless strain, his body had been subjected to relentless surges of high-density electric energy, leading to substantial changes in his physical strength. Without even mentioning the observable improvements such as running faster and jumping higher, there had also been a remarkable enhancement in his mental acuity. Furthermore, the long-stagnant capacity for energy storage within Lu Yun has undergone a profound transformation after a fortnight of rigorous training. If one were to liken Lu Yun's previous energy reserves to a diminutive cup of water, it is now akin to a substantial kettle's worth. The changes brought about are not merely quantitative. On a certain level, the enhancement of Lu Yun's energy storage capacity is even more pronounced than the transformation he experienced when evolving from a merino sheep to a fluffy sheep. Next, there has been an improvement in his efficiency of current absorption, which can also be described as the speed at which he recovers energy. Previously, Lu Yun often found himself troubled during combat by insufficient energy, which hindered his ability to unleash consecutive combination techniques, until the acquisition of the Thunderstone necklace, a portable battery that alleviated this issue. Now, with a significant increase in his energy recovery speed, coupled with the Thunderstone necklace, he is capable of engaging in extended high-intensity battles. This is exceedingly formidable, akin to a highly mobile assassin-class mage in a past life game, endowed with tremendous explosive power and nearly limitless mana. Such a configuration, which could drastically disrupt game balance, should only exist in the realm of hacks, provided the game designers possess even a modicum of intelligence. In the present reality, Lu Yun has essentially begun to embody the nascent form of this terrifying template. Lastly, there has been an enhancement in the quality of the current coursing through Lu Yun's body. After being repeatedly washed and baptized by the high-density electric energy-laden air within the electric canyon, Lu Yun has upgraded all the electricity he had stored since his time as a merino sheep, replacing it with electricity of exceptionally high density. Visually, the color of the current he previously emitted, a bright lemon yellow, has now transformed into a resplendent crescent moon yellow tinged with white. From a practical standpoint, this high-quality energy will significantly amplify the power of Lu Yun's skills. It can be said that any skill he employs now carries an enhancement equivalent to 2/5 of the effect previously achieved after casting charge. Most crucially, the high-quality current stored within him is not a mere consumable that depletes upon use. Even in areas with lower ambient energy, Lu Yun can absorb the latent energy from the air, compressing and enhancing it to achieve effects akin to those found within the electric canyon. These various enhancements have elevated Lu Yun's abilities to new heights. Although his level still remains at the original 26, in terms of actual combat prowess, he would likely surpass what he once was at a methodical level 30, making him a formidable opponent even without further evolution. It is only now that Lu Yun has gradually come to realize that Jirachi is indeed assisting him, and the torturous experience of charging and discharging has proven to be a unique form of training. If it weren't for the diminishing effects of his recent training, Lu Yun believed he could remain in this place indefinitely, biding his time until he possessed the strength to confront formidable mythical beasts. He mused contentedly to himself. Suddenly, a chilling roar from Zeraora pierced the air beside him. Lu Yun sprang to his feet, shaking off the fanciful thoughts that clouded his mind. The day's ordeal was about to commence. His countenance darkened. Although the painful trials yielded visible improvements, the torment of the process was something he had yet to acclimate to. Even after a fortnight of enduring it, in the electrically charged canyon, two figures ambled forward, one large and one small, one ahead of the other. Zeraora led the way, his ice-blue eyes glimmering with contemplation. The progress of the fluffy sheep-like Pokémon trailing behind was surprisingly swift, eclipsing even that of the Ronkin cat from a few years prior, not to mention the electric Eevee from even earlier. A fleeting glance at Lu Yun, who maintained an effortless gait even in the depths of this highly charged canyon, prompted Zeraora to imperceptibly nod. At this level of capability, it should suffice. Zeraora, the guardian of the electric canyon, had been nurtured by his father since birth. 50 years ago, after mastering the ultimate move unique to their species, his father vanished into the depths of the canyon, never to return. In adherence to his father's teachings, Zeraora safeguarded the secrets of the electric canyon, providing an ideal training environment for electric-type Pokémon of great determination and high potential. However, the Kila Mountains were perilously treacherous. Even those daring enough to traverse them were typically powerful, seasoned Pokémon with their own established paths. Thus, even after 50 years, only 3 Pokémon had the opportunity to receive Zeraora's guidance, including Lu Yun. 8 years had passed since the last Ronkin cat departed, leaving the vast canyon devoid of companions. Yet Zeraora did not feel lonely. His innate nature allowed him to maintain balance and composure amidst ceaseless training. He had never entertained thoughts of leaving the canyon to explore the outside world. The unwavering conviction instilled in him since birth rendered him the most loyal protector of the electric canyon. Guarding and teaching were his destined roles. Lu Yun walked silently. The concentration of electric energy in the air around him had more than doubled since his initial arrival. Nonetheless, he remained calm and his steps light. This level of electricity no longer affected him. As the 2 Pokémon ventured deeper, a look of perplexity crossed Lu Yun's face. Logically speaking, 5 minutes prior, as Jirachi passed by the dark, massive boulder marked with faint cracks, it should have halted its steps to unleash the power of its magnetic field, initiating a new day of training. However, now, as Lu Yun observed Jirachi proceeding steadfastly into the depths of the canyon, an intense premonition surged within him. Something momentous was destined to transpire today. Chapter 68. Dark Gold. Perhaps owing to his reincarnation as a Pokémon, Lu Yun's intuitions had always proven remarkably accurate, as evidenced by several significant events he had previously encountered. Thus, faced with Jirachi's unusual behavior, Lu Yun was convinced that something was about to unfold. As both Jirachi and Lu Yun ventured further, a familiar allure began to rise within Lu Yun's heart. He found himself momentarily taken aback. This attraction was precisely what had compelled him to delve into the canyon after escaping the Pokeball. However, after being rendered unconscious by Jirachi, this peculiar allure had vanished, only to resurface unexpectedly now, igniting within Lu Yun a profound curiosity about the powerful source behind this magnetic pull, prompting him to quicken his pace. As Lu Yun and his companions advanced, the once expansive canyon gradually narrowed, the concentration of electricity in the air dramatically escalating, causing the surrounding rock walls to appear dimmer. A fervent anticipation blossomed in Lu Yun's heart, and suddenly, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through the darkness, a brilliant light erupted in the distance. Before his eyes lay a circular pond composed of dense plasma, its solid and intricate currents flowing quietly within. The golden, smooth surface shimmered with boundless radiance. Upon its surface, a miniature thunderstorm seemed to unfold, with countless slender bolts of lightning entwined and dancing in the air. Despite the overwhelming awe that gripped him, what captivated Lu Yun's gaze the most was the colossal ancient black tree standing proudly at the center of the plasma pond, as if it had endured countless years. Its charred trunk, seemingly struck by ferocious lightning, extended numerous withered branches, each adorned with peculiar fruits that glimmered with a resplendent golden light. The bizarre allure that had drawn Lu Yun into the canyon emanated from those very fruits. A surge of saliva filled Lu Yun's mouth, as a potent temptation radiated from the shimmering golden fruit. Consume it, consume it. A mysterious voice echoed within Lu Yun's mind, fervently urging him to partake of the radiant fruit. With a determined stride, he advanced, and with a crackle, silvery arcs of electricity flashed before him, sending a chill across his forehead. Startled, Lu Yun looked up to find Jirachi had turned to face him. Gazing into Jirachi's ice-blue eyes, which seemed to harbor a gentle chill, Lu Yun's once restless heart gradually found tranquility. As the ethereal figure of Lu Yun returned to normalcy, Jirachi pivoted gracefully, channeling strength into its calves, propelling its robust form forward. With a swift motion akin to a dragonfly skimming water, Jirachi glided effortlessly across the tranquil plasma pool, leaving behind gentle ripples, arriving beneath the ancient black tree. Its right arm raised high, the sharp claws of its paws clenched slightly in the void, as an invisible wave surged through the air. From a distance, Lu Yun could sense a formidable magnetic force emanating from Jirachi's claws, enveloping the entire canopy of the venerable tree. A rustling sound filled the air as numerous desiccated branches, despite their unassuming appearance, exhibited a resilience that defied their form. They merely swayed gently under Jirachi's magnetic influence. At the tips of these branches, radiant fruits, resembling twinkling stars, suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, as if heralding their impending fate, akin to a night blooming Sirius showcasing its final splendor. Jirachi furrowed its brow, its body rigid with focus, as its right arm trembled slightly from exertion. The ice-blue eyes flashed with a brilliant light as silvery arcs of electricity danced across its surface. With a hum, the energy output surged dramatically, and an invisible hand seemed to emerge in the air, gently grasping and twisting one of the branches extending from the ancient tree. With a crisp crack, reminiscent of jade striking stone, a small golden fruit, as light as a feather, fell gently to the ground. Intriguingly, the radiant golden hue that adorned the fruit's surface retracted entirely the moment it detached from the branch, transforming its color into a luxurious dark gold. Carefully controlling its descent, Jirachi caught the fruit in its palm, leaping back to Lu Yun's side. Extending its powerful arm, Jirachi presented the dark golden fruit to Lu Yun. Unable to suppress the intense desire reverberating within, Lu Yun seized the fruit and swallowed it whole. Visibly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his throat, cascading downwards and settling in his abdomen, where it suddenly split into endless rays, dispersing throughout his body. Blood, veins, muscles, and bones were all infused with this resplendent golden hue, transforming Lu Yun into a miniature golden lamb. Overwhelmed by a wave of heat, his vision darkened, and he fell into unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, within his mind, a torrent of information flashed across the system. Experience 20, Experience 17, Experience 19. Jirachi gazed fondly at Lu Yun, who shimmered with golden light and had succumbed to slumber. A wave of its right arm summoned the potent magnetic force, gently drawing Lu Yun's body into the plasma pool, allowing him to sink slowly beneath the surface. As if uncovering a revelation, Jalala's previously relaxed brows furrowed once more, his entire being crackling with silvery electric sparks. With a violent tremor reverberating through the air, his dark yellow figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the canyon, a black and yellow Pokeball adorned with a lightning motif was unearthed from the soil by a pair of rough, calloused hands. "Captain, this is the last one," rasped a voice. Lewis took the Pokeball, scrutinizing it momentarily, pondering that aside from a single fluffy sheep, all other Pokemon, including Matt's lifeless body, had been located. Remarkably, due to the unique geographical environment of this location, even after more than half a month, the corpses remained astonishingly well preserved. Drawing upon his past experiences and analyzing the wounds, Lewis deduced that the assailant was a formidable electric-type Pokemon, exhibiting decisiveness and efficiency, dispatching Matt and his companions with a single strike. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow as he contemplated that even he would require considerable effort to subdue Matt at his prime, let alone with the addition of 3 formidable rented Pokemon. The mysterious Pokemon they encountered, however, had the terrifying capability to eliminate them in such a short span of time, underscoring its formidable power. Yet, why would such a creature bury Matt and his companions? Was there a cruel tenderness underlying its actions? A scoff escaped him as he suddenly recalled the missing fluffy sheep, jolting him to a halt. Could it be that the fluffy sheep had survived? Lewis turned to gaze into the shadowy depths of the canyon ahead, faintly sensing an ominous aura emanating from within. A look of trepidation crossing his face. A flicker of hesitation stirred within him. Despite the assistance of the organization's provided map, their team had already suffered significant losses, including one member grievously injured and in need of care. With the organization's mission effectively completed and the confirmation of Matt and his Pokemon's demise, retreating now seemed the wisest course of action. Delaying could invite unforeseen dangers. Even if certain aspects of the mission remained ambiguous, it would be of little consequence. Stowing the black and yellow Pokeball into his backpack, Matt waved his hand, preparing to respond. Just as he began to speak, a suffocating wave of peril surged from the direction of the canyon, as if confronting death itself. Chapter 69. A crushing blow. Lewis suddenly jolted, a chill coursing through him as goosebumps erupted on his skin. He swiftly turned around, scanning the area behind him. To his astonishment, the once desolate mouth of the canyon now harbored a dark yellow figure. Lewis gazed at the humanoid Pokemon silently standing before him, feeling an odd mixture of strangeness and familiarity. His mind raced, drawing upon decades of experience as a Pokemon trainer. Suddenly, a rare Pokemon, discovered long ago in obscure research documents, emerged vividly in his thoughts. Gradually, the image in his mind coalesced with the humanoid Pokemon before him. His pupils constricted sharply, and he involuntarily parted his lips, whispering the name, Zeraora. This electric-type mythical Pokémon from the Alola region was immensely powerful and exceedingly rare. A tumult of emotions surged through Lewis: excitement, joy, and a tinge of fear. The fear stemmed from Lewis's newfound realization that the perpetrator behind the annihilation of Matt and his companions was indeed Zeraora. Confronted by such a cold and ruthless top-tier Pokémon, even an experienced elite trainer felt a primal fear that caused his body to tremble slightly in the presence of a creature perched atop the natural food chain. The excitement arose from the fact that among the tasks assigned to his team at the onset of the operation was the investigation of legendary Pokémon sightings. Initially, he had held little hope, given the minuscule chances of encountering a legendary in the wild. Yet, to his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him at the last moment. If the organization could harness Zeraora's capabilities effectively, the potential impact in the future would be formidable. The joy he felt was a pure, unadulterated thrill that surged through him at the sight of a legendary Pokémon, a sentiment every trainer harbors during their childhood. Dreaming of possessing a powerful and striking creature like Zeraora, Lewis's mind whirled as he contemplated. His team comprised seasoned elite trainers. If they coordinated their efforts, leveraging their numerical advantage along with his secret weapon, they could surely confront Zeraora without issue. In a sudden burst of resolve, he raised his right hand, pointing at Zeraora, and shouted, "Attack!" With a series of crisp sounds as Pokeballs opened, formidable Pokémon leaped forth. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Gengar, employ Hex. Dragapult, execute Phantom Force. Quick on their feet, his teammates commanded their ace Pokémon to launch an assault on Zeraora. As the captain, Lewis promptly sent forth his main combatant, Dragapult. In a remarkably brief moment of coordination, the years of training and synergy within Lewis's team culminated in a flawless execution. Gengar initiated with Hex to provide crowd control, followed by Houndoom's powerful Flamethrower delivering substantial damage. Finally, Dragapult, shrouded in the void, prepared to deliver the finishing blow to their adversary. A set of exemplary cooperative skills, which could serve as a pedagogical model, was unleashed by the members of Lewis's team without any prior communication. Jirachi stood still, a flicker of surprise igniting in its icy blue eyes. How long had it been since it encountered someone bold enough to initiate an attack? A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of its mouth. If that was the case, it would not hold back. A powerful and chaotic magnetic field surged forth, and silvery bolts of electricity erupted from its body. Jirachi tilted its head slightly, and the first assault came from Houndoom, unleashing its Flamethrower. Clearly, this Houndoom had been exceptionally well trained, its sleek black coat glistening, and its long, white horns curving elegantly like a demoness. The pale red flames spewed forth with solid intensity, creating the illusion of a pillar of fire materializing from thin air, the searing heat pervading the surrounding atmosphere, causing waves of scalding air to ripple through the environment. Jirachi maintained a serene expression, its right hand clenched into a fist, muscles taut as electrical energy rapidly coalesced upon it. With a brilliant flash of light, Jirachi struck the incoming column of fire with a punch. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the electrified fist collided fiercely with the pale flames, akin to a stubborn rock amidst a torrent. The silvery electricity forcefully splitting the fiery column apart, showering the surroundings with sparks. Is that all? Jirachi raised an eyebrow, the energy coursing through its arm intensifying as it stepped forward decisively, cleaving through. A blinding flash of white light momentarily illuminated the scene as a curved blade of energy was hurled from Jirachi, slicing effortlessly through the solid red flames like a hot knife through butter, heading straight for Houndoom. Too swift. Houndoom had yet to react when the energy blade, born from the cut, skill, struck it squarely on the head. The crack of its sturdy white horn breaking resounded as a powerful force propelled Houndoom backwards, howling in agony as its ebony body tumbled through the air, scalding blood splattering onto the ground. In a single move, the formidable Houndoom was gravely injured and rendered unable to continue the fight. Simultaneously, within the faint shadow cast by Jirachi under the sun, a pair of crimson eyes, imbued with malevolence, emerged. Black waves of energy rippled towards Jirachi like ripples in water, seemingly unnoticed, enveloping Jirachi in an ominous shroud, causing it to falter momentarily. Success! Gengar, lurking in the shadows, grinned wickedly, poised to reveal itself, only to abruptly withdraw. As the dark wave of energy made contact with the body of Zeraora, a cascade of silver-white sparks erupted from its skin, reminiscent of snow and ice under the piercing rays of sunlight. The black wave, under the onslaught of electricity, rapidly began to dissolve, Zeraora glanced disdainfully at the ground beneath its feet, disgusted by the loathsome creature. A brilliant crimson energy suddenly manifested on its slender, powerful black claws, 1,000,000 tons of force. With a hint of crackling electricity, Zeraora stomped down with tremendous force. The ground beneath violently collapsed, forming a vast circular pit centered around Zeraora, fissures branching out like a tree's limbs. Jengar was expelled from the shadows, spewing forth blood and enveloped in dark smoke, drifting helplessly as it attempted to escape the monstrous presence. But did it truly think it could flee? Zeraora's gaze sharpened as fiery brown energy swirled in its hand. With a swift motion accompanied by flickers of golden electricity, it slashed downwards, sending Jengar's round form hurtling through the air like a basketball, its fate uncertain. In that fleeting moment, when Zeraora was at the brink of exhaustion and yet to summon new strength, a sleek, blurred figure suddenly materialized in the void beside it. Chapter 70, Swift and Decisive. Dolorant, with its elongated, dark blue body, shimmered in and out of visibility, its narrow eyes slightly narrowed, emanating an aura of danger. It launched a stealthy assault. With a triangular head akin to that of a fighter jet, luminous azure light flickered, and sharp red edges gleamed with the sheen of steel as it surged directly towards Zeraora. As the ace Pokémon of team leader Lewis, Dolorant seized the opportunity to strike from Zeraora's blind spot. Yet, as a legendary creature, Zeraora was not so easily vanquished. With a focused gaze, the silver-white electricity enveloping Zeraora trembled violently, and a colossal magnetic force abruptly manifested in the air. It was as if a gigantic hand had appeared from nowhere, propelling Zeraora aside just in time to evade Dolorant's ambush. What? Dolorant, while soaring through the air, beheld Zeraora glide past, its elongated eyes widening in disbelief. A crackling sound echoed in its ears. Zeraora had reacted and was launching a counterattack. Hastily summoning energy, Dolorant conjured a white shield around itself. Protection. A resounding crack echoed as the brilliant yellow fist, crackling with electric energy, forcefully struck the shield, shattering the formidable defense of protection in an instant. The overwhelming impact sent the formidable Dragapult flying far away, leaving a faint trail of white electric currents in the air. As a quasi-mythical creature, Dragapult possessed exceptional physical prowess. Despite receiving a punch from Zerud, it did not succumb to its battle capabilities due to the effect of protection. The dark, purplish ghostly energy surged as Zerud alleviated the immense inertia acting upon it, floating gracefully in the air. Its elongated eyes glinted with a menacing crimson light. And realizing it could not match Zerud's power, Dragapult braced itself for a desperate fight. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from either side of Dragapult's head, and two seemingly juvenile Dragapult emerged from the hollow atop its head, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they nestled tightly onto Dragapult's crown. Dragon Arrow. This powerful technique, exclusive to the Dragapult lineage, was unleashed in a moment of dire straits. In an instant, several sonic booms reverberated through the air as the two Dragapult were propelled forth at a breathtaking speed. Like fighter jets, they sliced through the air, trailing a pale white wake behind them, charging towards Zerud at a velocity beyond the comprehension of ordinary eyes. Zerud smirked slightly, a glint of disdain flickering in its gaze. With a mere thought, the magnetic field enveloping it expanded outward, instantly attuning itself to the movements of the objects within the field. With a fluid motion reminiscent of slow-motion stunts from a bygone cinematic era, Zerud leaned gently to the left, then flicked its head to the right, effortlessly evading the two dragon arrows. From a distance, Dragapult's narrow eyes widened in shock, even aware of its opponent's formidable strength. It had not anticipated that its most cherished technique would be dodged in such a manner. The intense astonishment that surged within it momentarily dulled its senses in the heat of battle. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a silver-white flash streaked before it. Thunder Punch. With a thunderous boom that resonated like an explosion, electricity surged unchecked through the air. Dragapult lay motionless on the ground, its once vibrant, darkened form diminished. As if on the brink of complete annihilation, Zerud stood nearby, casually shaking off its hand, its ice-blue gaze drifting toward Lewis and the others in the distance. Time seemed to freeze, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the team. In truth, only a mere 10 seconds had elapsed since they commanded their Pokémon to launch an assault against Zerud. Yet within that brief span, their carefully nurtured ace Pokémon had been utterly and dramatically defeated by Zerud in an astonishing display of power. Had it been an ordinary trainer, they might have succumbed to despair and relinquished their resistance at this moment. However, as seasoned members of the Dark Star Combat Unit, The members of Team Lewis exhibited remarkable tenacity. Despite their hearts being filled with trepidation and an overwhelming sense of invincibility emanating from the formidable Jirachi before them, they nevertheless retrieved their Pokeballs from their pockets and hurled them forth. After all, being elite trainers, they possessed not only their ace Pokémon, but also a plethora of robust battle-ready creatures. Suddenly, Lewis raised his right hand, signaling his team to halt their actions with a gesture of cessation. Though their hearts brimmed with reluctance and confusion, the long-standing authority of Lewis as their captain compelled them to pause their imminent second assault. Lewis's gaze was fixed intently on the Jirachi ahead, and as he sensed his teammates ceasing their movements, he lowered his trembling hand. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The overwhelming aura of invincibility radiating from the Jirachi was reminiscent of a mysterious black Pokémon he had encountered within the organization. He vividly recalled it was a massive Nidoking, whose single move had effortlessly vanquished the grass-type sovereign of the Qingying Forest, the formidable Venusaur. At that time, Lewis had been an active participant, witnessing the battle in its entirety, and the terrifying visage of that Nidoking had been indelibly etched in his memory. Now, the aura emanating from the Jirachi bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Nidoking from his past. The extraordinary strength derived from a confluence of talent, diligence, resources, and fortuity, compounded over time, could not be rivaled by mere numerical superiority. Lewis understood that even disregarding other factors, compelling his Pokémon to charge recklessly would only result in futile casualties. Thus, he ordered his team to stand down. In such a predicament, the only viable solution to break the deadlock and carve a path for their survival lay in a singular approach. Lewis's gaze shifted downward, resting on a black Pokeball at his waist. He carefully retrieved it, casting it into the air. A resounding, majestic cry reverberated through the atmosphere as a stunning blue figure ascended, shimmering brilliantly. Not far ahead, the Jirachi momentarily appeared taken aback, its lips curling into a faintly amused smile. Chapter 71. Frostbite. Suddenly, a chill permeated the air. In the vast, arid canyon, exquisite snowflakes, crystalline and transparent, materialized abruptly in the atmosphere, drifting down gently like a dream. The formidable magnetic field that had once enveloped the arena seemed to be influenced by an inexplicable force, gradually contracting inward. High above, the elegant and magnificent figure unfurled, radiating a dazzling brilliance. As if sculpted from ice, the crystalline wings shimmered brilliantly under the sun's rays. The resplendent blue feathers adorned its form, pristine and unblemished, emanating a chilling aura at first glance. Atop its head, 3 deep blue diamond-shaped feathers arranged themselves like a regal crown, exuding an air of noble grandeur. Its short, gray beak appeared metallic, reflecting a subtle sheen. Trailing behind was an extraordinarily long, opulent tail feather, smooth and lustrous like silk, gracefully floating in the air, occasionally releasing glimmers of icy light. At this moment, Lewis stood transfixed on the ground, gazing skyward, his eyes filled with awe. The majestic Articuno was the secret weapon he had procured from the organization. Although he had possessed the Pokeball containing Articuno for some time, this was his first instance of unleashing it. As a pivotal element of the organization's grand initiative, this unexpectedly acquired divine beast was exceedingly precious, had it not been for the critical nature of Lewis's mission, which demanded formidable support. He might never have discovered that the organization possessed such a creature. It was precisely because of the formidable presence of Articuno that Darkstar felt emboldened to commence its operations concerning the Kila mountain range. A distant, ethereal bird call resonated through the air, and a grave expression flickered in the eyes of Zeraora. Unlike the feeble creatures encountered previously, it sensed an equal strength emanating from Articuno. Silver-white electricity crackled around its form, potent energy coalescing within Zeraora. In the sky, Articuno soared joyously, reveling in the vast expanse above. Although the space within its Pokeball was ample enough for free flight, the boundless sky remained its ultimate preference. With a mere thought, Articuno perceived a powerful surge of malicious energy emanating from below. With a sudden flap of its wings, a dazzling array of icy brilliance scattered through the air, and raising its crown-like head, it displayed an air of noble pride. As if insulted, Articuno's dark gray eyes fixated on Zeraora below, a flicker of anger evident within them. This unfamiliar Pokémon dared to exude hostility towards a divine being. Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Its crystalline wings, seemingly forged from ice, gently converged, chilling energy coalescing into a small, spherical form. Aiming it at Zeraora, Articuno flapped its wings once more, and with a crackling sound, a bright blue orb shot forth, unleashing a blue-white beam. The ice beam twisted and arced in a peculiar trajectory towards Zeraora, freezing the moisture in the air along its path, wisps of white mist dispersing as it advanced. As the electric-type Pokémon, Zeraora is naturally endowed with exceptional speed. Although the ice-type Pokémon, Articuno, unleashes its ice beam with remarkable swiftness and eerie precision. The considerable distance between itself and Zeraora, who remains grounded, affords the latter ample time to react. With a slight downward motion, Zeraora's feet suddenly burst forth with dazzling white light, as powerful currents invigorate its muscles, unleashing the immense explosive potential within. With a sudden leap, Zeraora's black and yellow form, adorned with silvery electric sparks, deftly sidesteps to the side. The crackling blue-white ice beam strikes the ground, instantaneously forming a vast expanse of smooth, crystal-clear ice. The frigid aura palpable even to the distant Lewis team. The overwhelming power of the attack causes Zeraora to exercise even greater caution. Such a formidable ray, even for a creature of its robust physical attributes, would likely prove too much to withstand after a few hits. But the assault is not over yet. Just as the previous ice beam impacts the ground, Articuno fires another one from above. With a flicker of white light, Zeraora showcases its terrifying speed, frantically evading the onslaught of Articuno's attacks, while the latter resembles an unyielding artillery platform, relentlessly bombarding the earth below. In the face of Zeraora's agility, Articuno exhibits an unexpected patience, seemingly at odds with its elegant appearance. Throughout its lengthy existence, it has encountered many swift Pokémon. While these creatures may initially evade its strikes, as time progresses, their stamina wanes and their bodies become stiffened by the intense cold in the atmosphere, ultimately allowing Articuno to seize its opportunity. Once a mere graze from its ice beam occurs, the powerful freezing effect inherent in the attack will instantaneously encase everything in the vicinity in ice. The subsequent steps are considerably simpler. Defeating the opponent often becomes a matter of delivering one or two more attacks. A hint of ease gleams within Articuno's dark gray eyes, as it releases ice beams towards the ground seemingly without concern for its internal reserves of ice-type energy. As a legendary creature, it possesses vast reservoirs of energy, capable of sustaining such an assault throughout the day without issue. Meanwhile, on the ground, Zeraora is not only dodging the beams raining down from above, but is also rapidly formulating a strategy. It realizes that merely evading is not a viable solution. The optimal approach to counter a foe like Articuno is to engage in close combat. Yet, faced with an adversary hovering high above, Zeraora finds itself at a disadvantage. Possessing the skill of electromagnetic levitation, although it can attain flight for a brief period, it is not a creature of the flying type. In the air, its agility and nimbleness are significantly constrained. Engaging in a fierce battle against the formidable Articuno in such unfavorable conditions is tantamount to courting death. What to do? In the depths of its mind, Zeraora pondered strategies, and suddenly, an epiphany illuminated its thoughts. The extensive combat experience bestowed by its long lifespan began to manifest. In the sky, Articuno relentlessly unleashed its ice beam, transforming vast expanses of land into smooth, icy surfaces. Suddenly, Zeraora, moving swiftly across the ground, lost its footing and stumbled, momentarily losing balance. An opportunity. Articuno instinctively intensified the frequency of its energy output, unleashing several more ice beams in the blink of an eye. The air was filled with clouds of dust mingled with white ice mist, billowing in the wake of the ice beam's impact. Had it succeeded? Articuno mused internally. Yet an unsettling sense of foreboding began to swell within. Chapter 72. Close combat. A haze of grayish-white smoke enveloped the arena as Articuno narrowed its eyes, fixating on the heart of the mist. The unease in its heart intensified. A chilling wind swept through, dispersing the dust and fog that shrouded the battlefield. On the ground, a black and yellow silhouette gradually emerged from the haze. It was Zeraora's slender form, yet, astonishingly, after enduring Articuno's fierce assault, it appeared completely unscathed. Articuno's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. As a legendary Pokémon nearing a century of existence, Articuno had honed its ice-type skills to perfection throughout its long life. The ice beam, being one of its signature moves, had been practiced daily, refined to the utmost degree. Articuno had developed a unique understanding of the timing, power control, and energy transmission concerning its execution. The ice beams it had just unleashed on Zeraora were propelled by a desire to swiftly conclude the battle, and it believed it had maximized their power. Even its most tenacious adversaries would likely retreat in the face of such intensity. Yet this Zeraora had withstood the onslaught. emerging unharmed. A chilling sensation crept into Articuno's heart, prompting it to flap its wings in alarm, scattering a multitude of sparkling crystals into the surrounding air. Hastily seeking to flee. Wait, that peculiar black and yellow Pokémon on the ground seemed somewhat amiss. Articuno halted, its dark gray eyes fixated intently on Zeraora. The rich combat experience of Articuno allowed it to grasp the truth hidden beneath its illusory exterior. There stood Zeraora, motionless. Its once fierce ice-blue eyes now appeared somewhat vacant. Upon closer inspection, Articuno noticed peculiar currents of electricity flickering at the edges of Zeraora's body, reminiscent of the shadows on the ground, exuding an ethereal aura. A frown crossed Articuno's brow as its expression suddenly shifted. A decoy. This is disastrous. In an instant, from an area beyond its line of sight, a chilling presence emerged from the blind spot. It was not Articuno's carelessness, but rather the decoy conjured by Zeraora that was strikingly lifelike. It had infused its typical energy with a hint of its unique electric essence, resulting in an illusion so convincing it blurred the lines of reality. Aware that it could not deceive a fellow legendary for long, Zeraora, at the moment of releasing the decoy, utilized its unparalleled speed, swiftly darting into Articuno's blind spot under the cover of swirling dust. A brilliant silver-white electric aura suddenly manifested around its dark yellow form, intertwining and condensing, creating a visual sensation akin to a fierce blaze. If Whirlwind were present, he would be astonished to find that the skill Zeraora employed bore a striking resemblance to his own electric armor. With clenched teeth and furrowed brows, Zeraora seemed to endure some unseen torment, its gaze intensely fixed on Articuno hovering above. Just as Articuno realized it had fallen into a trap, its previously calm demeanor began to show signs of panic. With a powerful thrust of its black paws against the ground, Zeraora unleashed an immense force that created a small crater in the solid earth, its black-yellow body propelled forward at an alarming speed by the magnetic field. Thunderous volt. Enveloped in a torrent of electric currents, the silver-white blaze surged towards Articuno with the ferocity of a meteor streaking across the daytime sky. A palpable aura of death loomed from behind. Articuno had no time to ponder, its years of battle experience instinctively prompting it to execute a defensive maneuver. Reflective barrier. A translucent, blurred wall abruptly materialized in the air, reflecting blinding light. With a resounding crash, Zeraora's tempestuous form collided with the reflective barrier, momentarily halted before shattering it into fragments, as if piercing a thin layer of plastic wrap. Yet, this brief interruption granted Articuno precious moments. With wings crystalline as ice, it beat vigorously, sending forth a fierce gale laden with swirling white snowflakes toward the oncoming Zeraora. Blizzard. The already low temperature plummeted drastically under the influence of the frigid assault. The frigid air pierced through to the bone, and even as the formidable currents enveloped it, the velocity of Zeraora was inevitably diminished under the influence of the blizzard. Ice shards. The onslaught of Articuno was relentless, with the blizzard still in effect, conjuring massive blocks of ice that hurtled towards Zeraora. Bang, bang, bang. Enormous ice masses relentlessly collided with Zeraora's silvery-hued form, shattering upon impact, yet gradually sapping the vibrant white currents coursing through its body. Thus, Zeraora's originally swift pace was steadily hindered by Articuno's successive assaults. By the time it approached Articuno, it was nearly at a standstill, and the previously unleashed volt frenzy began to dissipate. However, there was no trace of despair on Zeraora's countenance. Instead, as it beheld the seemingly relieved Articuno, a sinister grin suddenly emerged. The plan had succeeded. Deep down, Zeraora had always known that Articuno would not succumb so easily to its volt frenzy. All the preparations made were merely to close the distance between them. The aerial domain belonged to you. Yet, close combat was indeed my forte. A tempestuous surge of electric energy coiled around Zeraora's fists, crackling with a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds in symphony, its ice-blue eyes gleaming with ferocity. Plasma fist. With fists slightly aligned, Zeraora launched a powerful strike towards the unsuspecting Articuno. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air, the immense shockwaves swirling through the canyon, intertwining the resplendent silver currents with the crystalline blue ice particles, forcefully bringing down Articuno from the sky. The diamond-shaped crown upon its head was shattered. The once lustrous elongated tail feathers now appeared dull and withered. Vivid crimson blood gushed uncontrollably from Articuno's gray beak. Had there not been a slight rise and fall of its chest, one might have believed it was slain on the spot. Plop! With the aid of the magnetic field, Zeraora gently descended to the ground. Its legs weakened momentarily, causing it to stagger, yet it quickly regained its footing. Its emotionless ice blue gaze swept over the members of Team Lewis, who were engulfed in oppression and fear, as if a heavy atmospheric pressure enveloped them, leaving them breathless. At that moment, although Team Lewis understood that Zeraora had undoubtedly sustained significant injuries from the battle, none dared to move, fearful that they might be the next to collapse. Deep within the canyon, gurgling sounds emerged from the golden-hued plasma pool, which suddenly began to bubble. Chapter 73, Self-Deception. Gurgle. The bubbles rising from the plasma pool multiplied and grew increasingly dense. With a sudden gasp, Lu Yun emerged from the golden plasma, panting heavily. His dark eyes were filled with confusion. The last memory that lingered in his mind was of consuming the peculiar fruit handed to him by Zeraora. After that, he was entirely oblivious to what transpired. However, Lu Yun extended his right hand and clenched it slightly. Zela felt like a sponge soaked in water. As the brilliant currents within him surged, almost overflowing into the air, something was amiss. He sensed an unprecedented power coursing through his body. Just as he contemplated opening his attributes panel to explore his transformation, a startling sound reverberated from the direction of the canyon's entrance. An intense sixth sense fervently warned him that the unfolding events seemed intimately connected to him. With a mere thought, he manipulated the magnetic field, which had become increasingly easier to control, pulling himself from the plasma pool, allowing the golden liquid to cascade down his body. Suspended in midair, Lu Yun firmly established his direction and summoned the explosive currents of energy within him. With a thunderous roar, the immense electrical energy generated a powerful shockwave in the magnetic field, propelling Lu Yun forward like a supersonic fighter jet, leaving behind a swirling mass of brilliant golden currents. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the canyon, Lewis knelt despondently on the ground, his hands dangling weakly at his sides, his eyes clouded with despair. The Articuno had been the last card the organization had entrusted him, yet it still proved no match for the formidable Zeraora. Today, it seemed he would meet his end here. A tumult of emotions, resentment, nostalgia, regret, intertwined within Lewis's heart. Behind him, the members of his team witnessed the unfathomable power displayed by Zeraora. Recognizing the vast gulf between their capabilities and that of the creature, their fighting spirit utterly diminished. In the expansive arena, Zeraora stood calmly, its icy blue gaze sweeping over the intruders before it. Sensing a faint resemblance in the aura emanating from them to that of Lu Yun, a complex light flickered in its eyes. Suddenly, unusual waves rippled through the air. Zeraora turned to look behind, where a figure crackling with yellow electricity soared towards it, a subtle smile gracing its lips. After assessing the intensity of the approaching energy, Zeraora nodded in satisfaction. In the air, Lu Yun's gaze swept across the arena, taking in the heavily wounded Articuno radiating a faint electric glow, the stationary Zeraora, and a group of human trainers. He began to piece together the events that had transpired, yet he couldn't shake the question of why these human trainers bore a hint of an aura so familiar to him. A faint sense of perplexity arose within Lu Yun as he gracefully descended beside Jirachi. His gaze fixated on the group of people before him, memories swirling in his mind. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a particular emblem on one individual's attire, causing his pupils to constrict. The Dark Star? A tumultuous blend of emotions surged within him. Naturally, Lewis had also noticed the unexpected appearance of the fluffy sheep, evoking thoughts of the previously elusive creature within their organization, leading to a flicker of clarity in his mind. So that is how it is. However, given the current circumstances and the imminent threat of death, such matters seemed trivial. Lewis pondered this. Yet the sudden turn of events ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Lu Yun appeared dazed, his thoughts spiraling endlessly. In truth, he had effectively severed ties with the Dark Star and achieved a semblance of freedom, yet facing his former employer still stirred a complex array of feelings. He was acutely aware that the Dark Star was a nefarious organization within the Pokémon world, inherently antagonistic to the official league, regardless of its internal dynamics. Nevertheless, he had indeed gained much during his tenure with the Dark Star, whether it be the invaluable resources or the meticulous training, all of which were indelibly etched in his memory. In all honesty, Lu Yun acknowledged that the Dark Star had treated him quite well, despite the occasional perilous situations. The benefits ultimately outweighed the drawbacks. Rolla. Jirachi's urgent call snapped Lu Yun from his reverie. Turning to face Jirachi, he noticed it raising its right hand, gesturing towards Lewis and the others, then pointing at itself. A look of disbelief surged in Lu Yun's eyes as he instinctively shook his head. Rolla. Jirachi's voice grew more insistent, imbued with an unassailable authority. Yet, as Lu Yun attempted to protest, a flash of silvery lightning erupted before him. and Jirachi's razor-sharp claws struck with a speed he had never witnessed, sparkling white light flickering as Jirachi curled its fingers, gently flicking Lu Yun on the forehead. Buzz. Darkness enveloped his vision. Just as Lu Yun had begun to awaken, he was plunged back into a deep slumber. With a soft thud, Jirachi used its magnetic field to place Lu Yun's unconscious form before Lewis and the others, remaining silent as it turned and began to tread slowly towards the depths of the canyon. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in its eyes, quickly suppressed to restore an ancient, profound tranquility. As a divine beast, it possesses exceptionally acute senses. It sensed the same aura emanating from Lu Yun and the trainers surrounding him. As the guardian of the electric canyon, it assists those with formidable potential among electric-type Pokémon. However, it is not a caretaker, for a comfortable environment does not nurture the strong. After consuming the berry, the assistance it could provide to Lu Yun was nearly exhausted. The path ahead must be traversed by Lu Yun himself. The mythical creature's unique premonition suggested that returning Lu Yun to the intruders was not a malevolent act. Crouching low, Louis heard the footsteps recede into the distance. His trembling hands betrayed the intense emotions surging from the depths of his heart. Had he narrowly escaped a calamity? He cautiously lifted his gaze, observing the retreating, gaunt silhouette of Zeraora, which appeared somewhat solitary against the vast canyon backdrop, yet emanated a distinctive sense of resolve. Retracting his gaze, Louis struggled to rise, retrieving the fainted Lu Yun and the nearly breathless Articuno into their pokeballs. Locking eyes with his teammates, a glimmer of relief at having escaped disaster flickered within their expressions. They supported one another as they exited the canyon. As they journeyed, Louis reflected upon the recent events, feeling an overwhelming sense of fortune. Despite the considerable losses incurred, he mused that, to some extent, he had fulfilled the organization's mission, a bittersweet smile creeping upon his lips, tinged with self-deception. Chapter 74. Ascent. Within the confines of the Pokeball, a pink, fluffy Mareep lay upon a soft, pale yellow tuft. A faint emerald glow shimmering upon its chest, its gaze dazed. At this moment, Lu Yun had regained consciousness from his faint, staring blankly at the ceiling above. His mind racing with myriad thoughts, he still struggled to comprehend Zeraora's actions. Surely, he had committed no wrongdoing. Why did Zeraora, after aiding him, subsequently expel him from the electric canyon? With a gentle sigh, Lu Yun set aside his profound confusion, resolving that he would revisit the electric canyon if given the chance in the future. After all, Zeraora had indeed assisted him, and he had failed to express his gratitude. It was only right, both morally and emotionally, to pay a visit to the canyon. Shaking his head, Lu Yun slowly sat up and activated the system in his mind. Previously, due to unforeseen circumstances, while he was aware that consuming the fruit had granted him a considerable boost, he had yet to thoroughly explore the system. Experience, 20 experience, 18 experience, 21. The first sight that greeted him was a long list of system notifications detailing the experience gained, filling the entire information bar. Lu Yun couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, surmising that this was likely the result of the peculiar fruit. It seemed this time he would be able to level up several times. With this thought in mind, he casually scrolled down the notification bar. Lu Yun's expression abruptly changed. Not because he had encountered any extraordinary news, as the information panel still displayed notifications of experience points, such as 20 and 19. However, the sheer volume of messages was rather overwhelming. He swallowed hard, calculating that if a single page could accommodate 10 notifications, then with his swift scrolling, he had undoubtedly amassed over 20 messages pertaining to experience points. This implied a minimum of 400 experience points. Furthermore, Lu Yun's eyes grew somewhat unfocused, his fingers trembling slightly as they hovered over the system interface. It appeared as if a pink finger continued to drag across the information panel, albeit at an unusually sluggish pace, reminiscent of scratching a lottery ticket in a past life. One by one, page after page, the notifications of acquired experience flowed endlessly before Lu Yun's eyes, transforming his initial joy into shock, and ultimately, into a state of numbness. At last, he exhaled in relief. Gazing at the end of the message panel, his emotions a complex tapestry. He had lost track of how many pages he had scrolled through. All he knew was that the enhancement he had just received was likely to be extraordinarily significant. With a surge of excitement, Lu Yun clicked on the attributes panel. Race, fluffy sheep level, 31, 263, 100. Evolution skills, charge, call, electromagnetic wave, awakening power, dragon, electric shock, cotton spores, charging, thunder punch, electromagnetic levitation, body slam, electric ball. Dragon breath, strange light status, Charge overload. Electric type skill power increased by 20. Duration. 14 days 20 hours evaluation. Is this truly a fluffy sheep? As he gazed at the attributes panel, Lu Yun rubbed his eyes as if to dispel a mirage, and upon confirming that he was not mistaken, he could not help but slightly part his lips. Ha ha ha. His body trembled slightly, and an uncontrollable laughter erupted from his throat, transforming into a hearty laugh filled with sheer joy. This experience had bestowed upon Lu Yun the most significant enhancement he had ever encountered. Firstly, the most remarkable change was in the level section. His level had skyrocketed from the initial 26 to an impressive 30. If it weren't for the necessity of his own confirmation for evolution, he could have remained trapped at the maximum limit of 30 for the fluffy sheep. Considering the experience he had stored, Lu Yun calculated that upon evolving into an electric dragon, he could potentially elevate his level to over 40 purely through accumulated experience. His finger hovered over the evolution button, poised to press it, yet it resolutely withdrew. Lu Yun was a patient individual. He recognized that his body still harbored a great deal of unprocessed electric energy. To evolve into an electric dragon at this moment would be unwise and wasteful. Patience is a virtue. Having endured numerous challenges thus far, there was no need to rush at this juncture. He merely needs to patiently await a brief period. Without the necessity for additional training, once the accumulated energy is fully absorbed, he shall flawlessly and regretlessly evolve into an electric dragon. Next, we turn to the skill section. There is little change, save for the addition of Strange Light. Lu Yun is aware that it is a ghost-type control skill, yet he feels little intrigue towards it. Perhaps it may prove useful in future battles. His gaze swiftly sweeps across, lingering momentarily on the newly added status bar in the system. Charge overload. A spark of brilliance dances in Lu Yun's eyes, as he contemplates that perhaps his prolonged immersion in the plasma pool has led to an influx of high-density electrical energy into his body, resulting in this phenomenon. Nevertheless, it bears no adverse effects. The enhancement of his electric-type skills by 20 prompts a cascade of imaginings in Lu Yun's mind. While May 20th not seem substantial, it is crucial to recognize that his current ability to unleash electric-type skills has reached a terrifying level, capable of achieving a one-hit knockout against Pokémon of the same tier, irrespective of type advantages. Adding 20 to this prowess would be formidable. He gently shakes his head, pondering that this state is time-limited. With only 14 days at his disposal, it is uncertain if the next mission will even materialize. If he encounters no battles during this period, the enhancement may prove inconsequential. Finally, his gaze flits to the newly updated evaluation bar, and a faint smile graces Lu Yun's lips, revealing his characteristic dark humor. Yet, in a certain sense, he is not mistaken. At this juncture, Lu Yun could easily surpass even those electric dragons that have been nurtured under average conditions. The abundant resources amassed, coupled with the system's formidable influence, has rendered Lu Yun an extraordinary entity among the woolly sheep clan. However, a tinge of doubt arises within him regarding the fruit's excessively potent effects. Unbeknownst to him, the rigorous training that Zeraora had subjected him to during that period, although seemingly lacking in experiential elevation, was indeed laying the groundwork for his ultimate transformation. It was through the arduous cycle of discharging and recharging that Lu Yun became capable of absorbing the immense energy contained within the fruit. Were he an ordinary electric-type Pokémon, the vast reservoir of electrical energy within the fruit might have overwhelmed him, causing his body to explode. Ultimately, Zeraora's act of submerging Lu Yun in the plasma pool not only facilitated the absorption of the fruit's energy, but also provided a supplementary influx of high-quality current from the plasma pool. With the accumulation of these numerous factors and a stroke of luck, Lu Yun has attained such a significant enhancement. Chapter 75, The Alliance Tournament. Silver City, a modern metropolis. Amidst the towering edifices of reinforced concrete, individuals traverse with an air of detachment. Despite the presence of a myriad of Pokémon, each with their own distinct personalities, infusing a modicum of vitality into this austere city, the relentless monotony of daily life and the unyielding equilibrium remain the predominant themes of urban existence. However, due to its robust economic prosperity and flourishing entertainment sector, this iteration of the Pokémon League Championship has chosen Silver City as its venue. In the bustling heart of the city, a colossal stadium stands silently, its exterior crafted from a unique silvery metallic material, layered and woven like a bird's nest. The stadium's distinctive matte finish prevents blinding reflections even under the harshest sunlight. Its minimalist design, complemented by gracefully flowing lines that emit a soft blue glow at night, imbues the structure with a palpable sense of technological advancement. Given Silver City's formidable economic prowess, securing the rights to host the league championship was a hard-won achievement. And the opportunity to showcase the city's culture was not to be squandered. The construction of this stadium required considerable effort from the municipal authorities, who meticulously planned every aspect, from urban layout to architectural design, expending substantial human and financial resources. The results are undoubtedly impressive. The stadium accommodates nearly 200,000 spectators, features a plethora of specialized battle arenas, and boasts a diverse array of cutting-edge facilities, fulfilling every conceivable requirement for a public combat venue. At this moment, a massive screen above the entrance of the arena displays visuals of the event. Two formally attired figures sit in what resembles a broadcasting studio, framed by a transparent backdrop revealing expansive greenery, suggesting their elevated position relative to the arena. Greetings to all our viewers. I am Audrey, the commentator for this league championship. The first to speak is a stunning woman clad in a vibrant red lace-trimmed gown, the fitted design accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her flowing golden locks are elegantly styled into an updo, exuding an air of sophistication and grace. With exquisite features enhanced by appropriate makeup, she captivates the audience's gaze. Audrey's enchanting eyes shift to her companion. To enhance your understanding of the professional trainer's battle dynamics, we are honored to welcome Dr. Shudian from the Chengdu region. Doctor, please introduce yourself. With a tone of respect, Audrey gestures delicately towards Dr. Shudian, raising her slender arm slightly. Dressed in a sharp black suit, Dr. Shudian adjusts his black-framed glasses, his expression one of solemnity as he nods in acknowledgement of Audrey. He then rises slowly, offering a slight bow towards the camera. Hello everyone. I am Dr. Shudian. Upon hearing Dr. Shudian's succinct introduction, Audrey promptly resumes the conversation. Thank you, Dr. Shudian, for joining us. After a rigorous selection process lasting over half a month, we have finally selected 32 exceptionally skilled professional trainers from a vast pool of contestants to advance to the final competition. Allow me to elucidate the structure of this decisive event. First, we shall divide the 32 participants into 8 groups, each comprising 4 individuals, to engage in a 2-round group stage. Upon the conclusion of these matches, we will identify the top 2 performers from each group, thereby forming the 16 finalists who will proceed to the subsequent round of competition. Following this, we will enter the most exhilarating phase, the elimination rounds. The competitors will face off in accordance with the draw results, with victors advancing and vanquished trainers being eliminated until we crown the ultimate champion of this league tournament. However, it is noteworthy that, in order to mitigate the exhaustion of the participants and enhance the viewing experience for our audience, we will employ a different format in the group stage, specifically a 3-to-3 system, as opposed to the traditional 6-to-6 round-robin format used in elimination rounds. Audrey raised her slender finger towards the camera, speaking earnestly. With a gentle smile curving her lips, she directed her gaze towards the entrance of the studio. Next, we shall proceed with the draw for the group stage. Let us welcome the champion of the previous league tournament, Mr. Gel. With a resounding applause echoing through the studio, a middle-aged man donned in resplendent trainer attire entered. His jet-black hair stood upright, exuding an air of resilience, while his bronze skin radiated vitality. Meanwhile, in a lounge within the Silver Sports Arena, Lanny sat quietly, his eyes fixed intently on the LCD screen mounted on the wall. As one of the 32 participants in this competition, a fair grouping is of utmost importance. After all, the contestants vary in strength. Weaker trainers might resemble the FA Odd A he currently adopts, possessing a modicum of talent and luck as grassroots trainers. Typically, these trainers exhibit average capabilities, with few emerging as dark horses. Conversely, the stronger competitors often hail from extraordinary backgrounds, either as heirs to formidable gems or scions of ancient lineages. These prodigious individuals, despite their diverse heritages, share a common trait, their formidable prowess. The accumulation of invaluable resources, superior education, clandestine training, and the cultivation of exceptionally talented Pokémon have forged one after another of these genius trainers, whom ordinary individuals could only dream of becoming. As a spy from the Dark Star faction infiltrating the League, Lanny, despite his extensive prior experience as a trainer, faced the challenge of retraining Pokémon, which severely limited his time. Even with the substantial resources provided by his organization to expedite his development, he still fell short when compared to those true paragons of excellence. Soon enough, the reigning league champion, Gel, completed the draw. The production team swiftly compiled the results into a table for display on the screen. Lonnie slightly leaned forward, meticulously studying the information before him. After a while, he exhaled with relief. The results were quite satisfactory. It was unclear whether there were any hidden maneuvers at play. But the formidable seed competitors, as per the organization's provided information, had been distributed across different groups, ensuring that they were spaced apart. In stark contrast, Lonnie's group was remarkably fortunate, comprised solely of grassroots trainers lacking any particularly outstanding competitors. As he recalled the detailed information about his fellow group members, Lonnie's initially tense disposition gradually transformed into one of delight. Securing a place in the top 16 appeared to be an achievable goal. Lonnie had set his sights on reaching the top 8. After all, if he aspired to secure a respectable position within the league in the future, his performance could not afford to falter. Moreover, if fortune smiled upon him and he drew a favorable lot, entering the top 4 was a tantalizing prospect that sent Lonnie into a reverie. Chapter 76. Know and Now. Following a brief introduction, I trust everyone has garnered a general understanding of our competition format. We extend our gratitude to our sponsor, EB Tech, for their generous support. In the studio, Audrey instinctively clasped her hands before her ample bosom, her lightly tinted eyelids focused intently on the camera as she skillfully transitioned the scene. Turning to Dr. Shutian beside her, Audrey posed a question. Now that the group match list has been unveiled, do you have any favored competitors, Dr. Shutian? Indeed. The bright studio lights reflected off Dr. Shutian's meticulously styled hair, casting a lustrous sheen. The cacophony emanating from the television abruptly pulled Lonnie from his daydream. He gently shook his head, casting aside his unrealistic musings. Lonnie attentively listened to Dr. Shutian's analysis, silently taking notes. Although the organization had long provided him with detailed information about the competitors participating in this competition, Dr. Shutian undeniably held a certain authority within the industry, offering insights that might differ in some respects. The more comprehensively Lonnie understood the information about his rivals, the more adeptly he could navigate challenges during their encounters, which was crucial for achieving his goal of making it to the top 8. Soon, as Audrey and Dr. Shutian concluded their segment, the special pre-competition program came to an end. This pre-event broadcast not only revealed the grouping for the matches, but also effectively built anticipation for the official competition commencing tomorrow, marking it as a resounding success. Lonnie picked up the remote, turned off the television, and slowly stood, stretching his limbs. The affluent city of Yingxiang had spared no expense in ensuring the successful hosting of this league tournament. Not only did they launch an extensive advertising campaign on television and the internet 2 months prior to the tournament, but they also reimbursed all participants for their travel expenses and provided complimentary services during the competition, including accommodation and meals. Even the rest areas at the venue were equipped with individual rooms for each contestant. Though modest in size, they were well appointed with all essential amenities such as internet access, televisions, water dispensers, and sofas. Ronnie, having stretched her limbs, decided to make another visit to the contestant center to provide last-minute care for the small Pokémon that would be competing in her team the following day. She gently opened the door and glanced around, noticing the corridor was devoid of any presence, and the neighboring rooms were remarkably quiet. Satisfied with the environment created by the organizers, Ronnie stepped out of her room. The contestant center was conveniently located just a 5-minute walk from their lounge. As Ronnie walked quietly down the corridor, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming match. However, she soon discerned faint chatter ahead. Frowning slightly, she looked forward and saw a spacious communal area within the contestant center, where 5 or 6 female competitors had gathered, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone at the center of their circle. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her, prompting Ronnie to shift her position to gain a clearer view. A tall figure came into her sight. With platinum blonde hair elegantly slicked back, his striking features resembled a sculpted masterpiece set against a porcelain complexion. His broad frame, akin to that of a clothing mannequin, was adorned in a meticulously crafted, high-end outfit. Ronnie's heart raced as she recognized the handsome man before her. Indeed, she had become acquainted with him through the materials provided by the organizing committee, known the legitimate heir of the prestigious Oak family from the Carlos region. He had demonstrated extraordinary potential as a trainer from a young age, garnering the expectations of his elders. Recently, he had even earned a high-level breeding certificate from the league, becoming one of the youngest elite breeders within the organization. With his inherent advantages, exceptional talent, and relentless dedication, Known was a frontrunner for the championship title in this year's league tournament. His impeccable manners allowed him to remain composed, even amidst the throng of admirers. Sensing Ronnie's gaze, Known turned towards her, offering a polite smile and a nod. A wave of high society charm enveloped the moment, causing Ronnie's expression to stiffen as she reciprocated his smile with a hint of awkwardness, akin to a voyeur caught in the act. Retracting her gaze, She found herself recalling the information provided by the organization about known. As her memories deepened, a chill settled in her heart. Lonnie quietly swallowed and silently prayed in his heart to avoid encountering Noan during the elimination rounds, for otherwise, his journey in the competition might come to an abrupt end. The crowd was sparse, and there was no need to queue. Soon, with the assistance of the staff, Lonnie completed the maintenance of the Pokémon he would be using in tomorrow's competition. The group stage format was 3 versus 3, so Lonnie decided to deploy the following Pokémon: Trevenant, Swablu, and the formidable Blaziken. Indeed, the fiery rodent he had nurtured during his first task in Ryun had evolved into the powerful Blaziken under Lonnie's careful guidance. At that moment, Blaziken stood as the strongest Pokémon in Lonnie's team. While Lonnie perceived the upcoming group matches as not particularly threatening, unforeseen circumstances could arise, making it crucial to have a powerful Pokémon as a cornerstone. As the final Pokémon to take the stage, Blaziken served as a reliable safety net in battle. After all, Lonnie had no desire to falter at such a critical juncture, and securing advancement was paramount. As for the other two Pokémon, Trevenant and Swablu, although they did not possess the strength of the team's leader, Blaziken, they were not to be underestimated, and Lonnie believed that the battles ahead would not pose significant challenges for them. Throughout his journey challenging various gyms, Lonnie had applied his extensive experience as a trainer to devise a well-considered plan for his newly developed team. Each Pokémon in his roster was meticulously selected for its potential. Despite a lack of time, the abundant resources provided by the organization significantly enhanced the depth of his team's capabilities. The goal of reaching the top 8 in the league competition was not mere rhetoric. Provided luck did not abandon him, Lonnie felt quite confident in achieving the same. Furthermore, even in the face of unexpected challenges, Lonnie remained undaunted. After all, he had a substantial organization backing him, making it only reasonable to request external assistance during crucial moments in his tasks. This was an insight he had gleaned during his previous challenge against the water-type gym. Lonnie's gaze shimmered. Chapter 77. Violet Silk. On the day of the competition, the audience in the expansive Silver City Stadium was abuzz with excitement, and although only the group matches were being held, the stands were filled to capacity. In the distance, the stadium's announcement echoed with a faint crackle, resonating throughout the arena. The next match would feature two competitors from the group, Lonnie from Gulan City and Ichio from Xinyuan Town. Despite not being particularly renowned contenders, the spectators responded with enthusiastic applause. Cheers, shouts, discussions, and the blaring of horns created a cacophony that enveloped Lonnie's ears. Standing quietly in the shadows of the contestants' tunnel, Lonnie slightly bowed his head and closed his eyes, calming the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. What a remarkable turn of events, Lonnie mused to himself. Despite his extensive experience as a trainer and having engaged in countless battles, this grand spectacle was a novel experience for him. After all, the Dark Star was an underground organization, and the encounters he had faced in the past were conducted in utmost secrecy, often devoid of any spectators. The vibrant blood coursed through his veins as his heart raced. With a deep breath, Lonnie opened his eyes, his gaze resolute, and strode toward the luminous passage ahead. As his vision broadened, a vast expanse of verdant grass unfolded before him, while the cheers of the audience surged like a tidal wave towards him. Across the arena, a modestly dressed competitor stood nervously, their stiff expression revealing an evident discomfort. Lonnie halted, retrieving the red and white Pokeball he had meticulously prepared. Casting a fierce glance at his opponent, brimming with fighting spirit, the match commenced. Half an hour later, within the competitor's lounge, Lonnie sat in a secluded corner, sipping from a bottle of beverage procured from a nearby vending machine. While casually engaging with his phone, his demeanor relaxed. Although the enormity of participating in such a public contest made him somewhat anxious, his professionalism as a seasoned trainer prevailed. Once the battle began, he immersed himself in his own world, earnestly commanding his Pokémon. True to Lonnie's pre-match expectations, his opponent exhibited no extraordinary prowess. The disparity in strength allowed Lonnie to decisively conclude the match in the double elimination format, best of 3, with 2 consecutive victories. Without even needing to summon his ace Pokémon, the Blaziken, Lonnie contemplated his next match as he pulled out the official schedule provided by the tournament organizers. Scrutinizing it intently, tomorrow afternoon, he pondered. With ample time before his next encounter, he could seize the opportunity to observe the performances of truly noteworthy competitors and gauge his potential adversaries. His eyes diligently scanned the schedule until, once again in that raucous stadium, Lonnie, as a participant, was afforded an excellent vantage point, enabling him to discern the intricacies of the battles without relying solely on the overhead screens. With arms crossed over his chest, Lanny directed his gaze towards a slender figure within the arena. Her deep, purple, silky hair cascaded elegantly down to her prominent chest, while her captivating phoenix eyes revealed a hint of valor amidst the fray. Her exquisite features harmoniously melded, an inadvertent allure gracing her visage. Beneath her deep black skirt, two long, graceful legs stood poised. She was one of the two competitors Lanny needed to pay particular attention to in this tournament. Xiling, the future heir of the poison-type gym in the Chengdu region, comes from a prestigious lineage, as her father, Xiang, once held the esteemed title of poison-type champion many years ago. Although she does not command the same level of popularity among the masses as Noan, Lanny is acutely aware that Xiling's prowess likely rivals his own. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Xiling, with her exceptionally trained poison-type Pokémon, the Crobat and the Salazzle, decisively ended the match in no time. Lanny shook his head slightly. The brevity of the encounter left him with little to discern. He sighed softly, contemplating that if the information provided by the organization regarding Xiling was accurate, he would likely not stand a chance against her. It was disheartening to see such prodigies, endowed with resources beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, yet displaying remarkable diligence. He silently hoped for a stroke of luck to avoid encountering the formidable Noan and Xiling in the knockout rounds. Before long, the week-long group stage reached its conclusion. As anticipated, Lanny emerged victorious, securing first place in his group with an impeccable record. This achievement garnered him a measure of popularity among the spectators in the latter matches. He even spotted fans in the audience holding signs emblazoned with his name. While he could not compare to the public acclaim of Noan and Xiling, it nonetheless brought a smile to Lanny's face. After years of living under the shadows of the Dark Star, surrounded by the stern personnel of the organization and the perilous nature of his missions, he was suddenly enveloped in the adulation of the crowd, causing his previously composed demeanor to feel somewhat buoyant. Shaking his head gently, Lanny reminded himself that his sole objective was to achieve greater success in the tournament. Everything else was of little consequence. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, the 16 competitors advancing to the knockout stage were summoned to a grand and opulent auditorium by the event organizers. Numerous cameras were stationed throughout the hall, capturing the moment for live broadcast. Today marked the day of the knockout draw. Greetings, everyone. I am Audrey. After intense competition, we have successfully selected the 16 finalists for this tournament. Let us welcome them. The auditorium echoed with scattered applause. Without further ado, let us invite the league president, Mr. Damaranchi, to deliver his address. As he spoke, a modestly dressed elderly gentleman made his way to the stage. His long, grizzled beard cascaded to his chest, and his face was etched with fine, intricate wrinkles, with a brilliant spark in his eyes. Damaranchi moved slowly, exuding the formidable presence of a figure of authority. Upon reaching the podium, his hoarse yet resonant voice reverberated throughout the auditorium with the aid of the microphone. Lanny, dressed in formal attire, sat upright in his seat within the hall. His face appeared serene, yet the tightly clenched fists resting on his thighs betrayed his underlying anxiety. Soon, as President Damalanki concluded his speech, a small box designated for the drawing was brought onto the stage by the staff. Chapter 78. The draw was an ordinary square white box, modestly adorned with the emblem of the Pokémon League at its corner. The box was placed at the center of the podium. Now, we were about to commence the elimination draw ceremony. Beside him, Audrey, clad in a delicate pink gown, held a microphone and introduced the proceedings in a broadcast tone. However, a moment of assistance from President Damalanki was still required. He smiled kindly at Audrey and approached the white box, extending his right hand to reach into the small opening at the top, symbolically stirring the contents. He retrieved a small, completely black orb from within. With a gentle twist, he opened the black sphere, revealing a slip of paper inscribed with a contestant's name. He unfolded it and turned the side bearing the name towards the camera. The first contestant has been revealed. From the Kanto region, it is Koz. Audrey's melodious voice resonated from the side. The opponent he would face is President Damalanki withdrew another black orb from the box and extracted the paper within. Below. Ronnie sat anxiously in his seat, his full attention fixed on the ongoing drawing ceremony. The 16 participants in the elimination round would be divided into 2 groups of 8. Within each group, contestants would battle in pairs based on the draw's order, with the victors advancing and the defeated being eliminated. The grand final would feature the winners from both groups, determining the champion of this league tournament. Ronnie held a clear understanding of his own capabilities, and considering the detailed information provided about the other contestants, he felt confident that aside from Noan and Xiling, he stood a fighting chance against the remaining competitors who made it to the top 16. Thus, His ideal outcome for the draw would be for Xiling and Noen to be placed in the same group while he was drawn into another. This way, he could avoid encountering these two formidable opponents before the finals, ensuring at the very least a runner-up position in the league tournament, which far exceeded his expectations. Of course, this was merely the most favorable grouping. In reality, to enhance viewership, the league would orchestrate the matchup between Noen and Xiling, two of the most sensational figures in this competition, so that their clash would be reserved for the finals. The likelihood of them being placed in the same subgroup was nearly non-existent. To achieve his previously outlined goal of reaching the top 8, Ronnie simply needed to evade a confrontation with Noen and Xiling in the first round. He believed that his luck would not be so unfavorable. Next, the competitors that Noen must face are revealed. On stage, Audrey's melodious voice jolts Lonnie from his reverie. A sudden pang grips his heart as his gaze fixates on the slip of paper in Damelin's hand. Xiaoya. Lonnie exhales softly in relief, stealing a glance at Xiaoya, who sits not far away, appearing somewhat dazed, with a look of disappointment clouding her eyes. Meanwhile, Noen maintains his eternally placid smile, nodding at the camera with an air of confidence. Indeed, Lonnie reflects inwardly. By now, 8 competitors have already had their names called, signifying that the draw for the first major group has been completed. Yet, he and Xiling remain unmentioned, having been assigned to the second major group. This implies that he will inevitably confront the formidable poison-type princess, Xiling, prior to the grand finals. Whether it be the quarterfinals or semifinals will hinge upon his fortune. On stage, the draw ceremony continues to unfold steadily. Below, Lonnie's anxiety mounts with each name announced. Neither he nor Xiling has been called yet. Surely not. An odd intuition begins to stir within him. The opponent Xiling is destined to face is, at long last, Xiling's name is drawn. Lonnie's heart races, and his strange premonition intensifies. From the Kanto region, Lonnie. His pupils constrict as he freezes momentarily. Almost immediately, he feels deflated, his hands falling limply to his sides as he leans back, succumbing to his seat. In a corner of the hall, Xiling stands with her arms crossed over her ample chest, head bowed and eyes closed. Even as her name is announced, her gorgeous visage remains impassive, exuding an air of indifference as if any opponent is inconsequential, a subtle aloofness evident in her demeanor. That night, in the competitors' quarters, Lonnie lies sprawled on the soft bed, faint murmurs echoing in the room. How could luck be so cruel? Although he had anticipated such a dismal outcome before the competition, he never imagined it would manifest. Encountering Xiling in the first round of elimination leaves him with scant hope for victory. Should he falter and only secure a position in the top 16? Barring any extraordinary opportunities, his goal of establishing a foothold in the league would almost certainly be doomed to failure. Sigh. The room reverberates with Lonnie's heavy sigh. The only recourse left to him in this dire predicament is to utilize the organization's rental system to procure a powerful Pokémon. However, Lonnie is reluctant, not out of a reluctance to part with his points, but because such a course of action is fraught with peril. Consider the scenario where a professional trainer unexpectedly unveils a formidable Pokémon, one never before witnessed by others during a match. Should a discerning observer delve deeper, the trainer's clandestine identity could be at risk of exposure. There is no turning back now. In pursuit of fulfilling the organization's mission, Lanny has no choice but to take this perilous gamble. While contemplating plausible justifications for future explanations, Lanny deftly navigates his mobile device. After a series of practiced maneuvers, he accesses the exclusive backend of Dark Star. He then inputs several keywords into the search bar of the rental archive: strength, elite, main battle, elite, ace, rarity, low, high combat capability. Initially, Lanny maintains exceptionally high standards for the strength of the rented Pokémon. After all, the creature borrowed must be capable of confronting Xiling. Failure in battle would result in a double loss, failing to reach the top 8 while simultaneously heightening the risk of exposure, ultimately squandering precious points. Furthermore, he believes the rented Pokémon should not draw too much attention and ideally should be of a type commonly found in the wild. This would minimize other scrutiny and facilitate his future explanations. Lastly, he requires a broad range of capabilities, based on the intelligence provided by the organization regarding Xiling. Lanny is confident that, with his current team, he should be able to replace the opponent's 4 Pokémon, excluding the ace, during the 6v6 battle. This necessitates that the Pokémon he rents must possess a strength rating of 12 or even 13, which significantly tests the creature's endurance, adaptability, and combat instincts. Given his circumstances, Lanny can only afford to rent a single Pokémon to mitigate the chances of exposure. Thus, possessing formidable combat prowess is an absolute prerequisite. Having established the keywords, Lanny gently taps the search button. Chapter 79. Elite Ace. In a flash, rows of data cascaded across the screen of his phone, leaving Lanny momentarily dazzled. Exercising patience, he meticulously scrutinizes each entry one by one. B-Drill, Ability, Keen Eye Strength Rating, Elite Main Battle Available Skills, Brave Bird, Air Slash. Aerial Ace, Quick Attack, Feather Dance, Roost, Heat Wave Evaluation, High Mobility, Extremely Swift, Team Assault Specialist. Required points, 1,800 weeks, Dragon King, Trait, Sniper Strength Rating, Elite Main Battle Usable Skills, Bubble, Water Cannon, Tornado, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance, Saltwater, Concentration. Bubble Beam Evaluation, possesses formidable long-range attack capabilities, serving as a powerful special attacker within the team. Required points, 1720 weeks, Armored Warrior, Trait, Danger Evasion Strength Rating, Elite Ace Usable Skills, Swords Dance, Needle Bomb, Shellblade, Waterflow Split, Cut, Iron Defense. Head-on Strike Evaluation, a well-rounded Pokémon excelling in both offense and defense, characterized by meticulous strategy. Required points, 2,700 weeks. As her fingers glided across the screen of her mobile device, a faint expression of entanglement emerged on Lonnie's face. Judging solely by the data, the Pokémon available in the Darkstar rental library appeared to be exceptionally powerful. However, they did not align with Lonnie's standards. Although she had incorporated several ideal keywords into the search bar, there were scarcely any Pokémon in the rental library that perfectly matched these criteria. The 3 Pokémon displayed above were already the closest to Lonnie's specifications, yet they still fell short in several aspects. Some lacked endurance, while others faced significant limitations regarding terrain. Of course, this was also due to the insufficient foundation of Darkstar. If it could develop smoothly and accumulate resources for several years, or even a decade, it was believed that the situation regarding Pokémon inventory would be considerably improved. However, at this moment, Lonnie had no choice but to make do with what was available to complete her task. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the Armored Warrior, her finger hovering over the Rent button, hesitating to press it. Among all the Pokémon displayed in the list, the Armored Warrior was relatively the most aligned with Lonnie's standards. Yet, it still had numerous flaws. Issues concerning mobility and rarity were evident, not to mention the significant challenges from Lonnie's own perspective. Lonnie's primary area of activity within the organization encompassed regions such as Kanto, Chengdu, and Sinnoh, where she frequently encountered local Pokémon during her missions. Although she had acquired knowledge about the unique traits and abilities of Pokémon from the more distant Kalos and Alola regions, as a professional trainer, the practical command of unfamiliar rental Pokémon in battle would require significantly more adjustment time compared to those from the regions she was accustomed to. Furthermore, as a Pokémon's strength increased, the skills they learned multiplied, each developing distinct combat styles based on their growth paths. In the context of the high-pressure league battles, Lonnie found it nearly impossible to familiarize herself with the combat characteristics of unfamiliar rental Pokémon within the limited time frame. What to do? Lonnie's mind raced with possibilities. Should she take action against Xylem? No, that was not an option. Let us not dwell on the possibility of success, even if one were to achieve it. The likelihood of exposing one's identity as a spy is daunting. The formidable power concealed behind the identity of the daughter of the Celestial Monarch is nothing short of astonishing. Should her safety be compromised in any manner due to my actions, my own life would be at grave risk. Bribing officials? The Alliance has garnered a commendable reputation over many years within the community. How could it tarnish this esteemed image over a trivial matter such as the top 16 in a tournament? The extent of clandestine manipulation during the draw has already reached its limits. If only I were the son of the Alliance president, there might be a glimmer of hope. Shaking his head, Lanny revealed a faint smile of resignation. It is curious how, when faced with a dire predicament, one's mind conjures a multitude of chaotic thoughts. Upon reaching the restroom, he splashed cold water on his face and gazed into the mirror, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, an unusual thought struck him, a recollection of the fluffy sheep encountered at the water gym. Though not long ago, that creature had exhibited extraordinary prowess. Yet, even with its remarkable talent, its current strength could only barely touch the threshold of elite level. Fully aware of the slim chance of success, Lanny's intense curiosity prompted him to access the Darkstar application on his phone. He typed in the keyword fluffy sheep into the search bar and casually added elite professional as a search criterion regarding strength, then clicked search. To his astonishment, the results displayed on the screen were utterly empty. Could it be that? Lanny's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replaced the keyword elite professional with above elite and hit search once more. In an instant, The previously blank screen was illuminated by a search result. Indeed, Lanny silently commended his own cleverness and focused intently on the screen. Fluffy sheep traits, static electricity strength rating, elite ace available skills, tackle, growl, electromagnetic wave, awakening power, dragon, thunder shock, cotton spore, charge, thunder punch, electromagnetic levitation, ram, electro ball, dragon breath, strange light evaluation, high mobility. Excellent special and physical attack required points. 2,870 weeks. A sudden gulp echoed in the room as Lanny felt as if he were misreading the information before him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. An elite ace? A mere fluffy sheep possesses the strength of an elite ace? Were it not for the knowledge that the organization employs specialized personnel to input and verify the data of each creature daily, Lanny might have suspected a flaw in the system, an erroneous alteration of the strength classification from professional to elite. It is not surprising that Lanny reacted strongly. After all, a Pokémon of such elite caliber possesses the qualification to lead a significant clan in the wild. In the realm of humans, it could serve as a formidable companion for trainers of considerable prowess. Despite Lanny's years of dedication to the organization and his own ace Pokémon only recently attaining elite status, he was astounded to discover that this unevolved Wooloo had already reached such heights. He distinctly recalled that when he last observed it, the Wooloo was merely at a professional level, and the leap in its abilities left him in awe. As Lanny contemplated the astonishing potential of this Wooloo, he leaned closer to scrutinize the detailed data displayed on the screen. Connecting its agile performance in battles to its current statistics, his eyes gleamed with realization. This was it. Chapter 80. The beginning. In the Silver Shang City Stadium, which boasts a capacity nearing 200,000, the seats were brimming with spectators. A cacophony of cheers and excitement reverberated throughout the arena. Although the stadium was designed with excellent visibility, allowing even those seated in the uppermost tiers to witness the battles clearly, certain obscure seats hindered the viewing experience for nearby fans. To accommodate this, the organizers had set up screens in spacious areas to facilitate a better view of the combat details. At the edges of the arena, numerous cameras captured the action, while drones hovered above, providing aerial footage. Since the commencement of the knockout phase, the Alliance tournament has been broadcast live worldwide. The essence of the world revolves around Pokémon, and people's lives are intimately intertwined with them. Thus, this large-scale tournament, officially organized by the authorities, has captivated the attention of audiences across the globe. While the Alliance tournament may not match the competitive level and quality of the Champion Cup and regional competitions, its unique accessibility has made it the most watched event in the Pokémon world. Much like the Spring Festival Gala in the past life of Luyun, families gather to converse and watch the televised events on competition days. At this moment, in a luxurious box with expansive, transparent windows situated in the prime viewing area of the stadium, a middle-aged man stood quietly before the window, arms crossed, his intense gaze fixed on the arena. His deep purple crew cut contrasted with his chiseled features, which bore the marks of time, wrinkles framing his eyes and brow. His thin lips pressed tightly together, exuding a sense of austerity. There was an uncanny resemblance between this man and the purple-haired combatant preparing for battle within the stadium. Haha. Ian, with your daughter's prowess, the championship should be well within reach this time. Behind him, the aged voice of Chairman Damalin resonated. Where is it? Xiang turned around, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he humbly shook his head, though a faint pride shimmered in his expressive eyes. In the distant town of Shiwan, within a house nestled amidst expansive pastures, a youthful voice called out, Dad, hurry. The competition is about to begin. Bali chuckled with a hint of exasperation. I'm coming. He retrieved several chilled bottles of beer from the refrigerator and sank into the plush leather sofa of the living room, gently ruffling his son's round head. He pulled his devoted wife into his embrace, listening to her gentle chatter while casually glancing at the television screen broadcasting the league competition. A warm, cozy atmosphere enveloped the room. Hello everyone. Welcome to the live coverage of this year's league competition. I am your commentator, Audrey. Greetings, I am Shuetian. In the studio, the two commentators, dressed in formal attire, introduced themselves sequentially. Today, we are witnessing the knockout stage from 16 to 8. Audrey's voice rang out, clear and melodious like a lark. The format of this match is a 6v6 round-robin battle, concluding when one side's Pokémon can no longer fight. The arena is set on a randomly selected grassland terrain. Audrey skillfully outlined the match arrangements, while Dr. Shuetian remained silent, intently focused on the camera. As the competition venue required further adjustments, let us patiently await. First, let us observe the contestants' conditions. The scene shifted to a clean and orderly preparation room for the competitors. Xiling, with her silky purple hair cascading down, reclined lazily in her seat, her relaxed demeanor evident as she engrossed herself in an unfamiliar book. Oh, it seems that contestant Xiling is quite confident about this match, Audrey commented from off-screen. Indeed, there exists a considerable disparity in hard power between her and her opponent, Dr. Shuetian added earnestly. At this moment, the director skillfully shifted the camera to Lanny, who sat with a serious expression, his eyes half closed, taking a brief respite. Yet, the furrowed brow betrayed the seriousness of his thoughts. He appears a bit tense, haha. I hope contestant Lanny can give his all in the match and present a perfect battle for the audience, Audrey remarked playfully. The scene returned to the studio where Audrey adjusted her notes and cleared her throat. There is still some time before the official match begins. Next, let us express our gratitude to the sponsors of this event. They are Lanny, with his eyes closed, yet unable to calm his restless heart. This match holds immense significance for him. To achieve his goal of reaching the top 8, he must secure victory in this contest. Despite having borrowed an elf from the organization, he remains uncertain about the ultimate outcome of the battle. A gentle knock sounds at the door, and a staff member clad in a Black League uniform peeks in. Lanny, it's time to prepare for your match. All right, Lanny replies, nodding as he takes a deep breath and rises. He pushes open the door and strides purposefully toward the entrance of the stadium. Before him unfolds a vibrant expanse of lush green grass. Unlike previous artificial fields, this competition employs the latest technology, aiming to enhance authenticity. The environmental conditions and vegetation of the grassland have been transplanted from their original ecosystems. The cacophony of hundreds of thousands of spectators fills Lanny's ears, creating a faint buzzing in his mind. He shakes his head slightly in discomfort and takes several deep breaths, gradually regaining composure. His gaze shifts to the opposite side, where his opponent, Xiling, stands firmly on the field. At this moment, Xiling appears exceptionally earnest. Her flowing long hair dances in the wind, and within her star-like, deep purple eyes, there is no hint of disdain. Only a pure love for Pokémon battles and a meticulous dedication not to disappoint each carefully nurtured creature. Lanny finds himself momentarily entranced, until the referee's voice announces the beginning of the match, jolting him back to reality. He lightly bites his tongue, the sharp sting bringing him clarity, and he finally calms his racing thoughts. With determination in his eyes, Lanny retrieves a red and white Pokeball and hurls it skyward. Kala. Chapter 81, Suppression. Kala. The red and white Pokeball spins in the air, releasing a torrent of ethereal red light. Suddenly, an eerie presence envelopes the field. Unlike the usual chilling aura of ghost-type Pokémon, this atmosphere is imbued with an odd vitality. The dark energy of death intertwines with a vigorous life force in a peculiar amalgamation. From the shadows emerges a bizarre Pokémon, resembling a colossal ancient tree, its rough, resilient light brown bark flowing with strands of dark, ghostly energy. Upon its thick trunk, a massive blood-red eye fixates intently on its opponent, exuding a sense of cold brutality. According to the coin toss, Lanny will send out his Pokémon first in this battle. In the studio, Audrey explains this to the audience. The competitor, Lanny, was the first to send forth the Pokémon, Trevenant, which had already made an appearance in the group stage. Let us observe how Xiling will respond. On the other side, Dr. Shuetian expressed his insights based on his understanding. Judging by its stature and aura, this Trevenant has been cultivated exceptionally well. On the battlefield, Trevenant? Xiling gazed upon the ominous figure of Trevenant, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Skillfully, she retrieved a red and blue Pokeball from her belt and tossed it lightly into the air. A hum. The sound of rapid wing beats erupted in the arena, as a swirling gust of purple wind swept away the chilling atmosphere. In the sky, a Pokémon resembling a bat circled gracefully. Two pairs of purple bat wings extended in a cross shape on either side of its body. Its long, triangular ears twitched, seemingly attuned to some unseen signal, and its orange-yellow eyes radiated a fierce intensity. Xiling had summoned Crobat to serve as her Pokémon in this elimination battle. The combination of poison and flying types was indeed a commendable choice. Dr. Shuetian nodded in approval. Lanny furrowed his brow, clenching his jaw in silent determination. The attributes of Crobat posed a significant threat to his Trevenant. With Trevenant's secondary grass type, both Crobat's poison and flying type moves would inflict double damage. Let us conserve stamina as much as possible, he resolved, acknowledging his disadvantage in this confrontation. Trevenant, use Growth to maximize the depletion of his opponent's energy. The enhancement move Growth, which boosts attack and special attack, was of the utmost importance. A hollow sound resonated from Trevenant's body as vibrant green light enveloped it, swirling around. with specks of life energy twinkling like stars merging into Trevenant-S form. Xiling-S expression hardened. She would not allow her opponent to freely execute their enhancement move. Crobat. Air Slash. With a slight flutter of its purple wings, Crobat unleashed a translucent arc of air that sliced towards Trevenant. In the face of the approaching air slash, Trevenant remained composed, crossing its robust arms over its chest. Dark, ghostly energy, akin to mist, gathered around its arms. Shadow Claw. A powerful collision resonated through the air as the two forces met, sending ripples of energy swirling across the battlefield. But it was not over yet. A fierce resolve glimmered in Trevenant-S single crimson eye as specters of eerie blue flames coalesced in the air before it, swirling like a game of Russian roulette. Will-O-Wisp. With Trevenant's formidable psychic prowess, the ghostly flames surged towards Crobat with ferocity. Beside the arena, Xiling stood poised with her arms crossed over her chest, her countenance serene. She possessed an unwavering confidence in her Pokémon. In battles, particularly when both sides wield formidable strength, the frequency of clashes between the creatures escalates dramatically, with the situation shifting in the blink of an eye. Within mere seconds, multiple rounds of confrontation may erupt, and such brief intervals render the average human's reflexes utterly inadequate. To command each action of a Pokémon in real time is a feat beyond reach. What a trainer can achieve from the sidelines includes, first, the cultivation of various aspects of their Pokémon, such as energy management, combat awareness, and adaptability, laying a solid foundation for future confrontations. Second, fostering a profound bond between trainer and Pokémon is essential. A skilled professional trainer often merely stands at the edge of the arena, providing psychological support that can elevate their Pokémon's combat prowess significantly. The third point, which tests a trainer's true mettle, demands an exceptional level of concentration and extensive battle experience. Trainers must respond to their Pokémon's dilemmas by issuing concise and effective commands in the shortest possible time to break the stalemate. In the arena, a searing aura enveloped the scene as the Zubat bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs. Its pair of violet wings vibrated rapidly, causing its form to vanish in an instant. This astonishing speed transformed it into a fleeting purple shadow, skillfully maneuvering through the oncoming Will-O-Wisp, rendering the powerful assault of the Trevenant into mere illusions. Swift. As it moved, a barrage of yellow star-shaped energy erupted like a machine gun, sweeping towards the Trevenant. The rough, resilient bark of the Trevenant was pockmarked by the strikes. With a pained cry, the intensity of its assault on the Zubat diminished. An opportunity. Xiling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she commanded loudly, "Use Air Slash." A multitude of arc-shaped energy blades manifested beside the Zubat's violet form, the air rippling violently with a force that seemed capable of rending the very sky. The energy blades formed by Air Slash sliced fiercely towards the Trevenant below. Not good. Lanny's pupils constricted. She intended to call for a defense, but it was already too late. The sharp gusts left deep, gaping wounds on the Trevenant's body as the Flying-type energy wreaked havoc. The efficacy of Flying-type moves against the Trevenant's Grass-type attributes was formidable. Despite its commendable defensive capabilities, it ultimately proved powerless against the equally well-trained Zubat. In the heat of intense combat, the opposing trainer seized a fleeting yet lethal opportunity, and coupled with the formidable and relentless assault of the Crobat, even the formidable Trevenant was ultimately vanquished. With Trevenant rendered incapable of battle, Crobat emerged victorious. The referee's stern voice echoed throughout the arena. At this juncture, merely a few minutes had elapsed since the commencement of the battle. Such a brief duration of combat, even in the face of type advantages, is exceedingly rare in such high-level confrontations. What a struggle! Lanny silently withdrew Trevenant, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He cast a glance at the poised and elegant Xiling opposite him, the weight of pressure in his heart akin to a mountain. Throughout this battle, both Trevenant and himself had been relentlessly suppressed. The rhythm of the fight was firmly under the control of his opponent. Truly, a prodigy of the heavens, Lanny mused. Yet the flames of determination within him burned ever brighter. Chapter 82. The Climax. How swift. Xiling's Crobat decisively defeated Lanny's Trevenant. Audrey's voice, tinged with mild astonishment, resonated through the stadium's broadcast. Despite the type advantage, the disparity in their strengths was indeed quite pronounced. Beside her, Dr. Shimada nodded gravely, stating, "Lanny suffered a significant setback from the outset. Let us observe what countermeasures he will devise next." Audrey clasped her fair hands together, displaying an expression of eager anticipation before the camera. In the luxurious box located at the heart of the Silver Shang Stadium, Damaranchi brushed his silvery beard in admiration. If I am not mistaken, this Crobat should be a descendant of your own, Yang? Ziyang, witnessing his daughter conclude the battle so decisively, allowed a faint smile to grace his otherwise stern countenance. Huh. The chairman's keen eye remained sharp as ever. Indeed, it is a progeny of my Crobat. Though I had not anticipated that little Ling could nurture it to such excellence, Ziyang confirmed with a light-hearted tone, brimming with pride for his daughter. A relaxed atmosphere enveloped the box as the two engaged in cheerful conversation. Time flew swiftly as Xiling and Lanny's battle continued at a high intensity, one match following another, with each side's meticulously trained Pokémon taking turns to contest. One was the daughter of a champion, immersed in abundant resources from a young age. The other, an elite member of an underground dark organization with years of training experience. Such a high-level confrontation, incongruous with the top 16 round, erupted between the two. The audience was irresistibly drawn in by the quality of the battle, their applause resounding and gasps echoing throughout the arena. The fervent flames elevated the air's temperature abruptly, while a torrential downpour of sparks threatened to envelop the entire venue. The fiery beast's eyes blazed crimson, its fury reaching a boiling point. The flames surging from its neck seemed poised to ignite the very air around it. An explosive wave of scorching heat radiated outward from the beast, layers upon layers of overwhelming fire energy accumulating within its form. Meanwhile, Nidoking, with its massive lavender body supported by thighs as thick as tree trunks, stood firmly anchored to the ground. Its robust muscles bulged beneath the hard shell encasing its arms, and a fierce aura emanated from its triangular eyes. A low hum resonated as a torrent of white light converged within its mouth, instilling a profound sense of trepidation in the hearts of all the spectators present. The once bustling stadium fell abruptly silent. Those witnessing the battle understood that the confrontation had entered a frenzied climax, on the verge of an extraordinary clash of ultimate moves. A palpable tension filled the air as both opponents prepared to unleash their skills, leaving the audience breathless with anticipation. Suddenly, as if a spark had ignited a barrel of explosives, both combatants sprang into action. Burning Fury, Destructive Beam. The crimson flames enveloped the fiery beast entirely, the intense heat threatening to turn everything to ash. An explosive force manifested around it, the fiery creature, akin to a meteor experiencing violent friction in the atmosphere, hurtled towards Nidoking. The powerful muscles of Nidoking bulged with veins, its sturdy frame leaning slightly forward, its mouth agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth as a thick, rapid beam of white light erupted forth. The sparks that filled the arena were pierced directly by this beam, exuding a chilling aura of dread. The cataclysmic fire energy clashed violently with the seemingly omnipotent destructive force. Like a missile detonation, a blinding white light erupted from the arena, accompanied by a dense cloud of dust and smoke, along with an overwhelming surge of air and sound. The tremendous energy of the two formidable Pokémon collided, creating a spectacle of awe. After a prolonged moment, as the smoke enveloping the arena was dispersed by a fierce wind, the referee's voice finally rang out. Nidoking and the fiery beast have simultaneously lost their ability to battle. It is a draw. At the side of the battlefield, Xiling maintained a composed demeanor, her deep purple irises reflecting a seriousness that belied her earlier expectations. The strength of her opponent had surpassed her anticipations. Initially, she believed this battle would unfold as effortlessly as in the preliminary rounds, yet the process proved unexpectedly arduous. The recently unleashed Nidoking was her fourth Pokémon, while the fiery beast was already Lonnie's fifth. This meant that if Lonnie wished to secure victory, she would need to rely on her final Pokémon to turn the tide against overwhelming odds. Xiling's previously taut expression began to relax, hinting at a newfound resolve. She understood that it was an impossibility. The cultivation of good habits allowed her to briefly review her opponent's information before the match, and she recognized that the fiery beast had already become the strongest ace in Lonnie's team, having perished alongside her Nidoking. Moreover, her most formidable Pokémon in the Ziyang team had yet to make an appearance. In this battle, victory was assured. Within the VIP box, Ziyang wore a subtle smile, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, leisurely swirling the glass of red wine in his hand. Acquainted with his daughter's prowess, he could already foresee the outcome of the match. Squinting slightly, he contemplated that once his daughter claimed the championship title, reaching the pinnacle of acclaim, he would pass on his gym to her. At that moment, he could retire in peace. Nearby, Damalanchi was busy giving instructions to his secretary over the phone. The match was nearing its conclusion, and he was well aware that Ziyang belonged to the Alliance. However, The unexpectedly impressive performance of the previously overlooked grassroots contender, Lonnie, caught his attention, prompting him to consider reaching out to see if they could recruit this talent into the official ranks of the Alliance. At the entrance of the stadium stands, Noen, donning a cap and a black mask, observed quietly. As the heir of the White Oak family, he bore the weight of familial honor, compelling him to secure the championship title in this Alliance tournament. In his mind, the only potential threat to his aspirations resided on the field, Xiang. His presence at the event was to gain deeper insight into her capabilities through the ongoing battle. Sighing softly, Noen shook his head, a hint of regret in his demeanor. Although his focus was not on Lonnie, his keen eye, honed through years of training under family elders, allowed him to discern that Lonnie's skills in both Pokémon training and on-the-fly command exceeded those of the average competitor. Unfortunately, luck had not favored her, as she faced Xiang. Otherwise, securing a third or fourth place would have been entirely within reach. Lonnie carefully returned her incapacitated fiery beast to its Pokeball, silently commending its efforts before delicately placing it back on her belt. She exhaled deeply, retrieving a black and yellow Pokeball from her waist. Chapter 83. Beam, what a thrilling battle! Dr. Shuten exclaimed in the studio. Indeed, both competitors exhibited remarkable training prowess. Audrey added, however, with the fiery beast rendered unable to battle, Lonnie is left with only one Pokémon capable of fighting. In contrast, Xiang still has two vigorous Pokémon yet to take the stage, suggesting that the victor of this encounter is already apparent. It remains uncertain. Dr. Shuten holds a contrasting perspective on Audrey's viewpoint. As a luminary in the realm of Pokémon academia, his extensive experience has acquainted him with numerous instances of remarkable comebacks. At this moment, he observes that Lonnie maintains an air of composure, not betraying a hint of despondency at the prospect of elimination. This observation subtly instills in him a sense that Lonnie might still harbor hopes for a reversal. Even with the knowledge of her impending victory, Xiling remains vigilant. Confronted with her opponent's final Pokémon, she opts to withhold her trump card for the time being. This strategy serves to shroud her true capabilities, allowing her to catch future adversaries off guard. With a delicate sweep of her slender arm at her waist, a soft pink light bursts forth from the Pokeball. Umi, accompanied by a gentle call, materializes in the arena, a Pokémon of peculiar appearance. Its overall shape resembles an inverted azure bowl, adorned with sharp protrusions. The tips of these spikes subtly glint with a hint of purple, concealing venomous sacs within. Beneath its tough, compact exterior lies a diminutive body of deep violet, with large yellow eyes wide open in astonishment. This creature hails from the Alola region and is notorious in the Pokémon world for its seemingly unfair defensive prowess and troublesome toxicity. At this juncture, Lonnie also releases her final Pokeball. Unlike the traditional crimson glow emitted upon opening a Pokeball, the black and yellow sphere yields a billowing, dense dark mist. It spreads across the arena with an oppressive, suffocating aura, reminiscent of ominous clouds that have gathered in the sky for days. From within the depths of this darkness, faint sparks of yellow electricity occasionally flicker, suggesting the presence of a slumbering beast. Upon witnessing this unusual entrance, Xiling raises an eyebrow, and an odd premonition surges within her. Suddenly, the black mist slowly expands to envelop the entire arena, coming to a halt as a resounding thump reverberates, akin to the rhythmic beating of a heart. Abruptly, the pervasive black fog retracts at an eerie speed, being drawn back into the Pokeball, creating a disconcerting sound reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard. Only then does Lonnie's final Pokémon reveal itself, with a rubbery, pink-hued skin that exudes an uncanny resilience. It is adorned with cloud-like white fur that envelopes its form like a hat and scarf. A long tail, marked with black stripes, sways gently behind it, sending forth invisible waves from the blue orb at its tip. At the center of its chest lies a circular, emerald-green luminescent core, pulsating rhythmically as if mimicking the heartbeat. Emitting waves of soft light. Surrounding its body, sparkling currents of electricity flicker like miniature thunderbolts, dancing in the air. In appearance, it is a fluffball sheep. A fluffball sheep? Audrey's somewhat stammering voice emanated from the broadcast. It is not surprising that she was slightly flustered. After all, in the prestigious Alliance tournament, the presence of such a diminutive Pokémon as the fluffball sheep is virtually non-existent. Even when electric-type Pokémon make an appearance, they are typically formidable beings like the electric dragon or the electric beast. Throughout the history of the Alliance tournament, this may very well be the first instance of the fluffball sheep gracing the arena. The flamboyant entry led Audrey to believe that Lanny had concealed an extraordinarily powerful Pokémon, only to leave her utterly astonished. Well, Lanny's final battling Pokémon is the Fluffball Sheep. Let us anticipate its performance, she added hastily to alleviate the earlier awkwardness. However, the insincerity and condescension in her words were unmistakable even to an adult. Beside her, Dr. Shutin refrained from interjecting, gazing at the Fluffball Sheep on the field with a furrowed brow, as if pondering something, his deep-set eyes revealing a glimmer of contemplation. In the distant Shiwan town, a sudden scraping sound erupted as the heavy small sofa in the living room shifted against the floor. Barty sprang up abruptly, under the astonished gazes of his family. A strong sense of familiarity emanated from the Fluffball Sheep displayed on the television, and he seemed to recognize it. Xiling stood silently beside the field, her deep purple pupils fixated intently on the Fluffball Sheep. Something felt amiss. Despite it being merely a Fluffball Sheep, there was an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from it, one that no previous battling Pokémon had exhibited. How could this be? The powerful aura enveloping the arena even reminded her of the elite-level Chaxabat that accompanied her father. Shaking her head to dispel those erratic thoughts, Xiling adopted an unprecedentedly serious demeanor, commanding the field's Super Bad Star with utmost gravity. Defensive position. Use Fortress. The cacophony of the audience reverberated in the air. Liyun stood on the level ground, leisurely stretching his body. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside the Pokeball, he squinted his eyes in enjoyment. In a previous life, he had been an ordinary individual. The intense sensation of being the center of attention, something he had never experienced, surged through him, igniting a fervor within. His heart raced violently, hot blood coursing through his veins in waves. In this extreme excitement, Liyun's body trembled slightly, and even the electric currents in the surrounding air seemed to crackle with increased vitality. As the Super Bad Star braced itself as if facing a formidable foe, Liyun smiled faintly, revealing his pearly white teeth. With a low hum, the elongated tail behind gently swayed, enveloping the entire prairie in a colossal magnetic field. Painful and heavy, the immense magnetic force bore down upon the Ultra Bad Star, causing the ground beneath it to fracture in a web-like pattern. The delicate form, encased in a hard shell, trembled slightly. A storm was imminent, and the unique intuition of Pokémon evoked memories of the first encounter with the Sharpedo in the ocean during childhood, an overwhelming sense of panic, terror, and the looming specter of death. A sharp buzzing echoed across the arena as a formidable current gathered before Liyun, intensifying and compressing. Resembling a small sun radiating endless brilliance, a blinding yellow sphere slowly rising from Liyun's chest. The method of energy concentration and discharge, a long-forgotten self-created combination technique, was meticulously executed in sequence. A delightful sensation surged within Liyun's heart as the energy poured forth, eliciting an oddly joyous laugh. Soon, the small orb of light that had been suspended before Liyun gradually expanded, rising into the air above the arena, dazzling and resplendent. The golden current was compressed to a near-liquid state, filling the orb with dense electrical plasma. Flowing and pulsating, it seemed as though a golden sun composed of electricity truly appeared in the sky. A profound sense of danger arose within the hearts of the spectators in the stadium. Suddenly, the sun of electrical currents hovering in mid-air contracted slightly, exuding a chilling aura of death. A faint hum reverberated through the air as the sun, made of electricity, rapidly shrank inward. A piercing sound vibrated the eardrums, and light, a brilliant white beam, erupted as the compressed golden current transformed into an extraordinarily pure white light. It was as if a weapon from a distant universe unleashed a colossal energy, crashing down onto the arena. Time seemed to freeze as an endless expanse of white light filled the vision, a scorching wave of heat sweeping through the arena like a tempest. Silence enveloped the once boisterous stadium, giving rise to an eerie tranquility. At the center of the grassy field, a massive circular pit was formed, the intense heat of the electrical current melting the underlying soil into a liquid red magma. The acrid scent of charred material permeated the air, and within the depths of the pit, the Ultra Bad Star lay charred and unconscious, its once spiked hard shell shattered, revealing the soft form within. Although overwhelmed with excitement, Liyun remained rational, understanding that directly defeating his opponent's Pokémon could lead to significant trouble in the prestigious Alliance tournament. Thus, he held back slightly in his final move, causing the descending beam to barely graze the edge of the Ultra Bad Star. Even so, the Ultra Bad Star succumbed to its injuries and lost its fighting capability, falling into a deep unconsciousness. Chapter 84. Astonishment at that moment. The vast silver stadium seemed to have been muted as the cacophony of the crowd faded into silence. In its place, the howling winds unleashed by the surge of energy filled the arena. The stillness was fleeting. Suddenly, a fervent cheer erupted within the stadium. A sound previously unheard during the match. Sharp whistles, thunderous applause, and fervent shouts of exhilaration transformed the entire venue into a boiling cauldron of fervor, overflowing with an intense warmth. People are often captivated by tales of triumph against the odds, particularly in a competition of this caliber. What appeared to be a delicate, fluffy sheep unleashed an electric force so potent that it threatened to shatter the entire arena, the stark contrast igniting the audience's latent passions, unleashing a torrent of fervent emotions and heated blood. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing echoed clearly through the broadcast. In the studio, Audrey's eyes widened. Her vividly painted lips slightly parted. As a professional commentator, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, an exceedingly rare occurrence in her illustrious career. A swift knockout. Player Lanny's fluffy sheep executed a remarkably powerful move, sending player Xilinx's Ultra Bad Star tumbling out of the arena. After a brief pause, Audrey regained her composure. Her keen professional instincts immediately recognizing this as potentially the most significant highlight of the Alliance tournament, prompting her to comment with fervor. Indeed, it was somewhat exaggerated. Beside her, Dr. Shuatian maintained a calm demeanor, though the slight tremor of his eyelids betrayed his inner turmoil. While he had anticipated that this fluffy sheep was extraordinary, he had not expected the situation to unfold in such a manner. He instinctively leaned forward, eager to scrutinize the fluffy sheep more closely. In the luxurious box, Xiang, seated on the sofa, had lost his earlier relaxed posture. He lowered his previously crossed legs, and the wine glass that had been swaying in his hand gradually stilled. The smile on his face faded, replaced by a look of intense contemplation. Such power, Xiang murmured to himself. Even he, who possessed unwavering confidence in his daughter, found himself wrestling with profound doubts in light of Lu Yun's performance. Can we truly prevail? His daughter was about to be eliminated by a fluffy sheep? Such an absurd notion had once swirled in his mind. Had someone suggested this to him merely 10 minutes prior, he would have dismissed it with a scoff. Yet now, it seemed that Xiang could only inwardly hope that the fluffy sheep, having unleashed its previous attack, would lack the fortitude to continue the battle. However, observing the lively Lu Yun in the arena, he recognized this hope as nothing more than a fanciful wish. Nearby, Damalin had ceased his conversation with his secretary, his profound gaze fixed intently on the arena. Quite intriguing. In a corner of the stands, Noin had vanished from sight, now positioned at the railing closest to the battleground. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he clutched the railing. The fervor in his eyes, concealed beneath dark sunglasses, was unmistakable. Superbad Star. Ignoring the stifling heat that lingered post-battle, Xiang dashed into the arena, her expression frantic as she recalled her gravely injured Pokémon into its Pokeball. Sweat trickled down her forehead, and her deep violet eyes still reflected the shock from the earlier events. The sudden twist of fate had caused her emotional composure to falter. To an outsider's perspective, she appeared somewhat dazed. With trembling hands, she extended the Pokeball to the rushing medical personnel, then lifted her gaze to fixate on Lu Yun in the arena, lingering for a moment before turning her attention to Lanny behind him. Lanny too felt a twinge of awkwardness, while he recognized Lu Yun's strength. He had not anticipated it to manifest so overwhelmingly. At the moment Lu Yun unleashed his abilities, Lanny nearly gasped in astonishment. Yet as a spy, he stifled his reaction to avoid arousing suspicion. Sensing Xiang's gaze upon him, Lanny's expression stiffened, his facial muscles twitching as he forced a rather ghastly smile in response. Xiang's long, straight hair danced in the raucous winds of the arena, strands sticking to her elegantly refined face, creating a somewhat disheveled appearance. Taking a deep breath, Xiang gradually reined in her emotions, grounding herself. Her opponent's Pokémon was indeed formidable, but she was not without hope for victory. Judging by the power of the recent strike, it was likely that the fluffy sheep had expended a considerable amount of energy, while she still had a robust ace Pokémon yet to enter the fray. As the daughter of the poison-type Master Xiang and the heir of the Tusi Gym, I cannot falter here. Gripping tightly the remaining Pokeball, her delicate hand slightly pale, she summoned all her strength and hurled the Pokeball into the arena, letting out a cry of release and determination. At that moment, Lu Yun had also calmed the excitement that surged within him, his elation settling as he prepared for the high-stakes battle that had been absent from his experience since venturing into the Electric Gorge. In this prolonged period, although he was acutely aware of his substantial enhancement in strength, he lacked a suitable benchmark. It was as if a reclusive martial arts master, having honed his skills over many years, was finally prepared to showcase his prowess. This rare opportunity for battle caused Lu Yun, upon emerging from the Pokeball, to be momentarily overwhelmed by the fervent emotions bubbling within him, resulting in an unrestrained release of the electric energy he had long stored. However, the outcome was not entirely unfavorable. His opponent lost the ability to continue fighting but retained their life, while Lu Yun found catharsis in both energy and emotion. A vibrant emerald glow radiated from the thunderstone embedded in his chest, pulsating like a heartbeat, channeling pure electric energy throughout his body to replenish the reserves that had diminished during the earlier release. Simultaneously, the electrical energy in the air began to converge towards him, akin to moths drawn to a flame. This dual replenishment allowed Lu Yun to swiftly restore the electric energy expended during the combination technique. With a crisp sound, the ace Pokémon of the violet-haired contender finally unveiled its enigmatic countenance. It was a lizard of a deep purplish-black hue, adorned with elongated, crimson eyes that exuded an alluring yet ominously dangerous charm. Its forked, red tongue flicked from its slender mouth, dripping with dark, toxic saliva. A searing gray mist wafted from its nostrils with each breath. Chapter 85. The violet-haired trainer released her final Pokémon, a fiery Alolan Marowak, possessing the dual attributes of poison and fire, presenting a formidable challenge. One cannot help but wonder how the recently impressive performance of the fluffy wool Pokémon will unfold. Audrey quickly elucidated the current match dynamics, occasionally engaging with Dr. Shuten nearby. What are your thoughts, Dr. Shuten? In terms of attributes, neither side appeared to hold a distinct advantage. Nonetheless, considering that the fluffy Pokémon had already endured a battle, it might suffer from fatigue. Does this imply that Dr. Shuten believes Alolan Marowak has a higher chance of victory? Not necessarily. It will depend on their performance in the moment, he replied cautiously. The remarkable display shown by Lu Yun in the previous battle had left a profound impression on Dr. Shuten. The terrifying might akin to thunder still resonated in his mind, preventing him from making a definitive statement. On the battlefield, a dense, dark purple mist swirled around Alolan Marowak, spreading ominously outward. The lush, vibrant grass of the meadow, upon contact with this dreadful fog, was swiftly eroded by the potent toxicity it harbored. Malodorous, purplish-black patches began to manifest on the verdant leaves, gradually extending their reach. Erosion and decay enveloped the surroundings, as a purplish-black miasma emerged, akin to a ravenous demon, incessantly gnawing its way downward into the roots of the plants. It resembled clear water tainted with ink. When viewed from above, one could observe a dark, purplish blot rapidly expanding across the prairie. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow at this sight. Planning to establish the battlefield? In high-level Pokémon battles, the foundation of the arena holds immense significance. A terrain tailored to one's strengths not only enhances one's combat prowess and allows for more versatile capabilities, but also restricts the opponent's movements, imposing adverse effects upon them. Thus, the initial phase of Pokémon battles typically revolves around a contest of field control. Lu Yun's high-pressure magnetic field fell within this category. A long, pink tail adorned with black stripes swayed gently behind him, while at its tip, a brilliant blue crystal orb emitted a faint glow. In an instant, a powerful magnetic force erupted from within, surging skyward. The pressure condensed and expanded, as if an invisible bowl were being pressed down from the heavens. The sound of a deflating balloon echoed through the air. The once rampant purplish-black miasma, now constrained by the high-pressure magnetic field, whimpered like a pet tethered by a chain, gradually ceasing its audacious advance. The toxic fog thinned and dissipated in a remarkably brief moment, transforming into the most innocuous primordial molecules. The fiery lizard let out a mournful cry, feeling the weight of pressure several times greater than its own body. Under the oppressive force, its previously upright form succumbed, collapsing onto the ground. In this preliminary phase of battlefield establishment, the fiery lizard had been thoroughly outmatched by Lu Yun. Xiling, with her fair hands clenched tightly at her waist, wore an expression of anxiety. As a professional trainer, she was acutely aware of the dire situation faced by the fiery lizard. What to do? Her mind raced, and finally, her delicate pink lips pursed slightly, filled with a sense of reluctance as she shouted, "Use Protect." Protect was a common technique that most Pokémon could learn, creating a shield that could withstand the opponent's attacks. Although its resilience was formidable, its lengthy cooldown time often rendered it a last-resort skill in battle. Now Xiling, in an effort to counteract Lu Yun's magnetic pressure, had no choice but to command the fiery lizard to utilize Protect, signifying that she had no retreat left. Suddenly, a translucent dome enveloped the elongated body of the fiery lizard. Under the influence of the high-pressure magnetic field, the shield emitted a disconcerting noise reminiscent of a submarine submerged in deep waters. Now, blast with flames. Xiling cried out. In a scenario where the protective shield could collapse at any moment, relying on alternative tactics was utterly futile. The only recourse lay in employing the most formidable technique to compel Lu Yun to retract the magnetic field, thereby granting his fiery lizard a chance to continue the battle. With a thunderous roar, the magnificent flames were swiftly concentrated in the creature's throat. It opened its gaping maw, slick with viscous venom, unleashing a colossal column of fire imbued with its distinctive purplish toxicity. The crimson flames, tinged with violet, howled through the air as they surged toward Lu Yun. The searing heat caused the temperature to spike dramatically, incinerating the grass that inadvertently brushed against the flames into blackened ash in an instant. At that moment, Lu Yun stood his ground, his gaze fixed upon the terrifying fire column advancing toward him. In his obsidian pupils, flashes of brilliant electric light flickered, reflecting the purplish-red glow of the flames. He could even detect the noxious stench and acrid scent of burning mingling in the air. Calm and unhurried, Lu Yun appeared strangely languid amidst what seemed a highly tense and exhilarating confrontation. His hands remained still, while the long, dark, and powdery tail behind him swayed slightly in the air, akin to the ticking of a clock. With a hum, as if channeling telekinesis from a bygone cinematic era, an invisible magnetic field materialized before Lu Yun, artfully transformed into a subtly inclined reflective shield with remarkable simplicity. With a resounding thud, the purplish-red fire column was deftly deflected by the floating magnetic shield, akin to a stubborn stone in a crystal-clear stream. The flames detonated against the ground behind Lu Yun, leaving a charred patch of scorched earth. A crack echoed across the arena, reminiscent of shattered eggshells. The circular shield enveloping the fiery lizard could no longer withstand the magnetic field's pressure, fracturing into countless shards that disintegrated into the air. With a soft whimper, the fiery lizard, which had only just regained its footing, was once again forced back to the ground. Observing the now defenseless creature before him, Lu Yun contemplated his next move. The fiery lizard's defensive capabilities appeared rather limited. He decided to conserve some strength. Inflicting a severe injury would suffice. With a gentle flick of his right arm, a torrent of concentrated electrical energy surged forth, coalescing in his hand. An ample amount, indeed. Nodding slightly, he ceased the accumulation of electricity. Lu Yun raised his arm, enveloped in resplendent golden currents, and aimed it toward the prostrate fiery lizard. His lips moved, uttering sounds only he could perceive. Chapter 86. Interview. The fiery lizard has lost its fighting capabilities. The fluffy sheep emerges victorious. All 6 Pokémon of contestant Xiling have succumbed in battle. The match is awarded to contestant Lanny. The referee's cold declaration reverberated throughout the stadium. With an expressionless visage, Xiling retrieved the now unconscious flame lizard, taking a tentative step forward as if to utter something to Lanny ahead. Words caught in her throat. Her pale lips trembled slightly, revealing a look of profound desolation within her deep violet eyes. Lowering her head, her somewhat disheveled bangs obscured her line of sight. Silently turning away, Xiling began to stagger towards the entrance, each step weighed down by the extravagant high heels she had donned for the competition, echoing heavily against the solid ground. Her frail and forlorn silhouette, juxtaposed against the merciless cheers for the victor, resembled the withered leaves of autumn, quietly exiting the scene. Inside the private box, a glass goblet was violently hurled to the ground, shattering into a myriad of transparent shards mixed with dark red liquid, scattering chaotically across the opulent velvet carpet. Xiang's complexion darkened. Disregarding Damaranchi beside him, he strode out in a flurry of indignation. A resounding bang echoed behind him as he slammed the door shut. "President, Mr. Xiang," his secretary's gentle voice reached his ears. "It's nothing, don't mind him." Damaranchi maintained his composure, his gaze still fixed on Lu Yun in the arena, along with Lanny. How far could this go? A hint of amusement danced at the corners of his mouth. As the president of the Elven Alliance, he was well aware that the fluffy ram had yet to unleash its full potential against Xiling. There was no rush to engage with Lanny. That could wait until after the finals. "Indeed," murmured Noen, concealed in the corner of the stands, fully armored and covered. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes brimmed with contemplation. If he were in Xiling's position, could he emerge victorious? A faint doubt stirred within him. At that moment, Noen had already begun to contemplate Lanny as his opponent for the finals. Possessing keen insight, he recognized that even without the monstrous fluffy ram, Lanny would undoubtedly rise through the ranks to reach the finals after Xiling's departure. Their encounter in the finals was inevitable. Narrowing his eyes, a captivating light sparked within them as Lanny flowed with the increasingly dense crowd, exiting the stadium. In Shiwan Town, Empty beer bottles cluttered the table in the living room. Ha! Barley's boisterous laughter resonated throughout the room. Dad, was that really the merino sheep from our farm? Young Barley asked his father, eyes wide with curiosity as he watched Lu Yun's astonishing performance replay on the television. Of course. Weren't you the one who held it back then? Barley affectionately ruffled his son's round little head in response. I, too, wish to raise a fluffy sheep. Wouldn't that be delightful? Gazing at his son tugging at his clothing, Barley found his thoughts wandering, inevitably recalling that night when a tiny figure galloped across the ranch. Pride, contentment, and a myriad of emotions intertwined within him. Wouldn't that be delightful? Noticing his father's silence, young Barley repeated his plea with a hint of charm. Very well, very well. Even though the battle had concluded, the echoes of the audience's cheers still resonated throughout the arena. Lu Yun took a gentle breath, releasing a few strands of delicate electricity from his mouth. Enduring 2 consecutive battles had not burdened him significantly. A glance at the system's notification of gained experience did not concern him. For Lu Yun, without evolution, accumulating experience was merely a futile endeavor, reduced to mere numbers. He felt a sense of lightness enveloping him, with a mere thought. He discovered that the once chaotic accumulation of high-quality electricity within him had experienced some release following the battle, gradually becoming more streamlined. Soon. Just a few more battles. Lu Yun's gaze lingered on the evolution button in the attributes panel, his eagerness and anticipation nearly spilling over. In the studio, what a splendid competition it was. Both contestants showcased their formidable prowess as trainers, delivering a match worthy of being inscribed in the annals of the league's history. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the victor of this match, contestant Lanny. Applause erupted within the hall. Lanny, somewhat reserved, sat on the sofa in the studio, confronted by a barrage of cameras as if they were weapons aimed at him. Under Audrey's compliments beside him, he awkwardly rose and offered a gentle bow. As the applause subsided, Audrey, holding her cue cards, posed a question to Lanny. Once again, congratulations on reaching the top 8. What are your thoughts on securing victory in this match? It was luck, pure luck. Lanny smiled slightly and waved his hand toward Audrey. She nodded lightly, eager to extract some sensational insights from Lanny, who was regarded as the greatest dark horse of recent league competitions, hoping for a headline in tomorrow's Pokémon Daily. With a sharp gaze, Audrey continued, May I ask, Lanny, what are your thoughts on your opponent, Xiling, in this match? Upon hearing this question, Lanny adjusted his posture, responding with utmost seriousness and sincerity. Contestant Xiling is an exceptionally formidable opponent whom I hold in high regard. Had it not been for some of her missteps during the battle, I might not have emerged victorious against her. His impeccably articulate response flowed from Lanny's lips. Audrey subtly tugged at the corner of her mouth, poised to continue her inquiry when a voice suddenly interjected. Lanny, your fluffy sheep performed remarkably in this competition. May I ask if you have any particular insights regarding its training? The interruption from Dr. Shuten caused Lanny's previously earnest expression to stiffen. Well, regarding insights, stammered Lanny, feeling somewhat sheepish as he hastily recalled some methods for training electric-type Pokémon, barely managing to deflect the question. One last question, Audrey said, glancing at her watch, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. After overcoming formidable opponents like Xiling, what are your expectations for your ranking in this tournament? Lanny was momentarily taken aback. He had, somewhat ironically, drawn one of the strongest competitors, Xiling, in the round of 16. However, in pursuit of his goal to reach the top 8, he had fortuitously secured an exceptionally powerful rental Pokémon, Lu Yun. Reflecting on the exaggerated prowess displayed by that fluffy sheep during battles, a spark of fervor ignited within Lanny's heart. With parched lips slightly parted, he slowly declared, Champion. Chapter 87. The ceremony time flew swiftly as the tightly scheduled league tournament progressed smoothly. The days of the top 8 and the final 4 soon arrived. No unexpected dark horse emerged. Lu Yun didn't even need to take the stage, as Lanny advanced to the finals solely through his own strength, defeating one challenger after another. Meanwhile, Noen also showcased formidable prowess, leaving his opponents unable to compel him to summon his 5th Pokémon, resulting in their swift defeat. Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the golden hour of the day arrived. Exhausted office workers concluded their arduous tasks, returning home to freshen up and turn on their televisions. Students, immersed in their studies, lifted their heads from their textbooks, casually placing their phones, which were streaming live footage, on their desks. Families gathered in their living rooms, some engaged in casual conversation, others enjoying an array of snacks and fruits on the coffee table, yet all collectively focused their gazes on the front LCD screen. The annual league tournament was about to reach its conclusion, and the champion of the new edition would be crowned tonight. Across the globe, from the temperate and historically rich city regions to the island-laden, ocean-adjacent Alola, and even the most remote areas of Galar, all who could spare the time converged their attention here. Thanks to the prior month's efforts in managing industrial emissions, the night sky over the shimmering city of Silvershade was now adorned with a multitude of stars, beneath which stood a colossal steel nest, constructed from distinctive metallic frameworks. Flowing cerulean lines, illuminated against the backdrop of the night, seemed to color the gentle breezes that sweep through the air, exuding an ethereal mystery that embodies the technological essence of modern society, subtly revealing the urban connotations of Silver City. The sharp, whistling sounds resonate in the vast expanse, as beams of light cascade like a reversed meteor shower, shooting towards the distant sky. The resistance of the atmosphere causes a slight pause at the apex, followed by a series of resounding explosions. It is as if vibrant flowers, crafted from the most resplendent brilliance, burst forth in a riot of colors against the inky night sky, prompting even the hurried passers-by to halt in their tracks, raising their smartphones to capture the spectacle. Inside the stadium, the air is electrified with excitement. Multicolored glow sticks sway in the hands of the audience, expressing their fervent emotions. In the VIP box, the front row is occupied by luminaries from the entertainment industry, titans of commerce, political magnates, and social elites, all clad in opulent attire, engaging in animated conversations. A luxurious, vivid red carpet unfurls from the entrance of the stadium, extending deep into its interior. Damaranch, attired in a sleek black suit, wears a serious expression as he cradles a dark brown wooden bowl with faint scorch marks. At the center of the bowl, a peculiar flame flickers gently. The unusual hues of red, white, and yellow meld harmoniously, concealing a deeper darkness beneath a solemn atmosphere. The sacred glow, imbued with gravity, casts delicate, colorful ripples through the air. This flame, retrieved from the Alliance headquarters, is a divine ember from the ancient auspicious beast, the Phoenix, symbolizing the undying spirit of the Alliance. Damaranch strides along the extended red carpet at a measured pace, each step heavy and resolute. He firmly plants one foot before lifting the other. Observers regard him with patience, as the air is thick with solemnity. At last, the elderly man with graying whiskers comes to a halt, carefully pouring the sacred fire into a specially crafted silver vessel before him. With a thunderous roar, an infinite spectrum of rainbow light erupts, dispersing across the heavens before retracting violently, coalescing into a radiant flame that sways gently under the gaze of the crowd. Witnessed by the holy fire, the new champion of the Alliance tournament is about to be born. Behind Damaranch, several staff members place a small pedestal beneath the sacred flame, upon which rests the newly crafted champion's trophy from the Alliance. The resplendent exterior, crafted from pure gold, glimmers with dazzling brilliance under the radiant glow of the sacred flame. At the pinnacle rests a classic, circular golden Pokeball, symbolizing the trainer's most intrinsic aspirations. Supporting it is a dark golden pillar, intricately engraved with countless ornate patterns, narrating the rich history of the league. The award ceremony is likewise set to take place this evening. The distant sound of resonant bells reverberates through the night sky as the red carpet is rolled up and the crowd departs. In stark contrast to the randomly attributed battle arenas of previous rounds, the venue for the league finals is devoid of any extraneous elements. The specially crafted, mysterious stone floor, dim and unadorned, will vividly showcase the intense clashes that are about to unfold, presenting them in the clearest manner to all who gaze upon it. At the entrance, Noan emerges slowly, adorned in a resplendent gown specially designed by the league. The delicate, hand-woven fabric, dyed pure white, is embellished with shimmering silver patterns, with a long train trailing behind. On the opposite side, under the guidance of the staff, Lonnie quietly enters, clad in luxurious attire also custom-made by the league. He stands in stark contrast to Noan on various levels. The pure white transforms into pitch black. The flowing robe becomes a crisp ensemble. The silver patterns are painted with golden edges. In this most solemn occasion of the Pokémon world, seriousness and opulence are not excessive. Standing firm, Lonnie, with a stoic expression, gazes at Noan, whose lips curl into a smile, seemingly relishing the moment, while a torrent of thoughts swirls within him. The goals he had meticulously set for himself prior to the match have long since been surpassed. Now, bolstered by the support of his Pokémon, he dares to challenge the once unattainable throne of champions. Noan's prowess, based solely on the information Lonnie has gathered, appears no less formidable than that of the previously encountered Xiling. Thus, the judicious arrangement of the battling Pokémon becomes critically important. During his previous encounter with Xiling, Lonnie had the advantage of secrecy, allowing him to place his fluffy sheep as the grand finale. However, this time, with both sides well prepared, the appropriate order of Pokémon deployment could very well determine the champion of this grand competition. In truth, Lonnie's considerations are rather simple. His sole concern is the sequence in which he sends out Ruiyun, whether to lead with him or to reserve him for the climactic finale. He must choose between two options. This is a psychological game. If Noan opts to position his ace Pokémon at the forefront while Lonnie places his fluffy sheep at the end, it could very well result in a scenario where Noan sweeps through multiple Pokémon with a single creature, and the opposite holds true as well. With his mind racing, Lonnie clenches his teeth. There's no turning back. At the referee's urging, both he and Noan simultaneously launch their Pokeballs. Chapter 88. The Rogue Panda. A shower of blazing sparks fills the air like pollen, creating an atmosphere thick with heat. The blazing flames erupted fiercely, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. With a roar of fury, the fiery beast descended heavily onto the battlefield. After careful consideration, Lanny resolved to unleash his most formidable Pokémon, the fiery beast, first, excluding Luyun from his team. His confidence in the prowess of his fiery beast was unwavering. As long as the opposing Pokémon was not the hidden trump card of Noan, Lanny believed he could seize the initiative in the battle. Even if Noan sent forth his ace Pokémon, Lanny's fiery beast would still strive to engage and tire it to the best of its ability. On the other side, Noan's Pokémon emerged from its Pokeball, landing on the darkened ground. It was a colossal humanoid panda, its black and white fur disheveled across its body. Its piercing dark eyes glared at the opponent, exuding an intense sense of aggression, while a slender bamboo leaf dangled from its mouth. The verdant leaf swaying gently in the breeze that swept across the arena. Rogue Panda. Lanny felt a surge of delight within. Based on his previous knowledge, Noan's Rogue Panda was not among his ace Pokémon. To some extent, Lanny's battle strategy had already proven successful. All that remained was for him to swiftly and efficiently dispatch his opponent with the fiery beast. A fierce confrontation was about to unfold between the powerful fire-type Pokémon and the hot-tempered, formidable Rogue Panda. Who would emerge triumphant? The favored champion Noan or the dark horse Lanny? Let us await the exhilarating Pokémon battle that is about to commence. In the broadcast, Audrey's voice resonated with fervor, actively stirring the audience's emotions. The battle begins. Rogue Panda, use Bullet Punch. Despite recognizing the disadvantage in his initial Pokémon selection, Noan maintained a calm smile. His composed command resonated through the arena. The Rogue Panda suddenly arched its right arm, its sinewy muscles swelling with power as steel-type energy awakened from its slumber deep within. A dazzling silver-red energy enveloped its entire right arm, and as its right leg stepped back slightly, bending at the knee, it propelled itself forward with great force. Bang! The tremendous force left a deep imprint on the solid ground beneath its feet. The Bullet Punch, imbued with immense impact, showcased a speed that belied the Rogue Panda's size, hurtling toward the fiery beast with a fierce gust of wind. Flamethrower. In the face of the aggressive Rogue Panda, Lanny exhibited no fear. The Flamethrower was one of the most powerful fire-type moves available to the fiery beast, its immense destructive capability rendering it a lethal weapon in battle. However, it possesses a notable drawback. Should the stamina of the fiery beast diminish, the potency of its flame attack will correspondingly weaken. Hence, the optimal moment to unleash the Fire Breath skill is at the very onset of each battle, when the fiery beast is brimming with vitality. Capable of executing the skill in its most flawless form, a surge of fervent heat waves erupts from the fiery beast, with a fan-shaped plume of crimson flames swelling behind it. A vast accumulation of red fire energy coalesces, and under extreme compression, it transforms into molten red-yellow magma. As the energy transmits, accompanied by an overwhelming force reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, the explosive deep crimson flames envelop the glowing yellow magma, hurtling directly towards the Rogue Panda approaching head-on. The silver-white glimmer of the bullet fist slices through the air, producing a crisp sound akin to metal piercing the void, while scalding heat waves roll forth. The Rogue Panda, catching a glimpse from the corner of its eye, notices a faint charm mark on the leaf it clutches, with a slight furrow of its brow. Faced with the formidable Fire Breath, the Rogue Panda finds itself with little choice. Its free left hand extends sideways, conjuring a circular, pale white shield around its body. Protection. The robust figure moves at high speed, the whooshing airflow ruffling the dense fur of the Rogue Panda as it races past. The fiery column, a blend of red and yellow, collides violently with the solid protective shield. The tremendous impact causes the Rogue Panda's previously swift motion to abruptly falter. Its sturdy legs anchor themselves to the ground like stakes, the powerful muscles in its legs surging explosively. Step by step, the rogue panda assesses how much longer the shield can endure, pressing forward against the fire column. Crack. The circular shield, reminiscent of an egg, develops fissures under the immense pressure. The rogue panda's eyes sharpen, displaying agility and nimbleness that belies its massive frame. Harnessing the last vestiges of strength from the shield, it leaps sideways. At this moment, the distance between the two opponents has diminished. Lanny's brow furrows slightly. The fiery beast is a formidable ranged attacker. And should the combat-oriented rogue panda close the distance, it could find itself in a precarious situation. Immediately, Lanny commands, breathe smoke. Create distance. A torrent of thick, black smoke, laced with flickering embers, is expelled from the fiery beast's mouth, enveloping the rogue panda completely. Sizzle. The intense heat of the black mist singes the rogue panda's dense fur, emitting a foul, charred odor. The rogue panda's powerful arms thrash vigorously within the black fog, as if attempting to disperse it. Yet, under the precise control of the fiery beast, such efforts prove futile. On the sidelines, witnessing his Pokémon ensnared in predicaments, Norn calmly directs, use Absorb Punch. A captivating radiance emanates from the rogue panda's fierce dark eyes. Clenching 3 powerful claws, a pitch-black force field suddenly expanded in the palm. It resembled a black hole in the universe, voraciously consuming everything, emanating a tremendous gravitational pull. A howling hurricane surged forth, swirling the black smoke surrounding the rogue panda, drawing it in like a vortex, coiling around the panda's dark right fist. Scorching and searing, the black mist that had enveloped much of the arena coalesced, the intense heat causing even the resolute rogue panda to furrow its brow. A sweep of its gaze across the battleground captured the fiery beast lurking within the thinning black fog. With a surge of muscle, the absorbed dark energy, now infused with immense thermal energy, was hurled towards the adversary. Caught unawares, the amalgamation of combat and fire energies collided with the fiery beast. A mournful cry erupted as the fiery beast staggered under the impact. In that fleeting moment, accompanied by a violent gust, the imposing shadow of the rogue panda enveloped the fiery beast. Chapter 89. Hope the Arm Hammer. The sinewy muscles of the rogue panda's arm bulged with fervent blood flow. The reddish-brown aura of combat blazing fiercely. Like a relentless war machine, immense power cut through the air with a piercing howl. The fiery beast, momentarily stiffened and unable to react, could only watch helplessly as the rogue panda's fist came crashing down. Bang! The sharp sound of splintering bones echoed across the arena, sending the fiery beast flying like a ragged sack. Bright crimson blood gushed forth from its mouth, only to be swiftly vaporized by the surrounding flames, transforming into wisps of noxious white smoke. The overwhelming inertia caused the fiery beast to spin through the air, rage and fury igniting as its ancient bloodline surged forth. In this critical moment, the fiery beast's trait, fierce flame, was finally awakened. Its eyes, as if filled with blood, radiated boundless savagery, glowing with a fierce crimson light. Deep red flames unfurled from its back like a magnificent cloak, billowing in the air like tassels, extracting the last vestiges of power from its cells. The fiery beast was enveloped in a dazzling, searing flame, exerting a precise control over its airborne body, momentarily halting it in midair. Purgatory. In the depths of its scarlet gaze, the raging flames consumed everything in sight. The rogue panda's dense fur became the prime fuel for the fiery beast's wrath. A pained whimper escaped through its sharpened teeth, the agony of the burning torment causing the rogue panda to roll on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the crimson blaze enveloping it. Burnout. An explosive conflagration erupted from the furious fiery beast, radiating boundless heat, resembling a colossal walking furnace that incinerated everything in its vicinity. The resplendent crimson flames surged like an endless tide, washing over the immense black and white figure of the rogue panda until it stood motionless, devoid of any capacity to resist. The rogue panda, having succumbed to defeat, fell to the fire beast, which emerged victorious. The judge's cold pronouncement echoed across the arena. Scorching remnants of fiery energy lingered, and a hazy, searing mist enveloped the battlefield. Upon witnessing the defeat of his Pokémon, Noan displayed not a hint of displeasure. With a smile, he withdrew the rogue panda into its Pokeball and addressed Lanny from a distance. A commendable battle, but the main event lies ahead. The smile that danced upon his lips concealed a sharp dagger, a subtle air of menace permeating the arena. Lanny remained silent, steadying himself as his gaze fixated on the fire beast. Tremors coursed through the fire beast, its labored breaths releasing torrents of scalding air and sparks of crimson embers. Blood trickled from its mouth, evaporating into a parched, mottled brown stain, resembling a grotesque tattoo. The chest bore the imprint of the rogue panda's devastating blow, a subtle indentation marking its surface. Concern flickered in Lanny's eyes. In his original strategy, if all had gone smoothly, the fire beast should have been capable of taking down at least 2 of the opponent's ordinary Pokémon. Yet, plans often falter against reality. Lanny had misjudged his adversary's strength. He had not anticipated that a single rogue panda could nearly claim the life of his ace, the fire beast. A glance at its condition suggested it could not endure much longer. The hope of victory began to wane, tethered only to the black and yellow Pokeball at his waist. "Spectacular!" exclaimed Audrey from the commentary booth, rising to applaud the fire beast. A wild, desperate counterattack, reminiscent of an assassin dancing on the edge of a blade, had seen the fire beast eliminate the rogue panda in an unexpected manner. Her professional commentary flowed effortlessly, rapidly, and without interruption, affirming the brilliance of the match. Beside her, Dr. Shuaidian maintained his characteristic aloof demeanor, echoing Audrey's sentiments. The force unleashed was akin to a colossal power capable of upheaving the very world. A brilliant silver light enveloping the massive form like a meteor striking the earth, leaving deep rifts in its wake. The perfect amalgamation of ferocious strength and unparalleled speed reverberated through the air, a haunting wail echoing across the arena. A resounding collision. The deafening roar erupted suddenly, as the diminutive blue figure of the Swampert was violently propelled through the air like a fragile doll. The Swampert lost its fighting capability, and the Snorlax emerged victorious. The howling winds swept across the arena, where the imposing figure of Snorlax emerged from the swirling debris, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Lanny's expression darkened, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, creating damp patches upon the ground. With a stiff motion, he withdrew Swampert, handing the Pokeball to the staff behind him. A numbness enveloped his left hand as he felt only the black and yellow Pokeball remaining on his belt. The bitter taste of defeat lingered. Lanny had once believed he possessed the prowess to challenge Known, yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. The formidable Snorlax before him was Known's 4th Pokémon, while Lanny was left with only one last Wooloo. Known's profound strength allowed him to stabilize his position despite the initial setback, gradually turning the tide in a manner that seemed almost inevitable. As the battle approached its climax, the champion of this match was on the verge of being determined. Let us witness the final curtain call from these 2 powerful competitors. From the commentary booth, Audrey spoke with an air of finality. In her view, the champion of this league tournament had already been decided. Miracles of comebacks might occasionally occur, but under the overwhelming force of absolute strength, the likelihood of such events was nearly non-existent. In the high-stakes environment of the league finals, a record as exaggerated as 13 had never been seen throughout the history of the league. Although Lanny's Wooloo was indeed formidable, it was still merely a Wooloo. No matter how strong, it could never withstand the relentless onslaught of Known's trio of elite Pokémon, including his ace. Moreover, a glint of insight flashed in Audrey's eyes. Leveraging her social prowess, she had deftly acquired some insider knowledge about Known prior to the match through discreet channels. Beside her, Dr. Shuiten remained silent, his penetrating gaze fixated on Lanny, or more precisely, on the black and yellow Pokeball in Lanny's grasp. In the elevated stance, Demarion wore a playful smile, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he looked down at the arena. With a firm grip on the Pokeball, Lanny clenched his teeth and hurled the black and yellow sphere skyward. It pierced the air, spinning, and from a certain perspective, the rounded Pokeball appeared to align perfectly with the luminous moon in the night sky. In an instant, starlight shimmered, and dark clouds gathered ominously. Chapter 90. Self-destruct. The dense, murky clouds roamed freely across the battlefield. Brilliant arcs of golden lightning crackled, heralding the arrival of their master, radiating a dazzling brilliance. In the center, Lu Yun gently waved his pink right arm at his side, commanding the mist and electric sparks as if they were a disciplined battalion receiving orders. In mere moments, they subsided and retracted. Snorlax, was it? In the depths of his obsidian eyes, a colossal figure loomed ahead, resembling a mountain of flesh, murmured Lu Yun. He had been closely observing Ronnie's battle while confined within the Pokeball, thus he was acutely aware of the dire predicament he now faced. 3 vigorous and formidable Pokémon were poised for an imminent series of relentless battles, and even with unwavering confidence in his own abilities, Lu Yun dared not claim victory as assured. As if viewing his opponent as a mere dessert after a meal, Snorlax opened its gaping maw, viscous drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. A brilliant flash of white light erupted from its throat, exuding an aura of danger that was both dazzling and alarming. Destructive beam. The annihilating ray surged forth like a laser cannon, aimed directly at Lu Yun. Concealed beneath Snorlax's adorable, sleepy eyes was a personality that revealed its savage nature in full force. Without hesitation, it unleashed a devastating attack, rather than testing the waters with its new opponent. Too slow. The electric type bestowed upon Lu Yun remarkable agility and reflexes. Even as the destructive beam coalesced, he had already reacted. A vast electromagnetic field enveloped the arena, cradling Lu Yun's body in its magnetic embrace, allowing him to hover midair. As the electric currents surged, a colossal hand formed by the magnetic force propelled him aside, effortlessly evading the oncoming beam of destruction. Accelerate, and accelerate further. It was as if the sheer velocity of Lu Yun was too much to bear, creating a roaring sonic boom that reverberated through the air. Lu Yun's pink form was ensconced within a dazzling cocoon of golden currents, propelled forward in a frenzied charge towards Snorlax. Observing that its destructive beam had been deftly dodged, Snorlax remained unfazed, curling its bulk into a defensive posture. Its short limbs were drawn close, occupying nearly 2/3 of its round belly, which shimmered with a heavy, mercurial silver light, transforming into a formidable shield. Become round. The powerful impact of Lu Yun's charge struck Snorlax's silvery, soft belly like a stone dropped into a pond, sending ripples cascading outward. The wild currents of electricity, encountering the most effective medium of propagation, surged with ferocity as Lu Yun made contact with Snorlax, akin to a ravenous wolf encountering fresh flesh, spreading wildly and corrosively. The aggressively invasive energy of the electric type carried with it a searing heat. Even Snorlax, known for its tough skin and thick flesh, could not suppress a pained whimper. The brutal nature meticulously cultivated by Noin was suddenly awakened, and within the depths of Snorlax's eyes, pressed beneath layers of thick fat, a fierce intent gleamed. Ignoring the glaring electric aura that now enveloped its body, marked with scorch marks, Snorlax braced for the impending clash. Snorlax abruptly opened its cavernous maw, its thick pink tongue resembling a serpent lurking in the mire. In a fleeting moment, it was enveloped in an eerie azure energy, extending towards the nearby pink figure of Lu Yun. The tongue lash. In this dire situation, as if guided by muscle memory, Snorlax executed an exceptionally adept response, akin to its usual training. Should Lu Yun become ensnared by Snorlax's lick, he would be met with a powerful combination of bite and bellyache. This unique technique, exclusive to Snorlax, had been honed by Noin through meticulous training, manifesting skillfully in battle. Yet, would Lu Yun be so easily ensnared? Within his dark pupils, a spark of electricity flickered, while his elongated tail swished fiercely through the air. A dazzling surge of electric current and an additional magnetic force suddenly erupted. Suspended in midair, Lu Yun deftly executed a secondary burst of power. With a slight tilt of his body, the pink tongue brushed past him. The fierce gust of wind felt like countless tiny blades, leaving minute cuts upon Lu Yun's soft cheek. At that moment, he could even discern the dark pink of Snorlax's thick tongue, adorned with numerous sticky, saliva-coated taste buds, and the sharp barbs extending from the tip, which, if merely grazed, could rend a considerable chunk of flesh, spilling blood. A chill flickered within his ebony eyes as Lu Yun enveloped his left hand in a dense magnetic force, intertwined with brilliant currents of electricity dancing around him. He lunged towards Snorlax's tongue, and with a crackling surge, the high temperature instantly charred the delicate pink appendage. His arm, invigorated by the subtle currents, stimulated the robust muscles hidden beneath his skin. Expanding, erupting, Lu Yun gripped Snorlax's long tongue tightly and yanked with all his might. The tremendous burst of power erupted forth, pulling Snorlax's immovable, corpulent body forward. The round blue head was drawn closer to Lu Yun. In a dazzling flash, a brilliant golden current coalesced in Lu Yun's vacant right hand. Thunder Fist. With overwhelming force and an unstoppable momentum, the resplendent electric light shone as the small fist struck fiercely against Snorlax's face. In an instant, the flesh quivered under the tremendous impact, bloodied. Pale fangs twirled through the air. In a daze, the pupils turned upward, feet momentarily lifting from the ground. This chaotic scene interwove into a vivid tableau of violent beauty, a portrait of blood and flesh. The searing heat from the punch stirred spirals of white smoke in the air. Miraculously, Snorlax's massive form was propelled away by Lu Yun's short-distance strike. With a resounding crash, Snorlax fell helplessly to the ground. Thud! Lu Yun landed gracefully, the emerald-hued thunderstone at his chest pulsating wildly, replenishing his strength. Surviving the encounter unscathed, he effortlessly dispatched his first opponent. Wait! Luyan suddenly froze, his keen senses detecting an overwhelming and terrifying surge of energy coalescing around the fallen Snorlax. Goosebumps prickled his skin, as if a malevolent spirit were crawling behind him, exhaling a chilling breath into his ear. Danger! At that moment, a hint of madness flickered on the face of Snorlax, obscured behind its rotund belly. Strangely, it harmonized eerily with the gentle smile that graced Noan's handsome visage, which remained steadfast behind it. In a voice only he could hear, Snorlax murmured, self-detonation.